immediately if there's anything unusual, no matter what I'm doing. Li Jun said. Understood, sir. Special alerts have been set. Yao Guang replied. With nothing else to do, Li Junchuan began to wait for Song Qian's arrival. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Song Qian arrived at the village with her little assistant from last time. Li Junchuan quickly skimmed through the contract, confirmed there were no issues, then signed his name and handed it to Song Qian. After both parties signed 3 copies of the contract, Song Qian handed 1 copy to Li Junchuan. Then Mr. Li, I'll head back now. I'll arrange for the construction team to come over immediately, and the materials will be sent over as previously agreed. Li Junchuan nodded. Thank you. Designer Song. Song Qian extended her hand to shake hands with Li Junchuan. Then, pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Li Junchuan gently held Song Qian's icy little hand, secretly thinking, this person seems to have a bit of coldness in her body. TSK, this might even be a sign of irregular menstruation. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. After all, saying this would be a bit presumptuous. Could it be that I've also caught the profession's illness as a doctor? After sending Song Qian and the others off, Li Junchuan muttered to himself. Just as he walked back to the yard, he received a call from his father, saying he had already bought the train ticket and would arrive in Luoyang tomorrow afternoon. Li Junchuan slapped his forehead. How did I forget this? Knowing my dad. He must have bought a hard seat ticket, and it's going to be quite exhausting for him on the way. After hanging up, Li Junchuan asked Yu Guang to check his father's train information, then had Yu Guang change his father's hard seat to his soft sleeper compartment. After the change, Li Junchuan called his father again to inform him about the change in compartments. Unsurprisingly, he received a low reprimand from his father. Why spend that money? Isn't it the same no matter which one you sit in? However, in the end, he reluctantly accepted after Li Junchuan insisted. When he first started working, he had also taken hard seats many times, and there was even one time he experienced a standing ticket on a green train from Magic City to Zhang City. That trip felt like being packed in a sardine can, with no place to stand. Some passengers even hid in the bathroom and wouldn't come out, causing the vendors selling peanuts, melon seeds, and mineral water to shout for them to make way. At that time, he was still under 20. And by the end of the trip, he felt utterly exhausted. Now, he wouldn't want his father to suffer any hardship. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan also remembered his older brother, who would be returning soon, so he booked a soft sleeper ticket for him as well, stopping at major stations, and then sent the train information via WeChat. He already knew from Yao Guang that his brother had resigned, and the ticket he booked happened to be for the day after his official resignation, perfectly timed. During lunch, Li Junchuan mentioned the time when his father and brother would be returning and also talked about arranging jobs for his brother and sister-in-law, wanting to hear his mother's opinion. Mom, how do you feel about letting my brother and sister-in-law work in the city? Li Junchuan asked. He was mainly worried that the house would feel empty, and his mother and grandmother might not adapt. After all, both his brother and sister-in-law would be working in the city, so they would likely come back less frequently. And they might want to bring their little nephew to study in the city. Let us wait until your brother comes back to discuss it. Besides, the city is not far from home. It's very convenient to come back every now and then. His mother thought for a moment and said she had no objections to her son and daughter-in-law's jobs, just worried that her grandson might be too far away and hard to see. As if sensing his mother's thoughts, Li Junchuan said, Xian is not suitable for transferring schools right now. How about we buy a house for you in the county? Li's mother shook her head. No need to buy anything. What do you want to buy a house for? It's nice at home. It only takes 10 to 20 minutes to get to the county. It's no different. Li Junchuan nodded. He decided to wait until the family was all together to discuss it. If it really didn't work out, he could directly manifest a house on the riverside. And when his younger sister was ready to marry her boyfriend, he could also get one for her. At this time, he began to worry about his father's situation. His father was just over 50 and had been idling at home. He wondered if he would feel bored. Chapter 140. Desert Oasis Project. Li Junchuan frowned, thinking about what skills his father had. Farming, masonry, carpentry, driving, animal husbandry. These all seemed to require a lot of physical strength. Li Junchuan scratched his head. Oh right. His calligraphy is pretty good. Thanks to the schools of his father's generation, they all had to learn soft brush calligraphy. So Li Junchuan's father wrote pretty well with a brush. He had heard that when they were in school, they all used brushes to write small regular script. Why not let him stay at home, practice calligraphy when he has nothing to do, and plant some flowers and plants? Li Junchuan felt that his father's honest and simple nature was not suitable for doing any business. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan decided to wait until his father returned home to ask for his opinion. At noon, Li's mother steamed a basket of buns, and Li Junchuan personally cooked, making stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, dry-fried green beans, and a pot of millet pumpkin porridge, with just the three of them eating. There was no need to make anything too complicated, but Li Junchuan ended up eating nearly half of the entire basket of buns himself. All afternoon, Li Junchuan was seriously playing Urban Skyline 2. However, he didn't follow the game developer's pace, but instead edited a mod, uploaded the map of the Taklamakan Desert, and had Yu Guang collect a series of research from various domestic and international experts in the field of desert greening. He began to think about how to quickly turn the desert into an oasis without disrupting the ecological balance. So, he started conducting various experiments in the game, and then had Yao Guang use his powerful computing power to simulate the results. After failing time and again, his patience was wearing thin, but fortunately, Yao Guang's suggestions were always helping him improve. Finally, after more than 3 hours, Li Junchuan arrived at the optimal solution. The next step was to put it into action. He thought to himself, and then he started to hesitate. Should he directly treat the Taklamakan Desert as the desert map in the game? Should he build it directly in the game and then materialize it? Or should he take it step by step, starting with desert environmental management? Just as Li Junchuan was pondering the issue, Song Gang's call came in. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Song Gang asked. Nothing much, just at home. Preparing to fix up the house. Li Junchuan replied. The old man asked me to tell you that the 2 groups of people you mentioned before, who were suspected of being arsonists, have all confessed. They were sent over from the country. Song Gang said. I had some suspicions about their appearance and walking posture. Li Junchuan responded. Do you have anything going on in the next few days? My old man asked me to see if you have time to check out the Navy and Air Force down south. Song Gang inquired. Nothing much. Once I'm done with my tasks tomorrow, I won't have anything on my plate. When can I see the big planes and aircraft carriers? Li Junchuan perked up at this. Song Gang on the other end of the line clearly noticed his emotional shift. Anytime, the military drills have already ended. You can contact me directly or the old man when you're free. All right, I'll see if I can head back to Yongqing in the next few days. By the way, how's the old man? Li Junchuan wondered why Song Jiang hadn't called personally. The old man drank too much. He's still sleeping right now. Song Gang said. All right, there's nothing else. I'll hang up now. Just call me directly when you're free, or you can call the old man too. P.S. back in Yongqing from the capital. Got it, I'll hang up then. After hanging up, Li Junchuan thought about how there were only a few days left until the end of the month. He planned to finish arranging things at home in a few days, and then return to Yongqing, and see if Li Yun wanted to go back together or if he should accompany her to Hongdu to see her parents first, temporarily setting aside his distractions. Li Junchuan began to think about the desert military base. Based on the optimal results from his repeated simulations, he decided that it was better to take it step by step to green the desert, giving the various organisms in the desert a process to adapt. With this in mind, he started editing a module on his computer, this time focusing on a special type of plant seed. This plant could quickly take root and sprout in harsh desert conditions, with roots that grew particularly fast, helping to quickly lock in moisture and prevent soil erosion. After editing this module, Li Junchuan added it into the Star City game but didn't rush to materialize it. Instead, he began editing another module. The main content of the new module was a special type of soil that had a certain stickiness, capable of binding the sand in the desert. And when combined with the special plant seeds characteristics, the two would work together to quickly achieve sand fixation and moisture retention. After that, with the special soil and seeds, the plants would grow and reproduce rapidly, and the desert would slowly transform into an oasis. Of course, at that time, Li Junchuan could also manipulate the weather control device to blow in some soil from other places and bring some rain to the desert. As the topsoil increased, the land would gradually become fertile, allowing him to transform the desert into an oasis step by step. Thinking of this, he recalled the tough-growing saxaul trees in the western regions over the years. Previously, he could only accumulate a little energy in Alipay to contribute a small amount to desert management, but now with the system, he could use the external tools to achieve this goal quickly. After all, with plants that were more cold-resistant and drought-resistant than saxaul trees, along with more effective sand-fixing methods and the super weather control device that could summon wind and rain, he could accomplish these tasks much faster and more efficiently than the state. Next, he just needed to wait for his desert oasis plan to show initial results, at which point he could construct urban buildings and military bases in the game and then materialize them, thus allowing the system to transform the desert into his personal property. he would also become a lord? Or something else? Li Junchuan didn't mind. By then, he could grow wildly on his own territory and use technology to arm himself like Wakanda. However, unlike Wakanda, Li Junchuan did not intend to stay behind the scenes forever. He planned to proceed with the military base plan until it was nearly complete. At this thought, Li Junchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, not quite knowing what he was thinking. But if someone were beside him at that moment, they would see something called ambition in his eyes. Of course, he had no interest in international domination. He was just very dissatisfied with the current tumultuous international situation. After all, in the future, the entire Earth would be considered his backyard. And he didn't want to be out having fun while suddenly having a fire break out in the backyard. Therefore, the Earth needed a leader. In his view, the current leadership team was quite good, lacking no means, and under their leadership, the national strength of Huagua had been steadily increasing over the years. According to information he received from Yao Guang, Huagua currently had the capability to wage war against any country, with a high probability of victory. What he needed to do was to quickly elevate Huagua's economy and military strength to a higher level, gaining the confidence to confront the world. By that time, he could safely jump out of the Earth and develop toward a larger and farther universe, exploring all the stars on the star map currently controlled by Huagua. Eventually, he would lead a team out of the solar system, occupy the galaxy, and embark on the path of interstellar conflict. Xiao Chuan, dinner is ready. It's dark out. What are you still doing in your room? At that moment, his mother's voice interrupted Li Junchuan's complicated thoughts. He stood up and noticed his arm was a bit damp. Did I doze off? Li Junchuan wondered. To those readers who have reached this point, please encourage me to update and give a 5-star rating. Thanks for the support from Yinzu and Afei. Chapter 141. Father after having dinner with his family. Li Junchuan returned to his room and opened cities, skylines on his computer, continuing to play with the desert map he had added earlier. He was gradually trying to build his own city. He divided the entire city into industrial zones, residential areas, commercial areas, administrative areas, cultural areas, tourist areas, and green areas, among others. He then began to refine the construction of each area, with the industrial zone being the most crucial because all the factories in the industrial zone were related to the military. It was further divided into categories such as weapons, vehicles, energy, chemicals, and so on. He promptly added various weapons factories from the real world into the game, and even created a few research institutes. Even with his current physical condition, he found it quite headache-inducing to play because he wanted too much, and he didn't understand the professional knowledge of so many industries. So he could only try to figure it out as he built. As a result, there were always various problems during the city development process. And in a fit of anger, he simply decided to stop. Yao Guang, Li Junchuan called out. I'm here, sir. Yao Guang's voice responded. The next task is up to you, Li Junchuan said. Okay, sir. No problem. Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan's expression froze. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Yao Guang was mocking him. However, he couldn't be bothered with that. He directly introduced to Yao Guang the essential functions he envisioned for the city, then left the matter in Yao Guang's hands. Yao Guang took over his work and began to sift through the most successful cities built from ancient times to the present around the globe, making various comparisons before finalizing a rough plan. After putting down his mouse, Li Junchuan saw the cursor on his computer game moving back and forth constantly, as Yao Guang wiped away all the buildings he had created with a brush. Then, he watched as the flashing cursor began to perform various operations, and soon, the outline of a city started to take shape. After glancing at it, Li Junchuan found that the reserved areas not only met his various ideas, but Yao Guang had also added many functional areas he hadn't thought of based on his own understanding. Seeing this, Li Junchuan shifted his gaze, took out his phone, opened Honor of Kings, and started a pleasant ranked match. Time flew by, and soon it was bedtime. Li Junchuan noticed that the game cursor on his computer was still flashing, but he didn't turn off the computer. He went straight to wash up and went to bed. After all, Yao Guang doesn't need to rest. Li Junchuan thought to himself, even feeling that Yao Guang seemed to be enjoying himself. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while having breakfast with his family, Li Junchuan began to notice subtle changes in their bodies. It seemed that the secret serum was starting to take effect slowly. He wouldn't have to worry about his family's health anymore. Thinking this, Li Junchuan finished his breakfast, said goodbye to his family, and drove his Ford Raptor toward the city. First, he returned home and greeted the butler who was watering the plants. Li Junchuan began to play with Black Bean and the little German shepherd, taking out pearl meatballs from his spatial ring to feed them. Hey, did I forget something? Li Junchuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't given the little German shepherd a name. How about you call it Black Wind from now on? If you agree, bark once, he said while petting the dog's head. Woof, woof, woof. It seemed you were quite satisfied with that name. So from now on, you will be called Black Wind. Black Bean, your brother will be called Black Wind from now on, so you have to protect him. Li Junchuan continued feeding the two dogs. Woof. Black Bean expressed no problem with that. Woof, woof. The little German shepherd also barked twice, seeming very pleased with its new name. After thinking for a moment, Li Junchuan took out a vial of secret serum from his spatial ring and fed it to Black Wind. He felt that the little German shepherd was still young and a bit weak, and using the super serum directly might have adverse effects, especially since he had seen how much noise Price and the others made when they used it. So he thought about using the secret serum first to gradually strengthen Black Wind's body, and when it grew up, he would use the super serum, which should increase its strength several times. With that in mind, he picked up the little German shepherd and began to take its pulse. After a moment, he felt that aside from being a bit weak constitutionally, there were no other issues. So he put down Black Wind, went to the kitchen, poured some hot water, dissolved the blood elixir and jade toad pill, stirred it slightly, and brought it to the yard, pouring the potion into both Black Wind and Black Bean's food bowls. Black Bean was already familiar with his owner's potion and ran over to start drinking when it smelled the aroma. Black Wind also came over, twitching its nose, and began to drink the potion, finding it quite pleasant. Soon, Black Wind finished the potion and, combined with the pearl meatballs it had just eaten, its little belly was round, clearly feeling a bit full, and started to burp. Li Junchuan couldn't help but laugh. What a little glutton. After lunch prepared by the butler, he played with the two dogs for a while. After checking the time, Li Junchuan started driving his Audi RS7 toward the train station. After waiting for about half an hour, Li Junchuan finally met his father at the exit, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The moment he saw his father, he felt a bit of a sting in his nose and his eyes became slightly moist. It had been a year since he last saw his father, and at this moment, his father's hair was slightly graying at the temples and had fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, looking a bit older than the last time they met. Dad, over here, Li Junchuan shouted, and when his father turned around in the bustling crowd and made eye contact with him, with a simple smile on his face, Li Qiankuan walked over to his long-lost youngest son, carrying two bulging burlap bags. He noticed that his son had changed quite a bit over the past year. He had grown taller and had a more upright posture, and his face bore a confidence that was completely different from before. Although he was somewhat puzzled by his son's changes, he didn't dwell on it and quickly made his way through the crowd, exiting the station. Li Junchuan gave his father a tight hug and directly took the two large bags from his father's hands, turning to lead him toward the parking lot. He couldn't remember the last time he had hugged his father. It seemed that he was still small then, and because he was growing, he often had painful legs in the middle of the night, and being so young, he couldn't help but cry out loud, waking the whole family. The next day, his father rode the 28 big bar and took him to the county town for medical treatment. The road conditions at that time were not very good, and it was quite bumpy. Fortunately, his father had secured a cushion in the back seat before they left. Li Junchuan, stretching out his little hands tightly around his father's waist, felt that his father's back was particularly tall at that moment. At that time, there was a river separating the village from the county town, and no bridge had been built over it yet. So, his father got off the bike and let him sit in the back seat while he waded through the icy river water, struggling to push the bicycle across. Because there were many smooth pebbles in the riverbed washed by the water, he almost fell several times. At that time, he didn't understand much, so he just clung tightly to the bike seat to avoid falling into the water, completely oblivious to the fact that it was already late November. In northern China, late November sometimes brings snow or even ice. With his body strengthened, Li Junchuan's mind began to clearly recall those scenes like a slideshow. Was that the last time he hugged his father? Fortunately, the doctor's examination results showed normal growing pains, so they just prescribed a few bottles of calcium tablets. A father's love is silent. If you feel it, then it is no longer a father's love. It is often because a father's love is so understated that you don't notice its depth. Suddenly, such a sentence appeared in Li Junchuan's mind, and he blinked rapidly, suppressing the tears that were about to overflow. Dad, from now on, you won't have to work so hard anymore. Chapter 142, Facing Provocation. Of course, we must strike back hard. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Li Junchuan placed the two burlap bags in the trunk and then opened the car door. Dad, why are you just standing there? Get in the car. You bought this car? Li father asked. Yeah, just bought it recently. What do you think? Good looking, right? Li Junchuan invited his father to the driver's seat. You bought an Audi? Although Li father had never bought a car himself, he still knew about Audi. Even the cheapest ones cost over 6 figures. And this car his son bought didn't seem cheap. Yeah, later I'll let you drive this car, Li Junchuan said, sitting in the driver's seat. Leaning over to help his father fasten his seatbelt, then fastening his own seatbelt and starting the engine to head toward their hometown. I won't drive. You drive yourself. I don't go anywhere every day. Why drive a car? Li father quickly refused. Just feeling the roar of the engine made him realize this car must be expensive. Then look at what car you like, and I'll buy you another one. We still have a Volkswagen at home. Li Junchuan chatted with his father while driving. Li's father nodded, saying, let's talk when we get home. You're driving now, so be careful. After that, Li Junchuan remained silent and drove smoothly back home. When Li's father got out of the car and saw the Volkswagen Tiguan parked at the entrance, he pointed at the car and asked, is this the car you mentioned? Li Junchuan nodded. How about it? We haven't had it for a few months. Li's father nodded. All right, I can drive this car later. Once home. Li's father didn't create much of a stir. He remembered that his father had been working away from home since he was in elementary school. During busy farming seasons, his father would return for a few months, and after finishing the farm work, he would leave again. The family had long since gotten used to it. Li Junchuan personally cooked dinner, having sent his mother out of the kitchen. He showcased his top-notch cooking skills and prepared a large table of dishes. Also making a pot of chicken soup, which he naturally spiced up with various medicinal ingredients like blood-returning pills and Yuchan pills. After dinner, Li Junchuan called his father into his room. Dad, come here and stretch out your hand. Let me check your health. Li Junchuan pulled his father to sit down and started to take his pulse. After a moment, he frowned, took his father's other hand, and carefully felt the pulse on his wrist. There's no major issue, but there are signs of wear and tear in multiple areas of your body. And your lungs have some problems, likely due to excessive dust inhalation, Li Junchuan said. Wait a moment, I'll get something. Li Junchuan stood up, went to the kitchen, poured a bowl of hot water, and added the blood-returning pills, Qiankuan pills, to relieve bodily abnormalities, and Lingxing pills, to activate organ activity. After thinking for a moment, he added a vial of secret serum. After mixing it well, he took out acupuncture tools from his spatial ring and returned to the room. Dad, drink this medicine first. I'll give you a massage. Li Junchuan handed over the medicine. After his father drank it in one go, he had him lie on the bed and began to massage various parts of his father's body. Initially, his father let out occasional cries of pain, but gradually, as the muscles relaxed, the discomfort in the worn-out areas eased significantly, and he began to feel a bit drowsy. All right, Dad, take off your clothes. I'll give you acupuncture now. Li Junchuan started preparing iodine and needles. Seeing that his father had already removed his outer clothing, he dipped a cotton swab in iodine for disinfection in one hand and held the needle in the other, quickly and accurately inserting it into various acupuncture points. Soon, after finishing the acupuncture, Li Junchuan closed the doors and windows and sat down on the nearby sofa to scroll through short videos. Perhaps the big data understood some of his habits. The first video that popped up was about heavy rain in Guangdong province and drought in Yunnan province, with both regions' disaster situations having eased. Previous continuous rainfall in several other drought-affected areas had also resolved local farming issues. Seeing his results, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. But the next video he scrolled to dampen his mood. The video discussed a certain country expressing strong dissatisfaction with Huawei's foreign trade, even arrogantly claiming it might take some form of retaliation. Li Junchuan scoffed. They really can't tell the difference between big and small kings. It's simply turning things upside down. Such trivial matters probably didn't require his intervention. The country would respond in various ways. However, after browsing several official media accounts, he found no substantial actions domestically. Scratching his head in confusion, could it all be happening behind the scenes? Thinking of this, he asked Yao Guang to gather some information, wanting to see if any behind-the-scenes actions had occurred. However, Yao Guang reported back that no special movements had been detected so far. With that in mind, Li Junchuan decided to take matters into his own hands. This little country dared to provoke him, which simply couldn't be tolerated. He resolved to finish his father's therapy before taking action to teach the small country a lesson. After checking the time, Li Junchuan removed the needles and had his father lie flat again for another round of acupuncture, this time focusing on some points along the lung meridian. Quickly, Li Junchuan skillfully finished the acupuncture and, in the process, quickly applied a few more needles. Dad, bear with it. I'm just going to let out a little blood. It might hurt a bit. Li's father rolled his eyes. Those few pricks won't hurt much. Just do it. Li Junchuan nodded and gently squeezed a few drops of blood from the Shaoshang point where he had just pricked. When he first saw his father at the train station, he noticed something was off with his father's voice. After taking his pulse earlier, he also discovered the lung issues were beginning to affect his throat. Thus, he paid special attention to detoxifying, ensuring that by the time his father woke up the next morning, he should feel better. Indeed, after about 15 minutes, once Li Junchuan had finished the acupuncture, Li's father stood up and felt around. Already noticing, he felt much lighter. The discomfort in his shoulders, neck, and lower back that had been bothering him for days had vanished, and the dry cough in his throat felt refreshingly cool, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. Your skills are quite good. I feel much better now. Li's father praised. Hee, as long as you feel comfortable. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. You should feel even more relaxed after a good night's sleep. Li Junchuan scratched his head. By the way, the construction team I hired should be coming tomorrow morning. You'll need to keep an eye on them. You don't need to worry about that. I'll take care of it. Li's father nodded and returned to his room to sleep. Watching his father leave, Li Junchuan took his change of clothes to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing, he returned to his room and sat on the sofa, contemplating how to retaliate. Should he continue using weather weapons? Or deploy space-based weapons from the moon? Or send in Team 141? For a moment, Li Junchuan felt indecisive. Without a doubt, weather weapons were the most effective, but he had already used them several times recently, and it was becoming a bit boring. Space-based weapons were indeed useful, but they might create a lot of noise. As for Team 141, if he had his own teleportation portal to assist them, completing the mission would be a breeze. But without his help, casualties were unavoidable. Although they were all manifestations from the Call of Duty series, they were now living, breathing people. And he couldn't bear to sacrifice even one. As he pondered, Li Junchuan suddenly slapped his forehead. Realizing how foolish he had been, starting a war didn't necessarily require people to be on site. That's right, he remembered his far superior network technology with Yao Guang. Yao Guang, get to work. Li Junchuan called out. Sir, I'm here. Who are we going after? Yao Guang replied. Hearing Yao Guang's tone, Li Junchuan couldn't help but think of the meme of flies rubbing their hands together. However, he quickly refocused and shared his plan with Yao Guang, who accepted the command and went to work. Li Junchuan then sat down in front of the computer, opened it, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. As lines of code appeared on the computer screen, Chapter 143, Electronic Warfare this time, in collaboration with Yao Guang. He silently infiltrated all missile attack and defense systems in his own country and neighboring nations. After quietly shutting down the domestic missile defense systems, he directly controlled all missile launch systems to simultaneously launch attacks on various military bases. At that moment, all their electronic detection systems, radars, and the like were under the control of Li Junchuan and Yao Guang. Thus, they became blind, while the various missiles flying in from neighboring countries left visible trails. Their air defense missile systems couldn't be activated, forcing them to flee. Of course, all electronically guided weapons became ineffective. Who would stay behind to wait for death? Just as their soldiers were fleeing, calamity struck. All the missiles from their domestic military bases launched simultaneously, targeting their other military bases. In an instant, it was as if it were the end of the world. The ordinary citizens of the country initially did not react, thinking it was a sudden meteor shower. And many took out their phones to take pictures, with some even starting live broadcasts on various social media platforms. As some netizens who had just entered the live stream began to marvel at the beauty and spectacle of the meteor shower, a few knowledgeable viewers started flooding the chat. Host, run. That's not a meteor shower. That's a missile. Run. The little military fans laughed. What missiles? So many? Don't joke around, said a netizen named Davis. Host, run. There's no time to explain, just run. The little military fans continued to flood the chat. The host, who was live streaming, turned to look at what appeared to be a meteor shower getting closer and finally let out a scream, running away at the fastest speed of his life. Then, it was all too late. The missiles launched seemed to be white phosphorus bombs provided by the country, which are deadly upon contact and are referred to as death rain or hellfire. The burning temperature of white phosphorus can reach 1,000 degrees, and once ignited, it burns relentlessly. Coupled with its adhesive properties, it burns through flesh and continues to scorch bones until there is no combustible material left. White phosphorus bombs, which are banned by the United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of Certain Weapons, were used in a manner that could be described as inhumane. However, What the military leaders did not expect was that none of the white phosphorus bombs launched at the enemy. Instead, they all detonated within their own military bases, causing devastating damage. For a country with no depth, this mass and varied missile strike was catastrophic. The thunderous sounds continued, and various military buildings were leveled to the ground amidst the chaos, with debris flying everywhere, leaving fleeing soldiers in disarray. The white phosphorus bombs further incinerated the soldiers they touched, leaving no remains. Once all the missiles from neighboring countries exploded, the military bases were left with deep craters, smoke billowing everywhere, and the cries of survivors amidst the ruined walls, creating an apocalyptic scene. The once picturesque landscape had transformed into a hell on earth, and the once bustling streets were now eerily silent. The entire country's military bases seemed to have been muted in an instant. The host who was just there had vanished, and a phone that flew away got stuck in a high place, capturing the scene faithfully. In an instant, all comments and bullet screens in the live stream disappeared. They watched this shocking scene through the camera. Just as they regained their composure to comment, a piece of flying debris pierced through the phone. On the other side of the internet, many netizens felt as if time had slowed down, watching a piece of stone fly toward the camera, followed by a loud bang as the screen went dark. In an instant, many netizens were so frightened that they threw their phones away, and those watching on computers smashed their screens in fear. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan also saw these scenes through satellite images transmitted by the light wave. Am I doing the right thing? This thought crossed his mind, but was quickly suppressed. No, I'm not wrong. It's my country, and I can say whatever I want. It's not up to you little nobodies to criticize, Li Junchuan thought, closing his computer. As for the traces of the invasion, with the light wave present, he did not need to worry. They had been completely erased. On the other side, after regaining control of the remote missile systems, military leaders from various countries looked at each other in confusion. Their military base's satellite radar had always been operational. They just weren't under their control. So they knew the whereabouts of their various missiles and understood the current situation. What should we do next? The military leaders were at a loss. They had been fearful before, as there was a superpower supporting the enemy, while they could only rely on a few small allied nations for support. Since their countries were relatively small and economically not prosperous, they couldn't afford to produce large-scale weapons of mass destruction, meaning most of their weapons were imported. They would never have imagined that the attack on the military bases was triggered by a netizen unhappy with disrespect towards their country. Sometimes, trouble really does come from one's mouth. One never knows when a wrong word could lead to severe consequences. The blow that the country suffered quickly spread around the world, and the cause and effect of the incident were soon uncovered. What the heck? The missile launch systems of these countries were all hacked, and that's how this happened. A netizen commented, I want to know which god did this. Another netizen said, I seriously suspect it was a certain superpower from the East that intervened. After all, who made those people so mouthy? Another netizen added. Opinions were divided. Meanwhile, Song Jiang, who had just returned to Yang City from the capital of Yuchuan Mountain, thought of something, and his previously furrowed brows relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone to make a call but put it down again, thinking, I'll pretend not to know. This little guy has quite the style reminiscent of my younger days. Xiao Gang, Song Jiang called out. Moments later, hearing the commotion, Song Gang came over. What's up, Dad? What do you need? I asked you to notify Xiao Chuan to come for a visit. Did you tell him? Song Jiang inquired. I've already told him. He said he would come over after finishing his work in the next couple of days. Song Gang replied, being very respectful in front of his father. All right, then you have nothing else to do. Go to your own thing, and don't be a nuisance here. Song Jiang waved his hand to dismiss his son. As Song Gang walked out, he secretly thought, this isn't your summon, otherwise. Why would I come to your room for no reason? However, he was quite surprised that his father did not make a move this time. Usually, when his father called him, it was never for anything good, and he often got beaten up for stepping into the house with his left foot first. This time, he didn't make a move. Scratching his head, he quickly left his father's study and went back to his room to sleep. Chapter 144, Manifesting Derengia. After finishing his wash, Li Junchuan did not pay much attention to the ongoing situation, nor did he care about the various reactions domestically and internationally. He believed that someone capable of becoming a leader of a nation would make the best choices in such circumstances. However, feeling wide awake, he opened Honor of Kings again to enjoy ranked matches. This time, he was in the 5th floor, and when it was his turn to pick a hero, only the marksman position was still available. Seeing that the opponent had a Li Yuan Fong, he decisively locked in Derengia, choosing the magician skin gifted at noble level 6. He had always felt that this skin had a decent feel and effects. The game ended quickly. After securing first blood at the start, he had his support, Xiao Ming, roam around, leading to a surrender by the opposing team in just 6 minutes. Looking at the final score of over 15, Li Junchuan smirked. Just a bunch of little karamis. Just as he was about to start the next ranked match, he suddenly thought that he seemed to be able to manifest D. Renji's skills. The idea of using hidden weapons was simply too cool, and carrying a deck of cards was quite reasonable. Who would have thought that this deck of cards could become a weapon that could injure or even kill? Thinking of this, he opened the skill introduction for D. Renjia. Passive Swift. Normal attacks increase attack speed by 6 and movement speed by 5. First skill. 6 orders to pursue. Throws out 6 tokens that deal damage to targets hit while having a chance to slow them down. Second skill. Escape. Clears negative effects and shoots out 8 tokens around him, with damage and effects similar to the first skill. Ultimate skill. Dynasty Secret Order. Throws tokens in a specified direction, dealing damage while stunning the target and reducing their dual defenses by 50. Then gaining vision of the hit target and increasing allies' movement speed towards the target by 10. After manifestation, the 3 skills combine into one, with the specific effect being that you are now the world's greatest master of hidden weapons, capable of controlling multiple hidden weapons simultaneously. When releasing the hidden weapons, movement speed and attack speed can gradually increase. Hitting targets with hidden weapons can cause stun and slow effects, and it has a built-in super armor-piercing effect. Looks pretty good. Should I give it a try? Li Junchuan suddenly felt like he had a lot of new ideas in his head and couldn't wait to try it out. Fortunately, there were playing cards in his room, which he had casually bought while drinking with his childhood friend during the new year. He picked up a box of playing cards from the table, drew one out to test the feel, and then began to look for a target. Finding nothing in the room, he walked out of the bedroom and went up to the rooftop via the stairs. Under the shed on the rooftop, there were plenty of logs his father had chopped for winter heating, which were now perfect for practice. He found a log about the thickness of his arm, placed it a bit farther away, and with his index and middle fingers pinching a red heart card, he flicked his wrist, sending the playing card slicing through the air towards the log. Under his extremely abnormal dynamic vision, he saw the flying card slice through the log as easily as a chef's knife cuts through tofu, cleanly severing it with a charred edge. He walked over to retrieve the card and picked up the broken log to examine it. The high-speed rotating card seemed like it was about to spark. Well, this is a bit outrageous. If this hit someone's throat, Li Junchuan quickly dismissed the thought and laid out all the thicker logs piled on the rooftop. He then removed the card box, holding cards in one hand and throwing them with the other, quickly sending one card after another flying. In Li Junchuan's eyes, time around him seemed to slow down. He could clearly see every pattern on the cards flying out and the angle at which they cut through the logs. If there were a high-speed camera recording this at the moment and it was posted online, people would definitely think it was a movie, no special effects needed. Just explosively cool. For the next while, Li Junchuan excitedly retrieved the cards, cutting all the logs into evenly sized, consistent lengths before stopping. This way, he wouldn't need to chop firewood in winter. He could just toss them into the stove to burn. Looking at his masterpiece, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction, neatly arranging the cut logs before heading down from the rooftop. Back in his room, he started thinking about how he needed to carry more cards with him in the future. However, seeing the King of Glory interface still open on his phone, he thought of a female hero, Akali. He opened Akali's skill introduction, Passive Death Kiss. Attacking from behind an enemy guarantees a critical hit. First skill. Akali swings her dual blades in a specified direction, delivering 2 attacks. Second skill. Shunhua quickly moves in a specified direction and attacks low-health targets while increasing attack speed. Third skill. Phantom Dance. After a brief preparation, enter stealth, recovering health and increasing movement speed while attacking will break stealth and increase attack power. Refreshing the skill upon defeating an enemy. Without much hesitation, Li Junchuan clicked to manifest. The effect after manifestation simply allows him to actively enter stealth, automatically covering his body with a layer of high-tech nano armor when he wishes to do so. After entering stealth, he can attack enemies, dealing double damage when attacking from behind. At the same time, movement speed and attack speed are doubled. Note, this nano armor is undetectable by thermal imaging and has built-in super shock absorption to silence any of your actions. Made from vibranium and URU metal, Li Junchuan was dumbfounded. At first, he just wanted to manifest a truly stealthy skill, but unexpectedly, although it wasn't a literal skill, this nano armor was even more outrageous. Li Junchuan carefully read the description of the armor and found that wearing it would make his body as flexible as Catwoman's, allowing him to land safely from high falls and move steadily on any building at any angle using the fine nanobarbs on the armor. Is this a fusion of functions from Spider-Man's suit, Mark's armor, and Thor's armor? The corner of Li Junchuan's mouth twitched. Wow, this is awesome. Stealth. Li Junchuan silently recited in his heart, and then his body quickly covered with a layer of ultra-thin nano armor, making him feel, well, indescribable. Because this armor, how to say, was a bit like that thing from Ultraman, feeling a bit like a bodysuit, outlining his body contours and curves very distinctly. Especially the large bulge in the crotch area, which looked a bit too embarrassing. Isn't this supposed to be stealth armor? Li Junchuan thought to himself as he walked to the table, picked up the phone sitting there, and opened the front camera to aim at himself. Sure enough, this function is quite powerful. He couldn't see himself at all in the camera. Li Junchuan held the phone, aimed the front camera at himself, and took several photos from various angles, only to find, as he had guessed, that the camera captured only the room's decor. His own figure was completely invisible in the lens. He stomped his foot on the floor a few times, and with his keen hearing, he didn't hear any sound. It was indeed black technology. Moreover, this thing could evade all detection devices on Earth, making it the perfect tool for killing and arson. With his new toy, Li Junchuan directly stepped out of his room wearing the nano armor. Using the fine barbs on the armor, he moved along the courtyard wall as if walking on flat ground, and then lightly jumped down, floating to the ground like a feather. After leaving his home, he completely let go, wandering around the village, cough, and even saw quite a few inappropriate scenes, returning home only after more than an hour. Just as he was about to deactivate the stealth mode, he discovered that the elbow area of the armor had two slightly longer spikes that could also be detached and turned into weapons. He detached the two spikes, held them in his hand, and swung them a couple of times, watching his own movements, which were a bit eye-watering. Fortunately, only he could see this. Phew. Li Junchuan let out a breath, deactivated the armor, and then went to bed to sleep. Chapter 145. Touching the skin of 20 with my own hands the next morning. After finishing breakfast, the construction team he had contacted earlier arrived. The house he was living in was also to be torn down and rebuilt. So he told his parents that he was going to the capital to see his girlfriend. His parents and grandmother naturally had no objections. So after handing over the renovation work to his father, Li Junchuan drove back to his home in Luoyang. He wanted to fly back to the capital to see Li Yun, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and then fly back to Yongqing for a long-awaited date with the fighter jet and the aircraft carrier. After explaining the situation to the designer Song Qian over the phone, Li Junchuan took Haidu and Haifeng, sitting in the Bentley Bentayga driven by butler Li Shi, heading towards the North Suburban Airport. After quickly passing through security, Li Junchuan boarded a private plane with his two dogs, flying towards the Capital International Airport. During the flight, there was naturally a series of services including face washing, massage, and foot therapy, followed by a fun 5-man team game. And soon the plane landed at the Capital International Airport. After getting off the plane, butler Li Lu was already waiting outside with the driver. With the two dogs, they got into the red flag car that the butler opened, and the group set off towards home along the northern shore of Hohai. The traffic was relatively smooth. It was just around noon, and butler Li Lu had arranged a lavish lunch in advance, even having the chef roast 2 ducks. After the meal, Li Junchuan indulged with the 2 dogs, eating with grease dripping from his mouth, treating it as a post-meal snack. He didn't tell Li Yun that he had already arrived in the capital, planning to give her a surprise in the evening. At this moment, he realized that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he hadn't prepared any gifts. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan started to have a headache over what gift would be appropriate. Clothes and daily necessities could be sent directly to the door by the butler. How about a bag? Isn't it said that bags can cure all ailments? After thinking it over, Li Junchuan abandoned this idea, as Li Yun wasn't very interested in luxury bags. Should he send a car instead? Then prepare a feast, and in the evening, present himself as a gift to her. Hee. As he thought about this, a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. After making up his mind, Li Junchuan began to consider what car to send. Now that Li Yun had undergone a period of serum enhancement, she could drive most cars, even some of his high-powered vehicles. This made the options quite abundant, but girls generally prefer something good-looking. In the end, Li Junchuan selected 2 models from his game garage, a Porsche 911 and an Aston Martin. Having a bit of choice anxiety, he decided to just materialize both cars. The version of Aston Martin he chose to materialize was the Aston Martin 12, a 2-door convertible sports car. This car is equipped with a 5.2L twin-turbocharged engine, with a maximum power of 700 horsepower and a maximum torque of 753 Newton-meters, matched with an 8-speed transmission and a rear-wheel drive module with a limited slip differential. For Li Yun now, the power was sufficient, and he chose the color red. As for the Porsche 911, he chose a deep blue color. This car is equipped with a twin-turbo 3.0L 6-cylinder engine, producing 444 horsepower at 6,500 RPM and a torque of 391 lb-ft between 2,300 and 5,000 RPM. Li Junchuan didn't continue to tune the car's performance. It was suitable for daily commuting, and he didn't want Li Yun to drive fast unless he was in the driver's seat. The folding soft top of this 911 convertible was designed anew. When the car is traveling at 50 miles per hour, the roof can complete its folding in 120 seconds, making it the fastest folding speed for a 911 convertible. The roof design includes an integrated glass rear window and technology to prevent it from ballooning at high speeds. Additionally, it is equipped with an electric retractable windscreen that can be used when the roof is down. This is very friendly for girls, however. If Li Junchuan were to drive it himself, it would feel a bit awkward, as his height and build would make him feel like he was sitting in a kiddie ride. After clicking to materialize, Li Junchuan quickly received a call from logistics. Went out to sign the paperwork, and the two cars were parked in the garage. He even covered the cars with car covers. After thinking for a moment, he also turned off the controller for the garage's electric door, so that when Li Yun parked her car in the garage, she wouldn't see the two cars and lose the surprise. Next, Li Junchuan materialized a large number of roses from the game, decorating the entire room, with the floor covered in thick rose petals. Then, he went to the kitchen, chased the chef out, and personally prepared dinner. The chef was naturally happy about this. After all, his salary wouldn't decrease, and working here was incredibly easy, being busy for only a few days each month, which could be considered a well-paid job with little work close to home. When Li Yun returned home after a busy day and was about to park her car in the garage, she discovered that the automatic door did not rise as usual. So she temporarily parked the car at the entrance. Maybe the electric door was malfunctioning. Thinking this, she didn't think much of it, grabbed her bag, locked the car, and walked into the house. She bumped into butler Li Lu. "Miss, you're back. Dinner is ready. Shall we start eating?" Li Lu asked. "Okay, I'll wash my hands." Li Yu nodded, handing her bag to the butler, and walked towards the restroom. After a quick wash, she headed straight to the dining room. Did the butler forget to turn on the lights? Li Yun reached out to press the switch behind the door, but the dining room lights did not turn on. After pressing several times and still finding no light, she was about to go out to look for the butler when suddenly, candlelight lit up on the dining table. Under the flickering candlelight, Li Yun saw the silhouette of a person sitting at the table, her long-lost boyfriend, and hurriedly rushed over. "Xiao Chuan, when did you come back?" Li Yun asked, kissing her boyfriend on the cheek. "I just arrived at noon. Come, let's eat." Li Junchuan lifted Li Yun and let her sit on his lap. And amidst the romantic atmosphere, they fed each other affectionately. After dinner, Li Junchuan took Li Yun to the garage, pressed the light switch, and pointed to the two covered cars, saying, "Go take a look, it's a gift for you." Since the car covers were unmarked, Li Yun didn't know what cars they were, so she walked over and lifted the black covers off both cars. Suddenly, one blue and one red sports car appeared before her, their glossy paint shining under the lights. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, she recognized the Porsche. And she was also familiar with Aston Martin, having watched 007 quite a lot in the past. After taking the car keys handed to her by Li Junchuan, Li Yun gave her boyfriend a big hug and whispered 2 words in his ear. Immediately, Li Junchuan's eyes lit up, and he picked up Li Yun horizontally and hurried into the bedroom, closing the door behind him, directly tearing away the obstructive items and having a passionate night on the bed covered with more than a meter of rose petals. It wasn't until dawn that Li Junchuan finally released Li Yun and then told her about his trip back to Yongqing in the next couple of days. Li Yun waved her hand, indicating for him to do whatever he wanted. She felt that her physical condition had improved several levels recently, but she still couldn't withstand her boyfriend's enthusiastic efforts. At this moment, all she wanted was to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, the energetic Li Junchuan had the butler take him to the airport and quickly return to the military district in Yongqing, where under Song Jiang's guidance, he arrived at a certain Air Force unit stationed in Guangxi. Here, Li Junchuan also touched the 20 for the first time, and at that moment, a surge of ambition rose in his heart, wishing he could immediately fly it to the 38th parallel. Chapter 146, Various Adaptation Training Before the Sky. How about it? Xiao Chuan, do you want to personally experience it? Song Jiang asked with a smile. While an elderly man with the same military rank as him looked at Li Junchuan with curiosity, he had heard about this person multiple times and had carefully reviewed Li Junchuan's profile, but this was the first time he saw him in person. When he heard that an old friend was bringing a young person to visit him, he was initially a bit reluctant. However, upon learning that it was Li Junchuan coming, he immediately agreed, knowing that his old friend had arrived at his territory. He quickly came over to see if the young man praised by his old friend was just a name without substance. Xiao Chuan, let me introduce you. This is the leader of our Air Force in the Southern Theater. You can call him Uncle Ding. Song Jiang pulled Li Junchuan over to introduce the elderly man in the blue military uniform. Hello, Xiao Chuan. I've heard a lot about you from old Song. My name is Ding Peng, and you can just call me Uncle Ding. How about that? Ding Peng greeted Li Junchuan and pointed to the 20 fighter jets beside him. Hello, Uncle Ding. I really like it, Li Junchuan said, saluting Ding Peng. Ding Peng returned the salute and said, no need to be so formal. How about we take you up for a spin today? Joking aside, Ding Peng, who had learned about Li Junchuan's achievements, had been envious of Song Jiang for a long time. Now that he had a rare opportunity, he wanted to see if he could keep Li Junchuan in the Air Force. With so many types of aircraft, bombers, fighter jets, early warning aircraft, electronic warfare planes, tankers, transport planes, and trainers, he didn't believe he couldn't pique Li Junchuan's interest. What fun could there be in the army? Sure. What I need to prepare? Li Junchuan asked eagerly, his eyes lighting up. I know about your physical fitness. But being in the air is different from being on the ground. We still need to do some training tests. Let's go. I'll take you for a test first. Ding Peng said, leading the two to the place where physical training and testing were usually conducted at the base. The results of the test left the leaders at the base dumbfounded, although they had mentally prepared themselves. Seeing Li Junchuan's extraordinary physical data in person made Ding Peng unable to help but curse inwardly. Damn, with this physical fitness. Why didn't he come to apply for the Air Force? He would definitely have been admitted without question. It's such a waste to have him in the army. He shot a glare at the smiling Song Jiang, suspecting that the old guy was just here to show off. Xiao Chuan, from now on, you'll follow the instructor who is going to take you for a training session, Ding Peng said. Okay, let's start now. Li Junchuan rubbed his hands, looking at a man around 40 or 50 years old standing beside Ding Peng. This must be the instructor accompanying him this time. Let me introduce you. This is Meng Fei, a top-level pilot from our Southern Theater Command. He'll be your instructor this time. Ding Peng introduced the middle-aged man to Li Junchuan. After the two saluted each other, Meng Fei didn't waste time and began a series of training sessions with Li Junchuan, knowing his physical fitness was extraordinary. The first training session focused on building courage, including but not limited to high-altitude jumps and walking a tightrope at 10 meters high. After watching Meng Fei's demonstration, Li Junchuan began to mimic Meng Fei's movements, executing them cleanly and efficiently, completing them in one go, and looking as if he was just playing around. Ding Peng glanced at Song Jiang, who shook his head. I can confirm he hasn't done this before, but don't forget about his terrifying combat skills. He's proficient in many martial arts, so his performance here is not surprising at all. Ding Peng nodded, and then had Meng Fei take Li Junchuan through anti-Jin-induced training. This training mainly involved performing tricks on a swing, which had appeared in many TV dramas before. Spin forward for 10 circles, then spin backward for 10 circles, and then spin forward for another 10 circles. After completing 30 circles, walk in a straight line. Watching Meng Fei complete the task effortlessly, Li Junchuan rubbed his hands. He had seen many new recruits on TV getting sick while spinning, and the images were quite amusing. However, he was confident that he wouldn't be like that. He had absolute confidence in his physical fitness. The results were impressive, no matter how he spun, whether on the swing or the rotating wheel. It had no effect on him. He spun freely, and after finishing, he remained expressionless, without even breaking a sweat. Ding Peng's eyes lit up even more at this performance. Next came psychological training, and the results naturally met all standards, which the crowd had long since become numb to. After a series of training sessions, everyone took Li Junchuan to a special training chamber. This chamber housed a high-performance manned centrifuge, the only one in China capable of realistically simulating various maneuvers of high-performance fighter jets on the ground, allowing pilots to experience the high maneuverability and high overload of advanced aircraft. It is an essential piece of equipment for the selection, training, and protective research of fighter pilots. High-G training on the centrifuge is an effective method to improve a pilot's tolerance for high-G environments and positive overload. As before, Ming Fei entered the centrifuge first to undergo high-G anti-overload training. Afterward, he provided Li Junchuan with detailed instructions on precautions during the anti-overload training and some anti-G movements. After hearing Li Junchuan accurately repeat everything, Meng Fei breathed a sigh of relief and then began to quiz Li Junchuan. Seeing that Li Junchuan answered all the questions fluently, he nodded, indicating they could start high-G training. What happened next surprised the leaders in the monitoring room. Li Junchuan remained completely unfazed inside the centrifuge, with no change in expression, from 1G, his own body weight, up to 9G. The red button beside him wasn't even touched. Other pilots began taking various actions to ensure their brain's oxygen supply when reaching 9G, but Li Junchuan remained expressionless. Just like at the beginning. Seeing this, the personnel controlling the centrifuge turned their gaze toward Dingping, the top leader present, clearly asking whether to increase the G-force. Dingpeng nodded. Closely monitor his physical data changes. Stop immediately if anything seems off. The staff nodded and began to increase the G-force while closely monitoring Li Junchuan's physical data. However, even when it reached 10G, there was still no change in Li Junchuan's data. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. After the staff noticed that Li Junchuan's physical data showed no change, they obtained Dingpeng's consent to increase it to 11G. The results still showed no changes. Then to 12G, 13G, 14G, and finally up to 15G, Li Junchuan remained expressionless for a long time. At this moment, Dingpeng looked intently at Song Jiang. Old Song, how about you let me have this guy? He is simply a born pilot. Whatever requirements you have, just say it. Song Jiang rolled his eyes. He knew Li Junchuan was a monster. The idea of him staying in the Air Force was purely based on a boy's special affection for fighter jets. He knew that Li Junchuan lacked nothing and wouldn't come here to suffer for no reason. At most, he would fly all the Air Force's planes, have some fun, and then go back to whatever he was doing. Instead of trying to keep him in the Air Force, it might be better to let him have some freedom outside. Who knows when he might come up with some advanced technology like a cold fusion device that could be of greater help to the country. So he shared his thoughts with Dingping, who sighed but still wanted to give it a try. However, he had also given up on the idea of keeping Li Junchuan permanently in the Air Force. You like planes, right? That's not a problem. Even if you don't stay in the end, it's nice to make a good connection. I know my old friend is about to make a move. And the reason is naturally related to Li Junchuan. Li Junchuan stepped out of the centrifuge. Ming Fei approached him and asked with concern, "How are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" Li Junchuan scratched his head. Is it over? I didn't feel anything at all. That expression made Meng Fei's mouth twitch. If he were a soldier, he would have kicked him a couple of times. Now it was lunchtime. Come on, Stouchuan. Let me take you to try our Air Force's food. If everything goes well in the afternoon, I'll have Xiaoming take you up for a formal flight. Dingpeng said, leading everyone toward the cafeteria. Li Junchuan was a bit distracted during lunch, thinking about the afternoon's events, but he still ate a lot. Fathers, please like, bookmark, and donate. It's the weekend, so 5-star reviews are requested. Chapter 147, sitting in the fire control position of the 20. So, how's the food here? Not bad, right? Dingpeng asked. Li Junchuan nodded. Indeed, it's really good, with a variety of options, rich in nutrients, and the taste is quite nice. At this point, Li Junchuan suddenly thought of something and turned to Song Jiang, saying, Uncle Song, I remember the thing I gave you last time has already been mass-produced, right? Why haven't we replaced it on our planes yet? Song Jiang shot him a glance. What do you know? That thing definitely has to be installed on the latest generation of models. Li Junchuan realized, after all, our country likes to keep a few tricks up its sleeve. Who knows how many generations of fighter jets have been secretly developed by now? Dingping, who was listening to their conversation, also nodded. He had pilots involved in test flights below, and the power was impressive, directly pulling the current fighter jet up by a large margin. Ming Fei had Li Junchuan change into a full set of G-suits and various equipment before following everyone to the hangar. A group of people arrived at the hangar. Watching Ming Fei detail the various systems of the entire 20 model to Li Junchuan, including the control buttons and various situations that might be encountered during takeoff, flight, and landing. Li Junchuan was naturally listening very attentively, as he was very eager to personally experience flying, rather than just sitting in the back this time. Even though he had various fire control systems at hand, he could only watch and not operate. After a series of checks and preparations, the fighter jet rolled out of the hangar, and Li Junchuan climbed up to the cockpit with Ming Fei along the ladder. Next, after securing the communication equipment, helmet, And connecting the oxygen supply device, Meng Fei began checking the engine status and then checking various instruments. He then checked the control surfaces, horizontal tail, vertical tail, main wings, and so on. Ground crew personnel began their work, closing the hatch and the weapon bay, and then checking the landing gear, removing the wheel chocks and optical pods. Under the guidance of the ground crew, the plane began to taxi onto the runway. Then, woohoo, takeoff. This was a completely different feeling from sitting on a commercial airliner. And it was also very different from driving a sports car. Watching the ground get farther away, Li Junquan's mood began to broaden. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to pull Meng Fei, who was in the pilot's seat, over and take the controls himself. Seeing Meng Fei performing various operations, Li Junquan's heart also began to itch. However, he could only think about it for now. He decided to go home tonight and work on his flying skills. Then practice on a trainer first. Xiao Chuan, how do you feel? Meng Fei asked. Awesome. Li Junquan replied. Do you feel any discomfort? Meng Fei asked with some concern. No discomfort at all, Meng Ge. Can you do the cobra maneuver or the falling leaf maneuver? Li Junquan asked curiously. Are you insulting me? Do you understand the value of a top-level pilot? Meng Fei said. Just wait, I'll let you experience it. If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately. Meng Fei smiled. Meng Fei, don't mess around. Ding Ping's voice came through the communicator. Don't worry, leader, we'll start with the basics. If Xiao Chuan feels uncomfortable, I'll stop right away. Meng Fei replied. Meng Fei then began to perform lateral rolls, direction changes, pitch rotations. And after completing these basic maneuvers, he asked, Xiao Chuan, how do you feel? Li Junquan shook his head. No feeling at all. Can we do something more exciting? Meng Fei felt a bit envious of Li Junquan's physical and psychological quality and then began to maneuver the 20 in high-altitude spirals, followed by diving, rolling, and climbing. After confirming that Li Junquan showed no signs of discomfort, he began steep climbs and turns, followed by steep spirals, then half-roll reversals, and even performed a somersault. Seeing that Li Junquan's condition remained unchanged, he continued with half-roll spirals and diagonal somersaults. After all these maneuvers, anyone else would have probably reached their limit, as this was under high-speed flight at high altitudes. The pressure on the body during these maneuvers was immense, easily leading to blackouts, graying out, red outs, or even fainting and bleeding from the pores. However, Li Junquan remained expressionless, and even seemed to be getting more and more excited, starting to hum a tune. You brat, I'm here working hard to fly you, and you're just enjoying yourself in the back. Meng Fei's eye twitched. Get ready for the next maneuver. I'm going to perform some super maneuvers. Li Junquan nodded. I'm ready, you can start anytime. Meng Fei then demonstrated the Pugachev's Cobra maneuver, followed by the falling leaf maneuver, then continuous rolls, a 90-degree vertical climb, and then a sharp turn at a high angle. Dingping and Songjiang, watching from the ground through satellite monitoring, were happy but couldn't help but complain. This kid Meng Fei treats his wife like this. I hope he doesn't wear him out. Meanwhile, Meng Fei, with Li Junquan in the 20, repeated all the maneuvers and super maneuvers he knew several times. He was starting to feel overwhelmed. But Li Junquan in the back seat still looked excited, as if riding a roller coaster. Meng Fei, we can return now. Ding Peng's voice came through the communication device. After receiving the command, Meng Fei began to fly the 20 back, and soon successfully landed. After removing his helmet and climbing out of the plane, Meng Fei let out a deep breath. At his age, doing maneuvers for over an hour was a bit taxing. But seeing Li Junquan, who jumped down from the plane after removing his helmet, made him shake his head and smile. In the end, I can't compete with you young people. Meng Fei looked at Li Junquan, whose complexion was still the same as when he boarded the plane, and gave him a light punch. Li Junquan stood still, raised his hand to salute Meng Fei, and Meng Fei returned the gesture. Thank you, Meng Ge. I feel like I wasted the first half of my life. After 30 years, it's the first time I've experienced the joy of soaring through the sky. Li Junquan said. Meng Fei smiled. You brat, with your capabilities, if you wanted to come over here, the leaders would welcome you with open arms. Li Junquan shook his head. I'm used to being free and easy. I'm afraid I can't handle the constraints. At this moment, Ding Peng and others walked over and heard their conversation. After exchanging glances with Song Jiang, Ding Peng said to Li Junquan, Xiao Chuan, we're all soldiers of the People's Liberation Army. No need to be so formal. Come, let us add each other on WeChat and exchange phone numbers. Whenever you want to come over, just contact me directly. Xiaoming, you take good care of Xiao Chuan and let him experience all the vehicles we have now. Meng Fei nodded. Yes, leader. Ding Ping nodded. Your main task during this period is to teach Xiaochuan how to fly various planes as quickly as possible. After Meng Fei agreed with a nod, he thought to himself, I don't believe I can't keep you here. Little did he know that Li Junchuan had an advantage and could take out even more advanced fighter jets or even spaceships at any time. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan noticed that Meng Fei seemed a bit off, pretending to pull Meng Fei aside to ask a question, while his fingers quietly began to probe his pulse at Meng Fei's wrist. After a moment, his brow relaxed slightly, thinking, fortunately, it's just some fatigue. But there are still minor issues with his body that need to be adjusted. With that in mind, Li Junchuan began to think about how to persuade Meng Fei to give him a chance to help him adjust his body. A fighter pilot of his caliber was a rare gem in the entire military, nurtured with great effort by the country. They would rather lose a plane than lose a pilot, and that was no joke. As he thought about it, Li Junchuan suddenly had an idea. Now there was a perfect opportunity. Chapter 148, First Flight of the Twin-Engine Single-Seat 20. Next, he would follow Meng Fei to learn how to fly various planes, and then take the chance to help him with his treatment. With this thought, Li Junchuan felt relieved. In the following time, Ding Ping arranged for Li Junchuan to temporarily stay at the Air Force Base. After all, learning to fly an aircraft is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Once these matters were settled, Ding Peng pulled Song Jiang away, leaving Li Junchuan standing there, wide-eyed. Wait, you two are leaving. What am I supposed to do next? Fortunately, Meng Fei timely alleviated his awkwardness. Come on, Xiaochuan. I'll take you to the dormitory first, then we'll get you familiar with the base. Li Junchuan nodded and followed Meng Fei to the dormitory area. They stopped in front of one of the dormitory doors on the second floor. After opening the door and stepping inside, Li Junchuan was a bit surprised. Wow, it's a single room, and the decoration is quite luxurious. As he entered and looked around, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Meng Fei shot him a glance. You brat. What are you being so sarcastic about? We train hard every day, can't we enjoy a little? Li Junchuan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that the training intensity for fighter pilots is indeed very high, they are all selected from the best, yet many still get eliminated. His own physical fitness is strong enough to ignore the heavy pressure during overloads, but that doesn't mean everyone else has his level of fitness. No wonder the living conditions here are much better than those of the army. After familiarizing Li Junchuan with his dormitory, Meng Fei took him out to tour the other facilities of the base. After a round, Li Junchuan found that besides the necessary military buildings, the base also had rich recreational facilities. Sure enough, the army is treated like a stepchild. Li Junchuan sighed, then followed Meng Fei to his study room where Meng Fei began to give him extra lessons, teaching him various flying knowledge. The opportunity had arrived. While Li Junchuan listened attentively to Meng Fei's explanations, he stood up. Meng Ge, you're working hard. Usually, you should be able to rest at this time. But now you have to spend time teaching this newbie. Meng Fei shook his head. I'm not young anymore. If I want to maintain good physical fitness, I have to put in more effort. So when I'm not flying, I mostly train. Li Junchuan nodded. Then Meng Ge, keep talking. I'll help you relax your shoulders, neck, and lower back. After doing so many maneuvers, those areas must have a lot of tension. Meng Fei was a bit surprised. You can do that? Li Junchuan nodded. Professionally. Without waiting for Meng Fei to object, he stood behind him and began to knead and press his shoulder muscles. Wow, your strength is impressive. Meng Fei's explanation was interrupted by a sudden ache in his shoulder. Just a few more minutes. Meng Ge, you continue talking. I'm listening. Li Junchuan said while keeping his hands busy. Meng Fei shifted his focus back to explaining the knowledge. Soon, he felt that his shoulders were not as uncomfortable and felt much more relaxed. He looked up, surprised, at Li Junchuan. Then gratefully said, I didn't expect you to be genuine. Your technique is good. Thank you, Xiaochuan. Li Junchuan placed his hands on Meng Fei's neck muscles. Of course, I'm professional. Meng Ge, don't be polite. You can patiently teach me this knowledge. I haven't properly thanked you yet. I'll get you some good stuff later. Meng Fei nodded, not paying much attention to Li Junchuan's words, and continued to teach seriously. After all, flying a fighter jet is no joke. A slight mistake could lead to disaster. After helping Meng Fei relax his shoulders and neck, Li Junchuan said, Meng Ge, find a place to lie down, and I'll help you loosen your abdominal muscle groups. Okay, but did you remember everything I just taught? Meng Fei asked. Li Junchuan nodded. I remembered everything. You can ask me anything. Seeing Li Junchuan's confident expression and recalling his previous performance, Meng Fei nodded, then let us go to my dorm. After saying that, he brought Li Junchuan to his dorm, took off his outer clothes, lay on the bed. And while enjoying Li Junchuan's massage, He began to talk about the unexpected situations he had encountered or learned about during flying. He also seriously explained the corresponding handling measures. Later on, Ming-Fei stopped explaining and started asking random questions to gauge Li Junchuan's grasp of the material. Damn. I was also the top student who got into the flight school in the whole province. But why do I feel like an idiot compared to this kid? Ming-Fei began to doubt life. He found that this guy could learn everything in one go. Just listening or watching once was enough for him to remember completely. Photographic memory? Perfect auditory memory? Ming-Fei checked the time and realized it was dinner time, so he took Li Junchuan to the cafeteria, momentarily forgetting about the changes in his own physical condition. Over the past few days, after discovering that Li Junchuan had mastered all the theoretical knowledge, Ming-Fei began to take him to fly the Hongdu Primary Trainer 6. He soon discovered that Li Junchuan had already mastered the basic operational methods of real flying. Initially, he was worried that merely grasping abstract theoretical knowledge would make him clumsy when starting, but Li Junchuan's performance exceeded his expectations. Naturally, the teaching progressed to the next stage, which involved flying the Hongdu Trainer 8, a subsonic jet. Very quickly, Li Junchuan's flying skills reached a proficient level, and then Ming-Fei began to take him to fly the Jianjiao 7. Due to design reasons, flying this aircraft is not easy. However, for Li Junchuan, it was still a piece of cake. Having grown accustomed to Li Junchuan's incredible learning ability, Ming-Fei then took him to fly the Trainer 9, Jian 10. In Jian 11, after a series of training sessions, Li Junchuan began to use the flight simulator provided by the unit for solo simulated flying. The result was, of course, a perfect pass, and theoretically, he was now ready to fly a single-seat fighter jet directly. However, at the beginning, he still flew several aircraft types under Ming-Fei's supervision. After confirming that Li Junchuan had completely mastered them, Ming-Fei informed Ding Peng of the news. Today was the day Li Junchuan would have his first flight in a single-seat fighter jet. Long time no see, Song Jiang and Ding Peng both came to watch. After a series of checks, the fighter jet rolled out of the hangar, and Li Junchuan donned his equipment and climbed into the cockpit. Today, his aircraft was a twin-engine single-seat Model 20. After completing all equipment checks, Li Junchuan, under the ground crew's direction, taxied the 20 onto the runway. Then, with skilled operation, the 20 took off directly after taxiing less than 200 meters, leaving the leaders in stunned silence. Ding Peng pulled Ming-Fei over, pointing at the rapidly ascending 20. Is this how you taught him? Ming-Fei also looked bewildered. No, but I did explain to him that theoretically, the 20 could take off within 200 meters, but I never taught him. Just as Ding Peng was about to get angry, he was pulled back by Song Jiang, who pointed to the sky. Just watch closely. At his current level, he should have surpassed all fighter pilots globally, right? Ding Peng looked up and saw the 20 in the sky like a wild horse that had broken free, or an eagle soaring, performing various maneuvers freely. From the basic maneuvers at the beginning to the later super maneuvers, seamlessly switching and adjusting, rolling continuously to the left, then circling and rolling to the right. Occasionally performing a falling leaf maneuver, a cobra maneuver, and then going vertical. In the end, he even executed many innovative maneuvers that had never been seen before. Below, Ding Peng was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such an outstanding pilot. It was as if he and the machine were one. He sensed that these new maneuvering actions were not Li Junchuan's limits, but the limits of the 20. Send me the footage from just now. Ding Peng told the staff, then quickly walked to Song Jiang's side. Just as he reached out, Song Jiang interrupted him. Don't touch me. You talk to Xiao Chuan yourself. As long as he agrees, I have no objections. But you better think it through. This kid's value here will truly be wasted. Song Jiang quickly stopped his old comrade's actions and said directly. Ding Peng felt somewhat discouraged. It was too painful to see such good prospects slip out of his reach. Chapter 149. Shooting down 2 bombers. Since no instructions were received from the ground, Li Junchuan slowly began to let loose and started climbing to a higher altitude, quickly passing through the clouds. The ground forces didn't pay much attention to Li Junchuan's actions. After all, he hadn't flown far, just a bit higher. The view at high altitude is really good. Li Junchuan secretly marveled. With the vision of an eagle, in such an unobstructed situation, it was simply exhilarating. What is that? Out of the corner of Li Junchuan's eye, he suddenly spotted 2 shadows about 10 kilometers away above the clouds. Li Junchuan immediately maneuvered his stealth fighter, the 20, hidden in the clouds, heading towards those 2 shadows, feeling that something was a bit off. Relying on the powerful performance of the 20 and Li Junchuan's own superb piloting skills, he soon stealthily approached the 2 shadows. because he was hiding in the clouds. Ordinary people's vision couldn't detect him, and the 20 was an exceptionally excellent stealth fighter among fifth-generation aircraft, so the radar couldn't pick him up either. Thus, the two shadows had no idea that someone was tailing them from below. Oh, two bombers of the country. Li Junchuan smirked coldly. This is our airspace. What a waste. Report to the command center. Two bombers spotted. Please advise. Li Junchuan imitated Meng Fei's response strategy and requested instructions from the command center. Are you sure they are enemy aircraft? Ding Peng's voice sounded serious. Confirmed. I can see their facial features. Li Junchuan replied. What is their heading? Ding Peng seemed to be confirming something. They are heading towards our Air Force base. Li Junchuan's tone was calm. Let them in a bit more. Then allow for engagement. Ding Peng's tone was decisive. Yes, sir. Li Junchuan instantly understood Ding Peng's meaning. After all, if they were too far away, there was an excuse to say it was an accident, but if they got any closer. Li Junchuan chuckled softly and began to hum a song he hadn't heard in months. That night I met the one in my heart on the street. My feet decided not to listen to the calls and followed her home. At this moment, he looked like a pervert trailing two little girls. With a wicked smile on his face, his eyes burning with excitement as he stared at the two cute figures in front of him. Closer, just a little closer. My little treasures, come on, just a bit more. Li Junchuan murmured to himself, his thumb already hovering over the red button. Spritz, mother of cur. Li Junchuan snorted coldly, and without communicating through the channel, he pressed the preparation button below 15 on the touchscreen and directly pressed the red button multiple times. Immediately, two missiles were launched towards the two bombers. It was only at this moment that the pilots of the two bombers noticed the 20 suddenly emerging from the clouds below. The good news was that they spotted the 20. The bad news was they saw it with their naked eyes. The good news was missiles were launched. The bad news was they were enemy missiles. Damn it! Two desperate cries echoed, and before the two could release their decoy flares, the two bombers erupted into a thunderous explosion and shattered into pieces. The missiles they carried were detonated by the 15, and the power was immense. The two bombers turned into mere scraps of skin flying in all directions. Li Junchuan chuckled and executed an ultra-maneuver to avoid the explosion range, happily continuing to patrol the area. As if he had done something trivial, Li Junchuan continued to hum his song while flying the 20 around, even looking forward to encountering a few more enemy aircraft. Guys, who understands? Real people, real machines, real ammunition in combat. Who can withstand this? At that moment, an odd thought popped into Li Junchuan's mind. Xiao Chuan. Ding Peng's voice came through the communicator. What can I do for you, sir? Li Junchuan suddenly remembered to report his achievements. Two enemy aircraft have been destroyed, not a trace left. Please advise. You brat, impressive. Ding Peng praised. All right. If there is nothing else, come back. If you keep flying around, you'll need aerial refueling. Yes, sir. Li Junchuan pretended to be serious, but no one could see the corners of his mouth curving upwards under the helmet. Next, Li Junchuan directly piloted the 20 safely back, and as he removed his helmet and jumped down from the cockpit, applause erupted around him. Then salute. Watching everyone salute him in unison, Li Junchuan quickly stood still, holding his helmet in his left hand and raising his right hand in return. After the salute, Meng Fei rushed over and gave him a big hug. Awesome, Xiao Chuan. You really made your master proud. Huh? At this moment, he had already thought about how to brag to his old comrades later. The soldier I trained shot down two enemy aircraft on his first solo flight. I'm giving him 2 stars. Who else can do that? Meng Fei shouted in his heart. Song Jiang patted Li Junchuan on the shoulder. Good boy. You didn't disgrace our army. Ha ha ha. Let us celebrate properly later. Ding Peng pushed his old comrade aside. Xiao Chuan, congratulations. For your outstanding performance on your first solo flight, I've decided to give you this 20. And we'll have someone paint on 2 stars for you later. Li Junchuan beamed with joy. Thank you, sir. Ding Peng suddenly remembered something. By the way, you still don't have your own code name. Do you have any ideas? Li Junchuan thought for a moment. How about 666? Is that code name taken? Ding Peng's mouth twitched. No, then your code name will be 666 from now on. But your performance just now is indeed very old 6. Li Junchuan scratched his head, smiling shyly. It couldn't be helped. He had played too much of Lan Ling Wang, and a bit of a side effect was normal. Right? Thank you for your support, sir. Li Junchuan said. Don't call me sir. Didn't I say to call me Ding Uncle? Ding Peng leaned in and whispered, let us go. We'll have a special meal. Let us celebrate you properly tonight. So Ding Peng led the 3 to his little cafeteria, where he had the chef prepare quite a few hearty dishes, but there was no alcohol. Instead, they had juice. After all, alcohol isn't friendly to Air Force pilots. If their weight or fat percentage exceeds the limit during regular checkups, they would have to stop flying. Although theoretically, they could drink freely during holidays, in reality, they would strictly control their diet and drinking. Sometimes, the cooking skills of the military chefs are really puzzling. With the same ingredients and requirements, some can just make it taste good. Li Junchuan felt that the food prepared for the leaders in the little cafeteria was indeed quite good. The meal was cheerful, and during this time, Ding Peng even specially gave Meng Fei a day off, feeling that if he could teach a novice to be so capable in such a short time. Meng Fei must have put in a lot of effort. Looks like Xiao Ming will have to take on more responsibilities later, Ding Peng thought to himself. On the other hand, Song Jiang was relatively calm. He planned to wait until Li Junchuan had flown all the aircraft here on his own before taking him to the Navy to see what surprises he could bring. Thinking about Li Junchuan's performance in the past few days, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. Indeed, some people are just so excellent that it's unreasonable. I have to admit, there is a gap between people. He decided to go home and give his own son a good beating. You've grown up and have accomplished nothing, Chapter 150, How many stars to paint this time? As for the 2 bombers that were shot down and the sacrificed pilots, no one cared. Was the country's diplomatic team made of softies? It would be best if all the enemy pilots died. After all, they entered our airspace without permission. Besides, who knows if someone behind them gave the order? Meanwhile, at an Air Force base in another country, the leadership was getting anxious as they had not received any signals from the squadron sent out on a mission. The situation was critical because Li Junchuan had launched a surprise attack, leaving the 2 pilots no time to send a signal. Even if they had, it wouldn't have mattered. Yao Guang was paying close attention to its master. Once it detected any signals, it directly intercepted them. So the command center of the country's Air Force base had received no information until now. The high-ranking officials at the command center knew what mission the 2 bombers were on, so they had their suspicions, but this was too outrageous, right? They couldn't even send a distress signal. Therefore, they decided to send out aircraft for reconnaissance overnight. They had to find out what had happened, or they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. They even suspected that Hua country had equipped itself with some new weaponry. After formulating a plan, 3 J-35s at the base received orders to investigate the area where the signal had last disappeared. For safety's sake, they also dispatched 2 drones to assist in the mission. At that moment, Yao Guang discovered this situation and sent a message directly to Li Junchuan's phone. As he was now an officer in the People's Liberation Army, Li Junchuan carried his phone with him. Given his capabilities, he didn't need to go through all this trouble to steal military secrets. After all, he had been responsible for uncovering a large number of spies previously. Just as everyone was about to leave after dinner, Li Junchuan's phone suddenly rang. Hearing that special notification tone, he quickly took out his phone to check. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Li Junchuan said to the others who were about to leave, "Can we fly tonight? I want to try night navigation. Our old friend is a bit persistent and has brought us some more performance." Ding Peng was a bit puzzled, but Song Jiang quickly realized, "Wow, you're still monitoring their military movements at all times." After sharing his speculation with Ding Peng's expression became somewhat strange. "I didn't expect you to be a super hacker." Li Junchuan waved his hand. "It's nothing worth mentioning. So, shall we start now?" Ding Peng nodded. "Do you want someone to cooperate with you?" Li Junchuan shook his head. "No, I haven't coordinated with any other pilots, and it might backfire." He then thought that military leaders often like to prepare for contingencies, so he added, "I'll go solo. You guys see if you need to find a small team for support." Ding Peng and Song Jiang exchanged glances, nodded, and began giving orders. Li Junchuan then went back to change his gear, and his aircraft was being fully checked in the hangar after being painted with 2 stars. Once all the checks were completed, Li Junchuan was ready for takeoff. Under the watchful eyes of several leaders, he climbed back into his exclusive aircraft, with the freshly painted stars on the side looking very eye-catching. After donning his communication equipment and various gear, Li Junchuan began his customary checks of all the devices. Then, under the ground cruise guidance, he taxied onto the runway and took off from Wuhu. Unlike before, this time, a complete holographic display of enemy aircraft movements appeared on the instruments in front of him, like having the entire map revealed in a video game. Simply exhilarating. Under the cover of night, Li Junchuan soared into the sky. At the same time, another flight team quietly followed behind, ready to provide support at any moment. Meanwhile, 2 J-35s from the country, under the cover of 2 drones, flew straight toward Hua country's airspace. Li Junchuan sneered, "They really don't take us seriously. They underestimate our radar. Although both were fifth-generation fighters, one had to admit there were still differences between them, especially with the cooperation of electro-optical radar. The consequences would be dire. Moreover, Li Junchuan was operating with an advantage. As soon as the 4 enemy aircraft took off, Yao Guang synchronized their flight paths. With no moon tonight and thick clouds in the sky, it seemed to be trending toward rain, with occasional lightning flashing, providing Li Junchuan with great convenience. After all, the concept of stealth against radar and the naked eye is not the same. The only thing that could obscure visibility in the air was the thick cloud cover. Seeing that the enemy was still some distance away, Li Junchuan drifted around in the clouds, somewhat like a street performer. However, he didn't have to wait long before the 4 enemy aircraft entered the air defense identification zone. Li Junchuan still made no move, quietly waiting for his prey to bite. At this moment, he noticed that the 4 enemy aircraft were circling in the identification zone. Were they searching for reconnaissance? Li Junchuan thought. They probably want to see if there are any aircraft wreckage. However, their attention was destined to be in vain. After all, in such an environment, finding aircraft wreckage was as difficult as climbing to the sky, especially since the violent explosion at the time would not leave behind large remnants. Sure enough, after searching in vain, the 2 J-35s, accompanied by the 2 drones, began advancing toward Hua country's airspace. In their mindset, Hua country had always advocated peace and would never be the one to initiate fire. However, they did not know that this time they were facing not regular soldiers. Li Junchuan watched as the 4 aircraft flew straight toward his country's airspace, sneering coldly. As expected, they are still so reckless, thinking we're the same Hua country as before? He called the command center, reporting that 2 J-35s and 2 drones were heading toward his country's airspace, 666. Li Junchuan reported, but he felt something was off. Let them in, 666. Ding Peng's voice rang out. Received, 666. After Li Junchuan finished speaking, he finally sensed that something was wrong, but the code was his choice. So he had to use it even if it brought him to tears. Thus, Li Junchuan circled hidden in the clouds, quietly waiting for his prey to take the bait. He didn't have to wait long before the 4 aircraft flew over in a trapezoidal formation. At this moment, the sky began to turn dark and heavy. The clouds growing thicker, with thick lightning flashing and illuminating the night sky, as if someone were undergoing a tribulation. Thunderstorm weather, just as I like. Li Junchuan looked at the suddenly changing weather and smiled ominously. While others feared this phenomenon, he did not. He thought this weather would provide him with excellent cover. Because the enemy's radar couldn't detect his aircraft, and they couldn't see his plane with the naked eye, he had a firm grasp on their movements. At such a close range, they were no different from live targets. Using the cover of the thunderstorm clouds, Li Junchuan quietly followed behind the 4 aircraft. With his keen senses and Yao Guang's assistance, he piloted his J-20, firmly locking onto the enemy aircraft. The target has entered our airspace. I have locked onto the enemy. Please advise. 666. Li Junchuan reported to the command center, simultaneously placing his finger on the preparation button below the 15. Permission to fire. Ding Peng's voice was decisive. The moment Li Junchuan heard his voice, he pressed the preparation button, and the missile bay opened. He then quickly pressed the red button on the joystick. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For soft sounds as 4 missiles from the PL-15 were launched, while Li Junchuan executed an extreme maneuver to evade. The 2 J-35s and drones were instantly detonated. The moment their coatings were breached, the lightning from the clouds instantly converged, coupled with the immense power of the PL-15, turning the aircraft into fragments. Watching from a safe distance, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork. Command center, 2 enemy J-35s and 2 drones have been destroyed. Please advise. 666. 666. Return directly. Ding Peng's voice echoed, and Li Junchuan immediately piloted his J-20 through several rolls away from the thunderstorm area, adjusting his position to fly toward the base. Meanwhile, he began to think to himself, how many stars should I spray this time? Do the 2 drones I shot down count? Chapter 151 2 bars and 4 stars on the other side, at a certain Air Force base. After discovering the signals of 4 aircraft, which almost disappeared at the same time, the military high-ups were a bit flustered. What is going on? Why did the signals suddenly disappear when they were fine just a moment ago? One of the leaders asked. At this moment, a meteorological researcher spoke up. I might know the reason. He pointed directly at the screen displaying the images. The area where the signals disappeared has now formed a super strong thunderstorm. Could it be that the signals were disrupted? The leader thought for a moment and asked again, "Can we be sure it was just a signal interference? What about their aircraft and the pilots on board?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. After all, no one dared to make guarantees, especially since it was previously reported that the 35 had a fatal flaw. It was said that the diversion system of the 35 was defective and very vulnerable to thunderstorms, which could easily catch fire and explode. So, could these two incidents be due to adverse weather conditions leading to the accidents? According to their speculation, Manhwa did not seem like a country that would take irrational actions, so they attributed the cause to weather interference. However, no one dared to voice this. As the big leader was present, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? So everyone remained silent, watching the scene in the command room of a certain Air Force base through the holographic screen. Li Junchuan almost laughed out loud. Impressive. Their ability to speculate is simply top-notch. He planned to tell Ding Ping about this situation so that the diplomatic team could better respond to the incident. Soon, after successfully landing at the Air Force base, Li Junchuan opened the hatch and returned to the ground, where he was warmly welcomed by a crowd. Since it was already late, after some excitement, everyone went back to sleep. However, before leaving, Ding Peng quietly pulled Li Junchuan aside. "What's up, Xiao Chuan? Is there something else?" Ding Peng asked curiously. Li Junchuan didn't hesitate and directly asked, "Uncle Ding, how many stars should I spray this time? Besides the 2 stars for shooting down 2 35s, do the other 2 unmanned escort aircraft count?" "They definitely count. I'll get someone to spray them on you later." "Huh? Now you have 6 stars, and not only that, there's also a special merit waiting for you," Ding Peng said with a laugh. Li Junchuan wasn't that concerned about the special merit, but thinking about spraying 4 more stars on his 20 made him extremely happy. Ding Peng seemed to see through Li Junchuan's thoughts and smiled helplessly. "All right, you should hurry back to sleep. It's getting late." Li Junchuan nodded, bid farewell to Ding Peng, changed out of his gear, and started walking to his dormitory, mumbling to himself, "The ground crew brothers are going to have a tough time again. Ground crew, if you can shoot down enemy aircraft every day, we wouldn't mind working overtime for you every day." After taking a shower and lying on his bed, Li Junchuan picked up his phone. "Yao Guang, is there any movement from the U.S. military now?" The voice of Yao Guang came from the phone. "None, they are shifting blame. The command center is preparing to put the blame on the RD side." Li Junchuan chuckled. "So it turns out our country is the same. In that case, add some fuel to the fire behind the scenes and get the families of the victims involved. Let's make this a big deal." "Already done," Yao Guang said. Now he was no longer the same as before. He wanted to be a qualified super AI housekeeper, thinking of the owner's needs and helping whenever necessary. "Well done." Li Junchuan praised before putting down his phone and slowly drifting off to sleep. In the following days, Li Junchuan flew all the various models of aircraft at the Air Force Base. His skilled flying techniques still amazed everyone. He was now considered a top pilot after all, with 6 confirmed kills to his name. "Xiao Chuan, you're about to leave here, right?" Ding Peng asked. "Yes. Next I'm going to check out the Navy in our southern theater," Li Junchuan replied. "Come on, I've set aside time today to award you." Ding Peng handed Li Junchuan a set of Air Force uniforms and shoes. "Go change, and then we'll go to the small auditorium for the award ceremony." "Huh? Can I still do this without my military ID being here?" He wasn't very clear on these matters, so he asked. Ding Peng gave him a meaningful look. "Regular army personnel usually don't have the chance to fly the 20. You're getting special treatment." Li Junchuan nodded, took the clothes, and quickly returned to his dormitory to change into the Air Force uniform Ding Peng had given him before walking into the small auditorium. There weren't many people present. Just familiar faces, Song Jiang, Meng Fei, and Ding Peng. Perhaps due to the confidentiality of his identity, there were no other people present. Ding Peng waved at Li Junchuan and personally put on the 2 bars and 4 stars shoulder insignia for him, as well as the arm badge, collar flower, and flight level certificate badge. Then, he solemnly presented him with the special merit medal, and after saluting each other, the simple ceremony came to an end. However, Ding Peng also handed him 2 small booklets. Li Junchuan took them and looked. One was a proof of Air Force military ID, and the other was a flight level certificate. Li Junchuan tucked these documents away and smiled at Ding Peng. "Thank you, Uncle Ding." Ding Peng nodded. "Normally, when you achieve merit, the military would come to your hometown to present a plaque with drums and gongs. But considering your situation, we'll keep it low-key. I hope you can understand." Li Junchuan nodded. He actually preferred that his parents didn't know about these things to avoid unnecessary worry. However, he thought that since he was bringing glory to the country and now he was in good standing, he could explain to his parents later. so he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Ding Ping seemed hesitant, trying to say something but swallowing it back. Uncle Ding, if there's something, just say it. Li Junchuan said anxiously. Xiao Chuan, I know you're capable, and I hope you can help the Air Force more when the time is right. We started too late. Ding Peng said seriously. Li Junchuan recalled a news item he had seen before, about a time when planes flew twice during a celebration. Now that the motherland is prosperous and strong, there is no need to fly twice anymore, but one has to admit that we are still lagging behind in many areas. So, Li Junchuan nodded. All right, Uncle Ding, I understand. I will think of you for any good opportunities in the future. Ding Ping immediately smiled. Just hearing you say that is enough. Let us go. Let us have a couple of drinks before you leave. I've heard from Old Song that you have quite a few good things over there. When can I try them? Li Junchuan replied. I do have some liquor. But it's at home in Yongcheng. It's not convenient to bring it this time. Ding Peng understood. All right, then we'll head back to Yongcheng. I just happen to have a meeting to attend tomorrow, and I'll go with you and Old Song to your home. Li Junchuan was a bit speechless. This can't be another wine lover, right? However, he thought differently. Ding Peng indeed had an important meeting in Yongcheng this time. And visiting his home was just a convenient excuse, of course. There were other reasons as well. Li Junchuan nodded. Sure, should we go together? Or should I go back first and wait for you at home? Ding Ping shook his head. Let us go together. It'll be more convenient to take the special car, but we'll have to wait until after the meeting to head over. All right then. I'll be waiting at home for your esteemed arrival, Li Junchuan said. Then the two parted ways. Li Junchuan prepared to change clothes and head to the cafeteria for a meal. On the way, he began to wonder what kind of matters required such high-level big shots to gather for a meeting. However, when he changed clothes, he discovered that his shoulder insignia had turned into 2 bars and 4 stars, and his military rank was now a colonel. He didn't know how this was calculated. What about my rank in the army? For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 152 Life is about being born and then striving to live on. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Li Junchuan returned to his dormitory to pack his things. Just after he finished packing, Ding Ping's guard came to call him. They were now preparing to set off for Yongcheng. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and got into the car that the guard drove over. Before long, they stopped in front of a bus, and Li Junchuan got off to board it. Come on, Xiao Chuan, come sit over here. Song Jiang waved at him as he saw Li Junchuan get on the bus. Li Junchuan walked over and sat down. Uncle Song, are you going back too? Song Jiang nodded. Yes, I brought you here, so I have to take responsibility to bring you back. Old Ding happens to be going to Yongcheng as well, so we can have some company on the way. Ding Ping smiled and said, this place will be considered your home from now on. Whenever you want to come back, just come over. Don't forget that your fighter jet is still here. Li Junchuan nodded, feeling a bit frustrated. Although he could summon a private airport through the game, with a ground crew and everything, it wasn't practical for him to fly it himself. After all, it wasn't a commercial airliner. This was a 5th-generation stealth fighter jet armed with missiles. As if seeing through Li Junchuan's thoughts, Ding Ping said helplessly, although this fighter jet now belongs to you and no other pilots will fly it, it's still better to keep it here, with professional ground maintenance. You can rest assured. You can fly whenever you want, I promise. Li Junchuan could only nod. Okay, thank you, Uncle Ding. After that, with nothing to do, Li Junchuan began to examine the bus he was on. He keenly noticed that this bus looked unremarkable, but it was essentially a mobile fortress. It had thick double-glazed windows and weapons hidden everywhere. The body and chassis were likely specially modified, possibly even resistant to electronic interference. He felt a bit excited about it, but ultimately abandoned the thought. After all, with his strength, this vehicle wouldn't help him much. Feeling the deck of playing cards in his pocket, Li Junchuan chuckled. After all, heavy firepower attacks were rare in the country, and his existing means were sufficient. The journey went quite smoothly, and after more than 2 hours, they arrived in Yongcheng. The bus made a slight detour and stopped near Nanhu. After bidding farewell to everyone, Li Junchuan got off and walked towards his home. Upon opening the door, the butler, Li Shou, was diligently tending to the flowers and plants in the yard. Shoubo, Li Junchuan greeted him. Sir, you're back? Li Shou put down what he was holding and came over to take Li Junchuan's backpack. Yes, just got back. A distinguished guest is coming tomorrow night. Please make arrangements. Li Junchuan instructed. Sure, sir. What would you like to eat tonight? Li Shou asked. Lemon duck, gui ping dried tofu, and you can arrange the rest. Li Junchuan thought for a moment. All right, I will go and instruct the kitchen. Li Shou walked towards the kitchen, while Li Junchuan stayed in the yard. Xiaolan, Xiani, come over for a snack. He sat down at the stone table in the yard and waved his hand, pulling out a large handful of pistachios from his spatial ring. With a flurry of flapping, 2 purple-blue macaws flew over and landed on his shoulders. Master, long time no see. Xiaolon misses you so much. Xiaolon affectionately rubbed her head against Li Junchuan's cheek, making it a bit itchy. Me too. Xian said less, also mimicking Xiaolon by rubbing against his master's face. Suddenly, a scene of a washing machine acting spoiled popped into Li Junchuan's mind, giving him goosebumps. He reached out to pick up a pistachio from the table, gently squeezed it, and the shell cracked open. He first handed the nut to Xiaolon and, seeing that Xian was looking at him with eager eyes, he peeled another one and passed it over. Thank you, Master, the 2 birds said in unison, making Li Junchuan chuckle. At that moment, he thought it would be great if Black Bean and Black Wind could talk too. He slapped his forehead. I'm a guy with a cheat. I can just edit a black technology module in the game. If Dr. Agasa can have a bunch of new inventions, I'm definitely more capable than him. He decided to finish his business in Yongcheng before returning to the capital to implement this idea. At worst, he'd remind the 2 dogs not to expose themselves in front of others. He believed that with the intelligence of the 2 dogs, they could handle the secrecy perfectly well. While feeding the 2 parrots, he began to think about how to train them. Should he enhance them to become aerial scouts? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Those 2 with their bright feathers would be too conspicuous. After thinking it over, he decided to treat the 2 parrots as pets for now, and later let the butler take them to watch more TV shows, preferably Detective Conan. He wondered what reactions the 2 silly birds would have after watching Conan. After dinner that evening, Li Junchuan sat in front of the computer, initially wanting to play some games, but he couldn't decide what to play. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go out for a stroll without any particular destination in mind. He just wanted to get out. He went to the garage, started his Mercedes, and slowly drove out of the house. After driving along Shuangyong Road for a while, he turned left onto Minzu Avenue and began driving west along it. Having worked in this city for so many years, he had never truly appreciated the night scenery. The neon lights on both sides of the road illuminated this city, which could be classified anywhere from the 1st to the 3rd tier in a colorful array. He rolled down the window, and the night breeze rushed into the car, making his heart feel particularly calm. It was his first time leisurely enjoying this city at night. Li Junchuan felt a bit emotional. Over the years, after finishing work, he usually got home around 1 in the morning. Sometimes, if he was hungry, he would grab a late-night snack, wash up after getting home, and play a game for a while, only to go to bed around 3. He basically couldn't sleep at night and had trouble getting up in the morning. Back then, without a girlfriend, he sometimes had to rely on his skills to help him sleep when he couldn't doze off. At that moment, Li Junchuan thought of something and chuckled. The car continued west until it reached the head of Yongjiang Bridge. What's going on ahead? Why are so many people gathered? Li Junchuan felt a bit curious. There were many people surrounding the non-motorized vehicle lane and pedestrian walkway in the middle of the bridge. After straining his ears to listen, he quickly understood what was happening. Someone was on the verge of jumping off the bridge, overwhelmed by the dual pressures of work and life. The people around were desperately trying to persuade him, and some had already called the police. However, from the information he overheard, it seemed that the crowd's persuasion wasn't having much effect. So he hurriedly turned the car right and parked in the lot of a nearby building, quickly closing the car door and rushing over. As he ran, he paid attention to the situation there. Thank you, you are all so kind. If only my family and friends were like you. The calmness on the face of the man preparing to jump had disappeared, and he broke down in tears, hurt by work and life, friends and family. He had long closed off his heart but was now emotionally overwhelmed by the kindness of strangers. Facing the crowd of worried strangers, he turned his head and revealed a smile amidst his tear-stained face. Thank you. This world is beautiful, but I don't want to come back in my next life. After softly saying this, he let go of the railing and leaped into the rushing river below. At that moment, a hint of relief appeared on his face, mixed with a faint fear of death, which ultimately transformed into determination. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see this world one last time. However, just as he was filled with joy, preparing to welcome death, he suddenly felt a pair of large hands firmly grasping his feet. Before he could react, a strong force surged, and then he was astonished to find himself being flung onto the shore. If you're not afraid of death, what else is there to fear? He said, looking at the tall man who seemed to have pulled him up, patting his shoulder softly. After saying this, the man turned and left the scene. Weak in the knees, he collapsed to the ground and burst into tears, as if venting all his grievances. In recent days, I've seen news of people jumping from bridges, not far from me, for several consecutive days. I don't know what to say. I hope you all do well in your next life. Chapter 153. Under attack? Not long after Li Junchuan left, police cars and ambulances came rushing in. When the leading officer saw the man surrounded by a crowd, he let out a slight sigh of relief. They had received emergency calls every day for the past few days, but by the time they arrived, it was already too late. The search and rescue teams often ended up retrieving only cold bodies, and sometimes there were no results at all. After questioning the surrounding crowd about what had happened, the leading officer decided to temporarily send the man to the hospital for a thorough examination. After leaving the scene, Li Junchuan didn't rush back to his car, but instead walked down the steps to the promenade by the Yang River for a leisurely stroll. Watching the crowd out for exercise at night and the anglers casting their lines by the water, he felt somewhat out of place. It's been a long time since I went fishing. I should take Ethan out fishing when I have the time. Li Junchuan stopped, sat on a bench, and took out a cigarette from his pocket to light up. Taking out his phone, he was just about to scroll through some videos when a video from Yaoguang came through. Li Junchuan opened the video and saw several people moving swiftly through dense woods. They were armed with various weapons and seemed to be searching for something. Who are these people? Li Junchuan typed on his phone. Southeast Asian mercenaries. Yaoguang quickly replied. What are they doing? Are they chasing someone? Li Junchuan asked again. I don't know who they're after, but they're all underlings of a drug lord. Check the live footage. Yaoguang sent a link right away. Li Junchuan clicked on it and his expression turned serious. After minimizing the footage, he spotted a familiar figure, although he couldn't see the person's face. Having spent an entire month with that figure, how could he not recognize them? He knew everything about that person. At that moment, the figure was swiftly darting through the forest, and the satellite footage only captured a shadow. But the familiar movements immediately put Li Junchuan on high alert. Help me locate them. Send me the coordinates. After typing, Li Junchuan stood up and quickly made his way to his car. He quickly started the vehicle, the engine roaring to life. The traffic light turned green just as he reached the intersection. He pressed the accelerator, then lightly tapped the brakes, executing a beautiful drift to align the car and sped off towards Nanhu. Perhaps due to Yaoguang's intervention, the entire way back was filled with green lights, allowing Li Junchuan to return home swiftly. After greeting the butler who was cooling off in the yard, Li Junchuan hurried back to his room, entered the basement, and directly input the coordinates into the teleportation station as provided by Yaoguang. In a flash of blue light, Li Junchuan disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in the mountainous forest near the border. He parked the Ford SUV behind a slightly concealed tree and took out his phone. Using the real-time footage from Yaoguang, Li Junchuan identified the direction and quickly headed towards the location of those people. With a thought, a layer of nano armor began to cover his body, rendering him invisible. His already swift speed now made him resemble a jungle assassin, silently approaching the target. Soon, he spotted the group he had seen in the video. Phew. Thankfully, that kid seems to be safe for now. Hearing the familiar heartbeat, Li Junchuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Although his breathing was somewhat ragged, as long as he was alive, he wouldn't die. Hidden in the darkness, Li Junchuan quietly approached the last mercenary in the back. Nice gear. Li Junchuan chuckled coldly, sneaking up and gently twisting the man's neck. The mercenary suddenly found his perspective doing a 180-degree turn, and then he fell into eternal darkness. Li Junchuan looked at the few people ahead who were spreading out to search and thought for a moment before taking out a deck of playing cards from his space ring. Pulling out a few, with a cold smile, he flicked his wrist, sending the cards slicing through the night sky, shining like lightning under the faint moonlight. After a series of soft thuds, there were also loud thumps as heavy bodies fell. Sensing that only 2 heartbeats remained at the scene, Li Junchuan walked over to find that these mercenaries were completely dead. After collecting all their weapons, he finally deactivated his invisibility. Why did all the noise suddenly stop? Zhou Bai, hiding in a crevice, suddenly noticed that those who were chasing him had gone silent, feeling puzzled. However, he still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, what if this was an enemy trap? It wouldn't matter if he died, but losing the intel would be a huge mistake. So he decided to wait a little longer. Right now, he was unarmed, and facing those mercenaries head-on had no chance of winning, especially since he was injured. Fortunately, these people hadn't brought a dog. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Feeling the sharp pains from various parts of his body, Zhou Bai gritted his teeth. Just as he was preparing to take the risk and act again, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Number 1, it's safe now, come out. They have all been dealt with. That voice sounded so familiar. Who could it be? Number 1? Are you calling me? Zhou Bai thought hard. and suddenly a figure flashed in his mind. He remembered the devilish instructor whom he both respected and feared. Instructor, is that you? Although he had his suspicions, he didn't dare to reveal himself recklessly. What if it was a trap? Seeing that this guy still hadn't come out, Li Junchuan thought for a moment and understood his hesitation. He then recalled a time when he had seen number one's distinctive mole during acupuncture. Number one with the mole in the crack of your butt. Come out. I see you. Li Junchuan shouted mischievously. Damn. Instructor, it really is you. Zhou Bai. Hearing those words, no longer had any doubts and immediately crawled out from the crevice in the mountain. There was no way he could doubt it. That mole's location was known only to the instructor and his parents. Not even his comrades who lived and ate together knew about it. After all, cough, cough. That mole could only be seen by peeling back his butt. He remembered how the instructor had teased him during acupuncture sessions. Li Junchuan's vision, even at night, was not much different from during the day, so he immediately noticed that number one was injured and hurried over to check the wounds. Fortunately, it's just a bullet graze. Vigorous movement has caused the wound to split a bit. After carefully checking number one for other major injuries and finding none, he finally felt relieved. You kid are impressive, getting lightly injured while being chased by so many people. Li Junchuan pretended to take out some blood-replenishing pills and Qiankuan pills from his pocket, actually from his space ring, and handed them to number one. Take the medicine first. Zhou Bai didn't hesitate to consume the potion, as he had a deep understanding of its effects from his experiences with the devil instructor in front of him. Soon, he felt warmth all over his body, and his temperature, which had dropped due to blood loss, began to rise a bit. Thank you, instructor, Zhou Bai started to say, but was interrupted by Li Junchuan. Stop right there. It's obvious what secret mission you're on. You don't need to tell me. Just tell me where you're going. Do you want me to give you a ride? Before Zhou Bai could respond, Li Junchuan smacked his forehead. I forgot you're still injured. It's probably tough in this jungle. Let me take you back to Young City first. Once I take care of your injuries, we can contact Wang Xie to pick you up. Zhou Bai nodded. Thank you, instructor. No need to be polite. Do you want to handle the bodies of these people? Li Junchuan pointed at the bodies scattered around. Chapter 154. Shooting in public. It was only then that Zhou Bai noticed the bodies, and out of curiosity, he walked over to take a look, only to find that these people had all died from having their throats cut by sharp weapons. The 6 people here had the same fate, with no signs of struggle or resistance. He dragged the 6 bodies together and discovered 6 ordinary playing cards stained with blood nearby. For a moment, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Instructor, although I know you went easy on me during training, I didn't expect you to go all out like this. Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. If I didn't go easy, you wouldn't have survived. Zhou Bai recalled the scene when his group of elite special forces had been ruthlessly beaten, and he felt a chill run down his spine. I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. Zhou Bai looked at the neat cuts on the necks of the 6 people. Oh, just a little trick. Nothing to mention. Li Junchuan waved his hand. There's another one over there whose neck I broke. How should we deal with these bodies? He didn't want to use his spatial ring to carry these things. It felt dirty. How about we bury them first? Zhou Bai thought for a moment but abandoned the idea. Although this place was in the mountains, if someone went hunting and discovered them, it would just cause trouble for the local police. Seeing Zhou Bai in a daze, Li Junchuan shook his head in exasperation. Forget it. I'll help you call someone to handle it. You don't seem to have any communication devices on you. Without waiting for Zhou Bai to object, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Xie's number, and soon the call connected. Xiao Chuan, what's up? Wang Xie asked. I'm sending you a coordinate. There are a few bodies of foreign mercenaries here. Can you send someone to handle it? Li Junchuan paused and added, do you remember that number one from the group I helped train? Wang Xie's eyelids twitched at the mention of a few bodies. Got it. I'll arrange for someone to go. I remember number one. What's going on? Li Junchuan explained the situation briefly and said, I'll take him home to treat his injuries first. You decide whether to pick him up tonight or tomorrow morning. It looks like his mission is quite important. All right, I got it. Thanks, Xiao Chuan. Wang Xie didn't ask why Li Junchuan had traveled several hundred kilometers in the middle of the night to kill a few mercenaries and rescue someone. He had heard a bit about Li Junchuan's special status in the military, so he didn't pry further. After hanging up the phone, Li Junchuan asked number one, can you walk? My car is parked at the edge of the forest. Zhou Bai nodded. No problem. I feel a lot better after taking your medicine. I can walk just fine. Li Junchuan nodded. Good. I'll go grab their weapons. It's not good to leave them here. Just wait for a moment. After saying that, he quickly walked away. When he came back, he had a backpack on his back, filled with the weapons he had just put into his spatial ring. Li Junchuan broke some branches to slightly cover the bodies, sent the coordinates to Wang Xie, and led number 1 towards the forest's edge. To accommodate number 1's speed, Li Junchuan deliberately slowed down. So it took them over half an hour to return to where they had parked. Li Junchuan opened the trunk and took out a set of new clothes from the trunk spatial ring, handing them to number 1. Change into these clothes. Otherwise, you'll attract too much attention with all that blood when you enter the city. Zhou Bai didn't hesitate. He stripped off his clothes and changed into the new ones Li Junchuan handed him. Li Junchuan took out the keys, opened the car door, and started the engine, while Zhou Bai opened the passenger door and got in. Li Junchuan handed him a bottle of water from the armrest. Drink some water. You look like you haven't eaten or rested well these past few days. Zhou Bai nodded, took the water, gulped down a few mouthfuls, capped it, and put it back. Li Junchuan drove towards Yong City, and halfway there, he could clearly see that number 1 was a bit drowsy, but he was still trying to stay awake. Li Junchuan drove quite fast, and within 2 hours, they arrived home. After parking the car and greeting the butler, he took number 1 to his room. You can take a bath first. I've asked the butler to add some herbs to the water. Soaking will help prevent your wounds from getting infected. He had already confirmed that there were no shrapnel remnants in number 1's body, so it wouldn't be too troublesome to treat. Zhou Qing took off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub, starting to soak in the herbal bath. For a moment, he felt as if time had turned back. As if he were back in training. Li Junchuan went out to prepare the necessary items for treating wounds, and when he returned to the room, he received a call from Wang Xie. After telling Wang Xie that he had brought number 1 home, Li Junchuan handed him a towel. After number 1 dried off, he had him sit down, and he began to apply medicine and bandage his wounds. For a few longer wounds, he even did a simple stitch. Seeing number 1 suddenly become alert from the pain, Li Junchuan handed him a cup of herbal medicine mixed with Huanling powder. Zhou Bai drank it in one go, feeling his mind clear up a bit, and smiled gratefully at Li Junchuan. Thank you, instructor. All right. You don't need to keep calling me instructor, just call me Li Gu or Chuan Gu. Li Junchuan set down the medical supplies and handed him a new set of clothes. At that moment, the butler led Wang Xie and a middle-aged military officer into the room. Xiao Chuan, I'm here to pick him up. Wang Xie walked over to greet Li Junchuan, then introduced the middle-aged man next to him. This is number 1 superior, He Jun from our Southern Theater's Tianlang Special Operations Brigade. They were all in plain clothes. And instead of saluting each other, they simply shook hands and exchanged contact information. He Jun glanced at number 1, and seeing him nod, pulled him aside to whisper something. A few minutes later, number 1 went to the restroom and returned, handing something to He Jun. The three then bid farewell to Li Junchuan. After seeing them off, Li Junchuan watched from a distance as number 1 got into the back seat of a car and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He Jun took off his coat and draped it over number 1, then signaled the driver to start the car. Several vehicles surrounded He Jun's car as it drove off into the distance. However, just as their car had just pulled away, Li Junchuan received another video from Yao Guang. He opened it to see that the footage showed the cars that had just left. Li Junchuan's gaze was fixed on several frames that Yao Guang had specifically marked. These were surveillance images from other nearby routes, showing several seemingly ordinary sedans converging towards the car carrying He Jun and the others at the same time. Li Junchuan quickly ran to the garage, started his sports car, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while dialing Wang Xie's number with the other. Listen. Several cars are converging towards your convoy at the same time. Be very careful if they're not your people. I'm on my way. After finishing the call with Li Junchuan, he quickly rushed towards He Jun's convoy, taking out his handgun and playing cards. At this moment, he had already caught up with Wang Xie in the other's vehicle, and saw that the cars he had seen in the previous video were subtly forming a siege around Wang Xie and the others. Wang Xie and the others received Li Junchuan's warning and prepared to break out of the encirclement, but at that moment, the windows of several cars rolled down, and someone poked their head out, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun. Li Junchuan didn't have time to think, grabbed his handgun, and fired a shot at the person who was sticking their head out. Bang! Before the person could pull the trigger, they were shot in the head. Following that, the windows of several cars went down, and seeing this, Li Junchuan coldly smiled, continuously pulling the trigger of his handgun while stopping the car and getting out. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, or perhaps his speed was just too fast. After blowing off a few more heads, Li Junchuan noticed that some people had no shooting angle, so he put down his handgun, picked up the playing cards, and with both wrists shaking continuously, a few playing cards sliced through the air at an eerie angle, swiftly cutting across those people's throats. Some cards even flew through the car windows and precisely hit their targets, just like a throat lock. Soon, those people had all dropped dead without firing a single shot. On the other side, Hee-jun and the others, who witnessed this scene through the car window, were dumbfounded. Chapter 155. Cracking Godzilla. After Lee Junchuan realized the crisis was over, he walked over and knocked on Hee-jun's car window. All right, everyone is taken care of. You guys call someone to clean up. No, call someone to secure the scene. But at that moment, he suddenly realized and knocked on the car again. Are these bulletproof? Hee-jun opened the car door and stepped out. Yes, they are all bulletproof. Lee Junchuan scratched his head awkwardly. Did I do something unnecessary? Hee-jun shook his head seriously. No, you did very well. This matter is very important. And there must be no mistakes. Thank you, Comrade Lee Junchuan. That's good, hee, as long as I didn't cause you any trouble, Lee Junchuan said. Just call me Xiao Chuan or Chuanzi. Calling me comrade feels weird. Hee-jun nodded. At this time, the other members of their convoy had already gotten out of their vehicles and started collecting all the weapons from those people. Cooperating with the police who had arrived to set up a cordon, Hee-jun then said, It's not suitable to chat here. Let's leave first. Xiao Chuan, do you want to come with us? Lee Junchuan shook his head. I won't go. I see you all have important matters, so I'll head home first. By the way, do you need me to help you check the backgrounds of these people? Hee-jun shook his head. No need. I have a clear idea of their backgrounds. You've already helped us a lot. Lee Junchuan nodded and walked back to his car. When a police officer approached to ask questions, Lee Junchuan showed his credentials. And after a brief confirmation, he was allowed to leave. After driving back home, Lee Junchuan didn't give up on the investigation just because Hee-jun refused his help. He had Yu Guang directly pull out the data on those people. It was ridiculous that someone dared to brazenly carry out an armed attack on active duty soldiers in a city of Huaguo. Lee Junchuan decided to teach the people behind this a lesson. However, after reviewing the information, his brows furrowed deeply, because these people were backed not by a certain force, but by the state, and not just one. Lee Junchuan began to cooperate with Yao Guang to dig deeper, and the conclusion they reached left him with a grim expression. He recalled the Ice City Memorial in the north and the painful historical events of the past. These people really had an unquenchable desire for theft. Lee Junchuan thought to himself. He remembered the special mission of number 1 this time and decided to do something proactive. Previously, he had always passively waited for the other side to take action, and then he would counterattack. Now he decided to take the initiative. But how to do it? Should he sink the country first? Lee Junchuan shook his head, abandoning this idea. He still wanted to turn the country into his province. At that moment, he suddenly remembered a big creature from a game he had played before. It was a supergiant octopus called Kraken. Kraken is a deep-sea monster from Norse mythology. Also known as the Giant of the North Sea, depicted as a massive squid or octopus. According to legend, this monster is 155 meters long and weighs 330 tons. Of course, such a giant creature has not been discovered in reality, but Lee Junchuan had a cheat. As long as it existed in the game, it was fine. So he returned home, sat in front of the computer, and began to edit a new model. This Kraken had appeared in many games. But Lee Junchuan felt it wasn't exaggerated enough, so he planned to modify it significantly and bring it to life. At that moment, he thought of another monster from a film, Godzilla. He decided to reference Godzilla's setting, turning his giant octopus into a super monster that was not afraid of atomic bombs and nuclear weapons, and capable of absorbing such energy to continuously grow. As soon as he thought of it, Lee Junchuan started typing furiously on the keyboard. It didn't take long for him to create this mod. But he didn't add it to the Xingxing game. Instead, he temporarily kept it on his computer. Then he clicked on Manifestation, selecting the location for manifestation in the National Maritime Area. Ding! Manifestation successful. With the system's prompt, Lee Junchuan found that a manual and an operation terminal had appeared on his desk. After reading it carefully, he discovered that the Kraken manifested by the system was even more exaggerated. It could absorb any form of energy attacks and physical attacks. This was the legendary maximum magic resistance and physical resistance, which was a bit terrifying. Lee Junchuan marveled inwardly. Wasn't this thing invincible on Earth? Moreover, it could absorb energy and continue to grow. Lee Junchuan had already placed it in the National Maritime Area, where the seawater contained various radiative energies. Just perfect for it to continue growing. He could also issue any commands to it via the operation terminal. Without a second thought, Lee Junchuan authorized Yao Guang to use the control terminal, giving it the first command to attack the fishing boats coming out to sea from the country. After all, the country's fishing industry was thriving, Let us see what consequences would arise from destroying it. It would be best if, by that time, the two countries discovered the situation and jointly attacked Kraken, allowing it to grow rapidly by absorbing that energy, perhaps eventually becoming a cosmic beast. However, it wasn't over yet. This time, he once again took out the remote control terminal and operated the super weather control device at the island base to attack the country's famous volcano. Then he manipulated the weather control device to launch a strong convective meteorological attack on the country. So, on the other side, the country's famous volcano suddenly erupted. Unlike before. This time it didn't have the usual thunderous noise with little rain. Instead, alongside the violent volcanic eruption, there was also a massive earthquake caused by violent tectonic plate collisions, and the entire famous volcano suddenly crumbled. How to describe that feeling? It was like going out to eat and suddenly getting a stomachache but not being able to find a bathroom. Finally, after enduring the urge to go back home, taking off his shorts and squatting on the toilet to let it all out. But perhaps because he ate too much spicy food, it became unbearable, and he sprayed forcefully. The result was like a prolapsed anus, with red, yellow, and green spewing everywhere. As for the situation on the national side, red naturally represented the lava spewing everywhere. Yellow represented the crumbled rocks, and green represented the toxic substances released by the earthquake and volcanic eruption. This incident immediately attracted global media attention, and they quickly prepared to rush to the scene to gather first-hand information. Unlike the journalists, tourists visiting the area and nearby villagers began packing their luggage to leave this cursed place. Some even started using their fishing boats to temporarily leave and stay on nearby islands, hoping to weather the crisis. However, what they didn't know was that a new neighbor had appeared in the waters surrounding their country, making the chances of going out to sea in their fishing boats nearly negligible. At this time, Li Junchuan issued a new order to Kraken. As soon as any of the country's ships were spotted, they should be capsized directly. As for how to identify whether it was a ship from the country or if everyone on board was a citizen, he handed that task directly to Yao Guang. According to his estimates, the impact and economic losses caused to the country this time were incalculable, especially since such a large mountain had suddenly been obliterated by an earthquake. For the citizens who had always regarded it as a sacred mountain, it would be a painful blow. The neighboring Shizuoka and Yamanashi prefectures would also be covered by materials ejected from the volcanic eruption and earthquake, making it impossible to think about living there for the next 2 years. Similarly, this incident would also deal a huge blow to the tourism industry. But did you think this was the end? No, it's not, because behind this event, there isn't just one country, but an even more powerful superpower stirring the pot. After the country's retaliation, it would be the turn of the other country. Chapter 156, Overcoming. A comprehensive plan between two countries. After the country's retaliation was over, it was the turn of the other country. Li Junchuan thought about the extreme weather with strong convection that the Huaguo was facing recently, and suddenly had an idea. Continuing to use the remote control terminal, he directly selected the country as the attack target. After a series of operations, the super weather control device at the island base immediately emitted a mysterious fluctuation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, the entire country was plunged into darkness as if the lights had been turned off. What happened? Why do I feel like the streetlights are dim? Citizens still on the road suddenly noticed that it seemed like the sky was covered by a cloth. Run! I saw on the news that strong convection weather was coming. Those in the know quickly rushed home. However, before they could run a few meters, on a summer day, the sky suddenly turned white. Is it snowing in June? Some international students looked out the window in amazement. Then, bang bang bang. The sound of heavy objects crashing down echoed throughout the country. At first, it was hail the size of mung beans, which slowly grew to the size of pigeon eggs, with loud banging sounds as they struck cars on the ground. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. But then hail the size of fists and bowls came crashing down. The terrifying part was that such large hail covered the entire country. And even more frightening was that this super hailstorm lasted the entire night. Many people couldn't sleep well that night. Many veterans who had experienced war thought the country was under attack. The next morning, as citizens stepped out of their homes, they looked at the chaotic streets and wondered if they had woken up too soon. Naturally, many netizens shared the disaster that the country had encountered on social media, causing a global uproar. At this time, netizens in Huaguo realized that the strong convection weather that had been wreaking havoc in Guangdong and Guangxi suddenly appeared on the other side of the Pacific overnight. This is Wang Zhaojun going all out. Netizen Angela. Some professionals began analyzing the damage the country had suffered. First, there was no need to mention the road and municipal aspects. A large number of facilities were destroyed. Many buildings had their windows and glass curtain walls smashed. According to statistics, over 6 million households suffered losses. Of course, there was something even more serious, the huge blow to the country's agriculture. Many people may not have paid attention, but the country is also a super agricultural power, with a large number of farmers relying on crop cultivation for their livelihoods. The agricultural GDP generated by the country each year is several $100 billion, meaning that Lee Jun-chuan's actions had caused at least hundreds of billions of dollars in agricultural losses. Of course, some people said that once the strong convection weather passed, they could continue to plant crops. Thinking like that is fine. But would Lee Jun-chuan give him country such an opportunity? Obviously not. Last night, Lee Jun-chuan had already granted the remote control terminal of the super weather control device to Yao Guang, instructing him to keep a close eye on the movements of country's Ministry of Agriculture. Every time crops just started to grow a little, they would hit them with a big wave. Over time, he didn't believe country would have the energy to stir up trouble everywhere. Lee Jun-chuan hummed a tune while taking a shower, listening to Yao Guang report various news to him. Especially when he heard about the events that had occurred in her country from last night to this morning, he felt very pleased. As for the lives of the disaster-stricken people, out of sight, out of mind, after all, they weren't his compatriots. After happily finishing the breakfast prepared by his housekeeper, Lee Jun-chuan went to the yard to feed his 2 parrots, then rarely went out for a jog around the lake. After exercising, he took another shower and then sat back down at his computer. However, instead of playing games, he began to think about how to continue striking at the economies of both countries, because in war, it's all about money. Without money, what is the point of fighting? Yao Guang, what do you think I should do to significantly weaken the economies of these 2 countries? Lee Jun-chuan, feeling lazy, began consulting his smart housekeeper. This time, Yao Guang didn't speak but organized a lot of information and sent it to Lee Jun-chuan's computer screen. Getting up to pour himself a cup of tea, Lee Jun-chuan began to carefully read the strategy that Yao Guang had prepared for him. The strategy was categorized and organized into several methods, each with a detailed step-by-step plan, and the dense text made Lee Jun-chuan's head spin. However, he still gritted his teeth and read carefully, eventually coming up with the simplest and most effective method. Many little partners understand a simple principle. When running a company, the most important thing is to ensure financial balance and surplus. At least you need to have enough cash flow, because if expenses exceed income, the entire company will quickly go bankrupt. Similarly, a country is pretty much the same, as long as the core of fiscal balance is not problematic. Other issues are not a big deal. At most, there will be some detours, but it won't be fatal. The most effective way to quickly bring down a major country in modern society has never been war, but finance. The once superpower was dismembered after its fiscal balance went awry, leading to a financial war instigated by the West. Lee Jun-chuan's recent series of actions, however, are precisely on this path. First, he eliminated the country's leaders, and now those wanting to rise within are all showing their skills by attacking political enemies, causing chaos at the top. Next, the country's nuclear power plants were all destroyed, and everyone can imagine the horrific consequences that would follow. A developed country suddenly losing power. Just look at the recent news from the country, and Lee Jun-chuan gives himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Next, he placed a super monster in the country's waters, which could severely disrupt its fishing industry, and then there were the recent earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and toxic fog spread. Lee Jun-chuan felt that having done this much, the big shots in the country would have no choice but to seize a large piece of the pie. The economic recession of the country is inevitable. Once the cold fusion device he is collaborating on with the Physics Research Institute is mass-produced, industries such as automobiles and heavy machinery in the country will undoubtedly face a huge blow. At that time, Lee Jun-chuan couldn't help but chuckle as he thought about it. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions, as he still needed to add more fuel to the fire. It should be noted that the country's semiconductor, high-end machine tools, medical equipment, precision instruments, and other industries are very developed. Therefore, he planned to materialize some more things and secretly reach cooperation with the domestic side as soon as possible. Once various aspects develop, he would directly crush the neighboring country. As for the country, Lee Jun-chuan planned to take similar measures. But the priority would definitely be the neighboring country. He intended to carefully plan and directly incapacitate the entire air and naval forces of the neighboring country. Given the number of offended parties, it was likely that those politicians would lose sleep without some means. He would then look for opportunities to paralyze the power generation facilities And at that time, he wouldn't need to worry, as various countries and capitalists would rush in, directly shorting the country's currency. Once the new energy, cold fusion, is announced, he didn't believe it wouldn't collapse. As for the country's nuclear weapons, Li Junquan considered that a joke. He planned to raise a few super Godzillas and, if necessary, materialize some high-tech devices. Without this final trump card, he didn't believe the country could bounce back. Li Junquan communicated his thoughts with Yao Guang, instructing Yao Guang to set this as the ultimate goal and formulate a phased plan for him. At that point, he would just need to follow the strategy step by step, making it incredibly convenient. Chapter 157, the prototype of the desert base after roughly formulating the plan. Li Junquan began editing on his computer again, this time focusing entirely on chip-related content. He was editing information about quantum chips, including a series of related technologies such as wafers, polishing materials, photomasks, photoresists, packaging materials, and of course, photolithography machines for producing quantum chips. This time, he didn't complicate things. He directly edited the production lines for all materials and added them to the desert map created by Yao Guang. He wanted to materialize the city that Yao Guang had built, choosing a location in the Great Desert. However, for ecological balance, he didn't directly green the entire desert. He planned to build a desert city first, ensuring good greening within the city limits, while the surrounding area would still have a vast expanse of desert for the indigenous people to inhabit. Thinking about it, he acted. With an excited heart and steadying his trembling hands, Li Junquan clicked on the materialization option on the city map. Please select the materialization location. He chose a spot in the Great Desert and then clicked confirm. Ding! Materialization successful. Due to the enormous scale of the target, it will take 1 month. Please be patient. Post. The system's voice echoed. At this moment, Li Junquan noticed a large stack of documents appeared beside him. After picking them up and looking closely, he found that they were actually land transfer contracts, special nature, from the state, along with a series of approvals for urban construction. After roughly reviewing all the documents, Li Junquan realized that he was now essentially the lord of a city, and this experimental city didn't even require him to pay taxes. Is this ridiculous? Li Junquan felt a bit incredulous and gained a new understanding of the system's power. However, after carefully reading one of the documents, he found it reasonable, as the contents were about the cooperation plan for the cold fusion device. The interests involved were too significant, encompassing both economic and political benefits, as the state had specifically allocated a large piece of land in the desert for him to use as he pleased. Li Junquan's lips curled slightly. This makes a lot of sense. He had previously looked closely at the city constructed by Yao Guang. It had all the necessary buildings, and the greening area reached 20, with the remaining 30 being a massive freshwater lake connected to underground rivers. The entire city covered an area of 20 square kilometers, with 10 square kilometers for various buildings, 6 square kilometers of freshwater lake, and 4 square kilometers of greening area. To put this in perspective, the largest city area in the country is Yushu, which is 824 square kilometers, while Li Junquan City is more than double that size. Since the entire city construction plan had already been completed by Yao Guang, Li Junquan's next task was to fill the city with various elements. The most critical aspect was the population. Should he materialize them directly in the game? Create an army of everyone? Or make them all robots? Li Junquan fell into deep thought for a moment. In the end, he decided that materializing some real people would be better, and he already had some targets in mind. For example, Bruce Banner from Marvel, who has 7 doctoral degrees, Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, Bill Foster, the original Goliath, Red Skull's think tank, Arnim Zola, and Abraham Erskine, the creator of Captain America's serum. Then there were Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Daisy Louise, and Helen Zhao. What excited him the most was Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four, who possessed a multitude of doctoral degrees in fields ranging from engineering and mathematics to physics, basically. He had a PhD in every discipline one could think of. After materializing all these individuals, Li Junquan even felt that he wouldn't need to go through the hassle of materializing anything else from the game, as long as he had sufficient funding and material supplies. These individuals could help him solve all his problems. If there were any issues they couldn't resolve, he could step in himself, fulfilling his dream of being a slacker. The people he materialized would be absolutely loyal to him, and he wouldn't have to worry about them having any ulterior motives. Regarding the production technology for quantum chips, he still planned to collaborate with the state, as he could materialize chips directly in the game if needed. It was no different from copying and pasting, just a matter of moving his fingers. When the state mass produces advanced quantum chips, other domestic supporting manufacturers will surely brainstorm ways to upgrade their components, as failing to do so would lead to elimination. At that point, advanced semiconductor technology would bring about a series of technological innovations, combined with the more advanced green energy cold fusion technology, enough to spark a new technological revolution in the country on a global scale. Countries that do not possess the relevant technology would certainly come running to seek cooperation. As for certain countries that are unwilling to cooperate and want to take action, Li Junchuan expressed that he would be more than happy about it. When that time comes, he would directly crush all those unfriendly countries, and the remaining ones would obediently seek peace and common development. By then, the country would enter a new era. Even the bold idea in Li Junchuan's mind could be implemented, and once that idea was realized, he could confidently take his people and leap off the earth. Yao Guang, Li Junchuan called out, thinking of this. Sir, I'm here. Yao Guang's voice responded. Next, take some time to create a super military base using the advanced technologies and various skills from Red Alert, and let me know when it's done. Li Junchuan instructed. Okay. Sir, I will complete the task as soon as possible. Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan glanced at the progress bar of the desert city manifesting on the computer screen, along with a line of small text indicating that new modules could be added at any time before the manifestation progress was complete. After finishing these tasks, it was lunchtime. After a somewhat distracted lunch, Li Junchuan took out his phone, found Song Jiang's contact information, and dialed. Hello, Uncle Song, are you free right now? Li Junchuan asked. Yes. The morning meeting has nearly finished, and after lunch, I might need another hour or two. What's up? Is there something you need? Song Jiang replied, a bit curious. Is Uncle Ding there too? Li Junchuan asked again. Yes. Do you need to talk to him? Song Jiang became even more curious. Yes. I have some new projects I want to collaborate on with you in the Physics Research Institute. I can't contact Deanwen directly, so could you reach out to him and see if he can come over tonight to discuss? Li Junchuan said. No problem. I guarantee he will be here tonight. Can you give me a hint about what it's related to? Song Jiang recalled the technology Li Junchuan mentioned last time they talked about collaboration, and his tone became a bit excited. Ding Ping, who was sitting next to him, looked at Song Jiang with curiosity, not understanding why his old comrade was suddenly so excited. All right, see you tonight. Make sure Deanwen brings the top semiconductor expert from your institute. Li Junchuan quickly reminded him as he thought of something. Got it. We'll gather at your place tonight. Hiki, make sure to have some medicinal wine ready, Song Jiang said. After hanging up the call with Li Junchuan, Song Jiang raised an eyebrow at Ding Ping and said, Don't say I have good news, and I'm not thinking of you. This time, there are huge benefits involved, so think carefully about how to repay me. If you're not satisfied, don't blame me for not bringing you along. Ding Ping was somewhat speechless, but knowing Song Jiang's temperament, he understood he wasn't joking. For a moment, he felt a bit pained, evidently thinking of something unpleasant, and began to ponder quietly in his mind. Chapter 158. Quantum chips about to go into mass production. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan began to consider what kind of collaboration he wanted to achieve this time. After all, he seemed to lack nothing now. He could almost say he had as much money as he wanted. Luxury cars, houses, he had them all, and even if he really had the desire, finding a bunch of girls wouldn't be a difficult task. After thinking it over, he really didn't know what conditions to propose. However, after considering the large piece of land he just acquired in the desert, the country wouldn't let him suffer losses, and he would let those think tanks worry about it. After setting aside his worries, Li Junchuan went to the yard to play with two parrots. On the other side, after receiving Song Jiang's call, the president of the Physics Research Institute, Wenli, immediately called the institute's top semiconductor experts to board a private plane to Yong City. On the way, Wenli finally had time to explain the purpose of their trip to Yong City, and as soon as the expert heard it was related to the last matter, he immediately became interested. He had been intrigued by the genius young man his old colleague mentioned, but recently he had been busy with nuclear fusion application research and hadn't found time to meet. After the meeting, Song Jiang and Ding Peng finished up some things and headed together to Li Junchuan's home. Li Junchuan was quietly waiting at home. He didn't arrange for anyone to pick them up from the airport, as the travel plans for these big shots were meticulously organized, and he didn't need to worry about it. The first to arrive were Wenli and an elderly man from the capital. Long time no see, Xiao Chuan. Li Junchuan greeted at the door. Xiao Chuan, it's been a while. Let me introduce you. This is our country's most authoritative semiconductor expert, Wu Shouwang. Wenli shook hands with Li Junchuan and introduced his colleague. Hello, Mr. Wu. Li Junchuan also shook hands with the elderly gentleman, please come in for some tea. Uncle Song and the others haven't arrived yet. After leading the two into the living room, the butler brought in the brewed tea. Xiao Chuan, I heard from Uncle Song that you called us over because... Wenli, looking a bit anxious, took a sip of tea and directly asked. Li Junjuan didn't hide anything. The reason for calling everyone over this time is to discuss collaboration on a series of production technologies for quantum chips. As our last collaboration was quite pleasant. How could it not be pleasant? The state hasn't even profited from the nuclear fusion technology yet and directly allocated him such a large piece of land, allowing him to develop it wildly. Oh. Xiao Chuan has research in this area too? Wenli asked curiously. Although he had witnessed Li Junchuan's knowledge last time, he didn't expect him to also have research in the semiconductor field. Li Junchuan nodded and began discussing related production, manufacturing technologies, and subsequent applications of quantum chips with the two. As the conversation deepened, both were increasingly astonished by Li Junchuan's breadth of knowledge. Honestly, they belonged to the smartest group of people, otherwise they wouldn't have reached their current positions. But that was after long periods of study and research, along with experiences abroad that led to their current achievements. Looking at Li Junchuan, they couldn't help but feel a sense of the younger generation pushing the older generation forward, realizing they were somewhat out of touch with the times. While all countries were still conducting preliminary research, manufacturing, and applications, this young man had already mastered all the mature technologies. Sometimes I wonder if you've been possessed by aliens, or if you've time-traveled from the future, Wenli exclaimed. Wu Shouwang nodded, feeling a bit thirsty after speaking a lot, and picked up his teacup for another sip. At that moment, the butler led Song Jiang and Ding Ping into the room. Shall we eat first? We can discuss matters after dinner, Li Junchuan suggested when everyone had arrived. Everyone agreed. So Li Junchuan began instructing the butler to serve the dishes, leading a few people to the dining room himself. Considering the ages of the guests, especially the two academicians, the dinner prepared for that night mainly featured light Cantonese cuisine. Of course, it was just light in flavor. The dishes were still quite sumptuous. And Li Junchuan specially opened a few jars of wine. When it came time to pour the wine, Wu, the academician, initially wanted to decline. But after hearing Wenli's introduction, he dismissed that thought. After all, who would want to give up alcohol unless they were worried about their health? He still wanted to keep his body in good shape to continue contributing to the country's semiconductor industry. However, since they were going to discuss matters that night, everyone didn't drink much, just sampling a little. After dinner, everyone moved to the tea room to discuss serious business. Li Junchuan presented the technology for the quantum chips he had manifested for everyone to see. Since Song Jiang and Ding Peng didn't understand these complex professional issues well, they simply scanned through the materials and handed everything to Academician Wu and President Wan. The two of them began to inquire about the military applications of the quantum chips after mass production. Li Junchuan started explaining the advantages of quantum chips compared to current chips. He used the electronic reconnaissance ship, known as the Ocean Street Glider, as an example, detailing how, after applying quantum chips, this electronic reconnaissance ship would see significant improvements in fields such as computing, communication, simulation, sensing, and security. After this introduction, both of them were wide-eyed. They had already imagined how terrifyingly enhanced the performance of China's electronic reconnaissance ship would be after replacing the existing chips. It should be noted that when China's electronic reconnaissance ship approached the vicinity of military exercises, the opposing forces wouldn't even dare to turn on their radars and would switch their communication methods to the most primitive ones. Fearing that the radar's frequency bands might be deciphered and communications monitored, it is certain that once more advanced quantum chips are installed, our country's capabilities in electronic reconnaissance will surely rise several levels. Coupled with the Guanyin system, it's hard to imagine the situation other countries will face in the future. It would be fine to stay within our own territory, but if they were to conduct military exercises in the South Pacific, they would be easily exposed. And one might ask if they are afraid. Additionally, they thought of the new fleet equipped with cold nuclear fusion that the country is secretly deploying, fighter jets, and new weapons that have already completed testing. After exchanging glances, both of them wore strange smiles, especially for Song Jiang, who knew Li Junchuan very well. Although he wasn't deeply familiar with semiconductors, he knew that anything produced by Li Junchuan could basically be used directly after a simple verification. After all, with prior technologies related to nuclear fusion, he was full of confidence in this cooperation. However, he also began to ponder what kind of reward would be appropriate for Li Junchuan. The national reward was for the state, but he himself could not be without a gesture. After all, the benefits Li Junchuan brought him were enormous. Last time it was a car and a small courtyard. So what about this time? He decided to think it over carefully after returning. At this moment, when Li and Wu Shouwang, who had roughly finished reviewing some materials, also began to discuss passionately with Li Junchuan. Naturally, with the relevant production technologies realized, Li Junchuan had answers to all questions, and the two nodded repeatedly, feeling reassured about the future, especially for Wu Shouwang, who was already of considerable age. He was very worried about the country's follow-up development in the semiconductor field after his passing. Therefore, he always lived cautiously, even afraid to die. In fact, when they first met, Li Junchuan had already noticed his issues, but at that time, it wasn't appropriate to say anything. He just added some substances to the medicinal liquor he had. He hoped to allow this elder who had dedicated his life to the country to live a few more years. After a long time, the discussion finally stopped. And after confirming the authenticity and reliability of the materials, Wen Li immediately got up to call the higher-ups. Moments later, he returned to the tea room to discuss specific cooperation matters with Li Junchuan. After hearing this, Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. It was truly a case of needing something and getting it. Chapter 159, New Direct Control Municipality, Naming Suggestions. Dear readers, Wen Li brought him good news that the domestic leaders would issue a policy encouraging some citizens to migrate to the city in the desert. Of course, this was on the condition that Li Junchuan agreed. Li Junchuan then began to consider the possibility of such a situation. After all, such a large city couldn't possibly have everyone manifested from the game, right? How many people would that be? Or would they all be made into robots? Clones? Another good piece of news was that once this desert city was built, it would directly become the 5th direct-controlled municipality in the country. Of course, on the surface, it would be a direct-controlled municipality, but in reality, it wouldn't be managed at all, as long as no chaotic situations arose. With this policy in place, Li Junchuan felt that he could fully unleash his efforts to transform this place into the most developed city on the entire planet. Of course, it would also be the most technologically advanced and militarily powerful city. At this point, he had already begun to prepare to manifest some scientists from the films and TV shows he had previously targeted. By then, he could bring in some management talents to oversee the normal operation of the entire city. He could then live like a salted fish, traveling with his girlfriend and occasionally creating people. In addition, the country had also prepared a huge interest-free loan for him to avoid any stoppage in the construction of the city due to lack of funds. After a heated discussion, they found that the mature technology provided by Li Junchuan could be produced directly upon return, ready for use. There was no need for further experimentation. Once the production line was built step by step according to the blueprints, they could directly start production. In the future, the domestic semiconductor industry would no longer have to worry about being choked off and could even counter-sanction and strike against foreign semiconductor industries. Li Junchuan had made arrangements with the 2 research institutes to notify him when they were ready to go public. He would cooperate with the national side to ensure a comprehensive and thorough crackdown. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself and told no one, except for Yao Guang, who was the only one in the know. From the conversations with Song Jiang and Ding Ping, he could clearly sense the military's changing attitude towards neighboring small countries. Thinking of this, he spoke up. Uncle Song, has your meeting ended? Ah, it has ended. Do you have something to discuss? Song Jiang asked curiously. Nothing urgent. But could you take me on a tour of the warship? If that's not possible, a Coast Guard ship would be fine, Li Junchuan said. He was reminded of the country that still dared to provoke despite the death of its domestic leader. That's fine. There happens to be an exercise in the Southern Sea recently, so I can take you to observe. Song Jiang nodded, unfazed. To him, these were trivial matters. And he also hoped that after watching the exercise, Li Junchuan would come up with new technologies. Sensing Song Jiang's thoughts, Li Junchuan curiously asked, according to the timeline, our warships and aircraft carriers should be able to replace their power systems now, right? Song Jiang shot him a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? We don't have new power systems. We barely have a few old ones left. We're poor and can't afford to build new ones. Li Junchuan's face darkened. All right, whatever you say. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that military spending has increased to 145 trillion. However, he also knew that military leaders like to keep good things hidden. What could be publicly disclosed was basically stuff that was about to be phased out. The topic between the two came to a halt, both understanding that there was no need to continue the conversation. Ding Peng also thought of how the new power system and new chips incorporated into early warning aircraft would significantly enhance the country's aerospace capabilities and airspace security. For a moment, Everyone exchanged smiles, raised their teacups, and toasted to a stronger motherland. After everyone dispersed, Song Jiang and Ding Ping took their leave. Wen Li and Wu Shouwang were retained by Li Junchuan. The reason was simple. He wanted to help the two elders with their health. Such national treasures are crucial for the country's development, so he hoped these individuals could remain healthy. Unfortunately, when Grandpa Yuan passed away, he didn't have the ability to intervene. Otherwise, he would have certainly wanted Grandpa Yuan to live a few more years to witness this prosperous era. The treatment process was no different from usual. After the treatment, Li Junchuan had the butler arrange for the two to stay in guest rooms, watching as their brows relaxed and they fell into a deep sleep. Li Junchuan returned to his own room. Yao Guang, has anything noteworthy happened? Li Junchuan lit a cigarette and asked leisurely while sitting in front of the computer. Sir, you can take a look at these videos. As soon as Yao Guang's voice sounded, Li Junchuan saw a bunch of videos popping up on his computer. Are these from various universities in the country? Li Junchuan asked curiously. Yes, these are real-time footage captured from universities across the country. Yao Guang replied. Are the authorities being so brutal? Li Junchuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as he watched the footage. Not just that, sir, look further back. Following Yao Guang's prompt, Li Junchuan continued scrolling through the videos. Where do these students come from? Most are from our country. But there are also some from Europe and Asia. Let's publish all of this online, especially the extreme measures taken by these police, in high definition. Li Junchuan declared. He has always been law-abiding since he was young and has never encountered a situation where the police came to his door. Of course, he has never seen a scene like that in real life either. As he thought about this, he did not change his decision at all. Although the internet is quite developed now, and he doesn't need to do anything, many netizens in various places must have come across related videos. Nevertheless, he still asked Yao Guang to help him with a round of recommendations so that people around the world could see the true situation of this country, which claims to be free every day. When some of his plans are implemented later, the resistance he encounters will be less. He still needs to give the country a few pushes. Although he doesn't care much about this, there is a saying about being just and honorable. At this moment, he actually hopes that the politicians in this country will continue to self-destruct, the more the better, and it would be best to provoke a nationwide demonstration. By then, he might not even have to lift a finger. The people in this country, who long for freedom, might just directly spark a major upheaval. He would simply let Yao Guang quietly stir the pot from behind. With the ebb and flow, the gap in comprehensive national strength between the two countries would grow larger, and he might directly become a ball leader. With this thought in mind, he opened the game module and manifested a bunch of super deep-sea behemoths, placing them all along the eastern and western coasts of the country. It still felt like something was missing. Li Junchuan muttered to himself. Right, Yao Guang. Mark all the supply bases of the country on the map. He commanded. Soon, Yao Guang completed the task. Li Junchuan then manifested a few deep-sea behemoths at each of the country's maritime supply bases. As for whether it would affect the ecological environment, he said there was no need to worry at all. These deep-sea behemoths usually slept and would only awaken upon receiving Li Junchuan's command, attacking passing ships and warships. Afterward, they could use various weapon energies from the warships to replenish themselves. If that didn't work, Li Junchuan planned to manifest some cold fusion devices for them. After all, he wouldn't let them go hungry. After finishing this work, he got up to wash up and go to bed, preparing to follow Song Jiang to have some fun at sea the next day. Chapter 160. Personally witnessing the water cannon directly hitting country ships the next morning. Li Junchuan casually ate some breakfast and drove his off-road vehicle to the agency compound. After parking, Song Jiang took him directly by helicopter to a port in the Bibu Gulf. At this moment, the port was under martial law, filled with various sizes of warships and Coast Guard vessels. After getting off the helicopter, Song Jiang led Li Junchuan and several other soldiers waiting at the port towards one of the 052 destroyers, the Yongqing ship. This is a destroyer named after our own city. Looking at the massive Nanning ship, Li Junchuan couldn't help but feel that all his vehicles were no longer appealing. Even his private plane parked on this huge destroyer felt weak. As they stepped onto the deck, they saw a Z-9 shipborne helicopter equipped with dual rotors. While leading Li Junchuan into the ship's cabin, Song Jiang introduced him to the various facilities inside. Passing through the ship's cabin to the front of the vessel, they saw 4 sets of 8-cell vertical launch systems. These could be equipped with YJ-18 supersonic missiles and even the YJ-21 missiles, which can reach speeds of up to Mach 10. Seeing this, Li Junchuan recalled a video he had watched a few days ago where a child asked about nuclear weapons. He had previously thought that the country's actions might be a bit excessive until he saw the child asking if the launch silos could be equipped with nuclear bombs. And he felt a bit conservative. He decided that perhaps he should also assemble a fleet fully loaded with nuclear bombs. Just thinking about that scene was thrilling. Xiao Chuan. What you see now is our main gun, with a caliber of 130 millimeters, which is also the largest caliber main gun in active service in the Navy. Song Jiang was explaining when he turned around to see Li Junchuan's incredulous expression and felt a bit helpless. Xiao Chuan, whether you believe it or not. This is our largest caliber shipborne main gun. Song Jiang patted Li Junchuan on the shoulder. I believe. How's the firing rate of this main gun? Li Junchuan asked. 25 rounds per minute, range of 25 kilometers. So, are you satisfied with this gun? At this moment, a voice came from behind Li Junchuan. Hearing the footsteps, Li Junchuan quickly turned around and saw an elderly man with 2 ears of wheat and 2 stars on his shoulders coming over, followed by a few people. Hello, Chief. Li Junchuan saluted. They were all wearing military uniforms, which felt appropriate. Hello. The chief returned the greeting, saying, Xiao Chuan. Welcome to visit the naval vessels of the Southern Theater. At this time, Song Jiang walked over and said, Xiao Chuan, let me introduce you. This is the leader of our Southern Theater Navy, surnamed Zhang Liang. You can just call him Uncle Zhang privately, since his voice was very low. The others nearby didn't hear clearly, except for Zhang Liang, who was close. Since you're on my turf, let me continue to introduce you. Zhang Liang pointed to a structure on the ship that looked like an oversized fly swatter and said, This is our detection radar. This is radar? How far can it detect? Li Junchuan looked at this thing, unable to connect it with radar. Don't underestimate it. Its detection range is as high as 500 kilometers. Capable of detecting stealth aircraft and small objects in the sea. Zhang Liang spoke with pride. At this time, Li Junchuan pointed to the 4 squares on the ship. What is this? Zhang Liang's expression became even prouder. This is the so-called Chinese Divine Shield. An active phased array radar. Our Yongqing ship is equipped with 4 of these. And its power lies in the fact that the detection waves it emits cannot be recognized or perceived. So that means we can freely discover the enemy and monitor their movements. But the enemy doesn't know we have already detected them? Li Junchuan asked. Zhang Liang nodded. You can understand it that way. Li Junchuan nodded in understanding but was thinking about manifesting something even more powerful when he returned. However, at this moment, an officer behind Zhang Liang suddenly stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. Thanks to his strong hearing, Li Junchuan passively heard the content of the conversation. The country's warships are causing trouble again? Li Junchuan's expression became a bit strange. These country monkeys really won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Just then, Zhang Liang suddenly ordered the Yongqing ship and 2 Coast Guard vessels docked at the port to set off together, speeding in a certain direction. Gathering everyone into the ship's cabin, Zhang Liang, looking relaxed, continued to introduce the various facilities inside to Li Junchuan. Time flew by quickly, and the Yongqing ship, along with the 2 Coast Guard vessels, soon arrived near the incident site in advance. At this moment, Li Junchuan looked through the porthole and saw the country's military ship not far away. Having seen several nautical charts before, Li Junchuan quickly judged that the other party had crossed the line, and he began to anticipate what decision the leaders present would make. Country ship. This is the Huagua Coast Guard. Immediately cease illegal activities and leave this maritime area. At that moment, the officer on the Coast Guard ship issued a warning, and the voice was transmitted to the Yongqing ship. However, the other party showed no signs of wanting to leave and continued to charge forward recklessly. Seeing this, the 2 Coast Guard vessels immediately surrounded the intruding ship and issued a second warning. But the other party remained indifferent. So the 2 Coast Guard vessels decisively activated their water cannons and sprayed them at the country's ship. Then, to Li Junchuan's astonished gaze, the radar on the opposing side began to spin like a fan, propelled by the thick water columns shot out by the 2 water cannons. It's just that the rotation speed is still a bit lacking. Uncle Zhang, can we increase the power a bit? Li Junchuan quietly leaned close to Zhang Liang's ear and asked. Zhang Liang's expression was a bit strange, but he nodded anyway and then gave the order. Then Li Junchuan witnessed the scene he had been dreaming of. The radar on the opposite side was spinning uncontrollably, just like a giant electric fan. Li Junchuan couldn't help but hum an old song, The Magic of Love, causing a few officers around him to almost lose their composure. Zhang Liang also felt a bit helpless but said nothing, a slight smile on his lips. However, the next move came from the Coast Guard crew operating the water cannon. Seeing that the radar on the national ship seemed to be damaged and there was nothing fun left, aimed at the smokestack of the opposing vessel. Well, there's that operation. Li Junchuan was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, isn't the engine connected right below that chimney? That's right, it's the engine. Zhang Liang nodded affirmatively. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. So does that mean the opposing ship should be completely immobilized now? Zhang Liang nodded. Your understanding is correct. Sure enough, at that moment, everyone saw black smoke billowing from the engine stack of the national ship, and then the entire ship came to a halt. At this moment, Li Junchuan had a sudden idea. Uncle Zhang, can we add some quartz sand or something when the Coast Guard's water cannon fires? Zhang Liang was clearly intrigued, but still hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Li Junchuan shook his head. Look. The engine stack on the opposite side is spewing black smoke, clearly indicating that it's short-circuited and caught fire. At this time, adding some sand to the water would help them extinguish the fire better, right? Water douses the flames, and then the sand covers it to prevent reignition. Zhang Liang gave him a thumbs up. You're still the best. I'll have the people below seriously consider the feasibility of this operation. If it works, I'll credit you with a great achievement. Li Junchuan smiled shyly. Not at all. It's just a small matter. I got this inspiration from the vast number of netizens. Their conversation wasn't quiet, so everyone in the cabin heard it, and for a moment, their mouths twitched. Isn't this just like a cutting machine? Increasing the power instantly turns it into a giant cutting machine. Chapter 161. Destroying the entire national military base and power station. Li Junchuan paid no heed to the expressions of those around him. After all, compared to the younger brother, he felt he was still lacking. Watching the national ship completely incapacitated, Li Junchuan continued to stare at the opposing vessel. With his excellent eyesight, he could even see the expressions of the people inside the national ship. Are there still reporters on the ship? Li Junchuan asked curiously. Yes, there's always some. Trying to portray themselves as victims to gain sympathy, Zhang Liang scoffed. But it's useless now. Everyone knows their true intentions. Li Junchuan nodded. After all, the internet is so developed now that some savvy individuals will analyze the national agenda from various angles. Therefore, their ugly side had long been recognized by many countries' citizens. Do they often do this? Li Junchuan asked, as he wasn't always paying attention to these matters. Yes, now that they have the country backing them. They have become increasingly arrogant. Zhang Liang felt a headache when mentioning this. The national ship was like a fly, hard to swat away. Li Junchuan recalled some previous incidents and then spoke up. Hasn't the big leader of the nation already died? Do they still have the energy to stir up trouble here? Zhang Liang shook his head. What they're doing is to seek political benefits. Maybe they see provoking our country as a stepping stone. Li Junchuan's expression darkened slightly. He felt he was still too conservative. Li Junchuan spent the entire day at sea, and at noon, he tasted the meals in the ship's mess with a group of leaders. He had to admit that the Air Force and Navy's mess halls were indeed better than the Army's. Leaving the Yongqing ship at night, Li Junchuan followed Song Jiang back to Yongqing City. Once home, Li Junchuan quickly finished the dinner prepared by the housekeeper and then sat down at his computer. Yao Guang, I want to destroy this country. Since I want to be the vanguard for the nation, I must be prepared for the possibility of being trampled. Li Junchuan said softly. Sir, shall I help you prepare? Yao Guang asked. What preparations? Li Junchuan was a bit puzzled. There are still many of our compatriots in the nation. Since you want to attack it, should we take measures to bring them back first? Yao Guang suggested. Li Junchuan frowned in thought. He hadn't considered this issue before. It's fine to recall our compatriots, but will other countries suspect it's us who acted? He thought of this issue again. Let me handle it. I will mark the areas where our compatriots reside and then carry out precise strikes on the nation's military forces. Yao Guang proposed another idea. Li Junchuan nodded. This approach was indeed feasible. Then let's get started. I don't believe this country would dare to act so boldly if its military power is diminished, Li Junchuan ordered. As for whether the nation would take the opportunity to cause trouble, Li Junchuan was not worried at all, as all the waters of the nation were now inhabited by super-oceanic beasts. If the national warships made any unusual movements, Li Junchuan could directly awaken the beasts to deliver a heavy blow to their maritime military strength. All right, sir, preparing to launch a super-meteorological attack on the nation. After Yao Guang's voice sounded, the computer screen displayed satellite images. Suddenly, large clouds gathered over the entire national territory. At first, it didn't attract attention, as the sky had already darkened. However, soon someone noticed something was off, as those who happened to look up saw that the clouds tonight were unusually low. Like a great demon appearing in Journey to the West, the heavy clouds pressed down lower and lower, making it seem as if the entire sky was about to collapse, causing great panic among the people. Through the high-definition satellite images, Li Junchuan could see the unease and fear on the faces of the citizens. Watching those people scream and frantically run towards their homes, Li Junchuan felt a twinge of compassion, but it was quickly suppressed. If it were Huaxia leading, your lives would be better, so I'm sorry, he silently thought. At this moment, the areas where some military bases were located suddenly collapsed without warning. And even the usually alert animals had no time to react. The sudden collapse of the earth swallowed various buildings of these military bases in an instant, and the soldiers inside were crushed before they could even scream. Meanwhile, the sudden change in the crust triggered a violent shift in sea levels. The sea around the nation seemed to drop slightly for an instant, then was suddenly filled by surrounding waters, creating giant waves over 10 meters high, rushing towards the nation's land. The clouds enveloping the nation seemed to be drawn by an inexplicable force, starting to spin slowly and then gaining speed. Is this a hurricane? Li Junchuan watched the hurricane on the satellite image, looking like an apocalyptic disaster. He saw the center of the hurricane filled with blue and purple lightning and couldn't help but silently applaud Yao Guang. Yao Guang, what level is this hurricane? Li Junchuan asked. Level 5. After receiving Yao Guang's reply, Li Junchuan clenched his fist slightly, watching as the massive tsunami, accompanied by the super strong level 5 hurricane, surged towards the nation's coast. The super hurricane swept up all the buildings and trees along the coast, carrying them like they were on GPS navigation, straight towards the nation's power station. The flood that came with the hurricane instantly submerged the entire coastal town, and Li Junchuan even saw sharks swimming freely in the streets from the images on the computer screen. Not paying much attention to the situation in the coastal areas of the nation, his gaze remained fixed on the path of the hurricane, watching the super hurricane completely destroy a power station before continuing towards the next power station. Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. After the entire country's hydroelectric power was cut off, could the country still exist? Such a thought suddenly popped into Li Junchuan's mind. Staring at the screen on his computer, he looked at the largest remaining power station in the country and smirked coldly. Just then, a strong thunderstorm suddenly erupted above this largest power station in the country. When a level 5 hurricane met an extremely strong thunderstorm, it immediately formed multiple swirling tornadoes, which then merged and split again, and continued to do so. Eventually, a gigantic tornado with an enormous vortex was formed, and this giant tornado, with the power to move mountains and fill seas, uprooted the entire power station in an instant, leaving no possibility for repair. After the giant tornado passed, the power station was flattened, with not a blade of grass remaining. Most areas of the country were plunged into darkness, while only the areas where Chinese people gathered remained safe, as if the entire disaster had nothing to do with them. Chapter 162. Stirring up several big shots for humanitarian aid to the country, although the destruction of the power station caused the entire region to lose power. The Chinese compatriots in this area were not affected at all, as they had not suffered from earthquakes, tsunamis, or hurricanes. The embassy, having backup power equipment, was also unaffected. The ambassador in the embassy quickly made a call to report the situation in the country back home. Many news media outlets also risked their lives to broadcast the news to the domestic public and the world. In the live broadcast rooms of various media, especially those aimed at a global audience, the screen was filled with question marks. After a while, a serious comment in Chinese finally emerged. If I remember correctly, the country was still causing a commotion in the Southern Sea in the morning, and by evening the entire nation was hit by a storm? A child asked. I don't care about the life and death of the citizens. I just want to know how our compatriots over there are doing. Another commented. Don't worry. Just click the portal at the back. The domestic authorities have announced that our compatriots in the country have only been slightly affected by the power outage and are otherwise fine. At this moment, what was Li Junchuan doing? He directly pulled Song Jiang, Ding Ping, and Zhang Liang, whom he had just met today, into a group and started a video call. Xiao Chuan, the three said in unison. Li Junchuan nodded and switched his avatar screen to show the satellite imagery on his computer. Hello, leaders. Sorry to disturb you so late. Li Junchuan's voice rang out. No problem. We weren't asleep anyway. Just go ahead and say what you need. The familiar Song Jiang replied. Leaders, please take a look at the screen on my side. It's best to enlarge it. Li Junchuan said directly. Is this a real-time satellite image of the country? Zhang Liang, who knew the most about the country, asked with some confusion. Yes. The location in the video is where the largest power station in the country is. Li Junchuan said, his tone seemingly unaffected. All power stations in the country have been destroyed by hurricanes, tornadoes, and other storms. Zhang Liang's eyes narrowed. Xiao Chuan. Where did you get this data? Oh, about that. I hacked into the military satellites deployed over the country and I'm now streaming it to you. Li Junchuan's voice remained calm, as if this little matter was completely trivial to him. Is the information true? Song Jiang, who knew Li Junchuan's capabilities best, continued to confirm. Not at all surprised that he could hack into the country's military satellites. I can guarantee it's completely true. Li Junchuan's voice was firm. Now, aside from the complete paralysis of the power system, the country's drinking water has also been contaminated. And what else? You're just teasing us. Song Jiang, a bit impatient, asked. The other two big shots in the video seemed to perk up their ears as well. Additionally, all military bases in the country have been destroyed and swallowed by the earthquake. The country is now completely defenseless. Li Junchuan's voice had a hint of meaning. He noticed the eyes of the three big shots flash with a glimmer of light. Li Junchuan seemed oblivious, as far as I know. There are quite a few of our compatriots in the country, and they are currently in dire straits. I think we need to provide immediate assistance. According to my calculations, the disaster the country is facing will last until tomorrow morning, and by then, our compatriots will be facing the risks of water and power outages, and even food shortages in this scorching summer. Li Junchuan's voice seemed to carry a certain magic. It is reasonable for the benevolent Huagua to provide aid to its overseas compatriots. And it is also reasonable to conduct humanitarian assistance for the disaster-stricken masses in the whole country. Li Junchuan's voice continued. At this moment, the three big shots in the video were breathing a bit heavily. However, given the vast number of disaster victims in the country, the amount of aid we need will certainly be enormous. It would be reasonable for us to send out several fleets for such a large amount of supplies. Li Junchuan observed the eyes of the three big shots becoming brighter and continued to lead them on. Although large transport ships can carry a lot of supplies, the entire military power of the country is diminished. It would be reasonable for us to send some soldiers to guard the supplies. After all, it would be bad if looting occurred. He felt like a pyramid scheme leader, brainwashing the people below him. Currently, most of our compatriots live in the central region of the country, so it would be reasonable for our soldiers to cross the border to bring our compatriots home. Li Junchuan chuckled lightly, his voice continuing. But because the entire road infrastructure within the country is in ruins, it would be reasonable for us to send a large number of armored vehicles that are more capable of traversing the terrain. After all, everything is for the safety of our compatriots. His voice had not yet stopped. Since local communication facilities have all been destroyed, it would also be appropriate for us to send a few helicopters to scout the way, right? At this point, Li Junchuan finally stopped speaking. He switched the screen back to his avatar, staring intently at the three big shots in the video, the meaning unspoken. The three of them simultaneously took a deep breath. Looking at Li Junchuan on the screen, this guy is simply a genius. Finally, Ding Peng hesitantly spoke up. We understand your meaning. But will this action provoke dissatisfaction from other countries? And he did not finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his implication. Li Junchuan shook his head. The prime minister of the country is already dead, and a new one has not yet been elected. Several political parties are currently vying for power, and their nuclear power plants have all been destroyed and cannot be rebuilt in the short term. So they do not have the energy to manage these matters. What about the country? Zhang Liang asked. The country? They are also too busy taking care of themselves. After all, their president is dead, a new president has not yet been elected, and the military is currently in turmoil, as many high-ranking officials have also died. Li Junchuan's expression carried a hint of mockery, as there were some things he could not say out loud. However, he was confident that the country would not have the energy to manage the affairs of the country. At this moment, Song Jiang, who had the most contact with Li Junchuan, suddenly thought of something, slightly squinting his eyes, but after a moment, he took a deep breath and put a smile back on his face. No matter what, Xiaochuan's heart has always been with the country. With that, what do I have to worry about? Song Jiang thought to himself. At this time, Ding Peng and Zhang Liang exchanged glances at each other in the video, then nodded to each other. Okay, we understand. We will discuss this with the higher-ups tonight, and if all goes well, there will be good news tomorrow. Song Jiang also nodded. Xiaochuan, you should rest for now. By the way, share the real-time satellite images of the country with me. You don't need to worry about anything else. Good night. Good night. After cutting off the video call, Li Junchuan asked Yao Guang to share the satellite images with Song Jiang, then stood up, humming a tune as he walked towards the bathroom. We all have a home, called China. There are many brothers and sisters, and the scenery is quite nice. At home, the two dragons are the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, and that Mount Everest is the highest peak. Our great China, oh how grand is our first home. through the wind and rain. The first volume ends here, brothers. The second volume will begin shortly. Yanzu, Ifei. Please support. Chapter 163. Are we going to get tough? Is the country going to become a province? After taking a shower, Li Junchuan lay on the bed. Thought for a moment, sent another message to Song Jiang, then tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. On the other side, Song Jiang, who was participating in an emergency meeting with senior leaders, suddenly felt his phone vibrate, since he needed to stay in contact with Li Junchuan at all times. The higher-up specifically allowed him to bring his phone. As for confidentiality issues, what a joke. If that kid really wanted to eavesdrop on state secrets, they couldn't stop him. That was the conclusion given by the country's top computer experts. If necessary, I can help you block all country satellites and radars, including but not limited to those in the sky, on the ground, and underwater. Li Junchuan. After reading Li Junchuan's message, Song Jiang informed the leaders present about the message he received. A few of them exchanged dry smiles. This kid is too lazy to even hide it now. One of the senior leaders shook his head and smiled, signaling for the meeting to continue while nodding at Song Jiang. The meaning was self-evident. Receiving the instruction, Song Jiang directly replied to Li Junchuan with a message. You can go all out. Song Jiang. On the other side, Li Junchuan, who had already fallen asleep, naturally did not see Song Jiang's reply, but he had long entrusted Yao Guang to handle the matter. After receiving the order, Yao Guang saw Song Jiang's message and began to take action. In an instant, the quantum supercomputing center in the Z-Wei Palace of the South China Sea military base began to operate at full capacity. Yao Guang directly hacked into all country satellites outside of China and various detection devices. This meant that whatever he wanted those countries to discover, they could discover. And whatever he didn't want them to find out, they would have to come personally to the Southern Sea to see for themselves. After making the relevant preparations, Yao Guang, for safety's sake, manipulated the super weather control device again and launched weather weapons against the troublesome countries. He wanted to ensure that these two countries could not divert their attention. Soon, after the supernatural disasters in Country A, Country B also experienced severe natural disasters, causing chaos in both nations. Meanwhile, Song Jiang, who was in the meeting, received a message from Yao Guang on behalf of Li Junchuan. All detection systems of other countries are taken care of. Keep up the good work. Li Junchuan. At this time, the attendees quickly received news of the natural disasters occurring in Country B. Everyone exchanged glances in surprise. Finally, the senior leader coughed and said, "What are you all thinking? Let's continue the meeting and stop thinking about irrelevant things." Then, everyone continued their heated discussions. About 2 hours later, the meeting concluded. The various leaders present began to issue various orders to their subordinates. Most departments of a superpower began to work together enthusiastically to execute the high-level orders. The domestic army, Navy, and Air Force set off towards Country B, along with various fully loaded warships, Coast Guard vessels, electronic reconnaissance ships, and electronic reconnaissance planes. Meanwhile, major logistics companies that usually only engaged in shipping business sent out their largest cruise ships, loaded with various goods heading towards Country B. As for what exactly was on board, whether it was disaster relief supplies or something else, no one knew. Thanks to Yao Guang's assistance, a series of actions taken domestically went unnoticed by other countries. Moreover, due to the severe disaster, Country B's communication system was comprehensively damaged. The few remaining usable satellite communication tools were also interfered with by Yao Guang, rendering them ineffective. At this moment, Country B was isolated from the rest of the world. It was as if it were independent from the entire world, with no response from heaven or earth. The surviving citizens near the coast, having barely survived the hurricane and flood, were now wailing in despair, and then they saw large objects rapidly approaching from the sea. In an instant, these citizens huddled together, trembling. Their homes had all been destroyed, leaving them with nowhere to hide, and now with no food or water, they could only wait in despair for misfortune to continue. However, to their surprise, these approaching large objects did not attack them. Soon after, they heard their own language coming from loudspeakers. "These are ships from Huagua. Will they attack us?" "Citizens. They are Huagua people. They are here to help with disaster relief." "Great. Citizens. If they can give me food and help me rebuild a home, I don't care what they want to do." "Citizens. You traitor of this country." "Citizens. I just want to live. What is wrong with that?" "What about you? If you don't want to live, you can refuse assistance, go up and resist desperately. Go die now." Citizens shouted loudly. Then, the whole place fell silent. Who would want to die if they could live? And looking at the dense mass of large objects on the sea, everyone instantly lost the courage to resist, slowly changing their mindset and kneeling down together. On the other side, on the sea, Song Jiang, Ding Ping, and Zhang Liang, standing in the cockpit of the Fu Min ship, looked through the telescope and saw the crowds along the coast of Country B kneeling, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they felt a surge of pride. At this moment, the sky was beginning to brighten slightly, and the morning star in the sky was dazzling. Soon, the fleet, accompanied by the giant cruise ship, slowly approached the port of Country B. As the tide brought by the natural disaster gradually receded, the citizens of Country B kneeling in the muddy ground buried their heads tightly, fearing that the next second they would be sent to meet God. However, they soon breathed a sigh of relief, as the expected sound of gunfire did not ring out, but rather warm hands lifted them up. Soon, officers who understood the language approached for communication, followed by teams of soldiers responsible for distributing food and water. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, a young man loudly said in not-so-fluent Mandarin, "Long live Huagua! Long live Huagua! Long live Huagua!" In an instant, these 4 words echoed throughout the port. Subsequently, soldiers landing at the port divided into several groups, carrying weapons and supplies, moving in various directions. After all, not all compatriots lived together. So deploying a large number of soldiers to search for and assist affected compatriots was very reasonable, right? Establishing temporary disaster relief camps along the way was also very reasonable, right? Soon, a large number of soldiers carrying various weapons and equipment, along with various supplies, stepped onto the territory of Country B. It was reminiscent of the grand scene of millions of troops crossing the river back in the day. Soon, compatriots working, living, and studying in Country B received disaster relief supplies dispatched by the state, and at this moment, they felt so proud and were filled with tears. Even the dullest person would realize what the scene before them meant. As for the current party and government leaders of Country B, sorry, without military power, they were nothing. Thus, Song Jiang, Ding Ping, and Zhang Liang arrived at the Malin Palace, amid the enthusiastic welcome and sincere request from the senior leaders of Country B. Song Jiang raised the 5-star red flag on the flagpole of Malin Palace. The speed of Huagua has always been the fastest in the world. As a group of domestic netizens just got out of bed, brushing their teeth while scrolling through their phones, they were astonished to find that the land area of their country had suddenly increased. Chapter 164, National Celebration. Then, various videos and social media platforms exploded with activity. What the hell? Am I still not awake? The country has become a province? Commented netizen So Ming under the official media's news video. Did I wake up too abruptly? Am I dreaming? Said netizen Rong Rong's second aunt. A bunch of idiots. I've already called my boss to take a leave. I'm going to buy firecrackers and fireworks to celebrate. Said netizen Huagu. Let's go. Let's go. Coordinates, capital city. Is anyone celebrating with fireworks? Said netizen Li Ergu, who loves sweet and sour eggs. Bro. Let's at each other. I know some places where the local government doesn't care. We can drive there to set off fireworks. Said netizen Gue Jiling. In no time, many netizens confirmed the authenticity of the news and requested leave from their bosses. Some bosses even prepared fireworks and firecrackers without their employees asking for leave, taking them out of the city to the suburbs for team-building activities. Firefighters across the country happily drove water-filled fire trucks around for patrol. In short, it was a national celebration. On the other hand, other countries also received the news and, after confirming its authenticity, fell silent. At this moment, the country had lifted restrictions on satellites and detection equipment from other nations. After all, the situation was set, and there was nothing to worry about. Then, various countries saw the dense fleet on the southern sea and were left dumbfounded. They cursed inwardly. This rabbit is too good at hiding, right? If I'm not mistaken. Many of those are nuclear-powered warships and aircraft carriers, and there are even nuclear-powered planes. However, they indeed dared not speak these words aloud. They had already sensed the strength of the rabbit. After all, radar, satellites, and other detection systems had been completely controlled for an entire night. Of course, they did not discover this through technical means, but because of such a significant event, they were completely unaware, which said a lot. At this moment, a high-ranking military leader in the country tried to activate a hidden special remote device in his office, trembling as he pressed the red button. After a long wait with no response, he sat down on the floor, cradling his head in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "It's over, it's over. We've lost control of our nuclear weapons." Meanwhile, several high-ranking officials from other countries seemed to have the same realization. Late to the game. They mimicked the actions of the military leader from the country but received no feedback either. Instantly, they turned pale, collapsing weakly into their chairs, staring blankly at the globe. Fixated on that vast eastern nation. Fortunately, the rabbit has never liked war. Otherwise, would we have to go head-on? All satellites and radars are ineffective. Our missile guidance systems have all become mere decorations. A senior official of the country said quietly. At that moment, he didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. Previously, their country had united with two others to provoke the rabbit, and now the rabbit had directly announced that the country had become a province of the rabbit. Would it be their turn next? As long as we stay calm and don't provoke the rabbit, we should be fine, right? Another high-ranking official from the country said uncertainly. It's fine, don't worry. The rabbit definitely won't randomly start a war at this time. Even if it does, it should be directed at the country. Our mistakes aren't that serious, the highest leader of the country stated. After a moment's pause, he immediately turned his gaze to the highest leader of the Foreign Affairs Department. You need to issue a statement right now, expressing our friendly stance. After thinking for a moment, he felt it wasn't enough. Also, express our sincere willingness to cooperate with the rabbit. We can make concessions in certain areas. The leader of the Foreign Affairs Department quickly nodded. I'll go prepare. At that moment, he felt a bit anxious, fearing that their country would be the next to be dealt with, and hurriedly rushed out of the conference room to issue a global statement. As the country issued its statement, several other countries nearly simultaneously expressed their friendly stance toward the rabbit. The presidents and other high-ranking leaders of these nations announced their imminent visits to the rabbit. Finally, after everyone saw each other's statements, they communicated and decided to form a group to visit the rabbit. However, the leaders of the country were a bit absent-minded, as they had recently joined forces to bully the rabbit. The country was fine since it was quite far away, but the other country was not, being so close. They felt missiles could fly to their island at any moment. The animosity between the two countries had a long history. Unlike other countries that could casually issue statements and be at ease. At this moment, various political parties in the country temporarily halted their infighting and began discussing how to apologize to the rabbit to avoid the fate of national destruction. However, after much thought, they couldn't come up with a good method. Finally, one leader of a political party spoke up. How about we offer our country's most advanced technologies? Although the rabbit might not necessarily be interested. Right. Others quickly chimed in. Whether they are interested or not is another matter. We need to express our stance first, or else we might not have time later. So everyone quickly reached a consensus and began discussing which technologies to offer as an apology to the rabbit. Ultimately, with various representatives from financial groups looking like they had just lost their mothers, a resolution was made to offer the country's steel-making technology, chip technology, medical equipment technology, engine technology, and more. After all, even if they handed over the technology, they still had engineers and researchers to continue development. But if the country was gone, everything would be lost. At that point, nothing would belong to them anymore. Meanwhile, over in the country, although there was a desire to struggle, thoughts of the suddenly assassinated president, the mysteriously deceased high-ranking military officials, and the sudden blackout of eyes, ears, and noses extinguished any motivation. How can we continue? When did the rabbit become so powerful? This is unscientific. The acting president pounded the table with both hands. He was afraid that just after becoming the national president, he would become a national slave. Li Junchuan opened his eyes, yawned, and got up to wash up. While having breakfast, he took out his phone and looked at the various messages, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, my efforts were not in vain. The rabbit has finally truly risen and dared to show its sharp claws to the provoking countries, he thought while slurping his rice rolls. At this moment, Yao Guang also gave Li Junchuan a brief report on the events that occurred overnight domestically and internationally up until this morning. Li Junchuan feigned calmness, nodding in understanding. However, after finishing his meal, he immediately sat down in front of the computer, editing various super fireworks and firecrackers, continuously materializing them. Finally, he also materialized everything in several Shenwu accounts backpacks. After the backpacks materialized, he had 4 double-shoulder backpacks, and his space equipment's usable area had reached an exaggerated level. Next, he kept materializing fireworks and firecrackers until he filled all his space equipment, before using the basement's teleportation station to arrive at the military base in the South China Sea. Chapter 165, Singing for the Motherland. Hi, long time no see. Are we going to fight someone today? Price walked over, cigar in mouth. Did you see today's news? Li Junchuan asked. You're referring to the news about the territorial expansion of the Hua country? Price, seeing Li Junchuan nod, exclaimed excitedly. I saw it. It was truly shocking. Without firing a single shot, the country has become a province of the Hua country. Li Junchuan nodded. I came over today specifically to celebrate with you all. I brought a lot of fireworks and firecrackers. Let's have a fireworks show tonight. Price excitedly rubbed his hands. Is everyone participating? Li Junchuan nodded. I'll take out all the fireworks and firecrackers now. You lead Xiao Chang and the others to set up the venue and clear out a special area for the fireworks. Don't let anything go wrong. Price nodded. Okay. Then he saw Li Junchuan wave his hand, and a large pile of fireworks and firecrackers appeared out of thin air on the open ground. I'll leave these for you to arrange. I need to prepare some food and drinks for tonight. After saying goodbye to Price, Li Junchuan returned to Yang City through the teleportation array. After leaving the room, Li Junchuan called the butler and asked him to notify the food and drink suppliers to deliver the supplies. The food and drinks he prepared were enough for a whole battalion of soldiers, so he began to think about what else needed to be prepared. The barbecue grills that were used last time had been put away by the soldiers and could still be used, so the only thing left was the ambience team, right? Li Junchuan scratched his head. I think I saw a few eye-catching packages in the team last time. Let them serve as the ambience team. With that thought, he returned to his room and edited a new module. The main function of this module was to serve as a performing arts company capable of hosting performances. The company had a complete set of equipment, as well as models, singers, actors, etc., from various countries. After materializing this module, relevant information about the company named Earth Rhythm Performing Arts appeared on the computer desk. At the same time, the contact information for the performing arts company automatically appeared on his phone. After reviewing the information, Li Junchuan found that all the personnel of this performing arts company, like those he had materialized before, were absolutely loyal to him. He directly called the company manager and instructed him to take the company's staff and artists to South Sea Island immediately. He was planning to have a grand celebration tonight. He had been disgusted by the various provocations from different countries he had seen recently, now that the country had become a province of Huagua. The other countries that had jumped the most were suddenly silent, all trying to curry favor with the country through various means. The country was even preparing to offer various cutting-edge technologies to Huagua in hopes of being spared. When Li Junchuan learned this news from Yao Guang, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, he wouldn't abandon his original plans over such trivial matters. However, that didn't stop him from celebrating first. After a month, when his real city was completed, he would materialize a series of research and management talents. The entire city could then operate at high speed, and by that time, he would lead all of Huagua to truly take off, taking care of those small countries later. Once he stabilized the Earth as a stronghold, he could then set his sights on the universe. At noon, he had lunch at home and took a nap to recharge for the evening's festivities. After waking up from his nap, he used the teleportation array to arrive at the South Sea Island base. After finding Price and taking out the food and drinks from the spatial ring, he also pulled out a camping stool from the spatial ring. Sitting on the stool, he lit a cigarette and took out a bottle of chilled Dajisu, popping the cap and taking a big swig. As Price, who was arranging the work, walked over, Li Junchuan waved his hand, sending a bottle of Dajisu flying toward Price. Thank you, Price said, holding a cigar, opened his beer, and walked over to clink glasses with Li Junchuan. Removing his cigar with his left hand, like Li Junchuan, he took a sip of smoke and drink. And for a moment, both of their moods were exceptionally pleasant. At that moment, Price's walkie-talkie rang. After saying a few words into the walkie-talkie, Price looked at Li Junchuan. Did you bring in a professional performance team? Li Junchuan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about that, so he nodded. Yes. I specifically brought them in. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of big guys celebrating. It would be a bit dull. Price's eyes lit up, and he quickly said a few words into the walkie-talkie, then raised his eyebrows at Li Junchuan. Are there any you fancy? I heard from the guards that there are several beautiful ladies. Li Junchuan glared at him. He naturally understood Price's meaning. They are all our internal staff. So no funny business, okay? Of course, whether you can win the beautiful ladies' hearts depends on your own abilities. Price's eyes sparkled. He was quite confident in his charm. When night fell, a super large screen had been set up in the open area of the central island, and sound systems and musical instruments were already in place. Come on up and say a few words. I see many people here still don't understand why we're holding this carnival. The host on stage, moving gracefully, took a few steps forward and began to speak. Li Junchuan didn't hesitate and directly went up to the temporarily constructed stage. Yaguang, play the footage from this morning when our country raised the 5-star red flag, Li Junchuan said softly. As he stood on stage and took the microphone from the beautiful host, the screen behind him started playing that exhilarating scene. I'm sure everyone has seen that scene behind me. That is our country's 5-star red flag, for the first time in many years, planted on foreign soil. The sleeping Eastern dragon has opened its eyes once again and revealed its claws. Li Junquan's voice was very calm. At this moment, the screen behind him changed again, displaying statements from various countries' foreign ministries, preparing to visit Huagua together. Today, we will once again showcase the grandeur of the Han and Tang dynasties, making the four corners submit and welcoming all nations. Now I declare the party to begin. As soon as Li Junquan finished speaking, Price immediately had people ignite several giant fireworks. In an instant, the night sky was illuminated, and the atmosphere instantly lifted. All right, the party has now started. Now please enjoy the first program, the song singing for our motherland, the host announced directly after Li Junquan left the stage. Li Junquan, who had just stepped off the stage, was very satisfied. The head of this performing arts company knows how to handle things. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. How bright the victory song is. Singing for our dear motherland. From now on, we walk towards prosperity and strength. Listening to the chorus of people, Li Junquan felt an endless sense of emotion. This song is truly timely. Moreover, he noticed that several ethnic groups and skin colors were participating in the chorus. Even more surprisingly, members of Team 141, led by Price, along with newly recruited members, were singing loudly together. What's going on, Brother Tongzi? Li Junquan wondered in his heart. What's so strange about this? They are all materialized by you, and although they have different skin colors, they all default to being Huagua people, receiving patriotic education from a young age. It's reasonable for them to sing red songs. The system's voice chimed in. Li Junquan instantly visualized the scene of Team 141 teaching the new recruits to sing the national anthem. Reasonable, very reasonable, he said contentedly. Thinking about the radical aspirations of the post-10 generation to plant flags in the stars. It seems I need to be a bit more radical and try to fulfill the wishes of the younger brothers. He silently thought. For example, should I plant national flags all over the moon? Li Junquan pondered. The whole night was filled with energetic songs, hot dances, and even turned into a disco party by the end, reminiscent of the fiery scenes described in poetry. The entire celebration lasted all night. Li Junquan was also not spared from drinking, but with his current physique, it was impossible for him to get drunk on Earth's alcoholic beverages. On the other side, the domestic fleet stationed in the South China Sea naturally noticed the lively scene on the nearby island. After all, those super big and super far fireworks looked from a distance like missiles being launched. The soldiers responsible for vigilance reported layer by layer. And the final decision from above was, everyone go to the deck to watch the fireworks. Clearly, they already knew the ownership of the island, and naturally, they had speculations about the people setting off fireworks there at that moment. Li Junquan stayed on the central island until dawn before returning to Yang City through the teleportation array. After having breakfast at home, he spent the entire morning catching up on sleep. In the afternoon, after waking up, Li Junquan washed his face and sat down at his computer desk. Turning on the computer, Yao Guang, is there any movement from the country now? He asked the most concerning question. After all, currently, the country that liked to stir up trouble was definitely the most powerful one. Sir, after the high-level officials discovered that the remote control system for nuclear weapons lost control, there was a period of panic. Now they are trying to regain control. Yao Guang replied. Oh, what measures have they taken? Li Junquan was a bit curious. The dumbest method, Yao Guang answered. Li Junquan's mouth twitched. They stripped away various electronic components? Yes, sir. Yao Guang's expression was also a bit strange. Then what about guidance? Li Junquan was a bit speechless. Without the cooperation of radar and other systems, how can they guide it? Well, you might find it hard to believe. Yao Guang hesitated. They don't intend to launch at any country. They just want to use it as a last resort. Li Junquan suddenly understood Yao Guang's meaning. It seems that we still need to find a way to destroy all these nuclear weapons. He began to think about what method to use to achieve this goal. However, he couldn't think of a way for a while. He couldn't just run over and steal all their nuclear weapons, could he? It seemed that wasn't impossible. Maybe he could destroy all their research materials afterward? Li Junquan pondered in his heart. After a while, he slapped his forehead. I'm such an idiot. I've already created weather weapons and space-based weapons. Why should I be afraid of nuclear weapons? If worst comes to worst, I can directly use space-based weapons to destroy their launch silos. After figuring out the whole matter, Li Junquan walked out of the room. Sir, you're awake? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? The butler Li Shou, who was playing with two parrots in the yard, asked when he heard the noise. Just make some fried noodles with old friends. Li Junchuan walked over, took over the butler's work, and started to tease Xiaolan and Xine. The butler went to the kitchen to have the chef prepare fried noodles for Li Junchuan. It seems like there is nothing going on recently, right? Li Junchuan suddenly started to miss Li Yun. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. Hello, Arthur. Long time no see. Do you have any good news? Li Junchuan smiled when he saw it was a call from Arthur. Wow, Li, you guessed it right. There is indeed good news. Our island development has been completed, and all supporting facilities have been built. We will start trial operations next month. Do you want to bring your girlfriend to experience it first? Arthur's voice carried a hint of amazement, although he had long heard that the infrastructure speed in Huagua was terrifying. It was still the first time he witnessed the terrifying efficiency of the infrastructure and sure, I happen to have nothing to do recently, so I'll take my girlfriend to the island for a vacation. The weather is really nice now. Li Junchuan thought there was nothing to do, so he agreed. Do you want me to pick you up, Li? Arthur asked. No need. I have a private plane now, so I'll just fly over myself. Li Junchuan declined Arthur's kindness. Arthur was not surprised. After all, he knew quite a bit about his friend, and having a private plane was normal. All right. Just let me know when you're coming over. I'll wait for you at Tahiti FAA International Airport. Once your private plane lands, we can take a yacht or helicopter to the island, Arthur said. Okay, I'll let you know once I confirm my schedule. I'm really looking forward to seeing what our little island has become. After hanging up the phone, the butler had already brought over the fried noodles. After finishing this late lunch, Li Junchuan called his parents back home to ask about the house repairs. After that, he checked the time, found that there was still time, and asked Yao Guang to handle the flight route. He planned to fly to the capital now, with such good news happening domestically. He couldn't wait to share the joy with his girlfriend and set off fireworks together. Soon, Yao Guang sent the flight information to Li Junchuan's phone, and the time was in an hour and a half. Shobo, take me to the airport. I want to go back to the capital for a few days. During this time, please take care of the two parrots. Li Junchuan said. Okay, sir. Do you need to prepare anything? Li Shou asked. No need. I'll just pack a bit and we'll set off. Li Junchuan said, returning to his room while Li Shou went to the garage to prepare the car. Soon, Li Junchuan was in the car driven by the butler, heading towards the airport. While sitting in the car, Li Junchuan thought about it and called 3 big shots, Song Jiang, Ding Ping, and Zhang Liang, to inform them about his trip to the capital. To his surprise, all 3 big shots were actually in the capital now and had invited him to dinner together at Yuyuan Mountain tomorrow. Li Junchuan's mouth twitched. All right. I was in the country this morning. No, it was in the province planting flags, and this afternoon I'm back in the capital. However, he also wanted to see his small courtyard at Yuyuan Mountain. He hadn't been there since he got it. At 7 p.m., Li Junchuan's private plane landed steadily at the capital international airport. After Li Junchuan got off the plane, the butler Li Lu and Li Yun were waiting outside, and 2 dogs had come along as well. Xiao Chuan Ge. Li Yun rushed over and directly tackled him. The butler Li Lu smiled as he watched the scene, even dividing his attention to restrain the 2 dogs from interrupting the good moment. All right, it's only been a few days since we last met. Let us go back. Li Junchuan kissed Li Yun and put his arm around her as they walked towards Hongqi 5. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Li Junchuan finally had time to greet the 2 dogs. Hi, Dale. Hey, Fin, let us go. Get in the car and go home. Knowing in advance that Li Junchuan was coming, the whole family hadn't eaten, waiting for him to eat together. After he arrived home, the butler had the food served. However, tonight's dinner ended quickly. Li Junchuan hurriedly filled his stomach and then pulled Li Yun back to the bedroom to get down to business. In no time, accompanied by the soaring national anthem, the 2 began to set off fireworks to celebrate the great rejuvenation of the motherland. Chapter 167. The Sky Mothership over the White Palace. The sound of the fireworks lingered for a long time, and it wasn't until after 3 in the morning that Li Yun fell into a deep sleep. Li Junchuan got up to use the bathroom, and after washing up, he casually lit a cigarette, donned a bathrobe, and walked into the yard. The 2 dogs, hearing the noise, got up and came over. With a cigarette in his mouth, Li Junchuan used both hands to pet the 2 dogs. It had indeed been a long time since he had played with them. At that moment, his thoughts suddenly wandered. He remembered a short video he had seen recently, which featured a rolling military corps, watching adorable giant pandas donning military uniforms, wielding steel guns, and piloting sky motherships to embark on a cosmic expedition. Li Junchuan's heart could not settle down for a long time. He certainly knew the story was purely fictional, but in his case, it might not be impossible to realize. Li Junchuan could even imagine the scene when real giant pandas donned armor, piloted fighter jets and aircraft carriers, and launched attacks against enemies. Should he create an orc army? He thought to himself. Some fierce beasts are born to be aggressive, but some have now turned into cute creatures in reality. Eating and sleeping every day without a care. Why think so much? I have no intention of using the real-life pandas to form a legion. I can materialize them from the game, however many I want. Li Junchuan took a deep breath and began to imagine himself leading a panda army to conquer the universe. Woof. Blackbean quietly called out. Why stop? Keep going. I'm not done enjoying it yet. The dog's bark interrupted Li Junchuan's thoughts. After extinguishing his cigarette, he continued to rub the dog's head, immediately producing a bunch of meme expressions. All right, it's getting late. You two should go to sleep. Eat well, sleep well, and grow up quickly. Li Junchuan returned to his bedroom, washed his hands, and went to bed. In deep sleep, Li Yun seemed to sense something and turned over to lean closer. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Yun drove straight to the shop in Shili, while Li Junchuan opened his computer. He planned to create some weapons again to avoid being caught off guard if the country suddenly turned hostile. He felt that his firepower was still severely lacking, and he felt a bit insecure. This time, he had his eyes set on a big guy. The space carrier from Marvel, the one with stealth capabilities and an antimatter engine. It carried spacecraft capable of fighting in space and flying in the atmosphere. Its main weapons included onboard aircraft and kinetic weapons, laser weapons, etc., serving as a large flying base for aerial operations. The main difference between a space carrier and an aircraft carrier is that while the latter is powerful at sea, it lacks the ability to take off and land within the atmosphere, creating a gap between Earth and space. In contrast, a space carrier can fly within the atmosphere and operate in outer space, with mobility far exceeding that of an aircraft carrier. Its engine uses nuclear power and antimatter, with both braking and propulsion relying on jet propulsion. After reviewing the general information about the space carrier online, Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. The nuclear power technology was already under his control with his help, and now it was almost time for the antimatter engine. The antimatter engine has a very high specific impulse and thrust-to-weight ratio, and it does not require many conditions like a nuclear reaction engine. The advantage of an antimatter engine is that antimatter annihilation can occur spontaneously, eliminating the need for a large reactor, significantly reducing the weight of the spacecraft. Antimatter annihilation can produce 1 × 10^16 joules, which is 10 billion times greater than a hydrogen-oxygen chemical reaction and 300 times greater than the nuclear fusion reaction at the core of the Sun. The specific impulse of this kind of spacecraft would be the highest, and the thrust-to-weight ratio might also be the highest. The energy produced from the annihilation of antimatter the size of an aspirin is enough to allow a spacecraft to cruise hundreds of light years. While the massive fuel tanks and engines of a space shuttle could be completely replaced with just 100 milligrams of antimatter. What a good thing. I'll materialize it directly. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and then began editing the mod. He didn't bother looking for a Marvel game. He started editing the mod himself, and fortunately, he had the information collected by Yao Guang, so it wasn't too complicated to edit. Before long, he finished editing the mod. Yao Guang. Add this mod into the Star City game too. After Li Junchuan finished speaking, he clicked to materialize it. Ding! Materialization successful. Since the space carrier requires a large crew to operate, it comes fully equipped. Hearing the system's voice, Li Junchuan suddenly realized he had only considered the space carrier itself and had completely overlooked the personnel configuration on board. Please select the materialization location. The system's voice sounded again. System, if I choose a location to materialize, will it be discovered? He was a bit worried about this issue. No. It will be in stealth mode upon materialization. It is recommended that the host materializes it at sea, in the air, or in space. The system's voice sounded again. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and chose to materialize the space carrier directly above the White Palace in the air. After clicking to materialize, he took a deep breath, looking at the large amount of information appearing beside him, and worked hard to digest the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind. This knowledge included the entire set of knowledge related to the antimatter engine, as well as the complete production and design knowledge of all the equipment and facilities on the space carrier. Therefore, Li Junchuan felt a bit overwhelmed. The amount of knowledge was too vast. After a while, he came to his senses and began to carefully examine the information beside him. The space carrier was now hovering above the White Palace, and the materialized space carrier not only had superior stealth capabilities but could even eliminate the sound of the engine, which was simply astonishing. Now he didn't have to worry about being discovered by the country, and the space carrier had ample supplies. After all, there were many personnel on board, including crew members, pilots, mechanics, electronic engineers, avionics technicians, commanders, and support staff. For now, he didn't have to worry about the supply of materials for the crew, but he realized he was a bit short on money. After all, he would need to support such a large city and develop technology. The development of technology also required massive funding and various material supplies, and his current savings could only be considered a drop in the bucket. At this point, he suddenly thought of a small game, which was finger mahjong, where the money was calculated in jing. And how much is 1 jing? 100 million is a billion, 1 trillion is 1,000 billion. 1,000 trillion is a jing. So in this calculation, 1 jing is 100 billion. He took out his phone, re-downloaded finger mahjong, and logged in using his short video account. Looking at the balance in his account, Li Junchuan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 168. Instantly becomes the world's richest man. The game interface displayed a balance of 30,000 jing. Without hesitation, Li Junchuan clicked to materialize. Please select the currency. Looking at the options on the screen, Li Junchuan thought for a moment and chose several major currencies such as USD, Euro, and GBP, then clicked to materialize. Immediately, a somewhat strange-looking black bank card appeared in front of his computer desk. Next to the bank card was a simple instruction manual. After briefly reading through it, Li Junchuan discovered that this was a multi-currency bank card issued jointly by several major banks worldwide, capable of storing different countries' currencies. Now, regardless of which country he went to, he wouldn't have to worry about payment issues. Li Junchuan scratched his head and thought, quickly realizing, have I just become the richest man in the world? He was too lazy to even check the balance on the bank card. He couldn't possibly spend it all. Having suddenly acquired so much money, Li Junchuan was momentarily unsure of what to buy. After a little thought, he called Richardson and transferred some money to his special account, asking him to increase the benefits for Team 141 before hanging up. Although Richardson could use the country's military funds, Li Junchuan felt that since he wasn't short on money now, it was reasonable to improve the treatment for Price and the others. After that, he continued to materialize 6 more space carriers, placing 4 in several countries with considerable military strength outside of China and 2 directly in outer space. After successfully materializing everything, Li Junchuan noticed a special communication device next to him. After reading the manual, he found out that this communication device was designed for convenient communication with the space carriers in outer space. Pretty advanced, huh? Li Junchuan picked up this disguised communication device, which looked no different from an ordinary phone, and pressed the power button. After some operations, he found that this communication device had quite comprehensive functions. It had all the features that a phone had, and it also had functions that a phone didn't have. Supports Harmony OS, Android, Apple, and all other mobile and computer systems. It comes with black technology holographic projection, supports virtual screen operations, virtual keyboards, and more. After this, there's no need to carry other phones. It even has a built-in bio battery, TSK, so there won't be any need to charge it in the future. Li Junchuan kept looking at this seemingly ordinary phone. In the end, he authorized the operation rights of this communication device to Yao Guang. After all, with Yao Guang following him, many things no longer needed his personal attention, reducing a lot of trouble. Sir, what do you want to eat for lunch? At this moment, the butler brought over a pot of tea and asked, fried noodle with soybean paste, and let the chef stir-fry a few more dishes. Li Junchuan was not picky about food. The butler poured him tea and then went to the kitchen to arrange lunch. At this time, Li Junchuan received a call from Song Jiang. Xiao Chuan, are you in the capital now? Song Jiang asked. Yes. I arrived in the capital last night, and I'm at Hohai's place now. What's the matter, Uncle Song? Li Junchuan asked, thinking that Song Jiang might have something urgent to discuss. Song Jiang replied, it's nothing. Didn't I say yesterday that we would gather after you arrive in the capital? The time is set for tonight. You don't have anything going on, right? Nothing at all. I'll go over early. Li Junchuan responded. All right. Then you can drive over by yourself. You have a pass anyway. It's just right to check on your yard. Song Jiang said. Okay. Then I'll head over early. Let us gather at my small courtyard tonight. It's just nice to warm up the house. And I'll bring a few jars of medicinal wine. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and said, good. Haha, it's settled then. We'll head over early this afternoon. Upon hearing about the medicinal wine, Song Jiang's tone changed noticeably. Just after hanging up, the phone notification rang again. Li Junchuan opened it and found a message from Yao Guang. After reading the message carefully, He discovered it was a series of policies compiled by Yao Guang regarding the provincial government's initiatives. The dense texts made his head spin, but of course, this had nothing to do with his intellect. Wow, domestic experts couldn't possibly draft so many policies in just one day, right? Li Junchuan scratched his head and thought. The detailed articles were astonishing, and they all aligned with the local situation. According to the information collected by Yao Guang, the newly drafted policies had created a huge positive response upon being announced. The local populace expressed great satisfaction with the new policies. So, did I accidentally help the country smoothly push this forward? Otherwise, how else can it be explained? Li Junchuan thought for a moment and understood. For the country, there had long been a conclusion, just lacking a suitable opportunity. The weather attack initiated by Li Junchuan just happened to provide the country with a chance. And coupled with his ability to invade and shield all reconnaissance devices, the prepared domestic side effortlessly took down the nation. Damn! Realizing everything, Li Junchuan was completely stunned. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone, let alone a country. At this moment, he gained a new understanding of the country's think tank. Regretting that he had been so complacent before. Sir, it's time to eat. At this moment, the butler's voice sounded. Li Junchuan calmed his thoughts and got up to go to the dining room. After lunch, Li Junchuan had the butler prepare some ingredients according to his instructions. Then he got a few jars of medicinal wine and drove towards Yiyuan Mountain in an armored vehicle. Upon arriving at Yiyuan Mountain, Li Junchuan followed the address from the notebook he obtained last time and drove to a small courtyard. The courtyard was not very large, a traditional two-entry Sihiyuan. Just as he parked the car, a soldier responsible for guarding the area approached him. "Hello, Mr. Li." The young soldier greeted him. Hello, what are you doing here?" Li Junchuan asked, somewhat puzzled. "The chief arranged for us to manage this courtyard regularly," the young soldier replied. "Oh, thank you for that." Li Junchuan didn't know what else to say, so he turned around and opened the trunk of the car to take out things. The young soldier immediately notified his comrades to come help. Now Li Junchuan didn't need to do anything himself. Several soldiers took everything out in no time. "Should I put this in the kitchen?" one soldier asked, and upon seeing Li Junchuan nod, he took the items into the small courtyard. "Mr. Li, let me show you around the courtyard," the soldier who was on guard asked. "Sure, it's my first time here, and I really need to familiarize myself." Li Junchuan had no objections and followed the soldier into the small courtyard. Chapter 169. Rewarding the troops. "Hey, Xiaochuan, you came early." Song Jiang's voice came from afar. Just as Li Junchuan stepped into the courtyard, he turned around to see Song Jiang and 3 others walking over. I planned to come early to prepare the dinner." "But why are you 3 here so early?" he asked curiously. "Oh, I just happened to finish a meeting with a few old comrades," Ding Peng said, while Song Jiang and Zhang Liang nodded. Although Li Junchuan was curious about what their meeting was about, he didn't ask. "You came at the right time. Where's the wine?" Song Jiang looked around. Li Junchuan pointed to the car. "It's in the car, but do we really need to drink now?" He checked the time. It was still not even 3 o'clock, and dinner time was still early. Song Jiang took the car keys, opened the trunk, and brought out the wine. Let us go inside. Such good news must be celebrated." Zhang Liang seemed to have heard about the medicinal wine's power, his eyes brightening. Yes. You can celebrate on your own, but we've been busy these past few days, and now that we finally have some free time, we need to relax." Ding Peng nodded in agreement. To be honest, he had initially been on high alert, ordering the combat aircraft and bombers in the war zone to be ready. But it turned out they just made an appearance to intimidate, and even the fire control radar wasn't turned on. Just this had already scared those politicians to shiver. And as for the military personnel, well, they were nearly wiped out by the natural disaster. Song Jiang led the way with the wine. And the nearby courtyards had similar layouts, especially since this small courtyard was prepared for Li Junchuan, so he was quite familiar with it. The 4 of them arrived at the dining room, and Song Jiang directly opened the wine. In an instant, Ding Peng and Zhang Liang's noses twitched slightly. Their faces filled with delight. I haven't prepared any dishes yet. Wait a moment, I'll quickly make some simple snacks." Seeing Song Jiang was about to get bowls and pour wine, Li Junchuan hurriedly stopped him and rushed to the kitchen. He quickly fried 2 plates of peanuts, sprinkled some salt, and brought them into the dining room. Wow, the 3 of them had already started drinking. When Song Jiang saw the peanuts Li Junchuan brought over, he quickly grabbed chopsticks and, with a crunch, drank a small cup of wine, feeling the warmth in his stomach, and immediately burped, feeling completely relaxed. Li Junchuan scratched his head, having known Song Jiang for so long. It was the first time he had seen him like this. Seeming to sense Li Junchuan's confusion, Ding Peng explained, "He has just been holding back for too long and wants to vent his frustrations." Li Junchuan recalled the situation in Huagua over the past few years and nodded in understanding. Indeed, as a small country, if they hadn't considered the bigger picture, they would have been trampled countless times by now. Now, it was good. The country had become a province, and it was no wonder the military was unhappy. Feeling that the three of them shared similar sentiments, Li Junchuan thought for a moment. "You guys wait. I'll show you something special today. It's also a reward for the troops." He joked, but coincidentally, the three generals present covered all branches of the military. He returned to the kitchen to start preparing the dishes. Considering the time, he first made a dish of mint mixed with cucumber, then prepared a cold dish of century egg and tofu. After instructing a young soldier to take the dishes to the dining hall, he mixed some gluten with sesame sauce, and finally made a cold dish of jellyfish head. Once the 4 cold dishes were ready, he also cooked 2 signature dishes each from Sichuan, Guangxi, Hunan, and Hunan cuisines, and served them along with the steamed rice to the dining hall. "Wow, our little Chuan is quite the chef." Ding Peng, smelling the delicious aroma, gave Li Junchuan a thumbs up. "All right, stop working and come sit down for a drink." Song Jiang pulled Li Junchuan to sit down and poured him a glass of wine. Zhang Liang also filled a bowl of rice for him and handed over the chopsticks, leaving Li Junchuan a bit flattered. Little did he know, by blocking various reconnaissance systems from other countries, he had saved the military a lot of trouble. After all, if those countries found out about Huagua's actions, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Speaking of which, Chuan, your military rank might go up again this time. Song Jiang raised his glass. "Come on, let's toast. After all these years, I'm really happy today. Keeping things hidden is annoying." The 4 clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. Li Junchuan understood Song Jiang's meaning, but his expression didn't change much, as he didn't plan to develop in the military anyway. Now it could be considered a nominal position. As for keeping things hidden, isn't that a fine tradition of the Chinese nation? "Chuan, what reward do you want this time?" Zhang Liang suddenly said after putting down his glass. "Huh." Li Junchuan was a bit confused. "What reward are you talking about? When you contributed to the Army and Air Force before, they rewarded you. This time, you helped our Navy quite a bit. We can't let it go unrecognized." Zhang Liang's expression was sincere. Li Junchuan didn't refuse, as it's always good to reciprocate, but he couldn't think of any rewards he needed at the moment. Seeing him in a bit of a dilemma, Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "This time, with the country's return to order, we actually captured a luxury yacht customized for their former president. It was just delivered, but before he could enjoy it, he died." He paused slightly. "You know, our country doesn't encourage such extravagance. How about we give you that yacht? You already have a car and a plane. Adding a yacht would be nice, completing the land, sea and air." Li Junchuan nodded. "Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Then I won't be polite. In the future, if I discover anything, I'll inform you in advance." Zhang Liang nodded. "All right, it's settled then. Come on, eat and drink." However, when their glasses clinked together again, Li Junchuan suddenly remembered something, finished his drink, put down his glass, and quickly interrupted everyone. "Speaking of which, I found out some new developments from over there while surfing the internet these past 2 days." Song Jiang's mouth twitched. "What the hell are you doing surfing the internet? Do you treat their internal network like your backyard?" Ding Peng and Zhang Liang's expressions slightly tightened. "Details." Li Junchuan thought for a moment before speaking. "It's like this. While my friends were helping me block other countries' reconnaissance systems, they also hacked into the control systems of several countries with nuclear weapons." Seeing the 3 of them with strange expressions, as if saying, "What nonsense? Where did that come from?" He cleared his throat. "Then, when other countries learned that the country had merged into our territory, there was some reaction. The current leader tried to press the launch button for nuclear weapons, but there was no response." He paused and continued. "So they realized that not only were the radar and other systems disrupted, but they also lost control over their nuclear weapons, which is why they are now dismantling some components inside the nuclear weapons." At this point, he noticed the 3 of them looking serious, clearly realizing something. Chapter 170. The shock of 3 people. Song Jiang thought for a moment and said, "Chuan, although I shouldn't ask too much considering your abilities, I still want to confirm the authenticity of this information." Li Junchuan nodded to show he understood. "Don't worry, Uncle Song. Let me show you a video, and you'll know." As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened a video. At that moment, Ding Peng and Zhang Liang leaned in closer. The three of them watched the content of the video, their faces turning pale. The images were so clear. It felt like they were shot directly in front of someone's face with a high-definition camera. Seeing their strange expressions, Li Junchuan was a bit confused. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Liang coughed. Chuan, although it may seem a bit presumptuous to ask, why are these videos so clear? Even though the angles are all aerial shots. Li Junchuan then realized. Oh, you're talking about this. My friend wrote some small programs, then hacked into their satellites to capture these images, and of course, some of their local surveillance systems too. But this is too clear. Ding Peng exclaimed in admiration. Oh, this? It's a type of image processing software. Heh, just some little gadgets. Li Junchuan replied. Song Jiang quickly interrupted the two. All right. Just knowing the authenticity of the information is enough. It seems we need to hold another meeting later. Let us not discuss this now. Let us enjoy our drinks. Ding and Zhang, both sharp individuals, immediately shifted the topic, and soon the atmosphere was lively with clinking glasses and laughter. As the night went on, a tipsy Song Jiang even began to sing Peking opera. Today we drink to celebrate. Our ambitions unfulfilled. We vow not to rest. The future is long. We will show our skills, willingly shed blood to write the annals of spring and autumn. Then, Ding Peng and Zhang Liang seemed to be influenced by the atmosphere and joined in the shouting. Li Junchuan, while cleaning up the aftermath, looked at this scene with a strange expression. Why does it feel like watching an old-school passionate anime? Later, the three bodyguards sent everyone back to their respective courtyards. After Li Junchuan finished tidying up, he looked around this small courtyard. The area couldn't compare to his home in Hohai, but because it was on the mountain, the vegetation was lush, and the air was exceptionally fresh. However, it was still somewhat inconvenient to live here, and it was also not easy to bring Li Yun over. Fortunately, there were dedicated personnel for maintenance. Looking at the time, it was only a bit past 8, and Li Junchuan decided to go home. This place definitely didn't have designated drivers, and he didn't want to trouble anyone to drive him. But fortunately, his physique was special, and the alcohol had long dissipated. After taking a shower in the bathroom and changing into a fresh outfit, he sniffed himself and found no smell of alcohol. He greeted the on-duty guard and drove his military vehicle back to Hohai. At this time, Li Yun had just finished dinner and was soaking in the bathtub. Hearing the familiar footsteps, she turned to look at the door. Xiaoyan, I'm back. When Li Junchuan opened the door and walked in, he was greeted by a beautiful bathing scene, causing his breathing to become a bit heavy. Brother Chuan, you're back so early? Li Yun stood up from the bathtub. Are you feeling unwell from drinking? I can have the housekeeper make you some hangover soup. Li Junchuan quickly took off his clothes and walked over. No need to be so troublesome. You are my hangover soup. As the rain began to subside, Li Yun suddenly said, Brother Chuan, I miss home a bit. Would you accompany me back for a visit? Li Junchuan nodded. All right. Then let us go back to Hongdu tomorrow and stay there for a few days. Just in time for my hometown to be renovated. We'll go to your house first, and then you can come back to my hometown with me? Li Yun blushed and nodded. Okay. I've been wanting to meet Uncle and Auntie. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and said, After meeting my family, let us go travel. I developed some islands with a friend. We can go vacation by the sea then. Li Yun nodded, quickly falling asleep in Li Junchuan's embrace. The next morning, after having breakfast, Li Junchuan accompanied Li Yun to the shop in Shili. Li Yun needed to personally explain some matters, as this time she would be away for a bit longer. Li Junchuan was planning to close the store early in the evening and take the employees out for a big dinner. After Li Yun finished discussing matters, Li Junchuan drove her to Wangfujing to pick out gifts for her parents. Both of them, having enhanced stamina, naturally didn't feel tired while shopping. So they spent the whole day out and bought a lot of things. Of course, they still had the merchants deliver the goods. In the evening, they took the store employees to Quanjude for roast duck. Most of the employees were from out of town, so many of them had never had it before, which was perfect since Li Junchuan wanted to try it as well. With Yao Guang handling the reservation, he didn't need to worry about that. It was also Li Junchuan's first time trying duck skin with sugar, but the taste was quite good. Overall, the roast duck was nice, and the restaurant's environment was clean, though some of the other dishes were a bit average. However, everyone else was quite satisfied, especially the employees who were enjoying their meals. Since they were all young, the atmosphere at the table was quite harmonious. In the end, Li Junchuan packed a portion of roast duck for each employee to take home, saying it was for their families to try, and he would keep his for a late-night snack. When they got home, all the items they had bought during the day had already been delivered, and Li Yun began to carefully organize everything. The gifts for her parents, items to take home, and some other little things. Seeing this, Li Junchuan almost wanted to give her a space ring, but he suppressed that thought considering the potential trouble it could cause. Then, after Li Junchuan had Yao Guang arrange the flight route, he and Li Yun called her parents to inform them about their return to Hongdu the next day. The next morning, Li Junchuan and Li Yun, along with their 2 dogs, Hei Feng and Hei Do, got into a Hongqi car driven by their driver and butler to be taken to Capital International Airport. By the time they arrived in Hongdu, it was already 11 in the morning. Because Li Yun's father insisted on picking them up, Li Junchuan didn't ask the butler, Fu Bo, to come along. The 2 of them took their dogs and luggage and got on the car prepared at the airport. Once outside the airport, they switched to the car driven by Li Yun's father. "Hello, uncle." Li Junchuan greeted her father. Li Yun also hugged her dad and asked, "Where's mom?" Li Yun's father smiled and said, "Xiao Chuan, long time no see. How's work going?" He then turned to Li Yun and said, "Your mom knew you were coming back today, so she went to the market early this morning to buy groceries. She's cooking at home now. We'll be just in time for lunch." Li Junchuan replied, "Work is fine. All my work for this year is done, and I don't have much to do with the remaining time. Uncle, let me drive." Li Yun's father didn't refuse and handed the car keys to Li Junchuan, while he and Li Yun took a seat in the back. As Li Junchuan skillfully drove towards Li Yun's home, he chatted with her father. Just as he parked in front of the small courtyard, he caught a whiff of familiar, delicious food. "Hey, Xiao Chuan is here. Come sit. The food will be ready soon. Laoli, bring the dishes out." Hearing the commotion, Li Yun's mother poked her head out of the kitchen window and hurriedly called. Li Yun's father helped them with their luggage and started bringing dishes out from the kitchen. Li Yun took Hei Do and Hei Feng to the yard, watching the 2 dogs frolic around. Soon, the table was filled with fragrant dishes, and Li Junchuan noticed that there were even a few Hunan dishes. "Your mother-in-law is quite thoughtful," Li Junchuan remarked. For someone like Li Yun's mother, who had lived in Hongdu her whole life, she probably had little opportunity to try Hunan cuisine, clearly having learned it specifically for her future son-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan hurriedly helped serve rice. Li Yun's mother kept serving dishes to Li Junchuan during the meal, feeling relieved to see him enjoying the food. After all, although she had practiced a lot in private, it was still her first time cooking for someone from outside the local area. Li Junchuan felt that the taste was indeed very good, and it was normal for him to finish the entire table of dishes by himself. Li Yun's father watched the family enjoying their time together and was very satisfied with his future son-in-law. Now they just needed to meet the other family to settle the marriage. However, he and his wife weren't in a hurry anymore, as they saw the couple's relationship was going well, and they could meet again at the end of the year. For now, it was better to let Xiao Yun meet her parents first. "Xiao Chuan, how long will you 2 be staying this time?" After lunch, while they were chatting, Li Yun's mother brought over a fruit platter and casually asked, "I hadn't really thought about it. Both of our jobs are quite flexible now," Li Junchuan replied. "I was thinking of spending a few days with you, then taking Xiao Yun to visit my hometown since my family is all at home now." Li Yun's mother nodded. "That's a good idea. If you 2 have anything to do, just go ahead and do it. Don't put off important matters because of us." Li Junchuan assured her, "Auntie, don't worry. We're all family. If I really have something to take care of, I'll speak up directly. That is fine. You can chat with your uncle for a while. Xiao Yun, help me feed the 2 dogs." Li Yun's mother waved her hand and pulled Li Yun into the kitchen. At this time, Li Yun's father took Li Junchuan to the study on the 2nd floor. He turned on the electric kettle to boil water, preparing to have tea with Li Junchuan. Li Junchuan noticed the guqin placed on a nearby shelf, recognizing it as the one he had given last time. Seeing Li Junchuan's gaze on the instrument, Li Yun's father immediately said, "Speaking of which, Xiao Chuan, I haven't had the heart to play the guqin you gave me last time. It's too precious." Li Junchuan waved his hand. "Isn't a guqin meant to be played? Keeping it for a long time isn't good for the instrument either. I'm sure the maker didn't want it to be left untouched. I really want to hear you play." "Uncle." Hearing this, Li Yun's father nodded, clearly agreeing with his sentiment. "All right, then I'll play a piece for you today." He spoke confidently, clearly proud of his decades of practice and teaching. Quickly preparing the tea, he handed a cup to Li Junchuan, then washed his hands in the nearby restroom, carefully drying them with a towel before taking out the guqin and placing it gently on the table. After calming his mind for a moment, the sound of the guqin began to resonate. Listening to the long and elegant notes, Li Junchuan felt his heart slowly calm down, as if the negative emotions from the recent days had been washed away. Soon, the piece ended. "Xiao Chuan, can you tell which piece that was? How did it sound?" Li Yun's father asked, seeming to have a teacher's instinct to test his future son-in-law's appreciation level. Uncle, that was Liang Shaoyin, right? I remember it was first recorded in the Ming Dynasty by Yan Cheng in the song Xian Guanqin Pu, showcasing Gao Jianli's skills, indicating he was not only skilled in playing various string instruments, but also well-versed in different scores. As for the song Xian Guanqin Pu, it represents the Yushan school and is the only Ming Dynasty Guqin score included in the Siku Quanshu, which has a significant influence in the Guqin community. Li Junchuan explained. After listening to Li Junchuan, Li Yun's father nodded in satisfaction. He thought Li Junchuan was just a temporary learner like his wife, and secretly admired his thoughtfulness. What you said is correct. It seems you have quite an understanding of the Guqin. Many people may have heard the piece, but it's rare to find someone who can name it and know its origins. Li Yun smiled with satisfaction. Then, Uncle, let me also play a piece for you. Please give me your feedback. After hearing Li Yun's father's performance, he felt a bit eager to try. Speaking of which, since he had become proficient in string instruments, he hadn't really played seriously. Oh, you can play the Guqin too? I didn't hear Xiao Yin mention this. Li Yun's father was curious and stood up, signaling for Li Junchuan to go ahead. He had some understanding of his future son-in-law and knew he wasn't the type to exaggerate. So he wanted to see Li Junchuan's skill. Li Junchuan nodded and said, I have a little knowledge. After saying that, he washed his hands, dried them, and sat down at the piano. His long fingers gently brushed over the piano strings, and the sound of the piano began to resonate. Li's father raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with the piece Li Junchuan was playing, Shui Long Yin by Mr. Guandajo, which had become popular in recent years. He watched as Li Junchuan's fingers moved fluidly, plucking, striking, and playing in a way that clearly indicated he was more than just a novice. Then he began to focus, quietly listening to Li Junchuan's performance, as if he could read the tumultuous life of that emperor through the music. Soon, Li Junchuan finished playing, and Li's father couldn't help but clap. Good, good. Xiaochuan, your skill is probably not inferior to this old man's. Li Junchuan humbly replied. Uncle, please don't belittle yourself. My skills are just a bit proficient. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. This wasn't an exaggeration, after all. A person's mindset and life experience often affect their performance. Having taught for many years, Li's father easily noticed Li Junchuan's issues, but he didn't mind. Unless Li Junchuan could immerse himself in the story like some actors, otherwise, music played solely with technique might be pleasant to the ear but difficult to touch the heart. With that thought, Li's father pulled Li Junchuan over for tea and began to explain some of his current issues. Li's father didn't say much about technique, as he had already reached a high level, so he recommended some books for Li Junchuan to read when he had time. Li Junchuan naturally took it to heart and planned to go to the bookstore with Li Yun in the afternoon to buy some to read. He had plenty of time now, and reading physical books was a good way to pass the time. Speaking of which, every study in the houses he had manifested had quite a few books, which he had overlooked before. He decided to go back and read more books, as he had been too focused on novels before. After wiping down the piano, Li's father put it back into its case. At this time, Li Junchuan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for Li's father, and then lit one for himself. The two of them began to sit there, smoking. What are you two doing in the study? At that moment, Li's mother, who had finished tidying up the kitchen, walked in. Seeing both of them smoking, she didn't say anything but turned on the room's air purifier. Oh, just sparring with Xiaochuan on piano skills. Li's father flicked the ash from his cigarette. Li's mother seemed to understand. I thought the piece you played later didn't sound like your style. She then turned to Li Junchuan and said, Xiaochuan, you did well. Although Auntie can't play the piano herself, I've been listening to your uncle play for half a lifetime, so I can tell good from bad. All right, in the afternoon, let Xiaoyan take you around. Last time you came in a hurry. This time, you must enjoy a few days. Hearing Li's mother's words, Li Junchuan nodded. All right, I'll go out with Xiaoyan. Chapter 172. Nano Passive Defense Armor. What do you want to eat tonight? Auntie will prepare it in advance. Li's mother asked with a smile. Li Junchuan waved his hand. We're all family. Why be so polite? Just make some home-cooked dishes. I'm not picky. All right, then Auntie will make some of her specialties. Li's mother responded. At that moment, Li Yan also came over and pulled Li Junchuan out the door. Xiaochuan go, where are we going to have fun? Li Yan asked from the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Uncle just recommended a few books to me. Let's go browse a nearby bookstore first. Do you know which bookstore is bigger? Li Junchuan started the car. Are you buying new books or old books? Li Yan asked. New books. I'm not going to buy antiques or look for bargains. Then let's go to the Xinhua bookstore. There's one over by the square. The store is pretty big, and the environment is nice. Li Yun helped Li Junchuan set the navigation. It didn't take long to drive, and soon they arrived at the Xinhua bookstore in Hongdu City. After parking the car, they walked side by side toward the bookstore. It was likely because it was the weekend that the bookstore was quite crowded. They didn't plan to read in the bookstore. So Li Junchuan found all the books recommended by Li's father, paid, and then left the bookstore with Li Yun. After putting a thick bag of books into the trunk, Li Junchuan asked Li Yun, "Where to next? How about we take a stroll and buy park?" Li Yun suggested since she wasn't sure where to go. "Sure, let's go to the park. By the way, we haven't been to the park yet. Is there a Ferris wheel in the nearby park? Shall we go ride it together?" Li Junchuan asked. "Ferris wheel?" Li Yun thought for a moment. "Then let's go to Ganjian City People's Park. The Ferris wheel there was the largest in the world when it was built." "All right, let's go there." Li Junchuan activated the navigation and drove toward the People's Park in Honggu to New District. It was a bit congested on the road, probably because it was the weekend, but fortunately, it didn't take too long. After arriving at Nanchang Star Square, Li Yun led Li Junchuan to the visitor center under the Ferris wheel. After finding the automatic ticket machine, Li Junchuan bought 2 tickets for a luxury cabin at 100 yuan each, planning to have a little romantic moment with Li Yun. Looking at the time on the ticket, they had to wait for more than 10 minutes before it started. So Li Junchuan took Li Yun to a nearby milk tea shop, bought 2 fruit teas, and then headed to the exclusive passage for the luxury cabin. Soon, they boarded the Ferris wheel, and after a short wait, the entire 160-meter-high Ferris wheel began to turn slowly. The weather in Hongdu was great today, with excellent visibility. Sitting in the cabin, they looked out through the glass at the scenery on both sides of the river, which was indeed lovely. At this moment, Li Junchuan took Li Yun's hand. "Speaking of which, I haven't properly confessed to you yet. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Li Yun was blushing as he held her hand, especially since they could see others in different cabins through the glass. "No, as long as we are good together. That's enough. This is great for us." Although her face was a bit red, Li Yun's tone was exceptionally firm. At that moment, more than 10 minutes had passed since they sat in the luxury cabin, and they were about to reach the highest point. Li Junchuan took a deep breath and suddenly knelt on one knee. With a flip of his hand, a delicate little box appeared in his palm, and he opened it facing Li Yun. Inside the box was a uniquely shaped ring, with a gem that sparkled with a peculiar light, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. At that moment, she clearly guessed Li Junchuan's intention. "Xiaoyan, will you marry me?" Li Junchuan said sincerely as he looked into Li Yun's eyes. At that moment, sunlight streamed in through the glass from the side of the cabin, illuminating the two of them, making them appear incredibly sacred. "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" At that moment, tourists in the adjacent cabin noticed their actions and began to cheer, the noise echoing loudly even through the glass. Some people had already opened their phone cameras, preparing to take pictures for social media. However, due to the lighting, the photos didn't clearly show their faces but appeared even more beautiful. Li Yun smiled, her smile blossoming like a pear flower, her eyes glistening with tears, as she nodded emphatically at Li Junchuan and then extended her left hand, raising her pearly white middle finger. Li Junchuan was slightly excited, took out the ring, and placed it on Li Yun's left middle finger. Then with a twist of his wrist, the box disappeared. Standing up, he wore a radiant smile and tightly embraced Li Yun, leaning in to kiss her on her alluring red lips. "Oh, how romantic. I'm so envious. I want one too." At this moment, a young woman in the adjacent cabin stepped on her boyfriend's foot. Okay, you have one too, just wait." She smiled at the boy in glasses across from her, who looked like a fool laughing. At this time, a netizen posted a photo they had just taken on their social media account. They say the Ferris wheel at Hongdu is for breakups. But what I saw and heard today made me doubt whether those people intentionally brought their partners to ride it to break up. The explosion of the Tianbang helped the Wuling immortal lord. Perhaps because of the numerous fans, as soon as the post was made, many netizens started leaving comments. Time flew by, and soon, the half-hour Ferris wheel ride was over. Li Junchuan took Li Yun down from the Ferris wheel, and seeing the smile on her face, he felt particularly happy. The two then began to stroll along the riverside. The sun was gentle, and the breeze was just right. What Li Junchuan didn't tell Li Yun was that the ring he gave her was more than just a ring. It was a model he specially edited on his computer before materializing it. This ring was actually a passive nano-protective armor that would quickly manifest to shield the holder from harm when they were in danger. Its function was somewhat similar to Iron Man's nano suit, With an automatic repair feature, the gem was actually a kind of alternative energy core, which made it appear as if light was flowing within it. With this, Li Junchuan wouldn't have to worry about Li Yun getting hurt when he wasn't around. He had prepared several different styles of this nano-passive armor. The ring style was just for Li Yun. Others included bracelets, necklaces, earrings, pendants, watches, etc., making them convenient to carry. As for charging, there was no need to worry because that special gem would automatically absorb energy without any harm to the body. Besides, it might never be used in a lifetime. It was just a safety measure, a trump card for emergencies. When the holder truly encountered danger, the armor would be remotely controlled by Yao Guang to help them escape to safety. Chapter 173. Super money printer. These things he didn't plan to tell Li Yun. He felt that Li Yun was living happily and carefree, which was good. As for his family, he also didn't intend to mention it. He just wanted them to live their lives happily and peacefully without adding to their worries. After walking along the riverside for a while, the sun gradually set, and the sky quickly darkened. Let's go back. It's almost time for dinner, Li Junchuan said. Okay, let's go back. Li Yun agreed. The two started to head back, and before long, they arrived at the parking lot, drove home, and had a delightful dinner. Li Junchuan even took out some medicinal wine he brought and had a few drinks with Li Yun's father. After dinner, Li Yun, who hadn't drunk, drove Li Junchuan and their two dogs to the villa next to the Tengwang Pavilion. Sir, miss, you're back. The steward, Uncle Fu, came out to greet them. Uncle Fu. Long time no see. The two greeted Uncle Fu back. Uncle Fu opened the courtyard gate for them, and Li Junchuan opened the trunk of the car, pulling out two thick stacks of books, refusing Uncle Fu's help and walking toward the study. The entire courtyard was tidy, and the flowers and plants were well maintained. After passing through the living room to the study, Li Junchuan placed the two stacks of books on the long rosewood desk, unwrapped each book, and categorized them onto the shelves. Most of these books were historical texts, unofficial histories, biographies, etc. According to Li Yun's father, to play a piece well, one should understand the author's life, inspiration, and the social environment at the time. After hearing this, he felt it made a lot of sense. And now he could read through them without much effort. After taking a couple's bath with Li Yun, Li Junchuan helped dry her off and then rolled onto the bed with her. Xiao Chuan, Li Yun thought of what her mother said in the afternoon and shyly said, "What's wrong?" Li Junchuan asked curiously. "Let's not use protection tonight, okay?" Li Yun said, her face turning red. "Sure, as you wish." Li Junchuan understood what she meant, and his eyes lit up. After all, he also felt uncomfortable with the barrier between them. But since Li Yun had previously said she didn't want kids for now, and he didn't want her to take medication, he had gone through the trouble of buying a lot of extra large ones. After hearing Li Yun's words, he put the things he was holding back in the drawer and grinned as he lunged toward her. That night, the two experienced a different kind of joy. So Li Junchuan didn't get up to smoke or play on the computer as usual. The next morning, after finishing breakfast prepared by the steward, they didn't rush to go back to Li Yun's house. Li Junchuan sat in the study reading the books he bought yesterday, while Li Yun went to the yard with Uncle Fu to feed the two dogs and tend to the flowers and plants, which she did quite skillfully. Possibly due to her upbringing, Li Junchuan picked up the books he bought yesterday and started looking through them. However, instead of reading, it was more like flipping through them. After all, his vision was good, and combined with his strong memory, his eyes and brain worked like a camera. So, it didn't take long for him to finish reading the books. Of course, he gained quite a bit from it. It seems like I need to read more books in the future. With that thought, Li Junchuan sat back at the computer. After not being powered on for a long time, the computer still ran smoothly. Yao Guang, has there been any news in the country these past few days? Since he was alone in the room, he asked out loud. Good morning, sir. There hasn't been any new developments in the military aspect, but there have been new measures in the economic aspect. As soon as Yao Guang's voice fell, relevant information appeared on Li Junchuan's phone. Li Junchuan looked carefully and found it a bit overwhelming since he hadn't specifically studied economics. However, after reading it, he drew a conclusion. The country indicated it would impose sanctions on regions that do not use the yuan. I remember seeing related news before. Why is their attitude so strong this time? Li Junchuan asked curiously. One reason is that they have suffered severe economic losses due to recent natural disasters. And another reason is the hundreds of trillions of yuan in debt, Yao Guang explained in detail. Gradually, Li Junchuan understood what he meant and the country's thoughts. So, they're saying that when the money runs out, they just turn on the money printer and significantly harm the interests of other countries? With his thoughts organized, Li Junchuan began to think about how to resolve this issue or how he could help the country in this matter. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He remembered a popular blogger he had come across while mindlessly scrolling through short videos. The reason that blogger went viral was that they drew banknotes with realistic artistry. There were comments from many netizens claiming they were indistinguishable from real ones, with mentions of acid-free paper and color-changing inks. There were even rumors that the banknotes drawn in November led to a new snack street appearing downstairs in December. It was said that the vendors there had terrible attitudes and made awful food, yet they still set up stalls rain or shine with few customers. What Li Junchuan needed to do now was to drive down the price of the yuan. Then, the purchasing power of the yuan would decline, and the country's prices would rise, causing residents' assets to shrink. Following that, currency credibility would be damaged, the international status would also drop, and it would increase their fiscal burden. Of course, this move could also lead to fluctuations in global trade and commodity prices. The significant devaluation of the yuan may also lead other countries to reduce their dollar reserves and seek alternative currencies. Thinking about this, Li Junchuan's smile began to look strange. For others, accomplishing this task might be difficult, but for a master, it was simply a piece of cake. At this moment, he also understood why the elder statesmen were constantly stirring up trouble around the world, selling arms, of course. After figuring some things out, he quickly started typing on the keyboard, editing a new module, which he named the Super Money Printer. While he edited the module according to his ideas, he also had the all-powerful Yao Guang help him fill in the gaps. Soon, his new module took shape. This module contained everything he needed to implement his plan to drive down the yuan's value. Next came the manifestation, and as for the location, he chose a military base on an island in the South China Sea. Ding! Manifestation successful. After everything was selected, his super money printer was finally created. The finished product was a comprehensive, intelligent factory. All the equipment inside was complete, from processing raw materials like wood, cotton, and linen to the final printing of serial numbers. Cutting, packaging, and sealing, all done with fully automated production. He only needed to send some robots to carry out some necessary operations. Therefore, next, Li Junchuan manifested some robots. And then he manifested the raw materials, which was even simpler. He didn't think about buying them from outside, just manifested them directly. After setting up the teleportation array, he arrived at his island base, placed the robots and various raw materials, and instantly returned to his home in Hongdu. As for how the printed yuan would flow into the market, don't forget he had Richardson as an insider, plus Price and the others, and with Yao Guang's cooperation. Doing these things was simply too easy. Should he inform the country about this? It would be good to let them prepare. After weighing the pros and cons, he took out his phone and made a call. Chapter 174. The ancient score of Guangling San. Hello, Xiao Chuan. What's the matter? Song Jiang's voice came through. Uncle Song, it's like this. I recently discovered a very powerful counterfeit currency gang. Li Junchuan hesitated for a moment and continued. But I can't say it's a counterfeit gang. What they print is real yuan, just not from official sources. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. So you're telling me this. Song Jiang could certainly grasp Li Junchuan's meaning, but he was a bit curious about why Li Junchuan was telling him this. Ahem. What I mean is, they will print an enormous amount of yuan. Li Junchuan's tone was slightly strange. After all, the mastermind behind printing the yuan was himself. An enormous amount? How much is that? Song Jiang sought clarification. Enough to pay off the national debt all at once, Li Junchuan said cautiously. Damn, Song Jiang exclaimed. Are these people crazy? Don't they fear being blown to ashes by a missile from the old man? According to information from my friend, there are officials involved. Li Junchuan said, his tone gradually returning to normal. On the other end of the line, Song Jiang seemed to be thinking about something, and after a long pause, he said, Can you confirm when this large batch of currency will flow into the market? Li Junchuan did not hold back this time. About a month from now. How about that? Is that enough time for the country to prepare? Song Jiang did not hesitate this time. All right, I understand. I will inform the higher-ups immediately, and let me know if there is any new information. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Li Junchuan blinked. Is that it? But soon he realized. After all, Song Jiang was not an economist. At most, he played the role of a messenger. He was not very concerned about the domestic leader's response measures. Those big shots would certainly handle such matters much more thoroughly than he could. After shutting down the computer, he got up and left the courtyard. Watching Li Yun and Uncle Fu watering the flowers and plants, while Black Bean was thoughtfully holding the water pipe, and Black Wind was curiously looking around. Li Yun saw Li Junchuan and smiled at him. Xiao Chuan, when are we going back to my place? Li Junchuan raised his hand to check the time. Any time is fine. It's just past 10 now. Shall we go over now? It'll be about 11 when we get to your house. Okay, then Uncle Fu, we'll head over first. Please take care of Black Wind and Black Bean. Li Yun washed her hands and said, all right, you all go ahead, drive slowly on the way. Uncle Fu said with a smile, casually patting Black Wind's head. When they reached the door to drive, Li Junchuan looked at the Dodge and the business vehicle parked nearby. Looks like I need to get a few more cars, otherwise. It's a bit inconvenient to take my in-laws out for a trip someday. After having lunch at Li Yun's house, Li's father took Li Junchuan to the study. I heard from Xiao Yun that you bought quite a few books yesterday. Have you read them yet? Li Junchuan nodded. I've read them all. I gained a bit from the books you recommended. How about I play the piece from yesterday again for you to appreciate? All right, let us hear it. Although Li's father was somewhat skeptical about Li Junchuan saying he read all the books, he still decided to listen. Li Junchuan washed his hands and started playing Water Dragon's chant again. Li's father, who was listening attentively, clearly felt a difference from yesterday, although it was the same piece. There was obviously an epic grandeur in the ethereal piano sound. After finishing the piece, Li Junchuan looked up at Li's father. Uncle, how was it? Li's father nodded with satisfaction. It's definitely much better than yesterday. Do you have any other pieces you're good at? Li Junchuan thought of a piece, had an idea in mind, and nodded. I do have a special piece that I want to take this opportunity to give to you, Uncle. What he had gained in string music mastery was not just performance techniques, but also sheet music. Among them, one piece had long been lost, which was Ji Kang's Guangling San. He planned to play this piece for Li's father and write down the sheet music as well. Li Zhan was a bit curious, but did not ask. He focused on preparing to listen attentively. As the slow piano notes began to play, Li Zhan raised an eyebrow. Guangling San? It seems a bit different. This piece was relatively long, and Li Junchuan played for over half an hour before stopping. Watching Li's father slowly open his eyes, filled with enjoyment, he said, Xiao Chuan, what is this? Li Junchuan nodded. I accidentally obtained the ancient score of Guangling San, and I specially played it for you. Li Zhan's previously calm face showed surprise. You mean, you obtained the score of Guangling San? Yes, Uncle, do you have any paper? I can write it down for you. Li Junchuan looked around. Li Zhan took a deep breath, quickly found a blank notebook made of sheepskin, and handed it to Li Junchuan, then took out a fountain pen. Then he watched as Li Junchuan quickly wrote and drew on the blank pages. Since the score was quite long, even with Li Junchuan's quick hand speed, it still took a fair amount of time. Thanks to the paper's good absorbency, there was no need to wait for the ink to dry. After Li Junchuan finished writing the score, he handed the notebook to Li's father. Uncle, I'm done. Take a look. Li Zhan nodded, not saying much, eagerly sat down, and began flipping through the score, his fingers playing along in the air. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said with infinite emotion, Xiao Chuan, you truly gave me a great gift. Li Junchuan waved his hand. Oh, we're all family. No need to be polite. This score would indeed be a bit of a waste in my hands. Uncle, you are a teacher, and it's just right for you to pass it on. Li Zhan nodded, and at that moment, he suddenly had a thought. Should he delay his retirement? In fact, given his teaching level, the school had approached him early on about being rehired after retirement. However, at that time, he felt he was getting old and thought it would be nice to relax after retiring. But now, looking at the sheet music in his hands, he showed signs of hesitation. Li Junchuan, on the other hand, was unaware of what he was thinking, but he was actually considering secretly administering the hidden serum to the two elderly people. Although, at the moment, Li's parents were in good health. After working for most of their lives, they inevitably had some issues, especially Li's father, who had been teaching for a long time. As Li Junchuan thought of this, he quietly produced a small bottle while Li's father was distracted, poured the liquid into the tea, and handed the cup to Li's father. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Li Zhan heard the voice, came back to his senses, took the teacup from Li Junchuan, and drank it in one go. After a moment of hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. Oh, it's just this little matter. Then you should agree to the school's request. But you don't need to take on as many classes as before, Li Junchuan suggested. Just teach the elective courses. That way you won't be bored with nothing to do, and during the holidays, you can travel around with Annie. Li Zhan still hesitated. I'll discuss it with your auntie and Xiao Yun later. This matter isn't urgent. Right now, this sheet music. Li Junchuan shook his head. Uncle, don't think too much. Just handle it as you see fit. It's just a piece of music. It's not a big deal. I'll see if I can organize more ancient sheet music later. Li Jun nodded. Xiao Chuan. I really don't know how to thank you. Li Junchuan quickly changed the subject. Why talk about this? Since we have time now, let us discuss the ancient sheet music. Hearing this, Li Jun's attention returned to the sheet music, and he began to discuss it with Li Junchuan. Chapter 175. 3 new cars. The afternoon passed quickly. The two of them, engrossed in conversation, completely lost track of time. Until, you two come down for dinner. It's already dark. What are you doing up there? Li's mother's voice came from downstairs. At this moment, Li Yun also came up to the second floor, walked into the study, and turned on the light. Dad. Xiao Chuan, dinner is ready. Only then did the two realize it was already dark. So they quickly stood up to go down for dinner. Li Junchuan didn't feel much, but when Li Jun got up, he clearly felt a bit of soreness in his waist. So, during dinner, Li Junchuan took out a jar of medicinal wine and poured it for everyone. He secretly added the hidden serum to the medicinal wine for Li's mother. After drinking the medicinal wine, Li Jun's complexion noticeably improved. Uncle, Auntie, we're still going to stay at Tongwanga. We'll come back tomorrow. Li Junchuan said around 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Chuan, wait a minute. At this time, Li Jun called out to Li Junchuan, who was about to get up. Li Junchuan was a bit puzzled, but obediently sat down and waited for further instructions. Li Jun took out a bag from the drawer of the coffee table and handed it to Li Junchuan. Take a look at this. Li Junchuan curiously opened the bag and looked. Property deed? That's right. The bag contains the property deed. One is for a residential property located in a newly built complex in the city center, a 140 square meter apartment on the 18th floor. The other is also a property deed, but for a street-facing commercial shop, a small building of 80 square meters over 2 floors. The deeds were in his and Li Yun's names. He was about to speak after putting the bag away when he was interrupted by Li's father. Don't refuse. We see how good you are to Xiao Yun. The value of what you gave her is immeasurable. Moreover, this gift for your Annie and me, we bought this apartment and shop as a wedding gift for you too. So don't decline. Li Jun said. Li's mother nodded in agreement. A friend of hers had come to visit and was amazed by the potted flower that Li Junchuan had given her. The pot itself was an antique worth a fortune. This friend dealt in antiques and later helped appraise the ancient zither and its case, giving a valuation that left them both in shock. Seeing this, Li Junchuan nodded. All right, we'll accept it. Hee. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for your kindness. Okay, just like I said this afternoon, we're all family, so there's no need for thanks. Li Jun paused. All right, you two go ahead. Come back tomorrow afternoon if you have time, and let us know in advance if you want to go out. Li Junchuan nodded, pulling Li Yun along. Then we're heading back. Uncle, Auntie, you should rest early. Li's mother waved her hand. That night, after a round of intimacy, Li Yun went to sleep, and Li Junchuan finished in the bathroom, came out of the bedroom, and sat down at the computer. Yao Guang. How much cash has been printed at the base? Has it entered the market? He asked as he opened the computer. Currently, 10 billion gold has been printed, and we are gradually letting price and the others distributed into the market. Everything is going smoothly thanks to Richardson's cooperation, Yao Guang replied. Has anything else significant happened today? He opened Horizon 5. Nothing noteworthy has occurred, sir, Yao Guang said. Seeing there was nothing worth paying attention to, Li Junchuan began to pick and choose in the garage, ultimately selecting 2 cars. One was an Aston Martin, and the other was a BMW 5. After some operations in the Extreme Workshop, he tuned them for maximum speed. He chose the most powerful 5210 engine, installed twin turbos, and replaced the transmission with a modified version. After the modifications, he took it to the track for testing. The results showed a straight-line acceleration reaching 387. When it manifested, he chose racing green for the color. To be honest, the interior of this car was truly impeccable. After selecting everything, he directly clicked to manifest it. Upon hearing the successful manifestation sound, he turned his attention to the BMW 5. This car was a special edition for extreme racing, boasting 913 horsepower, 605 torque, and weighing only 133 tons with a lateral grip of 27. The top speed reached around 422, prioritizing cornering speed and acceleration. And it was an all-wheel drive vehicle with decent traction. For the color, Li Junchuan chose white with tricolor stripes, making it a perfect beginner-esque car. After completing all the configurations, Li Junchuan clicked to manifest it, and once again heard the successful manifestation sound. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and he immediately knew his cars had arrived. So he hurriedly put on a shirt and shorts, slipped on his slippers, and answered the phone while walking out of the room. After going through a familiar process, the two new cars were parked in his garage. He decided that next time he manifested a house, he would also manifest the cars, at least one sedan and one SUV. It was more comfortable to drive a spacious car when going out. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a good idea to create a racetrack or a super racing circuit in his desert city, as he had recently become fascinated with rally racing. Watching the various drifts that seemed to fly close to the ground made Li Junchuan itch with excitement. Oh, speaking of which, I don't even have a motorcycle. How can I stand this? Back in his room, Li Junchuan suddenly remembered that despite manifesting so many cars, he didn't have a single motorcycle. So he quickly sat down to start searching for information on what kind of motorcycle he could manifest. He searched online for various cool motorcycle videos, eventually focusing on the motorcycle from Fast and Furious that transformed while passing under a truck. There was also a shot earlier where the motorcycle raced and jumped briefly against the wall. So cool, it's decided. Li Junchuan was determined. But this time he didn't think for himself. Instead, he handed everything over to Yao Guang. After all, trying to simulate all the functions of the motorcycle bit by bit on his own would indeed be a waste of time. With Yao Guang, it was different. He could harness the power of the super quantum computer in the Z-Wave Palace to quickly conduct various simulations. Soon, Yao Guang had edited the motorcycle module, even modifying it into 3 different power modes. One was the common gasoline engine, another was cold nuclear fusion, and the last one was an antimatter engine. These 3 modes could be switched freely, so there was no need to worry about running out of gas while riding, especially with the last antimatter engine, which was simply black technology. Previously, this thing was equipped on Li Junchuan's space carrier, and now placed on a motorcycle. He estimated it could easily break the speed record of that Dodge motorcycle. He mindlessly chose black for the color, with the front headlights still orange, looking almost indistinguishable from the movie, but in terms of specific power and functionality, it was far superior. It even came with facial recognition, iris recognition, voice print recognition, and intelligent driving functions, which was incredibly cool. You're the best, Yao Guang. Only you understand me. Li Junchuan exclaimed, clicked on manifestation, and then hit the confirm button. Chapter 176. The motorcycle that requires an anti-gravity suit to ride soon. His phone rang again, and he directly hung up the call, quickly walking to the front door. After greeting Uncle Fu, who came out to see what was going on, he watched the workers unload the motorcycle and unpack it. Finally, following Li Junchuan's instructions, they moved the motorcycle into the garage. Waving goodbye to the staff, Li Junchuan couldn't wait to examine the motorcycle closely. This was the first motorcycle of his life, with a matte black body and a frame forged from special materials, making it look incredibly imposing. Considering Li Junchuan's height, this motorcycle even came with suspension and adjustable seating. He planned to take Li Yun out for a ride to show off tomorrow. Looking at the 2 helmets that the system had thoughtfully prepared in the nearby box, Li Junchuan smiled slightly. Young master, did you just get 3 cars at once? Uncle Fu asked. Yeah, aren't they good looking? Li Junchuan replied. Uncle Fu pointed at the Aston Martin. This car looks good. Li Junchuan nodded. Indeed, Aston Martin has always been known for its elegance. If you like this car, you can drive it. Uncle Fu closed the yard gate. I don't go out much. Driving this car would be a waste. Li Junchuan shook his head. I don't come here often either. When you have time, you should take the cars out for a spin. It's better for the vehicles. Uncle Fu nodded. All right, sir. Okay, if there's nothing else, you should go to bed too. Sorry for waking you up so late. Li Junchuan waved at Uncle Fu and returned to his room. After getting back to his room, he didn't rush to sleep, but carefully reviewed the introductions of the 3 vehicles. Wow, this motorcycle's top speed exceeds 800? What the heck? Li Junchuan was a bit stunned when he saw the mention of the Hell mode in the information. This mode, besides me, no one else can use it, right? I can't ride a motorcycle and wear an anti-gravity suit at the same time? He marveled while continuing to read. Well, he hadn't carefully opened the large box next to the helmet earlier, and it actually contained 2 sets of super anti-gravity suits disguised as racing suits. After reading the information, he could hardly wait to take the motorcycle out for a spin, completely forgetting about the 2 cars. Suppressing his excitement, Li Junchuan closed his computer, washed up in the bathroom, and then went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Junchuan brought Li Yun to the garage and pointed directly at the motorcycle. Xiao Yun, do you think this motorcycle looks good? Li Yun carefully examined the black motorcycle in front of her. It looks good. But what brand is this motorcycle? Xiao Chuanji. Have you seen Fast and Furious? Li Junchuan asked. Li Yun nodded. I've watched every single one. What's that got to do with this? Do you remember the motorcycle that went under the big truck? Li Junchuan continued. The one that transformed? The one that almost got hit while holding onto the motorcycle's tail? Li Yun finally remembered. Li Junchuan nodded. Yes, that's the one. I specially ordered it from the manufacturer and made quite a few modifications. So, how about we go out and show it off together? Li Yun nodded but shook her head. Sure, but you mustn't ride too fast. This motorcycle isn't as safe as a car. Don't worry, during the day in the city. How fast can it go? Just to have a bit of fun, Li Junchuan said, taking out a helmet from the box and putting one on Li Yun. Then putting one on himself. Without needing the key, he placed his hand on the handlebars. With a hum, the fingerprint recognition succeeded, and the motorcycle automatically started. Get on. Li Junchuan signaled for Li Yun to hop on. Okay. Then he felt a pair of slender hands wrap around his waist, and Li Yun's figure pressed against his back. Not gonna lie, it felt great. Taking a deep breath, he revved the motorcycle and drove out of the garage. He soon noticed that this motorcycle also had automatic balance, as he clearly felt that he didn't exert much effort while turning, and the bike righted itself effortlessly, riding the motorcycle around the city with Li Yun. Li Junchuan naturally couldn't ride too fast, but the motorcycle looked so cool that it attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, its design was incredibly rare. What kind of bike is that? Looks so cool. A traffic officer on the roadside asked his colleague. This shape does resemble a Triumph street bike, but I can't quite place what's off about it. It feels strange. Another traffic officer, obviously well-versed in motorcycles, began to frown in thought. Soon, his eyes lit up. Don't you think this shape looks a bit familiar? Doesn't it resemble the motorcycle from the movie Sushi Chicken? He clearly thought of something and said to his colleague. Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like that motorcycle that went under the truck, but there's something different about it. The first traffic officer replied. Yeah. I usually ride as a motorcycle cop, and after work, I often ride my own bike out to hang out with fellow riders. I've seen the prototype from the movie, but it's clearly a bit different. He thought for a moment and decided to ask the knowledgeable members of his group after work. Li Junchuan rode directly to Li Yun's house, and when Li Yun's mother, who was watering the flowers in the yard, heard the noise, she peeked her head out to look. Xiao Chuan. Li Junchuan parked the motorcycle and took off his helmet. Li Yun also got off the bike and removed her helmet. Auntie, are you the only one here? Where's Uncle? Li Junchuan asked curiously, as he didn't hear any familiar footsteps from inside the house. Your uncle has class today. He went to school and won't be back until noon. After watering the flowers and putting away her things, Li Yun's mother looked at the motorcycle parked outside. Xiao Chuan. Motorcycles are cool to ride, but you can't ride too fast. Okay, Auntie, don't worry, I won't joke about Mai and Xiao Yun's safety. Li Junchuan nodded to show he understood. By the way, the house I gave you yesterday is a bare shell, no decoration. Your uncle's and my tastes might be different from yours young people's. You guys can handle the decoration yourselves. Let me know if you need help. Li Yun's mother said. Thank you, Auntie. Don't worry, I'll just choose a reliable decoration company with Xiao Yun when the time comes. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and said. How about I cook lunch today, so you both can have a taste of my cooking? Mom, Xiao Chuanji's cooking is delicious. It's not worse than the chefs in restaurants. Li Yun smiled and said that obviously, Li Junchuan's cooking skills left a deep impression on him, even though he rarely cooked himself. All right, then you can cook at noon today, and your uncle and I will taste your skills. By the way, do you want me to help you buy groceries? Li Mu asked. No need, it's still early. I'll go buy them with Xiao Yun. You just stay home and rest. Li Junchuan replied. At noon, Li Junchuan prepared a lavish feast, and Li Fu and Li Mu praised the dishes he cooked repeatedly. During casual conversation after the meal, Li Junchuan mentioned his plan to take Li Yun back to his hometown, to which they did not object. Li Mu even wanted to hold her grandson as soon as possible, which is why she had briefed Li Yun on some matters a couple of days ago. As for Li Fu, he had similar thoughts, wanting to help take care of his grandson while he was still fit enough to do so. It would be harder when he got older. However, they were unaware that with Li Junchuan around, it was unlikely they would encounter any unexpected issues and could live a long life without problems. Li Mu even secretly pulled her daughter aside to remind her of many things, hoping that their first meeting would leave a good impression on her future in-laws. Chapter 177. Li Yun's gift for the visit. Xiao Yun, do you have any thoughts on the decoration of the new house? Li Junchuan asked. At that moment, they were walking by the Gan River, and the sky was getting dark, looking like it might rain, so it wasn't very hot. Not really, you can handle it, Li Yun said, brushing aside the hair blown by the wind. I feel like we might not live there much in the future. It's fine if we don't live there. Just let the housekeeper find someone to clean it regularly. We don't need to rent it out. We aren't short on money. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and added, what about that shop? Do you have any ideas? Li Yun frowned and pondered. I don't know what to do with it. Since we won't be around much, I think we should just rent it out. Li Junchuan nodded. All right, I understand. I'll take care of it later. So, are you coming home with me tomorrow? Li Yun nodded. Okay. I've been wanting to meet Uncle and Auntie. At that moment, Li Junchuan suddenly caught a whiff of the damp air. It's going to rain. Let's head back. Although Li Yun was a bit curious about how her boyfriend could predict when it would rain, she didn't think much of it. So they walked hand in hand towards the parking lot. In the afternoon, they had already discussed taking Li Yun home to meet his parents. So they decided to have dinner at the Tungwang Pavilion that night. After dinner, they planned to tidy up and head home the next morning. Just as they arrived at the parking lot, Li Junchuan suddenly picked up Li Yun and started running quickly. Li Yun let out a surprised yelp and shyly hit her boyfriend. What are you doing? There are so many people outside. Li Junchuan didn't respond. Quickly carrying Li Yun to the side of the car, took off his helmet and handed it to Li Yun. Put this on quickly. He then sat on the motorcycle and put on his helmet. I'm ready, Li Yun said, wrapping her arms around Li Junchuan's waist. With a roar, the engine started. And Li Junchuan sped out of the parking lot. Just as they left the parking lot, it suddenly started pouring rain, but strangely, it seemed that Li Junchuan knew where it would rain and where it wouldn't. He drove Li Yun all the way home, and neither of them got very wet. This was all thanks to Yaguang, which analyzed the rainfall areas through meteorological satellites and then used the built-in Bluetooth function of the helmet to inform Li Junchuan of the driving path, perfectly avoiding the rain zones. Yaguang even thoughtfully notified the housekeeper in Li Junchuan's name to prepare ginger tea. Hey, sir, you didn't tea get wet? The housekeeper looked at the two of them oddly as they got off the motorcycle, their clothes mostly dry. We ran fast, so we got a bit wet. Li Junchuan parked the motorcycle and put away their helmets. I made you ginger tea. You two go change your clothes and have some. Don't catch a cold. Fubo said. Okay, thank you, Fubo. Li Yun thanked him. The two went to their room to change clothes while Li Fu went to the kitchen to bring them tea. Soon, they changed and arrived at the dining room. Li Junchuan handed a tea cup to Li Yun. The temperature is just right. Drink up. Then he drank a cup himself. Although with their physical condition, it was quite difficult for them to catch a cold. After finishing the ginger tea, Li Junchuan suggested that Li Yun take a nap while he handled some matters regarding the two houses. Looking at the information on design companies that Yaguang had filtered for him, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. Thanks, Yaguang. You're welcome, sir. The design company has already made an appointment for you. The timing should be just right if you go now. Yaguang replied. So, Li Junchuan took the keys to both houses and various documents, drove out again. After all, it was better to bring the designers to inspect the premises in person for the interior design, after taking the design company representatives to visit and measure both houses. When they returned home, it was already dark and just in time for dinner. Brother Xiaochuan, can you accompany me to shop for a while? Li Yun said after dinner. Li Junchuan was a bit curious. What do you want to buy? Since it's my first visit, I have to buy some gifts for Uncle and Auntie. Li Yun rolled her eyes at him. All right, I'll accompany you. He didn't say anything about not needing to bring gifts. After all, it was a matter of courtesy and respect. After a moment, Li Junchuan curiously asked, what do you want to buy? Li Yun had clearly thought it through. First, let's buy some local specialties, then some cigarettes and alcohol, skincare products, clothes, and so on. Li Junchuan nodded. All right, let us go shopping now. I'll drive. As a local of Hongdu, I'm quite familiar with many local specialty shops. When they arrived at the parking lot, Li Yun suggested, sure, which car do you want to drive? Li Junchuan pointed to the BMW 5 Series and the Aston Martin. Li Yun glanced at the two cars and pointed to the slightly longer Aston Martin. Let's take this one. It looks bigger and easier to load things. So, Li Junchuan found the key to the Aston Martin and handed it to her. Let us go. Li Yun drove the car, navigating through the streets to the Jewelry Street in Westlake District. After parking, she took Li Junchuan to a pastry shop. She skillfully bought a large number of pastries, some of which Li Junchuan couldn't even name, as they were local specialties of Hongdu. My mom took me here when I was a kid, and I've been coming here for pastries ever since. Everything is handmade by the owner. And it seems to have been here even before I was born. Li Yun opened a box of chestnut cake, took a piece, and stuffed it into Li Junchuan's mouth. The taste is indeed good. Li Junchuan nodded after tasting a piece. Where to next? First, put these in the car. I want to see what else I can buy. Li Yun looked around, noticing that some shops were different from her memory. Many had changed owners and types of business. Seeing Li Junchuan carrying the bags towards the car, Li Yun walked into a tea shop and bought 2 types of tea, Lushan Yunwu tea and Shangrao Bai Mei. Then, she went nearby to buy Nanan Banya and Anfu ham. And after thinking for a moment, she also bought a set of Jingdujun porcelain, Sichuan liquor, and 2 packs of local Jinxing cigarettes. Isn't it too much to buy this much? Li Junchuan looked at the bags Li Yun was carrying and the items on the ground, somewhat astonished. What do you know? Hurry up and help carry the stuff. Li Yun rolled her eyes at him and walked towards the car with the bags. Li Junchuan had no choice but to pick up 2 boxes and hurriedly follow her. After putting away the items, Li Yun drove to the mall and began selecting skincare and makeup sets, and then they went to choose clothes. The two spent over 3 hours back and forth, filling the back seat and trunk of the car to the brim. Li Junchuan wanted to pay but was stopped by Li Yun, who insisted on paying herself. Although she hadn't been running the shop in Chile for long, she had indeed made quite a bit of money. Moreover, Li's mother had specifically given her a card to buy more gifts. In the end, she even bought Li Junchuan 2 complete outfits from head to toe, making him feel warm inside. He couldn't help but think back to when he used to read web novels, where the male protagonist would crazily spend money. Unlike him, his girlfriend had recognized him when she initially didn't know his actual situation, and later, when they confirmed their relationship, she even gifted him an expensive camera. His future in-laws were also understanding, and there were no cliché scenes of showing off or slapping faces. It seemed that ever since he got the system, his luck had started to turn around, right? Li Junchuan thought to himself and silently said, "Thank you for choosing me, system brother." Chapter 178. Taking Li Yun to meet the parents. When the two returned home, it was already past 10. Li Yun went straight to the bathroom to take a shower, while Li Junchuan asked Yao Guang to start handling the flight arrangements. A few hours of turbulence eased Li Yun's nervousness. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Junchuan drove the Aston Martin, while the driver and butler Li Fu drove a BMW 5 with the 2 dogs, heading towards Hongdu Airport together. After passing through security, the car arrived at the private jet's parking spot, where the crew was already prepared for takeoff. A few flight attendants got off the plane to help with the luggage, and Li Yun and Li Junchuan boarded the stairs with the 2 dogs. Knowing the flight would take over an hour, Li Junchuan's eyes sparkled. "Xiao Yun, didn't sleep well last night? Why don't you go sleep a bit more?" Li Junchuan pulled Li Yun to the master bedroom on the plane. "Let's sleep a bit more." Li Yun gave her boyfriend a white look, understanding his meaning. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she began to undress with a hint of eagerness. Li Junchuan gazed intensely at his girlfriend, and for over an hour, the two engaged in a brief friendly match at 10,000 meters high. Li Yun leaned against the bedroom window, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling the unusual sensations behind her, her eyes shimmering. After the friendly match, they took a shower in the bedroom's washroom, then got dressed and exited the bedroom. At that moment, the plane was preparing to land. He took the 2 cups of juice the flight attendant handed over, passing one to Li Yun and finishing his own in one gulp. Soon, the plane stabilized, the cabin opened, and the flight attendants began taking things down with the help of butler Li Shi, placing the luggage in the back of the Ford truck. "Sir, miss, let's go home." Li Shi patted the 2 dogs and opened the car door for them to get into the Ford truck. Li Junchuan took Li Yun into another Bentley Bentayga. Before long, the car arrived at their home in the botanical garden. The two didn't linger, leaving the 2 dogs for the butler to look after. And then Li Junchuan drove the Ford pickup truck back to his hometown. Li's parents had known since yesterday that their son was bringing his girlfriend home, so they had started cleaning the house early. Although the renovation team had already cleaned up when they left, to leave a good impression on their city daughter-in-law, they worked hard to clean again. Upon receiving the news that their son was almost home, they stood outside the open door, looking down the street. Soon, they spotted the familiar off-road pickup truck. "They're coming. That's the car Xiao Chuan drove last time." Li's mother tugged at her husband, pointing at the approaching vehicle. The car soon stopped in front of the gate, and Li's mother watched as her son and his girlfriend got out of the car. Today, Li Yun was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, light blue jeans, and a small Longines watch on her fair wrist, with a uniquely shaped ring on her finger. Li Junchuan pulled Li Yun over. "Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend Li Yun. Xiao Yun, these are my parents. Xiao Yun, you must be tired from the journey. Come on, let us go home and rest. We've only chatted on WeChat before. This is our first time meeting, and you're really beautiful." Li's mother warmly pulled Li Yun in with a smile. "Hello, Andy, you look great too. We didn't spend much time on the way back. I'm not tired." Li Yun greeted Li's mother, then turned to Li's father. "Hello, Uncle. I'm Li Yun, Xiao Chuan's girlfriend." "Oh, hello, Xiao Yun. Li's father said a bit shyly. Li Junchuan had thought Li Yun would be very nervous, but she handled it with ease. Soon, Li's mother led Li Yun into the house. While Li Junchuan said to his father, "Dad, let us take the things inside first." Li's father nodded and began to help his son unload the items from the car. "Did you buy so much? What is all this?" Li's father looked at the truck bed piled high. "Food, drinks, clothes, and other things, all bought by Xiaoyun for you." Li Junchuan chuckled. "I even got you cigarettes and liquor." Li's father happily helped his son carry things into the house, as he didn't really care about the gifts. He was just glad his son had found a girlfriend. Li Junchuan looked at the newly renovated home and felt very satisfied. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The entire yard had been tidied up, and next to the vegetable garden, there was a small flower garden. The courtyard walls had also been beautified. The grayish-blue walls looked antique, and the ground was repaved with large stone slabs. The previous courtyard gate had also been changed. It was now in the center. And the house he used to live in had been rebuilt with a two-story design, adding an extra bathroom. So there was no need to worry about awkwardness when using the toilet. All the furniture was newly purchased, and now the place was fully equipped with beds, cabinets, sofas, and desks. "Looks really good." Li Junchuan put down what he was holding and nodded in satisfaction. Li's father also felt that the newly done home felt cozier. After putting down the things, Li Junchuan saw his mother, grandmother, and Li Yun chatting happily in the yard. So he went to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea and brought it over. "Mom, Grandma, are you satisfied with this daughter-in-law?" Li Junchuan poured tea for them. "Satisfied? Why wouldn't we be? When are you two planning to get married?" Grandma asked with a smile. "Let us see when the new year comes. We can have both families gather together, and you can discuss it," Li Junchuan said while looking at Li Yun. "Xiaoyun, what do you think?" Li Yun smiled with her eyes curved. "I have no objections. You and Uncle and Auntie can discuss it with my parents." She was eager to get married sooner, especially since she wasn't young anymore, and after learning about her boyfriend's financial situation, she felt a bit insecure. Fortunately, her future in-laws had a good impression of her, which relieved her. "Mom, you all keep chatting. I'll go cook." Seeing everyone happily chatting, Li Junchuan volunteered to go to the kitchen to prepare the meal. "No need for you to do that. I'll handle it. You should accompany your girlfriend around." Li's mother glared at her son, then took out a thick red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Li Yun. "Xiaoyun, welcome to our family. Here is a small token. I hope you two have a long-lasting and harmonious relationship." Li Yun quickly declined. "Thank you, Auntie. We're family now. No need to be so polite." After saying that, she looked at her boyfriend for help. Li Junchuan smiled. "You should just accept it. This is also Dad and Mom's blessing for us." "Thank you, Uncle, Auntie, Grandma." Seeing that her boyfriend had no objections, Li Yun accepted the red envelope. For a moment, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. During lunch, Li Junchuan received a reminder from Yao Guang, informing him that his older brother's flight would arrive in Luoyang in an hour. So Li Junchuan said, "Mom, my brother is almost in Luoyang. I'm going to pick him up. Xiaoyun, do you want to come?" Li Yun was about to agree when she was interrupted by Li's mother. "You can go by yourself. Xiaoyun, you stay at home. Take a nap in your room for a bit. You must be exhausted after catching a flight early this morning." She didn't know that her son already had a private jet and that the two were still on the plane. Chapter 179. Work arrangement for brother and sister-in-law. After saying goodbye to his family, Li Junchuan drove his Ford Raptor towards the Luoyang North Suburban Airport. Once at the airport, it wasn't long before he spotted his elder brother, Li Junha, walking out of the terminal. "Brother," he called out, waving his hand. "What are you doing here?" Li Junha asked, looking at his younger brother with curiosity, as he had planned to take the bus home after getting off the plane. "Did you forget that I booked the ticket for you? Let's go home," Li Junchuan said, picking up his brother's suitcase and heading outside. Li Junha followed behind, noticing how much his younger brother had changed after not seeing him for over half a year. Once they reached the parking lot, Li Junchuan placed the suitcase in the back seat, let his brother sit in the passenger seat, and started the car. After leaving the airport, Li Junchuan pointed to the cigarette pack in the armrest. "If you want to smoke, help yourself." Li Junha didn't hesitate to take one out and light it. "Are you bringing your girlfriend back this time?" "Yeah, she's at home now," Li Junchuan replied while driving. "When are you two getting married?" "Not decided yet. We'll have both families meet during the new year and discuss it then." Li Junchuan glanced at his brother in the passenger seat. "Do you want to work in the city?" Li Junha was a bit confused. "What job? In Luoyang?" Li Junchuan nodded. "At the Luoyang City Bureau." Li Junha was even more bewildered. "Me? At the City Bureau? The Public Security Bureau? What could I possibly do there?" Li Junchuan was clearly prepared for this and had previously discussed it with Wang Fong. Yeah, there are a few positions you can consider. One is a household registration officer, which mainly involves managing household registrations, transfers, and ID issuance. What do you think? Li Junchuan asked. This position is relatively straightforward, doesn't require responding to emergencies, and has low work pressure, he added. Li Junha was a bit tempted. You're not lying to me, right? You can really get me into the City Public Security Bureau? Li Junchuan thought to himself, my influence is beyond what you can imagine. But he said, just tell me if you want to go. There's also a cyber police position and one for document and file management. Stop. Let's go with the household registration officer. That sounds easier. I wouldn't know how to do the other two, and don't you dare trick me. I just quit my job. Li Junha still seemed a bit skeptical. Li Junchuan rolled his eyes. What good would it do me to trick you? Here's the deal. We're in the city now. Wait while I make a call. He parked the car on the street, took out his phone, found Wang Fong's number, and called. Hello, Xiaochuan. What's up? Wang Fong's voice came through the receiver. Brother Wang, I'm in Luoyang right now. We talked about my brother's job before. I just picked him up from the airport and wanted to ask you about it. Li Junchuan stated his purpose directly. You come back to Luoyang and didn't he tell us? All right, take your brother to the city bureau. See you in a bit. Wang Fong said before hanging up. Li Junchuan put down his phone and drove straight to the city bureau. It didn't take long for Li Junchuan to park at the city bureau's lot. Let us go. I'll introduce you to someone. Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow at his brother and opened the car door to get out. Xiu Chuan, over here. Wang Fong waved at them. Li Junchuan walked over with his brother. Brother Wang, long time no see. This is my brother, Li Junha. Brother, this is the director of our Luoyang City Bureau. Just call him Brother Wang like I do. Wang Fong extended his hand, and the two shook hands. Li Junha felt a bit out of place. Having never interacted with police officers before, let alone a city bureau director, Wang Fong led them into an office, gestured for them to sit down, and then closed the door. Noticing that Li Junha seemed a bit nervous, Wang Fong asked, have you thought about which job you want? Li Junchuan nodded directly. Let us go with the household registration officer. The requirements aren't too many, and the work is simple and easy to get into. After saying that, he turned to his brother, who quickly nodded in agreement. All right, then it's settled as a household registration officer. When can we handle the paperwork? Wang Fong asked. As for the background check, that had already been taken care of. He was familiar with the entire Li family's information, especially since someone had already given him a heads up. Do we need to provide any materials? Li Junchuan asked. Just your ID will do. There will be a few days of training. Just study hard. Wang Fong looked at Li Junha. Do you have your ID with you? Li Junha nodded and took out his ID. At that moment, Wang Fong took out some materials from a nearby cabinet. Just sign here, and I'll make a copy of your ID. He handed Li Junha a pen and took his ID, skillfully using the printer to make a copy. Then had Li Junha sign and stamp it. All right, done. Let me check the time. Come back here the day after tomorrow in the morning. You'll attend training then. And that's it. Wang Fong said to Li Junha, adding his contact information. Thanks, Brother Wang. Li Junchuan said. No need to be polite, just a small favor. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Wang Fong winked at him. So you brought your girlfriend back this time? Li Junchuan nodded. Then let us have her come over tonight or tomorrow night. Let the brothers take a look and help you out. Wang Fong suggested. Sure. Let us do it tomorrow night. I'll wait for your message, Li Junchuan said. Standing up. We'll head back now. My girlfriend is still waiting at home. Wang Fong nodded. Let me walk you two out. At the entrance of the city bureau, after sending them off, Wang Fong let out a breath. Smiling as he turned back towards the city bureau building, humming a tune, clearly in a good mood. Meanwhile, once back in the car, Li Junha took a while to process everything. Am I really going to become a police officer? Li Junchuan nodded. What else? Don't overthink it. Now, let us take you to another place. Next, Li Junchuan took his brother to a storefront on Jefong Road. He unlocked the door and led Li Junha inside. This place has 2 floors, each about 50 square meters. You can discuss with my sister-in-law what kind of business to start on the first floor. And the second floor can be your living space. After saying that, he handed the keys to his stunned brother. At that moment, Li Junha felt that the brother he knew was somewhat unfamiliar. After all, in just half a year, his younger brother had transformed from a worker at a therapy clinic into someone who could casually associate with the director of a municipal police department, which left him momentarily bewildered. Now, he was casually handing over a set of keys to a storefront in a bustling area of the city. After a long pause, he finally nodded. Okay, I'll discuss it with your sister-in-law later. Li Junchuan then asked, you two should consider whether to transfer Xian to school in the city. If you want to transfer him, just let me know. Otherwise, it's fine to keep him in the county for now, since he is usually at school. And you can pick him up on weekends. Li Junha nodded. He was planning on that for now, as the child had gotten used to staying down there. And transferring him abruptly might not be good. Plus, the city was close to home, making it convenient to return. All right, let us go home now. After showing his brother around the storefront, Li Junchuan got back in the car, started the engine, and headed home. On the way, Li Junha hesitated several times to speak, but ultimately didn't say anything. Seeing his brother's conflicted expression, Li Junchuan said directly, don't think too much. I helped some people out before, and now there are some collaborations with the government. You don't need to ask what exactly it is. After speaking, he took out his officer ID from his pocket spatial ring and handed it to his older brother. After reading it, Li Junha was even more confused. But he didn't say anything further. He just felt that the world was a bit magical. Chapter 180. What does it mean when a soldier says goodnight? A 30-year-old man suddenly enlisted in the army, then became an officer and got rich. Although Li Junha didn't know how his brother managed to do this, he still wisely chose not to probe further. The car quickly drove out of the city, and after more than half an hour, they finally returned home. Then there was another round of introductions. Li Junha was quite satisfied with the girlfriend his brother found. She looked good and seemed easy to get along with. In the evening, when the sister and sister-in-law came back from work, the family had a warm dinner together. Li Junchuan also took the opportunity to add the secret serum into the tea, making sure his family drank it. So he wouldn't have to worry about their health in the future. After dinner, Li Junchuan took out all the gifts he bought for everyone from Li Yun, naturally receiving a lot of compliments. At that time, he also took out the nano-passive armor he prepared for his family. The various styles of passive armor looked quite attractive, and Li Junchuan specifically reminded everyone to carry it with them. Naturally, no one objected, as it did look good. In the evening, Li Yun and Li Junchuan stayed in the same room. Since there were many people in the house, the two behaved properly and didn't do anything. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Junchuan took Li Yun away from their hometown and drove to Luoyang City. After meeting the parents and having no other matters, he decided to take Li Yun to meet a few friends in the evening and then go directly to France the next day to see the newly completed Bora Bora Island and enjoy a vacation. Li Junchuan first took Li Yun to his home in the Suitang Botanical Garden, dropped off their things, and then went to the yard to play with the two dogs before driving Li Yun to the National Garden to see the peonies. Since the best blooming period had already passed, there weren't many tourists. Occasionally, they could see blooming peonies, exuding an air of wealth. In the evening, everyone gathered at Zhang Yadong's small courtyard, so Li Junchuan didn't need to prepare anything. After lunch, the two wandered around the scenic spots in the city. And time flew by. At 5 o'clock, they returned home to change clothes. Li Junchuan stuffed some alcohol into the car and then drove Li Yun to the old city. When they arrived, it was still early. Yang Lu and Wang Fong hadn't arrived yet, and only Zhang Yadong was busy in the kitchen. Brother Zhang, we're here. Li Junchuan called out, carrying several jars of alcohol, with Li Yun following behind. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yadong poked his head out of the kitchen and saw the two. Oh, you're here. Sister-in-law, you two go ahead. I'll have the food ready in a moment. Ask those two if they've arrived. After finishing, Zhang Yadong pulled his head back to continue his work. With the sounds of pots and pans clanging in the background, Li Junchuan put down the alcohol, took out his phone, and tagged the two in the group chat. After receiving their messages that they were on their way, he went to the kitchen to see if there was anything he could help with. Li Yun curiously looked at the northern-style courtyard. Soon, the sound of car engines could be heard outside, and Li Junchuan set the prepared dishes on the table in the yard. Brother Yang, Brother Wang, you two made it just in time for dinner. Li Junchuan greeted the two and pointed to Li Yun. This is my girlfriend, Li Yun. Xiao Yun. This is Brother Yang Lu and Brother Wang Fong. That's Brother Zhang Yadong in the kitchen. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, hello. The two greeted Li Yun and handed her a small box, though it was unclear what was inside. After consulting her boyfriend, Li Yun accepted it. All right, now that the food is ready, let us eat. Zhang Yadong brought out a plate of dishes all at once. Li Yun didn't plan to drink, so she prepared to help pour drinks for everyone. Zhang Yadong quickly stopped her. How can I let you pour drinks? I'll do it. You just sit. While saying this, he also handed Li Yun a small bag. Sister-in-law, it's your first time here. As your brother, I'd like to show a little gesture. I can't compare to your family as Xiao Chuan, so don't mind it. Li Yun smiled. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Now, let us raise a glass together and wish you two a happy marriage. Xiaoyun, you can just drink juice. Yang Lu raised his glass. So everyone stood up together to clink glasses before sitting down to eat. Since there was a lady present, the men restrained themselves from drinking too much. And by the end, they all remained relatively sober. Yang Lu and Wang Fong decided to stay overnight at the small courtyard, and since Li Yun hadn't tea drunk, she drove back home with Li Junchuan. Are we going to that island tomorrow? After some intimate moments, Li Yun nestled in Li Junchuan's arms and asked. Yes. Why? Do you have other things to do? Li Junchuan asked curiously. No, it's just that I've never been abroad since I got my passport. I wonder if it will be okay. Li Yun was a bit worried. Don't worry, I have friends waiting for us at the airport, and you know my capabilities. Right? Li Junchuan kissed his girlfriend's forehead. No one can hurt me in this world. Although she felt her boyfriend was a bit boastful, she still felt reassured and gradually fell asleep. Li Junchuan, however, didn't he fall asleep so quickly. He began to think about recent events. Earlier, while his girlfriend was showering, he had come across a few recent updates from the Southern Theater Command on short videos. While everyone was happily enjoying the May Day holiday, his mother was out there fighting, spending 40 minutes directly taking down 3 battalions using drones without any casualties. To be honest, when Li Junchuan saw the news, he was a bit stunned and read the comments from netizens. Won a battle quickly, lost the upper hand, only saw the news after the holiday. Li Junchuan was also a bit curious as to why Yao Guang hadn't informed him. Otherwise, he would have wanted to get involved. After thinking it over, he sent a message to Yao Guang to ask about the situation. Soon, Yao Guang replied immediately. I feel there is no need to get involved. It ended too quickly. A bunch of drones went in and left nothing behind, so it was worth it. Li Junchuan looked at Yao Guang's reply with a mix of amusement and frustration, then sent another message. Do you have any real combat videos from that time? Send them to me. Very quickly, Yao Guang sent over several videos. After watching them, Li Junchuan understood why Yao Guang hadn't told him. This was completely on a different level of combat, although the other side had some equipment support. The individual soldier quality and military skills were not on the same level, so they were taken out before they even had a chance to see their opponents. Then the official account of the Southern Theater Command posted a few bland words. Intense battle, we do not retreat, nor do we fear. They even thoughtfully wished netizens good night. Li Junchuan felt in his heart that the country had protected them too well. Then he saw a blog post that Yao Guang forwarded. Brave assault, showcasing true colors. Good night. After checking the comments section and seeing the netizens' reactions, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. Looks like I'm not the only one with a fear of insufficient firepower. At this moment, he opened a new account for Finger Mahjong he had just bought, and a bold idea popped into his head. Chapter 181. Bora Bora Island. Yao Guang. If I transfer a large sum of money to the official military funding account, do you think anything will happen? He typed on his phone. It's best not to do that, sir. Although the state might not trace it, it's still not good. It feels more stable to help the country develop its military strength. Yao Guang replied. Once our military strength reaches a new level, the outdated equipment can be exported to earn a large amount of military funding, which has the same effect. Those big players wearing white hats have long coveted our military supplies. Yao Guang replied again. At this moment, Li Junchuan also realized, recalling his recent plan. Thus, he temporarily abandoned the idea of directly providing military funding to the country and fell into a deep sleep after putting down his phone. The next morning, after breakfast, the two of them took their dog and got in the car, heading to the airport, driven by the butler, Li Shi. Before departure, Li Junchuan sent his flight information to Arthur. After receiving confirmation that Arthur would be waiting at Tahiti International Airport, Li Junchuan set off with Li Yun and the 2 dogs. This time, as it was an international flight, the travel time was longer, so they prepared some items in advance. After bidding farewell to the butler at the airport, the 2 of them boarded the plane, each holding a dog. Since it was a private jet, they didn't have to transfer like usual and flew directly, saving a lot of time. However, when their plane arrived at Tahiti International Airport, it had already been more than 10 hours, due to the 17-hour time difference when they disembarked. It was only morning local time. Hi Li, long time no see. Welcome to Tahiti. Just as they got off the plane, Li Junchuan was embraced by Arthur. Hi, Arthur. Did I interrupt your sweet dream? Li Junchuan joked, giving him a light punch. No. I've started to focus on health now. I specifically invited a health team from your country. Arthur shook his head and greeted Li Yun before continuing. My daily routine is very regular now. Every morning, I practice Tai Chi with my master. While saying this, he demonstrated a classic Tai Chi pose and raised his eyebrows at Li Junchuan. Li, how is that? Not bad, right? Li Junchuan gave him a thumbs up. Very good. If you keep it up, your health will definitely improve. Then thank you for your blessing. Shall we go to the island now? Arthur asked. Li Junchuan looked at Li Yun, saw her nod, and said, let us go. I also want to see how our island construction is coming along. Next, Arthur took the two of them and the two dogs onto a small private plane heading to the island airport in Bora Bora. Since the distance wasn't too far, it only took a few dozen minutes for the plane to land at the island's airport. Wow, Brother Chuan, the sea here is so clear, Li Yun exclaimed as she got off the plane, unable to contain her excitement at the sight before her. While she felt a bit sleepy on the plane, the refreshing sea breeze instantly energized her. Looking at the Tiffany blue water in the distance, she could hardly wait to change into her swimsuit and play in the sea. Although Li Junchuan had seen many videos online, he was still amazed by the beautiful scenery before his eyes. Li, let us settle into the resort first and grab something to eat. Then we can play in the sea, and you two need to adjust to the time difference, Arthur suggested. Li Junchuan nodded. They had already slept on the plane, so they weren't too sleepy now. Then the group boarded a yacht and began heading towards a resort called Li. The refreshing morning sea breeze blew, making Li Yun's hair dance. The tips of her hair brushed against Li Junchuan's face, causing him to feel a bit itchy. The two dogs also curiously looked at the clear sea and the various fish visible in the water, eager to jump in. Black bean, black wind. You two can play in the afternoon once we get there. For now, behave. With Li Junchuan's words, the two dogs pulled their heads back, but still occasionally looked outside. Soon, the yacht stopped by the resort on the outer island. In front of the resort's entrance, a large stone, about a person's height, had the character Li carved in seal script, clearly indicating this was a leisure area exclusively for Li Junchuan. How is that? I specifically had a calligraphy master from your country write it. Arthur winked at Li Junchuan, clearly pleased with it. Li Junchuan nodded. It does look quite nice. Arthur led the two of them along a wooden corridor built over the sea towards a small house, with large coconut groves on both sides, radiating a strong island vibe. The corridor wasn't too long and underneath was the clear sea. Looking up, the roof of the small house was made of thatch, giving it an antique charm. After leading them into the small house, the island staff placed their luggage and then went out to notify the chef to prepare a feast. We'll go change first. Arthur, please wait a moment. After greeting Arthur, Li Junchuan took Li Yun toward their room. Opening the suitcase, he took out his prepared floral shirt, big shorts, and then Li Yun's dress. The two of them grabbed towels and took a quick shower in the bathroom before changing clothes and returning to the dining area. Li, come quickly, the food is ready. Arthur waved at them. After they sat down, the waiter served each of them a fresh local coconut, complete with a straw. Then, the dishes began to arrive. The island's cuisine, of course, focused on seafood. The first dish was lime coconut marinated tuna, made with fresh fish chunks, freshly squeezed lime juice, salt, and diced vegetables. After tasting it, the two found that the fish prepared this way tasted completely different from what they usually had. The uncooked fish was more tender and retained its nutrients better, tasting fresh without being greasy. The second dish was prepared in a primitive way by wrapping food in banana leaves and placing it in an underground oven, covered with hot volcanic rocks and stones, steaming for 5 hours. The next dish was crab meat served 3 ways: crab sushi, crab meat cold soup, and avocado crab meat dip with bread. The fourth dish was blue lobster, prepared in 4 ways: steamed, boiled, butter-fried, and sashimi. Next came a grilled meat platter and a caramel pear mousse cake. Finally, Arthur brought over a few cocktails from the bar. Li Yun, you must try this. It's called Mai Tai, made from a mix of lemon juice, white rum, dark rum, almond syrup, and orange liqueur, a local specialty cocktail. Arthur placed the 2 cocktails, garnished with mint, in front of them, signaling them to taste. Li Junchuan took a sip and shook his head. While he found the taste unique, he wasn't particularly interested in mixed drinks. However, after Li Yun took a small sip, her eyes lit up. Brother Chuan, this drink is great. It feels like it suits me. Li Yun smiled brightly, her eyes curving with delight. Li Junchuan pushed his drink toward her. Here, you can have mine. Then he got up, returned to the room, took out some medicinal wine from his space ring, poured a glass for himself and Arthur, and added some ice cubes. Seeing the familiar jar, Arthur's eyes lit up. This was the same one Li Junchuan had given him, and after drinking it, he had a great night with a girl, waking up the next day without any aches. Chapter 182. Arthur's female companion Li. Do you have any of that medicinal wine left? Arthur asked. Li Junchuan didn't want to explain that he could produce as much as he wanted, so he just nodded to indicate that he still had some. I collaborated with a friend back home to produce a health medicinal liquor, which should be hitting the market soon. It has similar effects to this one, but its efficacy might be a bit weaker. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and added. The implication was clear. The medicinal liquor in his hands was in limited quantity, while the other one would definitely be available in larger quantities. If you have extra, save some for me. Arthur raised an eyebrow. The efficacy of this medicinal liquor is still fresh in my memory. After I returned last time. He didn't continue. But Li Junchuan understood what he meant, so he nodded. There's still some in the box. I'll get it for you later. How do you find the taste of these dishes? Arthur asked. Li Junchuan nodded. It's exotic, with a very unique flavor. However, as for the taste, he didn't continue, but Arthur understood, after all. He had tasted authentic Chinese food last time and spent a fortune to hire a real Chinese chef when he returned to Europe. Recently, the quality of meals has improved, and he has gained some weight, having been exercising regularly. After enjoying a meal, Arthur suggested that they go play in the sea. At this time, the temperature was slowly rising, so it wouldn't feel cold to get in the water. Arthur, where's your female companion? Li Junchuan asked curiously. I didn't bring her. Today is mainly to welcome you, so I left her in the room, Arthur said. Li Junchuan shook his head. You should bring her along. It's livelier with more people. Is she on the island too? Arthur nodded. I'll call her over. Once she comes, we can all play together. For now, let us get you familiar with the island. Li Junchuan looked at Li Yun. Are you tired? If you are, you can take a nap. If not, let us go explore the island together. Li Yun shook her head. I'm not tired yet. After I feed the dogs, let us go for a walk. After Li Junchuan nodded, she started feeding the two puppies, and Li Junchuan took out some pearl balls to give to her to feed the dogs as well. At this time, Arthur had someone prepare the speedboat and jet ski, signaling the two of them to set off together. Li, are you two taking the jet ski or the speedboat? He was planning to ride the jet ski himself, as the feeling of galloping freely on the sea was quite exhilarating. Although they were currently in the lagoon of the island, the scenery was still beautiful and much safer. Shall we take the jet ski too? Li Junchuan looked at Li Yun. Li Yun nodded. What about the two puppies? Li Junchuan looked at the two puppies. Let the staff take the speedboat and follow behind. We won't be going too fast anyway. Arthur instructed the staff behind him. And then Li Junchuan and Li Yun took one jet ski, while Arthur took another, and the other accompanying personnel took the two puppies on the speedboat. Driving the jet ski was quite simple, especially for Li Junchuan, who could even fly a fighter jet. It felt like nothing. However, for safety's sake, he still put a life jacket and helmet on Li Yun. Fortunately, the temperature on the island was too high at the moment, so it was uncomfortable. He secured the safety cord to the life jacket, then shifted to reverse and accelerated into the water, adjusted the direction, and then shifted to drive and accelerated. Once the jet ski started, the whistling wind brought a slight chill. Hold on tight. Li Junchuan shouted to Li Yun behind him. Li Yun quickly held onto Li Junchuan's clothes, her instincts telling her that her puppies were about to cause trouble. As she expected. Once Li Junchuan shifted to drive and accelerated, he began to drift on the surface of the sea. Luckily, Li Yun's physical fitness had been significantly improved recently. Otherwise, it would have been easy for her to lose her grip and fall into the water. You're so bad. I like it. Li Yun teased her boyfriend. Do it again. Do it again. Then, under Arthur's shocked gaze, Li Junchuan, who had just said it was his first time riding a jet ski, performed a backflip, causing Li Yun to scream. After the scream, Li Yun realized she was fine and started urging Li Junchuan to perform more tricks. Li Junchuan didn't disappoint her, treating the jet ski like a performance vehicle. Doing front flips, back flips, side flips, vertical takeoffs, and so on, resulting in laughter and joy on the surface of the sea. Soon, they arrived at the island's dock, parked the jet ski, and Arthur gave Li Junchuan a thumbs up. Li, with your skills, you could definitely participate in professional competitions. It's quite like what you guys in Manhwa call man and machine as one. Li Junchuan shook his head. I have no interest in participating in any jet ski competitions. At that point, he suddenly thought of something. Arthur, I'm planning to build an international super racing track in the desert back home. Are you interested in checking it out? Arthur was a bit confused by his sudden change of topic, but still asked, what kind of racing track? Is the venue big? Li Junchuan nodded. In my vision, it can meet the needs of most car, motorcycle, and truck competitions. You don't need to worry about the size. It can be as big as needed. Arthur's eyes lit up. If it's really like you say, I can help you contact some event organizers, and we can hold the events at your racing track. Hearing this, Li Junchuan's heart stirred. Initially, he only thought of creating a venue for fun, but after hearing Arthur, he started to have new ideas. This is a great opportunity to showcase Huaguo to the world. I'll see if I can make this bigger. Ideally to create a widespread impact globally. He thought to himself, this is an excellent opportunity to promote my city. Although he initially wanted to lay low and develop quietly. As time passed, and both his and the country's strength reached a certain level, there was no need to be timid anymore. He kept this plan in mind, preparing to build a super racing track either on the outskirts of the city or in combination with the city itself once it materialized. After all, his city could be modified at will. There were no residents moving in yet, so nobody would have any objections. Besides, even if there were objections, they would have to hold their tongues. In the following time, Arthur took the two of them to explore various buildings on the island. Now, our island has a complete range of facilities, including restaurants, cinemas, cafes, bars, hotels, luxury shops, etc. Once it officially opens, it will definitely attract a large number of tourists. Arthur said. He thought for a moment and added, the surrounding island's facilities are also all set up. Now there are even underwater restaurants and hotels. And we can start diving tours soon. I believe we will quickly gain popularity. Seeing that Li Yun seemed to be looking at the clothing in a store, he continued, by then, I plan to invite some brands to hold a fashion show, and I'll have the organizers invite some influential celebrities over. Hee, are you interested? Li Junchuan rolled his eyes at him. I'll just watch. You can go interact with them if you like. Arthur pouted. What celebrities haven't I interacted with over the years? You had the chance, but you didn't take it. Li Junchuan felt a headache coming on. At that moment, a graceful woman walked towards them. Chapter 183. Dancing with Sharks. This woman had fair skin, delicate features, yellow pupils, brown eyeshadow, and light pink lip gloss. Why does she look a bit familiar? Li Junchuan pulled Arthur over. Is this your female companion? Why do I feel like I've seen her somewhere before? Arthur nodded. Yes, she is my female companion. She is a supermodel. You might have seen her in some advertisements. Once he said this, Li Junchuan remembered. It seemed he had seen her before in an ad, and at that time, while he was enjoying a movie, the ad suddenly interrupted, which left a bad impression on him. Later, in a fit of anger, he ended up subscribing to Tencent for 7 days. Li, let me introduce you to my companion. Victoria Giacoretti. Victoria, this is my good brother Li and his girlfriend Yun. Arthur wrapped his arm around Victoria's shoulder and introduced the two. Hello. Hi. After a few greetings, they started to head to a nearby swimsuit shop to buy swimwear, convenient for swimming later. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and then went to the adjacent store to buy several diving suits and various equipment, planning to take Li Yun to have fun in the sea over the next few days. Soon, they were all ready with their swimming gear and rode the jet ski back to a designated area for water activities. After changing into their swimsuits indoors, they were led by the staff to the edge of a long slide. Since the switch had already been turned on, clear seawater was flowing down the slide, allowing for a smooth entry into the sea. Li Junchuan and Li Yun, urged by Arthur, were the first to slide down, with Li Junchuan holding Li Yun. There was no need to worry about her choking on water as they entered the sea. The slide looked quite long, but in reality, it took only about 10 seconds to slide down. With a splash, they landed in the clear seawater, wiping the seawater off his face. Li Junchuan kissed Li Yun on the cheek and asked, how is it? Is it fun? Li Yun nodded. It's fun, and the water temperature is just right. Not too cold or too hot. At that moment, Li Junchuan heard some noise behind them and quickly pulled Li Yun aside, just as Arthur slid down with Victoria. Watching others slide was quite interesting. Ah, Li Yun exclaimed, and Li Junchuan quickly asked, what's wrong? Li Yun looked into the water and saw a few brightly colored small fish swimming around her. It's nothing. I think a little fish just nibbled me. After saying that, Li Yun started to lean down to watch the fish swimming around. Li Junchuan also looked down and thought, well, they looked a bit like the zebras he had kept before, only with more vibrant colors and larger sizes, black and white stripes mixed with yellow and red spots. It made him want to set up a marine tank at home. At that moment, 2 dogs slid down one after another, barking excitedly. Once in the water, they couldn't touch the bottom due to their height, but fortunately, dogs seemed to be natural swimmers and quickly started paddling around in the water. They were now in a lagoon on the island, which housed many of their own fish. Since the whole island was formed by volcanic eruptions, it was surrounded by lagoons and reefs. Suddenly, Li Yun spotted something terrifying on the surface of the sea in the distance, and she immediately thought of several horror movies she had seen before. Xiaochuan, there's a shark. Li Yun panicked. Her mind filled with images of a great white shark opening its massive jaws to reveal its sharp white teeth. At that moment, Arthur also heard the commotion, looked at the shark fin emerging from the water, and shook his head with a smile, saying, Yun, that's a black-tip shark. It's a shark raised by people since childhood. So it's very gentle and won't attack humans. They are also the cleaners of this sea area, eating some fed food and injured or dead fish, and they're relatively small. As he spoke, he signaled for both of them to put on their snorkeling gear. Now we will start snorkeling and experience the first activity of dancing with sharks. After Arthur finished speaking, he took Victoria and was the first to dive. Li Junchuan then said to Li Yun, if you're really scared, just ride on my back. I'll dive, and you can enjoy the view from above. Li Yun nodded. She was also a bit curious, but as a girl, she was slightly timid. After all, although she had been to the beach before, she had never been so close to a shark. So Li Junchuan dove into the water and waved to Li Yun. She carefully climbed onto Li Junchuan's back and felt her boyfriend start to swim underwater. It was indeed a unique experience. She was riding her boyfriend with her lower body in the water and her upper body above the surface, watching the sharks swimming nearby. The feeling was quite novel. After being carried by Li Junchuan for a while and realizing there was no danger, she bravely reached out her hand to touch the black-tip sharks swimming around her. These sharks were not afraid of people at all, and even came closer, gently rubbing against her hand, which brought a smile to her face. In the distance, Arthur saw the two of them and started imitating them, with Victoria riding on his back. Even more amusingly, the little German shepherd, Heifeng, was also pretending to ride on Blackbean's back. Blackbean didn't get angry. Instead, he swam around in the water, mimicking his owner's swimming style, occasionally reaching out to tease the fish swimming by, causing the little fish to scatter in panic. Gradually, Li Yun got off Li Junchuan's back and began snorkeling on her own. After finding out that the sharks posed no danger, she started swimming toward the fish. A few black-tip sharks were swimming in a group, along with a large school of flat-bodied yellowtail fish, which showed no signs of the sharks biting smaller fish. Since the water wasn't deep, Li Yun simply stood up and began to closely observe the fish around her. At that moment, she thought it would be great if she had a camera to take pictures. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard the click of a camera shutter. Turning around, she found her boyfriend had somehow made it to the shore, holding the camera she had given him earlier, taking pictures of her. So, she quickly posed in various ways, and Li Junchuan pressed the shutter rapidly, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the photos in the camera. At that moment, he handed the camera to a staff member nearby, then picked up the two action cameras they had just bought, and went into the water, swimming toward Li Yun. Xiaoyun, this camera can also take pictures underwater. I'll clip it onto your swimsuit. Li Junchuan pulled his girlfriend over, clipped the camera onto her chest, set it up, and then held one himself, starting to swim again in the water. Just then, a few flat-bodied stingrays swam over slowly, circling around the two. At this moment, Li Junchuan, while taking pictures, recalled a short video he had seen earlier, where a vlogger was scratching a stingray's belly, accompanied by infectious laughter. Looking at the stingrays near him, he suddenly wanted to try scratching them as well. Without hesitation, he slowly reached out his hand toward the closest stingray. Chapter 184. Scratching the stingray's belly with his left hand gently resting on the back of the stingray, he slid his left hand underneath its belly and started scratching. Tickle, tickle, tickle. To his delight, he saw the stingray showing a satisfied smile, its mouth curling up. The camera faithfully recorded everything. You must be very happy, huh? Come on. Let me give you a few more. Li Junchuan smiled and reached out again. Li Yun, who had just swum over and stopped, looked at her boyfriend's childish behavior and felt a bit speechless. Are you sure this isn't a look of pain? Don't break it. Li Junchuan nodded and released the stingray, which quickly flapped its wings and swam away, leaving behind a trail of bubbles. The stingray seemed to say, I'm not clean anymore. Seeing the strange expression on his girlfriend's face, Li Junchuan smiled awkwardly. Hee, what's important is to be happy. Li Yun rolled her eyes at him. Don't mess up Luna's lines. I see you're building your happiness on the stingray's pain. Li Junchuan's eyes twinkled. Then how about we have boiled stingray for dinner tonight, and then grilled stingray? I'll cook it myself. Do you want some? Li Yun nodded. Yes. It's rare for you to cook. I can't miss it. At this moment, Arthur also came over to Victoria. Li, are you going to cook tonight? I need to save some room. I feel like the Chinese chef at my home isn't as good as you. Li Junchuan nodded. All right. Then you tell the staff to prepare more ingredients tonight. If there's anything you want to eat, let me know in advance. Arthur nodded and turned to ask his companion what she wanted to eat that evening. After confirming the dishes that several people wanted, Arthur went to the shore to inform the staff to prepare in advance. Following that, they played several more activities one after another. After finishing lunch, they began to tour the entire island. In the morning, they mainly visited the architectural facilities, while in the afternoon, Arthur took them to see the landscapes on the land portion of the island. To be honest, it was Li Junchuan's first serious visit to a volcanic island. This was a volcano that had been dormant for a long time, with the highest peak only about 700 meters tall. Arthur brought 3 motorcycles, those tricycle-style Harley motorcycles. Li Junchuan took Li Yun and sat on one seat, while the 2 dogs squeezed together on the side seat. Arthur also rode a motorcycle with Victoria, and the 4 of them along with the 2 dogs headed towards the mountaintop, with Arthur's entourage following behind. Standing at the top of the mountain and overlooking the entire island was a completely different feeling. The weather was great today, and there were no dark clouds gathering at the mountaintop, so Li Junchuan's view was unobstructed. He could even see a huge shadow far out on the sea. Is that a humpback whale? Li Junchuan muttered to himself. Shouldn't they migrate here only in August and October? Why can I see one now? Arthur, hearing his murmurs, quickly asked, Li, what is wrong? Li Junchuan pointed in the direction where he saw the humpback whale. I saw a humpback whale over there. Didn't they say they only migrate here in August and October? Why can we see it now? Arthur scratched his head, picked up a backpack from the motorcycle, and took out a high-powered telescope to look in the direction Li Junchuan pointed. Soon, he spotted the humpback whale Li Junchuan mentioned. Wow. Although I don't know why it's here, we are really lucky. Should we hurry over to take a look? Arthur handed the telescope to his female companion and suggested. All right, no time to lose. Let us set off. Then, they hurriedly ended their journey at the mountain top and rode the motorcycles down the mountain with the dogs. After parking the motorcycles, Arthur directly drove his yacht that was docked at the shore, taking everyone towards the direction they had just seen, speeding along the way. Before long, they approached the area. At this point, without binoculars, everyone could see the enormous figure, almost 20 meters long. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Li Junchuan noticed that beneath the massive figure, there was a small silhouette, and even further away, there was an even larger figure. So it turns out to be a family of 3? At that moment, Li Junchuan finally understood why they could see humpback whales at this season. They must have stayed here temporarily after having a baby. Since there are no other large marine mammals like orcas around, the parents probably want to wait until the baby grows up before taking it on a long journey. Li Junchuan thought to himself. Meanwhile, his camera was busy capturing family photos of the trio. At this moment, Arthur had already stopped the yacht to avoid the noise of the engine disturbing the family of whales, keeping a distance to watch quietly. Wow, it's really huge. It feels about the same size as our boat. Li Yun was also seeing a humpback whale for the first time, having only seen them on educational programs on TV. So she took out her phone to take pictures, planning to send them to her parents and future in-laws after returning. Just then, the large humpback whale suddenly swam towards their yacht. What is going on? Why is it coming towards us? Is it going to attack us? Victoria clutched Arthur's arm. A bit worried, Li Junchuan then spoke. Don't worry, it means no harm. It probably wants our help. The others looked at him in confusion. What? A humpback whale seeking our help? What can we do for it? As if guessing what everyone was thinking, he pointed at the back of the large humpback whale, which was covered in a mass of barnacles like disgusting skin lesions. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and immediately understood his meaning, recalling a short video they had seen about helping marine animals remove barnacles. In an instant, everyone felt eager to try. Arthur had already started taking diving equipment out of the yacht and handed it to everyone. Meanwhile, the sounds from the humpback whale reached them. Since this big guy has sent us a signal, let us get ready, Arthur said. But doing this still carries risks. Yun, you and Victoria stay on the yacht and watch from a distance. You should be able to see clearly. Remember to wear your safety ropes. Li and I will go under the humpback whale. Everyone nodded, as safety was the priority. Soon, they helped each other put on the diving equipment and then entered the water from the back of the boat. Arthur's entourage also donned their gear and prepared for any potential rescue. At this time, the large humpback whale seemed to understand everyone's actions, stopping its movement and staying on the surface of the sea, as if to cooperate with them. Chapter 185. Removing barnacles from the humpback whale. Li Yun and Victoria watched from the yacht from a distance, as previously agreed, waiting for Arthur and Li Junchuan to take the lead and test the waters before they approached. The fastest swimmer, Li Junchuan, was the first to get close to the large humpback whale. He first discreetly took out some pearl balls from his spatial ring and tossed them out. The humpback whale seemed to understand that what was thrown was something good, slightly opening its mouth to suck in the balls. Li Junchuan seemed to read a certain emotion in the whale's eyes, rubbed its large head, and began earnestly helping it remove the barnacles on its back. His movements were quick. Lying on the whale's back, he swiftly worked to clear the barnacles. At this moment, Arthur swam over, and the two began to help clean together. This process, how should I put it, was incredibly relieving. At this time, it seemed that with the ebb and flow of the currents, the humpback whale approached the yacht, still exposing part of its back above the water, quietly drifting along. The crew on the boat then brought over several brushes and handed them to Li Yun and Victoria, demonstrating how to use them. One crew member, like he was cleaning a floor, used a long brush to scrub the entire back of the whale, causing the whale to let out happy sounds, clearly enjoying it. After seeing the demonstration, Li Yun and Victoria cautiously took brushes and approached the edge of the yacht, starting to clean as well. The action cameras strapped to them faithfully recorded the scene before them. Barnacles prefer to parasitize slow-moving marine animals like humpback whales and sea turtles. On the other hand, the rough skin of humpback whales is quite suitable for barnacles to attach. More importantly, the whale's body is rich in various organic materials, making it a moving buffet for barnacles, ensuring their livelihood for the rest of their lives. Moreover, the whale's fins are relatively short, making it nearly impossible to shake them off. They can only jump high out of the water and then fall back in, using the impact to dislodge the barnacles. There is another way, which is to scrape off the barnacles by rubbing them off. Rubbing against the rocks is fine, but it's dangerous if they rub against passing ships. This is also why Arthur advised the two women to stay a little further away from the ship for now. Fortunately, the humpback whale in front of them is clearly quite gentle and in a good mood, allowing for hugs and petting. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to get close to the ship. Thus, Li Yun, Victoria, and the accompanying personnel stayed on the ship to work, while Arthur and Li Junchuan worked in the water. Gradually, the barnacles on the back of the humpback whale were cleaned off. Just as Li Junchuan was about to signal Arthur to dive underwater to help clean the barnacles off its belly, the humpback whale beside them suddenly began to make a series of sounds. Surprisingly, Li Junchuan understood its meaning and quickly pulled Arthur away to swim further away. It seemed that the whale realized they had distanced themselves and suddenly rolled over, exposing its belly, and even slapped its large belly with its fins, making a popping sound. The people on the ship gasped in surprise. After all, such a scene is rare. Li Junchuan and Arthur in the water immediately understood the whale's intention. They swam back and began to help clean the barnacles off its belly. As they cleaned, Li Junchuan even spotted barnacles attached to its private parts, which made him even more disgusted with these creatures. They look disgusting and do disgusting things. Although he knew that some barnacles are quite delicious and expensive, that didn't stop him from hating these guys. Slowly, with everyone's concerted efforts, the belly of the humpback whale was also cleaned. At this moment, the whale let out a series of sounds that seemed to express gratitude or perhaps calling out. Li Junchuan quickly deduced the meaning of the sounds, as he noticed a larger humpback whale swimming over from a distance, accompanied by a noticeably smaller baby humpback whale. This one was clearly a male. Even without looking at its anatomy, one could tell from its larger size. The female humpback whale that had just been cleaned by everyone slowly swam away to tend to her baby, while the male took its place to enjoy the cleaning services. Li Junchuan also treated it the same way, feeding it some pearl balls. After much effort, everyone finally cleaned the large humpback whale. Seeing that the skin of both humpback whales had returned to normal, everyone smiled with satisfaction. This was as relieving as digging earwax, squeezing pimples, or trimming donkey hoofs. Li Junchuan decided to upload the video online later. As for whether to use his own account or register a new one, he hadn't decided yet, especially since he was no longer afraid of any threats. By the time the two climbed back onto the yacht and changed their clothes, the sky had already dimmed a bit, so everyone decided to head back. Arthur returned to the driver's seat, started the yacht, and the wind blowing across the sea. The distant sunset and clouds, along with the sounds of the humpback whale family bidding farewell, created a beautiful picture of harmony between man and nature. Li Junchuan picked up his Hasselblad and, along with the action camera hanging on his chest, recorded these scenes. When they returned to the shore, it was completely dark. The group went to their rooms to freshen up and then gathered in the dining room. Li Junchuan greeted a few people and then went to the kitchen, where he skillfully communicated with the kitchen staff in Tahitian before starting to cook. The dinner was lavish, featuring Chinese chicken, duck, fish, meat, various Western seafood, and a rich soup from Guangdong, filling the dining table to the brim. The delicious food, appealing in color, aroma, and taste, made even the supermodel Victoria, who was used to maintaining her figure, unable to resist eating a few extra bites, deciding to step up her exercise later. After dinner, everyone sat together sipping fruit wine and chatting. At this moment, Arthur stood up to retrieve 2 boxes from his accompanying staff and handed one to Li Junchuan and the other to Li Yun. Li Yun, I'm really happy to know you both. This is a special gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Go ahead and open it, Arthur said. Li Yun looked at her boyfriend, saw him nodding, then thanked Arthur and opened the box at his urging. Under the light of the dining room, the items inside the box sparkled with a lustrous glow. Is this locally sourced black pearl? Li Junchuan asked. Arthur nodded. This set of black pearl jewelry has been treasured in our family for many years. Now I give it to Yun, hoping it brings her happiness. Li Junchuan curiously looked inside. There was a single black pearl necklace, a beaded necklace, as well as earrings and a ring. Arthur, this seems a bit too precious, Li Junchuan remarked. Arthur shook his head. Li, believe me, you've given me much more than this. You should open the gift I prepared for you. Li Junchuan nodded. Although he didn't know how much the entire set of black pearl jewelry was worth, he figured that if someone like Arthur presented it seriously, it must be quite valuable, especially since it looked rare. At that moment, he opened the box he held, and to his surprise, felt a bit of anticipation. Chapter 186, another outbreak trend. After opening the box, Li Junchuan found a small notebook and a key inside. He opened the notebook and saw, a house? Arthur nodded. It's a shop on Oxford Street. Now it's yours. Li Junchuan picked up a key and recognized the familiar double logo, instantly realizing it was a Rolls-Royce car key. Upon further inspection of the box, he found documents related to the house and the car underneath. Thanks, Arthur. Li Junchuan expressed his gratitude. We're friends. No need to be so formal. Arthur thought for a moment and said, since there's nothing going on now, should we go for a spa together? Li Junchuan glanced at Li Yun. What do you think? Are you tired? Li Yun nodded, after spending several hours on the ship helping to clean the 2 humpback whales. She felt a bit fatigued. Then let's go and experience the spa here. He was also curious about what it was like. Next, Arthur led everyone to a small house by the water in a shuttle. The exterior of the house looked similar, but the interior was quite different, decorated in an antique style. Inside the room, a pleasant-smelling aromatherapy was lit, and instead of bright lights, candles were used. The flickering candlelight swayed gently in the breeze, creating a unique sense of tranquility. Under the guidance of the staff, they changed into spa attire in the changing room and then soaked in the filled bathtub. Li Junchuan was with Arthur, while Li Yun and Victoria were in another room. The scents wafting through the air seemed to contain calming herbs and a hint of lavender. The bathtub had massage features, and the staff also brought over 2 specially made drinks. The 2 began to enjoy the experience, and it was surprisingly comfortable. After the soak, the staff led them to another room, where they were asked to undress and lie down on massage tables. Then, 2 beautiful women, seemingly of Indian descent, entered, each carrying a wooden tray with a small stove. The 2 women greeted them and then lit candles under the small stoves, filling the glass bowls above with fragrant essential oils. Next, they brought over 2 wooden frames to hang above the 2 men's heads, with a wooden bowl suspended from the bottom with a long spout. Soon, the 2 poured the warmed essential oil into the wooden bowl above their heads, then turned on the music in the room, which sounded somewhat ethereal and serene. The 2 beautiful women pulled over stools and pressed down on the bottom of the wooden bowl above their heads. The warm essential oil began to slowly drip down, directly onto the 2's third eye. Then the 2 women started to use their fingers to massage the oil across their entire foreheads. Gradually, every acupoint on their heads was attended to by the 2 women. The warm oil, combined with the moderate pressure of the massage, quickly relaxed them, and they began to focus on the crown and forehead chakras. Next, the 2 women started to massage the neck, loosening the neck muscles, and then focused on the throat chakra, continuing downwards. Friends interested can search for 7 chakras rejuvenation. Not sure if such places still exist, but it feels incredibly good. After more than 2 hours, the 2 felt refreshed, cleaned up, changed clothes, and each took their girlfriend back to their respective resting cabins to begin the last activity of the day. In the cabin, there was a small area with a transparent tea table, below which were seawater and fish, looking exceptionally beautiful under the lighting. In this atmosphere, Li Junchuan slowly embraced Li Yun. The curious fish in the water looked up, peering through the clear glass at the people above, quickly swimming away shyly, only to sneak back for another look. The 2 dogs in the next room, having sensitive hearing, Had T slept well all night? By midday, the two finally got up and washed up. At this moment, the daylight was bright, streaming through the wooden blinds into the room. Li Junchuan suddenly pulled open the curtains, and the view outside came into sight. The water's surface shimmered like turquoise, with swimming fish beneath, seabirds above, thatched cottages on the water, and coconut trees by the shore, reflecting each other to form a stunning picture. Wow, this angle of the view is beautiful too, Li Yun, who had just come out of the bathroom after washing up, remarked while drying her hair, admiring the scenery outside. Yes, it's completely different from back home, Li Junchuan said as he picked up a hairdryer to help his girlfriend dry her hair. Are you hungry? Li Yun shot him a glance. You've already fed me, not really hungry. Li Junchuan chuckled. Then let's eat something light and refreshing later. Li Yun nodded. Yesterday, I heard Arthur say there's a Chinese restaurant on the island. Let us go check it out later. The two changed clothes and rode bicycles on the island towards the commercial area. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the commercial area and found a Sichuan restaurant. They ordered 2 bowls of congee, several cold dishes, and some fried dough sticks. After consuming a good amount of food, Li Junchuan realized he hadn't received any messages from Arthur yet. Thinking that the two must have also not rested well the previous night and would probably sleep until the afternoon. After finishing their meal, Li Yun wanted to rest a bit longer, while Li Junchuan was not tired at all. The time difference had no effect on him. So he left the bedroom, went to the living room, took out his laptop, and put on his Bluetooth headphones. He first checked the sales status of the game Star City. Even though he had long lost interest in money, he was still shocked by the numbers on the screen. No wonder old Su could support so many wives while living in the same villa area. Making games really is profitable, he sighed as he closed the background. Yao Guang. Has anything major happened these past few days? He softly asked. Yao Guang didn't respond verbally, but directly sent a series of videos and documents to his computer. Li Junchuan began to carefully review the videos and images. Prohibiting domestic oil purchases? Is the government still stretching its hand this far? Li Junchuan muttered. The summer energy peak is approaching, and with cuts on one side and domestic oil purchases banned on the other, what do they want to do? Hearing Li Junchuan's murmurs, Yao Guang's voice came through his Bluetooth headset. They want to adjust interest rates again, trying to fleece the sheep, sir. I feel like we can start implementing our plan slowly. Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. You mean bringing down the yuan's price? Yes, sir. It just so happens that I noticed the government is preparing to announce the arrival of the cold fusion era, so it aligns perfectly with our plan. Yao Guang's voice sounded somewhat passionate. Li Junchuan nodded. Yes, but it seems I need to prepare more. At that moment, he felt some symptoms reappearing, showing signs of an outbreak. Chapter 187. Come out, my underwater legion. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a movie he had seen before. Coincidentally, the main character's name was also Arthur. Indeed, he was referring to the movie Aquaman. He had long been envious of the underwater battle teams, the novel armor, and weapons, and the various vehicles that could navigate the ocean floor effortlessly. Yao Guang, list all the weapons, individual armors, and vehicles that appeared in the movie Aquaman for me. Detailed data would be even better, Li Junchuan said. Okay, sir, I'll prepare it for you right away. Yao Guang replied excitedly. Recently, Li Junchuan had been busy playing and had communicated much with him, which made life feel a bit boring. Soon, Li Junchuan's computer displayed various weapons and equipment from the movie Aquaman, including water-powered cannons for base defense, plasma pulse weapons, transport and combat submarines, various battleships modeled after sea creatures, and large mechanical crabs. The individual equipment included the most basic white armor carrying a particle beam gun. The advanced red armor was more suitable for close combat, equipped with sharp curved blades, and the mechanical arms could even knock out Aquaman after charging up. Of course, there was also a staff gun that looked a bit like a toy. Inserting some seawater would charge it, and the water could convert into an electrified plasma beam, capable of flattening a small hill with one strike, ecologically friendly and immensely powerful. Li Junchuan could even envision a scene where soldiers in the homeland each had a set of armor and a staff gun shooting at the enemy. The key was that it could work with water, and how much seawater is there on Earth? One could say it was inexhaustible. Moreover, Atlantis also had holographic projections made from water, which was undoubtedly cutting-edge technology. Why didn't I think of bringing all these things out before? Li Junchuan looked at the information on the computer, regretfully slapping his forehead. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to realize now. He was worried that the sound of him typing on the keyboard would disturb Li Yun's sleep, so he instructed Yao Guang to handle these tasks. Yao Guang excitedly said, Sir, Don't worry, I'll quickly prepare all the modules for you. You can have a glass of juice and wait a moment. Li Junchuan thought he had no other business at the moment, so he got up to pour himself a glass of juice, checked the temperature, added a few ice cubes, and then happily gulped it down in one go. Sir, I have completed all the modules. Should I upload them to the Star City game? Yao Guang's voice sounded, filled with pride. So fast, Yao Guang, you're getting better and better. Li Junchuan poured himself another glass of juice, sat down at the table, and said, For now, don't add them in. We can add them later if needed. Thanks to you, sir, for preparing the Z-Way Palace for me. I've borrowed those super quantum computers, making many tasks very convenient and quick now. Yao Guang expressed gratitude. Li Junchuan nodded. I'll see if I can upgrade you again later. Then thank you, sir. Yao Guang replied, filled with anticipation. At this moment, Li Junchuan began to materialize all the modules that were prepared for the Yao Guang project. During the materialization process, he made slight modifications based on real-world conditions. After clicking confirm, the system's voice echoed, ding. Materialization successful. Please select a materialization location. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and chose a military base on the Nanhai Islands as the materialization location. He then informed Price to lead the team to receive the new equipment. Next, Li Junchuan continuously materialized the modules prepared for the Yao Guang until he had enough to fully arm his current Special Forces team. As for the water energy cannon and plasma pulse weapons, he instructed Price and the others to deploy them around the military base's underwater area. With the Atlantis quality armor, they could easily dive into the deep sea, and besides, everything Li Junchuan materialized had been optimized by the system, fixing all the flaws exposed in the movies. Furthermore, the members of Team 141 were land dwellers, unlike the Atlanteans, who found it difficult to survive once out of water. On the other side, Price received the notification and, upon reading its contents, his face broke into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. He quickly gathered the team members and headed to a warehouse on the island to collect the new individual armor, weapons, and underwater vehicles that Li Junchuan had prepared for them. After locating the various pieces of equipment, the team first found the accompanying manuals and began to read them. Since the operation and usage of the new equipment were not significantly different from their current gear, the team members quickly understood how to use the new weapons and equipment. Then, they began to place the weapons according to the prepared underwater defense positions. Since all the energy was derived from water energy conversion, there was no need to worry about future energy or ammunition supplies. Therefore, their tasks were relatively straightforward. Although they still took a considerable amount of time due to the number of positions that needed to be set up, all underwater. However, as they became more familiar with the new equipment and vehicles, their efficiency improved, and overall, the progress was satisfactory. Once Li Junchuan's orders were fully completed, Price began to report back on the results. After receiving Price's report, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. Having people around is good. It seems that he will need to materialize more personnel next. With talents in various areas at his disposal, he could comfortably play the role of a behind-the-scenes boss. At this moment, whenever he wished, he could create a super army capable of operating in land, sea, and air. As usual, when he materialized these Atlantis weapons and equipment, he also gained related technical knowledge. However, this time he did not feel dizzy. It might be due to some technical similarities or perhaps because his physical fitness was continuously improving. He began to contemplate whether to collaborate with the country on these technologies, as their origins might be somewhat difficult to explain. Li Junchuan remembered the video materials that Yao Guang had sent him initially. From the current perspective, the country might be planning significant actions soon. Li Junchuan muttered to himself, why should I care? Anyway, I now have enough strength to protect myself. As for the source of the technology, he chuckled with a bit of dark humor. Let those big shots figure it out themselves. Heh. Just then, he noticed a change in Li Yun's breathing, so he quickly focused, got up, and poured a glass of juice to take into the bedroom. Chapter 188. Inspiration from the mimetic octopus Xiaoyun. You're awake. Li Junchuan approached the bed with the juice and handed her a glass. Yeah. How long did I sleep? Li Yun sat up and took a sip from the glass Li Junchuan offered. Not long. Are you hungry? It's about lunchtime. Should we go eat now? Li Junchuan asked. He had eaten quite a bit in the morning, while Li Yun had only had some porridge due to a lack of appetite, so she must be feeling empty now. Li Yun nodded. Sure. Let's go have lunch in a bit. I'll wash up first. With that, she got up and walked toward the bathroom, watching his girlfriend's figure. Li Junchuan thought that her body curve looked increasingly attractive, and her walking posture reminded him of the Xuanji step he had seen on a website before. After calming down his slightly energized second brother, Li Junchuan left the room and looked at the sea outside. At that moment, the sun was shining brightly, and the water's visibility was excellent. He sat down and dipped his feet into the water, feeling that the temperature had risen. It was perfect for playing in the water without worrying about getting cold. Let's go, Xiao Chuan Ge, it's time for lunch. Li Yun, now freshened up and dressed, came out. Okay, Li Junchuan replied, putting on his flip-flops and leading Li Yun down the corridor to the shuttle bus on the shore. Thanks to the tall coconut trees providing shade, there was no need to worry about the temperature being too high on the island. When they arrived at the restaurant, Arthur and Victoria just happened to arrive as well. Hi, Li, did you two just wake up? Arthur asked as he parked the car. Li Junchuan shook his head. We had breakfast earlier. Since you were quiet, we went back to the room. What do you want to eat for lunch? Arthur glanced at Victoria. And after a brief discussion, he said, how about steak for lunch? Since we're here, we should try the country's Charlotte steak. I also brought some top-notch red wine. Li Junchuan looked at Li Yun, saw that she had no objections, and nodded. All right, then it's up to you to arrange today's lunch. We just need to show up. Next, Arthur led the group to another Western restaurant on the island, asking the chef to prepare pan-fried steaks for everyone. He also notified the accompanying staff to bring his domaine de la Roman e Conti for decanting. Li Junchuan was quite satisfied with the taste of the steak. Being a big eater, he devoured several pieces, leaving Victoria, who was witnessing his true appetite for the first time, in awe. After lunch, the group sat in a CAF for a while before deciding to go diving on the other side of the island. That spot had a large coral field, and due to the water quality and ecology of the surrounding area, the corals were thriving exceptionally well. According to Arthur, it even surpassed the Great Barrier Reef before its degradation. Due to various reasons, the current Great Barrier Reef's ecosystem had been continuously damaged, causing the corals beneath the surface to decline. This time, Arthur specifically brought a diving instructor to teach Li Yun and Victoria. As for himself, he was already certified and experienced, so Li Junchuan had no worries. He believed his good brother was even better than the world's top diving instructors he had previously sought out. After slowly adapting to the diving gear in the shallow water, the two girls began to attempt diving. Being quick learners, they soon grasped the basics, and the instructor taught them safety precautions and common hand signals. Once they confirmed that both remembered everything, the instructor began to take them deeper into the water. Of course, it was only a few meters deep. The water around the island reef wasn't very deep, and even without diving, one could see the corals and the clownfish commonly seen in animations, especially with the good weather and clear water. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan and Arthur began diving in deeper waters, recording the experience with the sports cameras they carried. At that moment, Li Junchuan discovered a lobster the size of a forearm hiding under a coral cluster. He stealthily swam over and, in a flash, caught the big lobster. The lobster is completely blue, which is the national specialty blue lobster. Li Junchuan estimated it and felt that the one he caught weighed at least 4 pounds. Excitedly, he shook the lobster towards Arthur. When Arthur saw it, he pointed online. After understanding his meaning, Li Junchuan began to swim upstream. After coming out of the sea, he followed Arthur towards the shore. At this time, Arthur took the large blue lobster from his hands, handed it to the accompanying staff to take care of, then asked for 2 large nets, giving one to Li Junchuan and keeping one for himself, and also requested special gloves. The two continued to dive, enjoying the joy of catching lobsters and seashells. And soon their nets were full. After returning to the shore and handing over the seafood to the staff, Li Yun and Victoria also joined in. However, the two only held the nets, while the real work was still done by Arthur and Li Junchuan. Even underwater, through the oxygen mask, Li Junchuan could see his girlfriend's smile, which made him work even harder to catch seafood. Thanks to his excellent eyesight and agile movements, he quickly filled the net that Li Yun was carrying with large lobsters, crabs, seashells, and fish. After helping Arthur fill another net, the four began to swim back to shore together. Their catch today was enough for a hearty dinner, so they prepared to head back. However, at that moment, while passing a coral reef, Li Junchuan discovered a strange creature in a crevice of the reef. Although it looked exactly like the surrounding coral in color and shape, he sensed something was off because he noticed it was moving. He didn't think much of it and swam back to the surface with everyone, returning to shore. After getting back to their respective cabins on the yacht, they started to shower. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan began to ponder what he had just seen. Not wanting to search for answers himself, he decided to ask Yu Guang while Li Yun was in the bathroom. Sir, the creature you mentioned should be a mimic octopus. A master of disguise in nature. It can change its body color and shape at will, Yao Guang replied. Is it really that amazing? Li Junchuan asked. Yes, sir. Yao Guang continued. The mimic octopus has thousands of color sacs called chromatophores, which it controls through a complex network of muscles. The sacs contain pigments and can express multiple hues through the colors of the pigments. By relaxing or contracting the sacs, the mimic octopus can match any background color and pattern in less than a second. After reading Yao Guang's detailed explanation, Li Junchuan's mind raced. What if this functionality could be installed on various weapons and equipment? Imagine if all of our fighter jets and aircraft carriers had such capabilities. They could not only evade enemy radar detection, but even be invisible to the naked eye. Now think about aircraft carriers, submarines, and even individual armored units all having this feature. Wow. Li Junchuan couldn't help but exclaim. What is wrong, Xiaochuan? Li Yun poked her head out from the bathroom and asked. Hee, it's nothing. I just saw a short video that surprised me, Li Junchuan replied. Turning his head and seeing Li Yun's current state made his breath quicken. The rich, delicate foam barely concealed her figure. He let out a growl and lunged towards the bathroom, tossing off his clothes. Chapter 189. The new cooperation with the country after a thunderstorm. The two emerged from the bathroom, getting dressed and heading towards the restaurant. The temperature at night was slightly cooler, and the various street lamps on the island decorated the entire place, making it extraordinarily charming. When they arrived at the restaurant, Arthur and Victoria had just arrived. The moment Li Junchuan made eye contact with Arthur, he understood the meaningful smile in his eyes. They exchanged a grin and walked into the restaurant. Soon, the chefs served up the afternoon's catch on the table. You wouldn't believe it. Although the cooking methods were simple, the taste was exceptionally delicious due to the ingredients. Indeed, high-end ingredients often require the most straightforward cooking methods, not to mention that they were caught by themselves. Delicious. Li Junchuan exclaimed with satisfaction. The other three nodded in agreement. And Arthur suggested they go lobster hunting again tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Junchuan shook his head. Arthur, I might have to go back to my country. Something came up that I need to handle. Li Yun was too surprised. After all, her boyfriend had mentioned it during the thunderstorm earlier. Arthur looked surprised. Li, what is going on? You just got here a few days ago. Li Junchuan explained. There's nothing I can do. I can only come back to play after I finish my work. By then, the island should have many tourists. Li Yun curiously asked, Arthur, when will the island officially open to the public? Arthur thought for a moment, probably in a week. We've already made arrangements with various luxury brands for shows and some well-known directors for filming. Victoria nodded. The brand I'm currently endorsing will also come. Preparing for the new summer show. Although Li Yun didn't know which brand Victoria was endorsing, she didn't ask for details, planning to ask her boyfriend later. Then the management of the island will be entirely up to you. Li Junchuan smiled. I might be busy for a while, so just contact me if anything comes up. After finishing their meal, Li Yun and Li Junchuan returned to their cabin to pack. They didn't have much to pack, so it was done quickly. Li Junchuan also fed their two dogs a lot of pearl meatballs, estimating that the two dogs had accumulated over 50 years of lifespan. Arthur and Victoria accompanied them to see them off. After taking the small plane back to Tahiti International Airport, the two prepared to take their private jet back to their country. Li, have a safe journey. And you're welcome to visit the country when you have time and check out your shop. Arthur hugged Li Junchuan, and Li Yun and Victoria also said their goodbyes. Arthur, you can also come to Hawaii more often. The scenery and food there surpass all countries in the world. Li Junchuan said. Arthur gestured, then watched as the crew loaded the luggage onto the plane. Li Junchuan and Li Yun also brought their dogs up the stairs. Soon, the plane took off. At this time, Li Junchuan calculated the time back home, then dialed Song Jiang's number. Hello, Uncle Song, where are you now? Li Junchuan asked as soon as the call connected. I'm in Yong City these days. I believe you've seen the news these days, Song Jiang paused. You wouldn't contact me if there was anything, so what's up this time? At this moment, Li Yun was doing a facial in another room, so he had no reservations. You'd better contact the Military Research Institute and the Life Biology Research Institute. I have a new project I want to collaborate with the country. Li Junchuan directly stated his intention, as he couldn't explain in detail over the phone. Okay. When? Song Jiang didn't ask much. He fully trusted what Li Junchuan brought up and directly asked about the timing. Li Junchuan checked the time, tomorrow morning. I can be back in the country in about 10 hours. Good. I'll wait for you at the government compound then? Song Jiang asked. No problem. We'll meet at the government compound then, Li Junchuan replied. After ending the call, Li Junchuan started to organize the technical materials he needed to bring out this time. He prepared to present the super soldier serum for the country to produce, along with the Atlantis series of weaponry that had materialized this time. Our country's army is already invincible, and with the addition of new equipment and weapons, Li Junchuan can't even imagine which country could stop this massive steel tide. As for the Air Force, he believes the country has long since upgraded all its various aircraft with cold nuclear fusion devices, which will elevate combat power to another level. Coupled with the enhancement of quantum chips, he believes there will be significant advancements in both electronic reconnaissance and missile guidance. As for the Navy, just look at the submarines capable of diving. And this time he also decided to bring out the mimicry technology. By then, a carrier that can dive and change color and form would essentially become a submarine carrier, right? Carrier-based aircraft could also navigate in the sea using mimicry technology. Who could withstand that? With Li Junchuan and the support of Yao Guang in the electronic field, they could quietly approach any country. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan smiled again. By that time, I believe our country will rise to the top of the world once more, with everyone in China being like dragons. With such advantages, why bother with the 5 permanent members of the UN? Just take the lead. After organizing all the necessary materials, he stored them away using his space ring. After leaving the room, he began to enjoy himself, and after a friendly aerial match with Li Yun, the two finally fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking up again, the private jet had entered Chinese airspace, heading towards Yong City. Soon, the plane stabilized. The cabin door opened, and the two, along with their dog, were the first to disembark, with the flight attendants following closely behind, handling their luggage. "Sir, miss, thank you for your hard work on the way," greeted Shobo, who was waiting outside, as he took the luggage from the flight attendant and began loading it into the car. After the luggage was packed, the two, along with their dog, got into the car, and the group started heading home. "Xiaoyun, you haven't been to our home here in Yong City yet." Li Junchuan suddenly remembered this as they were in the car. Li Yu nodded. "Yeah, since the last time we left Yong City, this is my first time back." "Where's our home?" "It's by Nanhu Park," Li Junchuan said. "Just in time, both parrots are there. You've always wanted to meet them, and they are over there now." Li Yu nodded. "I wanted to see them ever since I saw the video you sent me." After more than half an hour, they returned home. As soon as the car stopped, the 2 parrots, hearing the commotion, flew over. "Master, you're back." "Oh, who is this beautiful young lady?" The new focus of attention was rather special. The 2 dogs jumped out of the car, running around the yard. "Xiaoyun, I have some business to attend to. You can familiarize yourself with the house first. If you're tired, just take a nap or go out for a stroll," said Li Junchuan. Li Yu nodded. "Okay. You go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about me." She understood that her boyfriend had some collaboration with the state, so she was very considerate. Plus, she wanted to rest well. After all, Chapter 190, New Recognition? She felt that although she had fun during the vacation these past few days, she was occasionally caught by her boyfriend for some playful moments. While it felt nice at the time, she always felt like she hadn't rested enough. Now, it was good, she could take advantage of her boyfriend being busy to rest more. So after breakfast, she prepared to return to her room for some sleep. Li Junchuan then gave some instructions to the butler and drove towards the military compound in Yong City of the Southern Theater Command. "Hey, Uncle Song, I'm here. Where are you?" After parking the car in the compound, Li Junchuan called Song Jiang. "Wait, I'll have someone bring you over." After hanging up, a guard led Li Junchuan to a small building. After passing through layers of security, the guard brought him to an underground conference room, a place he was visiting for the first time. "Xiao Chuan, long time no see." Song Jiang stood up to greet him and pulled him to sit beside him. "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Lao from our Military Industry Institute, and this is Kai Lao from our Biological Research Institute." After introducing each other, Song Jiang asked, "Now that everyone knows each other, can we talk? What new things do we have this time?" Li Junchuan scanned the researchers present and then leaned closer to Song Jiang, whispering, "Uncle Song, can we ensure safety? Have the highest level of confidentiality agreements been signed?" Although he had great trust in the usually steady Song Jiang, he still asked. Song Jiang nodded. "Don't worry. Everything is prepared. With your keen senses, you should be able to detect the deployments outside, right?" Li Junchuan nodded. Then took out the suitcase he had brought with him, opened it, and pulled out all the materials inside. "Lu Lao, Kai Lao, please take a look at these materials first, and then we can discuss the next steps." After saying this, he pushed the organized materials towards the two. The two had received prior news, so they showed no surprise, taking out glasses from their pockets and beginning to read the materials seriously. As soon as they saw the table of contents, shock appeared on their faces, and they eagerly flipped through the documents, their expressions becoming increasingly excited, their bodies slightly trembling. Li Junchuan frowned. Uncle Song, could you get 2 cups of warm water? Soon, the guard brought over 2 cups of warm water. Li Junchuan took out some ling sand from his pocket, space ring, and added it to both cups, gently shaking them before handing them to the 2 elders. Here are the materials, ready for research at any time. Please take a moment to drink some water and calm down. Don't get too excited. He was worried that their excitement might lead to any issues. After thanking him, Lu Lao and Kai Lao took a sip of water, instantly feeling invigorated, their minds refreshed, and their restless hearts slowly calming down. They glanced deeply at Li Junchuan before continuing to study the materials, while Li Junchuan sat aside with Song Jiang, quietly discussing the items he had brought over. The more he listened, the brighter Song Jiang's eyes became, and he even couldn't help but grin. He began to imagine the scene of his subordinates, using the super serum and new weapons and equipment, sweeping across the globe. In the future, if war broke out again, with an overwhelming advantage in weaponry, they would no longer need to sacrifice lives. Thinking of this made his nose feel a bit sour. He took a deep breath and tightly grasped Li Junchuan's hand. Xiaochuan, thank you. Thank you. Li Junchuan returned the handshake. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you. Without your silent dedication, we younger generations could not thrive in a peaceful environment. This is not a peaceful era, but I am very fortunate to be born in this peaceful country of China. Song Jiang nodded vigorously, punching Li Junchuan's chest. You brat. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, will the materials you brought back this time pose any risks for you? He clearly knew that Li Junchuan had just returned from abroad. And as soon as he came back, he took out these materials, and he began to speculate. Seemingly seeing Song Jiang's concerns, Li Junchuan shook his head. Uncle Song, you don't need to worry about that. Remember the last provincial matter? Song Jiang suddenly realized, yes, now the global radar and satellites are almost completely unguarded against this kid. Any major movement could be detected at any time, and as for minor movements, he recalled what Yi Jun had reported to him last time and thought of this kid's terrifying poker skills, finally feeling relieved. However, he also secretly resolved to protect Li Junchuan's friends and family well. He felt that the previous level of protection needed to be raised. Otherwise, if something really happened, he didn't know what kind of commotion this kid would cause. You should know that this kid could completely create a handmade nuclear fusion device. As told by Dean Wen from the Physics Research Institute, if someone provoked him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he was unaware that Li Junchuan now had another type of new energy device in his hands, which could be made into a weapon with immense power. About an hour later, Old Lu and Old Kai gradually stopped their actions. Both looked intently at Li Junchuan, and finally, Old Kai was the first to speak. Xiaochuan, can we call you that? The experimental data of this serum is very detailed. I see that there are both animal and human experiments. So, knowing what he wanted to ask, Li Junchuan nodded. As you expected, the data here is completely real. You can take it back and produce it directly. As long as you strictly follow the procedures and precautions, there will be no problems. Old Kai nodded. All right, I understand. Then I will take the data back first. The cooperation matters will be discussed in detail by Director Song as a full representative. Let's exchange contact information. Li Junchuan nodded. And then Old Kai had his assistant tidy up the materials, and under the escort of a group of armed guards, they left the conference room. At this moment, Old Lu also said, regarding your matters, Director Song has mentioned quite a bit to me, so I won't ask anything further. Thank you for your contributions to the country. I will head back now. The sooner these things are equipped, the sooner we can truly stand tall. Li Junchuan said, please take care of your health while working. And I look forward to your good news. After exchanging contact information, Old Lu also took his student assistant and left. Next, the conference room was left with just him and Song Jiang. Come on, what plans or discoveries do you have? Why the sudden change? Song Jiang asked. Li Junchuan's expression became slightly serious. I believe you've been staying in Yang City recently because of the situation here. I have a feeling that war is not far from us. That country across the ocean still harbors ill intentions, so I want to make more preparations. Song Jiang nodded. Ever since the country became a province, the sensitive nerves of the country seemed to have been stirred, frequently making various moves. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. Took out 2 large boxes from the cabinet in the conference room, opened them for Li Junchuan to see. This is a temporary commendation from the state for you. Due to confidentiality issues, it can only be conducted in this manner. Chapter 191. Am I a general now? Li Junchuan took out a bag from inside and looked. Hey, why are there uniforms for the Air Force and Navy? Song Jiang shot him a glare. Do you think the things you take out are only for the army? Li Junchuan thought carefully and indeed confirmed. Wait, I haven't even told you the specific project type for the cooperation, and you already prepared these things? Song Jiang pointed at the top. You are now registered up there. When you called me yesterday, they instructed to prepare clothes based on your size overnight. And the shoes are the same. Hurry up and change. Once you're done, we'll take photos for keepsakes. While saying this, he took out a camera, clearly well prepared. Li Junchuan didn't hesitate and directly changed clothes. Although his contributions were not suitable for public exposure right now, taking a few photos privately was still fine. He first changed into the army's regular uniform. At this time, Song Jiang came over with a small box, putting on shoulder epaulets and insignia for him. Hey, Uncle Song. Did you take the wrong one? This is for a major general, right? Li Junchuan looked at the wheat ear and star on his shoulder, feeling a bit dazed. Not wrong, there's more. At this point, Song Jiang took out another small box and put a first-class merit medal on him. It wasn't over yet. He then took out an August 1st medal and put that on him too. Seeing that Li Junchuan seemed to have more questions, Song Jiang said, Xiaochuan, don't be confused. The contributions you've made to the country are beyond what these medals can represent. According to Old Kai's estimates, once this serum is released, it will mean that our country will no longer have any incurable diseases. Li Junchuan nodded silently. This was something he already knew. But he subconsciously overlooked the consequences of this serum being used for civilian purposes. In his mind, once this super serum was produced, it would definitely prioritize frontline soldiers. The considerations from the state would certainly differ from his. Perhaps they would do some subtraction before civilian use. Putting those thoughts aside for now, he stood at attention and saluted. After a few clicks, Song Jiang started having him change into the Air Force's regular uniform. Next came the shoulder epaulets, insignia, medals, and then taking photos. Finally, it was the Navy's uniform. Once everything was done, Li Junchuan was astonished to find that the military achievements he had accumulated were quite unbelievable. Estimating that, including what he had in his spatial ring, it would be a densely packed mass, and when those photos circulated, they would surely dazzle a lot of people. Until Song Jiang put away the camera, he was still a bit dazed. Does this mean I'm a major general of the People's Liberation Army now? Li Junchuan muttered. Since there were only the two of them in the room, Song Jiang heard what he said. That's right. Song Jiang nodded seriously. You should now be considered one of the only two major generals across the three armed forces. Li Junchuan thought of the only major general in the People's Liberation Army and recalled the life of that general encapsulated in the morning banner. Feeling a surge of emotions and a heavy sense of responsibility on his shoulders. Taking a light breath, Li Junchuan nodded seriously. I won't let the country down. At this moment, he began to look forward to the desert city being completed soon, as many of his plans would be much smoother to implement. And dealing with some foreign enemies would no longer pose any pressure. However, thinking about the speed of the country, he slowly calmed down. At this moment, Song Jiang handed over a small notebook. Li Junchuan took it with a puzzled expression and opened it to take a look. Upon seeing the contents, he couldn't help but gasp. Uncle Song, you really have this thing? Song Jiang rolled his eyes at him. Couldn't find it online, huh? Li Junchuan embarrassingly nodded. This thing was all paper documents, without electronic files, for reasons you can figure out yourself, Song Jiang said, but giving you this is not to let you act recklessly. Just weigh it yourself. Li Junchuan nodded. The contents of this small notebook summarized as, act first and report later, imperial authority granted. With this thing in hand, he could choose whether to act based on his judgment in any situation he encountered afterward, and all consequences would be backed by the state after he acted. It was likely that the higher-ups had comprehensively assessed his situation before giving this, as his current identity was particularly important and could not afford any mistakes. And they couldn't find stronger warriors to protect him in terms of force. Feeling pleased, he tucked the small notebook into his pocket, and then saw Song Jiang hand over a box of bullets that fit his previous pistol. Then he took out several specially made playing cards. I've seen your skills with hidden weapons. These are specially customized non-metallic playing cards. The edges are extremely sharp, and the toughness is stronger, making them more convenient to carry. Thank you, Uncle Song. Clearly, this made him even happier, as everyone has a martial arts dream. Growing up under the influence of martial arts novels and TV shows, eagerly, he opened the package and pulled out a few cards to examine. They looked no different from ordinary playing cards, except they didn't feel like paper. What material are these made of? They look a bit like a mix of carbon fiber and something else. Li Junchuan was curious about this. Song Jiang gave a thumbs up. You really guessed it right. It is indeed a new type of composite material. As for the specifics, you can go back and study it slowly. Li Junchuan nodded, began to change back into his original clothes, and then started packing his things. After sorting out several sets of clothes, he began to say goodbye to Song Jiang. Try to keep your phone available these days, just in case Lu Lao, Kai Lao, and the others have some questions for you. Song Jiang advised before leaving. Li Junchuan nodded. Okay, I got it. Although the information he provided was quite detailed, it was perfectly normal to encounter some issues during the first research and production. However, Li Junchuan's phone and WeChat contact information could be completely handed over to Yao Guang for management. If someone at the Research Institute had questions, he could simply let Yao Guang respond on his behalf. He planned to upload all the detailed materials and preparation methods to the Quantum Supercomputing Center after returning home, so that Yao Guang could fully understand this knowledge, and if any paper documents were damaged later, there would be no need to worry. After driving home, he immediately took care of these matters, while also asking Yao Guang to strictly monitor the implementation situation of the two research institutes, to prevent any malicious individuals from stealing confidential information. At this time, Li Yun was still sound asleep. So he went to the yard to play with the two parrots with various snacks, while also feeding the parrots and dogs some longevity-enhancing pearl balls. He wore Bluetooth headphones, teasing his pets while letting Yao Guang report the latest news updates. In the past, he could barely solve his own food and clothing needs. So how could he have the heart to care about national affairs? Having made such a significant contribution, it's not surprising to be promoted out of turn, hee. Military service issues can be ignored. Chapter 192. Free electricity in Hunan province? At this moment, the news playing in the Bluetooth headphones made Li Junchuan frown slightly. How come the eagle sauce just can't be quiet for a moment? He shrugged in disbelief. The news coming into his ears was about the latest developments in the country, and the incident location was still the same old place, which made him quite unhappy, feeling that what he did within the country's borders was still not enough. So while petting the dog's head, he began to think about how to give this group of idiots a profound lesson. However, at that moment, Yao Guang suddenly informed him that the first cold fusion power station in the country had been completed in his hometown, Hunan province, and was about to be officially launched. The national government intended to directly allow Hunan province to enter the era of free electricity. This news instantly lifted his spirits. This was great news. Moreover, Yao Guang also told him that the latest type of fusion power stations in other provinces were also under construction and would soon be put into use one after another. At that moment, his phone received a push notification. He opened it to see that the information published was exactly what Yao Guang had just mentioned. The Hunan Cold Fusion Power Station was officially put into use, and Hunan Province announced nationwide that it had entered the era of free electricity. As soon as this news came out, the internet exploded. Li Junchuan opened the comment section and saw that new comments were popping up every second. Envious to the point of jealousy, when will it be our province's turn? Cold fusion? Is it that arc reactor? I didn't expect our country to be so awesome. They actually made it. By the way, when will it be our turn? Did you guys even read the big letters? All provinces are already under construction and will be put into use soon, which means our country is about to enter the era of free electricity for all. Can this thing replace gas? Is it good for cooking? Going back upstairs, we used gas before because it was relatively convenient and economical. Now that electricity is free, major kitchenware manufacturers are probably already starting to develop new products. Looking at the rows of comments, Li Junchuan felt very satisfied. After all, the technology was developed through his system, and now it was a huge contribution to the country's development and human progress. Moreover, the announcement of this news at the national level also proved that the PLA's naval, land, and air forces had completed the energy transition of their weaponry and were prepared for a hard fight. After all, the troubles stirred up by the eagle sauce across the ocean in recent years were mostly due to energy issues, and the news announced domestically undoubtedly dealt them a heavy blow. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan's heart jolted. He was somewhat worried that the country would act rashly in desperation and make a big move. He quickly typed on his phone, "Keep a close eye on the movements over there, especially aircraft carriers, submarines, and fighter jets. Inform me of any news in advance." "Received," replied Yu Guang. Although Li Junchuan was confident that the preparations he had made were sufficient to handle any sudden situation, human hearts were difficult to gauge. Who knew what those black-hearted worms would do? With this thought in mind, he also asked Yao Guang to share the information he had detected with Song Jiang. Then he called Song Jiang to explain the situation and asked him to keep him informed of any additional information. After that, he began browsing some news on foreign websites. In fact, not many people abroad believed the news announced domestically. In their perception, Huawei was lagging behind in nuclear fusion research compared to other countries. And if there were any announcements, it would be made by them first, so they were questioning this matter. They suspected it was to achieve some undisclosed goals. However, some foreigners who had visited Huawei were deeply convinced, as they had seen it for themselves. After arriving in Huawei, they found it very safe to walk on the streets at midnight, and the biggest worry was that they would gain weight from eating too many late-night snacks. Seeing Huawei's subways and high-speed trains, they marveled at the strength and prosperity of this Eastern giant. Upon seeing free restrooms that were as nice as hotels, they were even more impressed. The convenience of QR code payments meant they didn't need to carry wallets, just a phone was enough. There were also people from countries experiencing turmoil who, upon hearing the fireworks during the New Year celebrations in Huawei, immediately crouched down with their heads in their hands. After learning the true situation, they burst into tears, as this was something unattainable in their own countries. Huawei, being the country with the strictest drug laws and the safest environment, was not just talk. Therefore, regarding the announcement of the cold fusion power station and free electricity, they firmly believed it and left comments expressing envy, even fantasizing about one day becoming part of Huawei. Admiring strength is human nature. Li Junchuan asked Yao Guang to roughly estimate the completion time for the new power stations in various provinces, and found that all the projects could actually be completed within a month and immediately put into use. He fell into contemplation. A month was enough time to do many things, and by then, it would be time to collect some old debts from certain people. Getting up and returning to his room, he began browsing various technologies again. After the super serum was mass-produced in the medical field, he hardly had to worry. So what other areas were worth focusing on? Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, it was a long-lost call from Wang Xie. "Hey, Xiaochuan, where are you right now?" Wang Xie asked. "I just got back to Yongqing. What's up? Did something happen?" He was a bit curious as to why Wang Xie was calling at this time. "You brat, the health tonic liquor that you collaborated with my family has been launched. Aren't you paying any attention to this?" Wang Xie's voice on the other end was a bit speechless. "Ahem, well, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot about this matter. How's the sales situation and feedback after the launch?" He felt a bit embarrassed to ask, after all. He wasn't interested in money at all now. "Let me send you a file on WeChat to take a look." Then Wang Xie hung up the phone and quickly sent over a document. After Li Junchuan opened it and took a look, he was shocked by the numbers on it. Wow, is the health products market this big now? What he didn't know was that the health products market had always been large, but most of the time it was a winner-takes-all situation. The health tonic wine he cooperated with the Wang family quickly became popular nationwide due to some special relationships. And it was different from usual, because this product actually had effects. A blogger specifically took it to an authoritative institution for testing and found it to be a conscientious product, and after the video was released, a lot of people rushed to buy it. Whether for friends, family, or personal consumption, it was quite good, and the price wasn't expensive. Moreover, after Li Junchuan had Yu Guang check, he found out that the Wang family used all the profits from this cooperation, aside from necessary expenses, to build a medicinal herb planting base in poor mountainous areas in cooperation with the locals. This could not only supply the medicinal materials for the health tonic wine, but also bring some income to the local impoverished residents. Building such planting bases always requires road construction, which facilitates transportation and also provides convenience for local traffic. Seeing this, Li Junchuan sent a message to Wang Xie. "You don't need to transfer my share of the profits to me. Invest it all in the construction of the medicinal herb base, and if possible, build a primary school for the locals as well. I believe with your family's influence, no one would dare to play tricks." Chapter 193 Firefly Drone. On the other side, Wang Xie, who was drinking tea with his elder brother Wangan at home, was stunned when he received Li Junchuan's WeChat message. "What's wrong?" Wangan asked when he saw his younger brother suddenly dazed, giving him a little push. "Take a look at this message." Wang Xie handed over his phone, which displayed the message from Li Junchuan. After reading it, Wangan was also taken aback, then smiled. "This kid is quite interesting. Since that's the case, just agree to it." Wang Xie nodded and started replying to Li Junchuan. After finishing, he glanced at his elder brother. This kid indeed doesn't lack money, and he is quite helpful to the country. He didn't say more, but Wangan, whose family environment was unique, didn't ask much more. He kept this matter in mind, preparing to have someone specifically monitor the charity projects resulting from the cooperation to avoid any unpleasant incidents later. At this moment, Li Junchuan returned to his room and sat down in front of the computer. he suddenly remembered a video he had seen before. A clip from a movie where a man took out a barrel-sized object the size of a cup, opened it, and a multitude of tiny firefly drones flew out. Then the man operated a terminal on his wrist, and the swarm of fireflies immediately flew towards a prison, landing on the guards and launching suicide attacks, causing a violent explosion that took out the outer guards. Then there was a cool-looking motorcycle that could fire powerful bullets, shattering steel barriers, and it could even launch missiles. Even more outrageous was what happened after the driver jumped off the motorcycle. The motorcycle disintegrated and turned into launching missiles that quickly shot out and exploded, breaching the prison's outer wall. He was quite interested in both items from the video, so he started typing on the keyboard in front of him. Soon, he created the two modules and clicked to materialize them. The Firefly drone, being small, was materialized right next to him, while for the motorcycle, he chose to have it delivered. As for which courier company, he chuckled, Dongfeng. In no time, he had a wealth of knowledge, techniques, and complete manufacturing methods regarding the two weapons in his mind. He heard that there were already communication methods for Firefly drones domestically, but a drone that small capable of carrying powerful bombs was still unheard of. After mastering this technology, Li Junchuan began to think about whether he should call Song Jiang. After hesitating for a moment, he directly dialed the phone. After all, he felt that the border defense soldiers really needed this thing, and it could replace patrols instead of self-destructing. After all, the Firefly drone he materialized could return home by itself and was covered in nano cameras made with a biological technology, so there was no need to worry about it being detected. Unless you caught it and dissected it, it would just look like an ordinary Firefly. Moreover, its endurance was extremely strong, and the self-detonation power was much greater than in the movie, because Li Junchuan set it up with antimatter technology combined with biological technology. Hey Xiaochuan, what's up? Did you discover something new? Song Jiang asked cheerfully, obviously in a good mood. Uncle Song, I remember our border defense soldiers have been quite hardworking, right? Li Junchuan didn't immediately reveal his intention. Yes, although our country's military spending has been increasing, the border defense soldiers, for various reasons, have always been the hardest working among all military branches. Song Jiang's voice was a bit somber at this moment. Li Junchuan then said directly, Are you still at the government compound? Yes, I am. Then wait a moment. I have something good to show you. And you must treat me to lunch at noon. After Li Junchuan finished speaking, he returned to the bedroom to check on Li Yun, who was still sleeping, then went out to greet the housekeeper and drove to the government compound again. At this time, Song Jiang was surprisingly waiting at the door. After parking the car, Song Jiang stared at the box in Li Junchuan's hand. What good stuff do you have this time? Li Junchuan looked around. Let's change to another place to talk? So Song Jiang took him to the basement ahead. Now can I finally see something? Song Jiang asked. Li Junchuan nodded, placed the box on the table, opened it, and took out a long thermos. At first glance, it looked a bit like that. However, Song Jiang didn't think in the wrong direction. Instead, he continued to watch Li Junchuan's actions. Li Junchuan then took out a larger electronic watch from the box and put it on Song Jiang's wrist. Uncle Song, do you find this a bit familiar? After asking, he noticed that Song Jiang looked a bit confused, so he directly opened the thermos, revealing a multitude of tiny fireflies inside. The one from the Special Forces? At this moment, Song Jiang seemed to remember something. Li Junchuan raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect you to have seen this movie. Song Jiang gave him a glare. Haven't you heard the saying? What saying? This left Li Junchuan a bit puzzled. Eagle sauce is responsible for imagination, and the rabbit is responsible for production. Song Jiang raised his eyebrows. Many of our military products actually draw inspiration from many settings in movies, and then painstakingly manufactured one by one. 6. Li Junchuan had nothing to say, just a single 6. Where did you get this thing? Song Jiang looked curiously at the electronic watch on his wrist. Li Junchuan didn't say anything. First, clicking a button on the side, the electronic watch projected a small screen, displaying an introduction in Chinese and various options. At this moment, Song Jiang's expression began to grow serious, because he saw on that projected small screen the images transmitted from the nano cameras on the Firefly, which could be switched freely, and of course, could also issue group commands like a hive drone. Only then did he speak. This thing was something I made by hand in my spare time based on the plot from the movie. Haha, how about it? Song Jiang was a bit puzzled. You have this kind of technology? Li Junchuan nodded. When he first got the system, he received max-level crafting and tailoring skills. This meant that as long as he had the tools and materials, he could handcraft any weapon or armor he wanted. Later, after learning so much, it was not surprising that he could combine that knowledge to achieve these results. However, This seemed a bit incredible to Song Jiang, despite its small size. The technology involved was extensive, and for a moment, he didn't know how to express his current feelings. He could only call the chairman of Huahong, asking him to bring his team to Yongqing as soon as possible. After that, he called Li Jun, asking him to bring his high school team over as well. Then he looked at the time. It was just noon, so let us go have lunch first. After saying this, he took off the watch from his wrist and put it back in the box. Li Junchuan was indeed a bit hungry, so he packed up his things and followed Song Jiang to the cafeteria. Chapter 194, the new navigation system in cooperation with Zhonghong since it was a small cafeteria. There weren't many people at this time. As Li Junchuan ate, he was lost in thought. Song Jiang ate quickly, a habit formed in the army. So when he finished and saw Li Junchuan still busy with his meal, he became curious. Xiao Chuan, do you have something on your mind? Li Junchuan quickly finished his meal, took a sip of soup, wiped his mouth, and said, Uncle Song, do you think there is anything we need to be aware of if we go to war with those big countries? Although puzzled by Li Junchuan's question, Song Jiang replied, at the moment, there is nothing to pay attention to, but when that time comes, the country might stop authorizing the positioning system for us. Navigation? Li Junchuan asked. Yes, Song Jiang nodded. Although our Beidou satellites are completed, we started developing late, so there is still a gap compared to more mature systems. Of course, we are working hard to catch up. The importance of satellite navigation systems doesn't need further explanation. They are indispensable in both civilian and military fields. Li Junchuan took this to heart, as he believed that war was not far off. So he needed to finalize this matter quickly or develop a more advanced satellite navigation system. Uncle Song, do you have a computer? Can I borrow it? Li Junchuan asked directly. Song Jiang nodded, as they were still waiting for people to arrive, and he had nothing to do, so he took Li Junchuan to his office. He pointed to the computer on his desk. You can use my computer. By the way, what are you going to do on the computer? Work on navigation. After saying this, Li Junchuan didn't hold back, sitting down at Song Jiang's desk, and started typing rapidly. Song Jiang only saw various characters flashing quickly on the screen. Both the speed of the characters and Li Junchuan's fingers moved so fast that he couldn't keep up. After watching for a short while and feeling a bit dizzy, he looked away, made himself a cup of tea, and after some thought, brewed a cup for Li Junchuan as well, placing it on the desk. The afternoon passed quickly, and Song Jiang had already fallen asleep on the sofa. When it got dark, the lights outside the window woke him up. It's already dark. Song Jiang got up, stretched, and glanced at Li Junchuan, who was still busy at the computer and didn't want to disturb him. He picked up his teacup and took a big sip of the already cold tea, the slightly bitter taste instantly refreshing him. Finally done. At this moment, Li Junchuan also stopped typing and took a sip of strong tea. Walking over to Li Junchuan, Song Jiang curiously looked at a new small icon that appeared on the computer. You spent the whole afternoon to create this? Li Junchuan nodded. This is the quantum satellite navigation system I designed and developed. I remember our quantum satellite technology is quite advanced, right? Song Jiang nodded. It's just that various aspects are still not mature enough, and in the civilian field, it's also lacking. Li Junchuan pointed to the new icon on the computer. This system I just created can easily crack the navigation systems of any country in the world. Coupled with the quantum chips we can already mass produce, I believe our navigation positioning system can easily cover the globe. As for accuracy, Song Jiang's eyes lit up. Quantum navigation, communication satellites, plus quantum chips, along with your system. When we go to war, it'll be like having the whole map plugin. Li Junchuan nodded. You're not wrong in understanding it this way, and I've found that various countries are upgrading and encrypting their existing communication methods, but for me, it's still unprotected. Song Jiang chuckled, recalling the events that occurred when the country turned into a province, and thinking about the powerful weapons currently available in the country. Moreover, the new technology Li Junchuan just presented could be said without exaggeration that given some time, the entire planet would have no rivals. What he didn't tell Li Junchuan was that after receiving Li Junchuan's materials in the morning, the domestic side immediately began verification, and after reaching a conclusion, they quickly started secret production. Now, several factories in the country have been put under strict secrecy, changing their production tasks to ramp up the manufacture of super serum and the weapons and equipment from Atlantis. As for research, that is not to say. Copying the homework and even improving it was an old skill in the domestic industry. According to experts' estimates, within a month, these items could be directly equipped. And the super serum could be used in small quantities within the army tomorrow. If they wanted to, within a month. All active soldiers in the country could be injected with the serum. By that time, slowly, Song Jiang's thoughts began to drift. But just then, his phone rang. After hanging up the phone, Song Jiang raised an eyebrow at Li Junchuan. The people have arrived. Let us go downstairs. After Li Junchuan sent the new software to his phone, he closed the computer and stood up, preparing to follow Song Jiang to the basement. Uncle Song, I've encrypted this computer. I'll tell you the unlocking method later. For now, let us have someone lock the computer up. That software is specifically for military use. After you connect to the Beidou navigation, you can delete some things, Li Junchuan said. Hearing this, Song Jiang called the guard at the door and gave some instructions before continuing to lead Li Junchuan out of the office. Xiao Chuan, let me introduce you. This is General Tang Song from Huahong, he said, then turned to General Tan from Huahong. General Tang. The reason we brought you here is that there's very important technology that needs to be collaborated with Huahong. After some mutual pleasantries, they got to the main topic. Li Junchuan directly introduced the Firefly drone technology and the control wristwatch technology he had developed. General Tang, who had a technical background, was shocked after understanding the technology Li Junchuan presented. This was definitely black technology. After realizing its importance, Tang Song patiently asked Li Junchuan about the key technical points, and they discussed for over an hour. After a fulfilling conversation, Tang Song, the chairman of a large state-owned enterprise in Huagua, was greatly impressed by Li Junchuan. As even with his own knowledge and technology, he felt a bit lagged behind Li Junchuan's thoughts. Then, he began to discuss the technology licensing matters with Li Junchuan on behalf of the country. Although Li Junchuan is technically part of the military, there are still distinctions. So the discussions between the two were conducted in a commercial cooperation model. In the end, Li Junchuan took a 50% share of the profits from the new project through a technology investment. As for why the share was so high, it was because after AviC absorbed the technology provided by Li Junchuan, it could be applied to other projects within the company with just a certain patent licensing fee, which would give some of AVIC's products an absolute advantage in competition with other countries. Chapter 195, Opportunity, here it comes. As for domestic procurement, that goes without saying. There definitely wouldn't be anyone capable left by then. After spending about half an hour, Li Junchuan signed the contract with Huahong, exchanged contact information, and then Tang Song hurriedly left with his team. There was no choice. The tasks assigned by the country recently were coming one after another, and even he, the head of the group, was busy. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Junchuan also said his goodbyes. Uncle Song, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. I'll head back now, and feel free to contact me if there's anything. All right, I should head home too, Song Jiang said, standing up and opening the door. With the guard following alongside him towards the parking lot, Li Junchuan followed behind and drove his car out of the courtyard. Sir, there are movements from India and the three countries. Yao Guang's voice suddenly rang out in the car. What exactly is happening? He asked, a bit curious. The country has instructed the three countries to create trouble at the border to test our attitude. Yao Guang's voice sounded again, followed by an analysis. I think our border defense soldiers might be in danger. Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. Are you saying they will raid our border? Yes, sir. I believe your Firefly drone can be of use. Yao Guang's words made Li Junchuan's eyes light up. He had been eager to see this thing in action. Moreover, speaking of the people from the three countries, he had long been displeased with them, having provoked China multiple times. Before, they lacked the capability. But now they were just one opportunity away. And now, this opportunity was coming right to him. Keep a close watch on the movements at the border of the three countries, and if necessary, send the satellite footage directly to the authorities. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and made this decision. In fact, he hoped that the situation would escalate further, and then he could teach these people a good lesson. Ideally turning them into the three provinces of India, further expanding the country's territory. By the time he got home, it was almost 10 o'clock. As he passed by the Manhwa Bridge, he could still see crowds of night runners on the paths of Manhwa Park. After parking the car in the yard, he found Li Yun happily playing with the parrots in the yard, clearly very fond of the two parrots. What do you think about bringing these two parrots to the capital? We could take them to the store when we go to work. They could become the store's trademark and definitely help with business, Li Junchuan suggested. Ah, is that appropriate? Li Yun hesitated. Can they adapt to the weather in the capital? Definitely no problem, Li Junchuan said, while secretly thinking, if they can't adapt, I'll just give them a super evolution, and then they can adapt to any environment. Who knows? They might even undergo some new changes. Thinking of this, he noticed that the expressions on the faces of the two dogs had become increasingly diverse recently. almost showing signs of becoming sentient. He wondered what the two parrots would look like after evolving. Would they learn Mandarin directly to the max level? A strange image suddenly popped into his mind, the two parrots in the store in Chile broadcasting the news. Or maybe the two parrots would go live, shouting at the camera, "Welcome to the new friends who just joined. Thank you for the gifts." In an instant, he came up with a whole bunch of marketing ideas for the store. However, he still wanted to ask for his girlfriend's opinion. What if the business in the store improves? Would you be happy? Ah, of course I'd be happy. Why wouldn't I be? Li Yun quickly realized. I know you don't lack money now, but we can totally treat this as a daily hobby. Otherwise, it would be so boring. Li Junchuan nodded. Then let's take both of them to the capital. They could help you attract customers. Who knows? They might even become popular online and bring in a lot of new customers. Okay, then let's take them back this time. If they really can't adapt to the weather there, we can send them back. Li Yun nodded. When are we going back to the capital? Any time is fine. I've basically finished my work here, Li Junchuan replied. Are you worried about the store? Yes, after all, we've been away for quite a while. I want to go back, Li Yun said, rubbing her arm against Li Junchuan's. Otherwise, we could play around the capital as well. All right, then let's go back to the capital tomorrow. Feeling a bit excited from her touch, Li Junchuan picked up Li Yun and headed towards the room. The weather was a bit hot today, and Li Yun was wearing a knee-length dress, so when he picked her up, the sensation quickened his pace into the bedroom. Without even taking off their clothes, the two began a friendly competition. When they reached the results screen, a score of 600 made Li Junchuan particularly satisfied. He lit a cigarette, leaned against the headboard, and listened to his girlfriend's even breathing, then extinguished the cigarette and went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the butler drove the two to the airport. When they got off the private jet and returned home from the capital airport, it was almost lunchtime. The two dogs wandered around the yard, familiar with their surroundings, while the two parrots curiously looked around. The yard in the capital was much larger than in Yongqing, with lush flowers and trees. Xiaolan and Xine were quite fond of this new environment and had already started considering where to place their new home. Finally, they asked Li Junchuan to help set up their nest in the largest old locust tree. The task wasn't complicated. They just needed to fix the luxurious pet house that had been materialized from Shenwu onto the tree and hang an antique-style parrot perch on it. This perch was specially made by the butler, Li Lu, after learning that the family would be adding 2 new members. And it complemented the flowers and plants in the yard quite well. He also thoughtfully moved 2 pots of pansies over, which would eventually cover the parrot perch, looking particularly beautiful when they bloom. After lunch, Li Junchuan stayed home to play video games while Li Yun eagerly drove to the store. Before leaving, she reminded Li Junchuan to have dinner with the store employees in the evening. Just as Li Junchuan was dominating in the King's Canyon, Yao Guang's voice suddenly rang out. Sir, a fully armed group of soldiers from the 3 countries is advancing towards our northwest direction, led by a major general from India. What do these monkeys want? Are they starting a war? Li Junchuan canceled the matchmaking, exited the game, and began to watch the satellite images sent by Yao Guang. As he watched, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Opportunity, here it comes. Chapter 196, Border Conflict Riding on My Little Wife Again. The 3 countries have never given up on becoming the hegemon of the South Asian region. But China's existence has become a stumbling block on the path of the 3 countries to dominance. This is also why the 3 countries have been stirring trouble at China's borders for decades. Thanks to China's tough stance, the 3 countries have had to submit to the country to gain support from the Western world. Therefore, after the country expressed its attitude this time, the military of the 3 countries obediently nodded and bowed, making provocative moves at China's border. However, this time, the number of troops deployed was a bit large, with an entire regiment fully armed heading to the border. After determining the intentions of the Ink Monkey troops, he directly called Song Jiang. He didn't know if the country had noticed the other side's actions, so he planned to tell Song Jiang directly and see what measures the country was preparing to take. Hello, Xiao Chuan. Is there new technology again? Song Jiang's voice was a bit surprised. No, Uncle Song, it's urgent, so I won't chat with you, Li Junchuan said while sending Song Jiang the link to the satellite imagery from Yao Guang. Uncle Song, you need to open the link I sent you immediately. The Ink Monkey troops have gathered a group of soldiers and are heading towards our border. What? Song Jiang's tone became serious. Hold on a second, let me check. After seeing the real-time satellite images displayed on his phone, Song Jiang's face suddenly darkened. Xiao Chuan, I need to report this to the higher-ups immediately. Okay, Uncle Song. Li Junchuan paused. After the country makes a decision, could you let me know? On the other end of the phone, Song Jiang remembered the last incident and breathed a bit hurriedly. Okay, I will mention this to the higher-ups. Wait for my news. After hanging up the phone, Li Junchuan directly took out 2 remote control terminals from his spatial ring. One was the super weather control remote terminal that had been used multiple times, and the other was a space-based weapon that had never been used before. Ever since these weapons were deployed on the moon, Li Junchuan had never used them. And this time he felt a bit eager, as he really disliked that group of monkeys. How to describe it? His level of dislike was only second to that for Country R. He originally thought he would have to wait a long time, but unexpectedly, Song Jiang called back soon. Hello, Uncle Song. Li Junchuan swallowed hard. What is the country planning to do? Let me put it this way. Song Jiang paused slightly. The country is ready to fight a tough battle. Got it. Li Junchuan was about to hang up when Song Jiang spoke again. Xiaochuan, where are you now? I'm near the Hohai area in the capital. Li Junchuan was a bit curious. What's up? Do you want to go play in the southwestern airspace? Song Jiang's voice had a hint of persuasion. Are you saying? Li Junchuan picked up the cup of water on the table and took a big gulp, his throat rolling. Right now. Drive to the Air Force Base in the capital immediately. I will give them a heads up. By the time you get there, your vehicle should also arrive. After finishing his sentence, Song Jiang hung up the phone and began calling Ding Ping. From Song Jiang's brief words, Li Junchuan understood his meaning. Quickly changed into his Air Force uniform, grabbed his spatial backpack, and walked out of the room. As he passed through the yard, he greeted the butler, Lu Bo, who was feeding pets, then walked to the garage, opened the door of the armored vehicle, and placed the special pass on it. When the garage door opened, he pressed the gas pedal, and the armored vehicle rushed out like a wild horse. Following the route planned by Yao Guang, he sped towards the southern suburbs of Daxing District Airport. All the traffic lights were green, so he didn't take long to reach the Air Force Base in the capital. At the entrance, while checking his documents, a major approached him and saluted. Li Junchuan returned the salute. Directorly? Li Junchuan nodded, and after confirming his identity, the major got into his vehicle and directed him through a series of turns to the hangar. After parking the vehicle, he immediately spotted his J-20, which had 6 stars painted on it. However, at this moment, the J-20 looked different from before. After taking a closer look, Li Junchuan asked the major beside him, Did my 666 change engines? The major looked at him strangely. My name is Du Fei. Yes, it has changed engines. You are the first to have the new engine installed in the National Air Force's 5th-generation aircraft. Li Junchuan nodded, and at that moment, a familiar figure came into view. Brother Meng? What brings you here? The man in front of him was Meng Fei, who had taught him flying knowledge. I came to deliver the aircraft. Meng Fei glanced at his shoulder insignia. You've been promoted again? Yeah, Li Junchuan nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Meng. Meng Fei shook his head. Be safe out there. He had no worries about his disciple's abilities, especially with the new J-20's enhancements. It was unlikely anyone in the world could catch him. The new J-20 had a maximum speed exceeding Mach 10. However, even with the G-suit, most pilots couldn't sustain flight at that speed due to physical limitations. But now, our country had super serums, and these elite fighter pilots, after enhancement, should be able to adapt. Of course, these were not issues for Li Junchuan. His physical condition could support any maneuver at super speeds, as long as the aircraft could withstand it. Following Meng Fei to the hangar, Meng Fei handed him his G-suit. Put this on. The preparations will be ready soon. Li Junchuan nodded and followed Du Fei to change clothes, quickly returning to the hangar. At this moment, his aircraft had been fully prepared and was being towed out of the hangar. Next, Li Junchuan boarded his new J-20, donned his equipment, and completed all equipment checks. Under the ground cruise guidance, he taxied the J-20 onto the runway. After signaling to the 2 people on the ground, he pulled back on the stick, raised the nose at a steep angle, and took off vertically. Once at altitude, he tried a few basic maneuvers and quickly adapted to the new J-20. Then, he pushed the stick left, rolled, and flew towards the border, quickly entering supersonic speed. It was a cloudy day, and the sky was a bit dim. The rear engine of the fighter produced a clear Mach 10 ring, and then Li Junchuan's J-20 seemed to be draped in a wedding dress. That was the cloud formed when a fighter jet broke the sound barrier by compressing the surrounding air, causing the moisture in the air to condense. This is the romance unique to fighter pilots. Chapter 197, 666. Calling the tower. After so many days, Li Junchuan piloted the J-20 again. But the feeling was completely different from the last time. The core engine had been replaced, the speed was faster, and the materials of the airframe had also been updated. Now, the airframe's strength was sufficient for him to perform more complex super maneuvers. Yao Guang, is our military ready? Li Junchuan asked while flying at high altitude. Ready. The Western Theater has deployed a fully equipped mechanized infantry regiment, all with real guns, real bullets, and real artillery. Yao Guang paused. Also, the Air Force of the Western Theater is ready to provide support at any time, and are. After hearing Yao Guang's report, Li Junchuan was a bit stunned. Are the leaders of our Western Theater overestimating the Inc. 3, or do they have other thoughts? Because there was a saying that a brigade could destroy a country. Moreover, Yao Guang also told him that his newly developed navigation system had gone live across all troops overnight. To say something a bit arrogant, the mechanized infantry regiment sent out by the Western Theater had likely already activated their digital array radar, directly locking onto the detailed positions of the elite Inc. 3 regiment, not to mention that he also sent the real-time satellite monitoring provided by Yao Guang. And with the now universally equipped digital terminals, even soldiers unfamiliar with the battlefield environment could smoothly infiltrate behind enemy lines, not to mention our powerful electronic interference capabilities. Whether it was joint military exercises or any other situation, those who had experienced it wouldn't speak a word. By that time, the radar on the other side was completely jammed across all frequency bands, allowing us to directly obtain all the information from the other side, while they were left in the dark. It was similar to playing a game where the opponent had not yet gained vision, while we were using a full map hack. Just thinking about this made Li Junchuan scratch his head. Why am I in such a hurry to go over there? To watch the excitement? However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to stick to the original plan and fly over. After all, it would not be in line with the character of the Chinese to not join in on the excitement. With the powerful stealth capabilities of the 20, combined with the jamming capabilities against various countries' satellite radars, piloting the 20 turned into an airborne version of the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship at sea. While observing the movement routes of the Indian soldiers on the screen, he quickly approached the destination according to the planned flight path. Thanks to the ultra-high speed of the new 20, he arrived at the border without much effort, and at this time, the Indian soldiers had not yet arrived. Therefore, he did not hesitate long and prepared to first wander around in the airspace of India. With a steep climb, he piloted the 20 through the clouds to the stratosphere. At this moment, the voice of the jamming system rang out again. Sir, 321 bombers from the South Korean Air Force Base have just taken off, accompanied by 2 loyal drones, and their destination appears to be the same as that of the Indian soldiers. Li Junchuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that my 20 is about to add a few more stars? Thinking of this, he recalled what had happened previously in the Southern Theater Command. Some things are better prepared in advance. Yao Guang, you directly control the super weather control device and create strong convective weather in the nearby airspace. He thought for a moment and spoke again. First, create a large area of thunderstorm clouds, covering a wide area. Once I am ready to launch an attack, you can directly generate a super strong thunderstorm. This old 6 really gets addictive, Li Junchuan thought to himself, and soon noticed that a large area of dark clouds was gathering below in the nearby airspace. Then, he dove straight down into the clouds, completely hiding his 20. The radar couldn't detect him, and he was now also invisible to the naked eye. He began to quietly wait for his prey while preparing to communicate with the control tower at any moment. Thus, he cruised through the high-altitude clouds. And soon he saw on the display projected onto his helmet that the army troops from the Western Theater Command were marching towards the border in full force. Something feels a bit off, Li Junchuan thought as he looked at the equipment in the image. The 99 series main battle tanks, the 04 and 09 series infantry fighting vehicles, the Hongjin 10 anti-tank missile launchers, the Hongqi 17 air defense missile launchers, the 05 Type 155mm self-propelled howitzers, the 181 Type wheeled howitzers, and the 11 Type 42 122mm rocket launchers? Isn't this the configuration of a heavy combined brigade? He hadn't paid much attention to this information, having only occasionally seen related introductions while watching military news. So he directly asked aloud, Yao Guang, what's going on? Wasn't it said to be an elite regiment? This is all heavy brigade equipment, except for the insufficient numbers, perhaps due to previous experiences now that our military strength has risen. And with the higher-ups paying more attention to the information you provided, these decisions were made. Yao Guang answered after some thought. Li Junchuan nodded. He was just a bit curious and asked. In fact, he would prefer every city in the country to have a heavy combined brigade and for every county near the border to have a mountain combined brigade. He would love for the Western Theater Command to mobilize everyone this time and plow through India 3 times. Not only to reclaim all the occupied land, but also to turn it into provinces belonging to the country. Of course, he wasn't sure of the higher-up specific stance. He had only learned about the shift in the military's attitude towards neighboring countries from a few conversations with Song Jiang, just as he was lost in thought. Yao Guang sent a warning. Sir, the 321s and 2 drones from the country are approaching. All right, Yao Guang, you directly control the super weather control device. He ordered immediately. Yao Guang acted swiftly. Soon, a special wave was emitted, and the visibility in the nearby airspace began to decrease. The previously white clouds seemed to have been stained with ink, turning gray and starting to darken. Hidden in the clouds. Li Junchuan maneuvered the 20 while observing the 5 small dots rapidly approaching. After checking the altitude of the opposing aircraft, he slightly climbed higher. Soon, he saw the 321 stealth bombers escorted by 2 drones, one of which had 2 stars painted on its fuselage that was a bit dazzling. Seeing the opposing aircraft flying straight towards the country's airspace, Li Junchuan raised his eyebrows and pressed the communication button on the joystick. 666 calling Tower 9. Tower 9 received. 666 please speak. 666 has discovered that the 321 bombers and 2 drones from the country are about to enter our airspace, requesting instructions. Warn them 3 times. If they don't leave, open fire. Li Junchuan keenly sensed that the voice on the tower had changed. Is this Dingping? Isn't this big shot from the Southern Theater Command? How did he end up here? Li Junchuan's mind raced, but his mouth didn't stop. 666 received. After ending the call, Li Junchuan saw on Yao Guang's displayed screen that 4 of our 204 aircraft had turned around and were flying over. Tower 9. Dingping put down the phone and raised his eyebrows at his old comrade beside him. What do you think? This young man is pretty good, right? The current deputy commander of the Western Theater Command, as well as the commander of the Western Theater Air Force, Zhang Xiong, looked at his old friend speechlessly. After a moment, he remembered what had happened some time ago. Is this the guy who single-handedly paralyzed global radar and satellites? Zhang Xiong was a bit curious. That's right. It's him. Didn't you notice? Our radar just now did not show his position. Dingping paused until he voluntarily revealed himself. So, as long as he wants. No one can detect him while he's flying in the sky? Zhang Xiong was startled. Dingping nodded. I wonder if he will add a few more stars to his aircraft after this incident. He already has 6. Zhang Xiong was a bit speechless. Isn't it a bit of a waste to place such talent in the Air Force? Dingping said nothing, just pointed upwards. The implication clear. Over here, Li Junchuan saw that the target had entered domestic airspace and immediately opened the public channel to shout. Attention, military aircraft at 15,000 meters in Huagua, you have entered our airspace, affecting our flight safety. Immediately turn back and disengage. The pilots aboard the B-21 bombers near the border with India were startled by the sudden voice. It was like when you were playing a battle royale game, hiding in the grass, and suddenly someone behind you opened their mic and said, Bro, what are you doing here? The leading B-21 pilot, Jerry, was startled and said to his comrades, Have we been detected? It should be. Tom, who was responsible for operating the weapon systems, replied uncertainly. But how did our 6th-generation stealth bomber get detected? Seeing that the pilots of the 3 B-21 bombers from M country were silent, Li Junchuan began to shout again. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and get lost, or I'll beat you. At this moment, Jason finally confirmed that they had been detected, but his reconnaissance system showed no response at all. However, he was not worried about being attacked, after all. In the past, they had only been warned to leave, and he was flying the B-21, the world's most advanced bomber. Moreover, his aircraft was equipped with 31 AGM-183A hypersonic missiles. There were also 3 B-21s and 2 escort planes, which gave him plenty of confidence. The alarm system did not indicate that they were being locked on by fire control radar. So he concluded that it was just some kind of radar from Hua country that had detected them. What he did not know was that at the moment they entered Hua country's airspace, their onboard computer had been silently hacked and taken control of by Yao Guang. When Yao Guang invaded the onboard computer, he discovered that the AGM-183A missiles from M country had embedded onboard computers, so he took the opportunity to hack in. Don't say it's impossible to hack. When in doubt, quantum mechanics, discovering difficulties, quantum entanglement, the more intelligent the system, the easier it is to be hacked and controlled. So in reality, many systems have mechanical control units. This is fictional. Of course, the B-21 bomber pilot was unaware of all this. Only Li Junchuan received a warning from Yao Guang. Therefore, when the onboard system did not issue an alarm, the 3 B-21s and 2 escort planes continued to fly forward, unfazed. They had done this many times before, so apart from being startled at first, they felt no psychological pressure afterward. You guys, stop acting dumb. Turn back immediately, last warning. When Tom, responsible for the weapon fire control system, heard the warning on the public channel, he felt a bit panicked for some reason. At that moment, the entire sky darkened, and large storm clouds gathered in the vicinity, with flashes of electricity beginning to flicker within the clouds. Meanwhile, at a certain Air Force base in the Western Theater, Dingping, Zhanxiong, and others suddenly saw a massive turbulent storm cloud appear in the area where the 666 signal had previously shown up through the weather satellite. The satellite's calculations indicated that this turbulent storm cloud had a diameter of 100 kilometers and reached an altitude of 23,000 meters. After noticing this phenomenon, Dingping began to worry for Li Junchuan. As far as he knew, when such storm clouds appeared, the particles within the clouds would collide and generate charges, leading to a continuous stream of lightning striking downward. Watching the epic scene that resembled a movie, he felt both awe at nature's craftsmanship and fear for Li Junchuan, who had just been nearby. High above, Li Junchuan saw the bombers below being surrounded by lightning. Typically, we see lightning gathering from the clouds, then either streaking across the sky or striking the ground. But at this moment, unusually, a large amount of lightning was climbing up from the ground, merging and enhancing with the downward lightning, creating an electric field around this airspace, with hundreds or thousands of flashes per minute. The lightning mixed within the 100-kilometer diameter turbulent storm cloud caused the 3B-21 bombers and 2 escort planes to lose visibility, forcing them to rely on their navigation systems to continue forward, completely unaware that AJ-20 was watching them from above. In addition to Yao Guang's interference with radar and satellites, Li Junchuan also applied an invisibility technique he learned from the movie The Empty House to the J-20, coupled with the cloud interference. The planes below had yet to detect him. Fire in the back. Li Junchuan chuckled softly and pressed the preparation button beneath the 15-character display on the touchscreen. He then pressed 4 red buttons in succession, and it wasn't over yet. He pressed the preparation button beneath the 10-character display on the screen, followed by 2 more presses of the red button, without even looking, pulling the throttle all the way down and rapidly climbing out of the airspace. Does this count as a saturation strike? Li Junchuan thought to himself as he quickly ascended. On the other side, upon noticing the excessive thunderstorm clouds nearby, Jerry began notifying his teammates to turn back and prepare to leave the area, especially since he had recently heard about a comrade's fighter jet being destroyed by a thunderstorm. Thus, the pilots of the 3B-21s began to climb at a steep angle simultaneously, with the 2 remotely controlled drones following suit. But just as their aircraft approached an angle of 90 degrees, the pilots saw several missiles with flaming tails closing in through the cockpit windows. Before they could react, they were struck by lightning missiles, bursting into dazzling sparks, followed by the missiles mounted on several aircraft detonating, sending shockwaves that propelled the turbulent storm cloud into a massive, dark mushroom cloud with orange highlights. Yao Guang, in the super weather control attack, Li Junchuan commanded upon seeing this unusual cloud formation from a distance. Understood, sir, Yao Guang replied, directly terminating the remote control of the weather weapons. Slowly, the dark clouds in the nearby airspace began to disperse at a visibly rapid rate, and the sunlight, previously obscured by thick clouds, gradually began to shine down. The water vapor that had not yet evaporated after the clouds dispersed refracted and reflected under the sunlight, creating a magnificent rainbow. Yao Guang used the satellite to capture this beautiful scene. Li Junchuan maneuvered the J-20 to a special position. Okay, sir. As soon as Yao Guang's voice fell, stunning photos began to appear on his helmet display, under the sunlight and the backdrop of a giant rainbow. The originally silver-gray J-20 seemed to be draped in a colorful glow, showcasing a romantic combination of strength and beauty. After circling the area several times without spotting any aircraft debris, Li Junchuan prepared to return. 666 calling Tower 9. Tower 9 received. 666 please speak. Dingping's voice rang out again, and Li Junchuan felt a sense of relief upon hearing it. All 3 B-21s and 2 drones have been destroyed. No wreckage left. Li Junchuan's tone was noticeably excited. Tower received. Do you need to return? Dingping's voice came through, and Li Junchuan could faintly hear applause and cheers in the background. No, I'll continue to patrol for a while. At this moment, how could Li Junchuan return? He wanted to witness the situation at the border firsthand and be ready to provide support if necessary. Tower received. 666 pay attention to safety. Contact us if anything happens. Dingping prepared to end the call. Wait, I need to return for a bit? Li Junchuan suddenly seemed to remember something. What's wrong? What happened? Dingping's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. Oh, I ran out of missiles and want to rearm. Li Junchuan's voice sounded a bit awkward. Okay. Then you can return. After ending the call, Li Junchuan began preparing to return based on his navigation. Soon, he piloted the J-20 closer to the Western Theater Air Force Base and, under the tower's instructions, found a runway to land. As the orange parachute deployed, the aircraft quickly came to a stop. He opened the cockpit cover and walked down the ladder brought over by the ground crew. Salute! With Zhang Xiang's shout. Everyone saluted Li Junchuan, showing respect for his recent achievements. Li Junchuan quickly returned the salute. Xiao Chuan, long time no see, Ding Ping approached. You did well this time. You can earn 5 stars again. Hee. Hello, Uncle Ding. Li Junchuan beamed. By the way, what brings you here? Why can't I come here? Ding Ping shot him a glare and then pulled over his old comrade. Let me introduce you. This is our Western Theater Air Force Commander Zhang Xiang. Hello, Commander. Xiao Chuan. Nice to meet you. Zhang Xiang greeted him with a smile, appearing exceptionally amiable. Next, the ground crew towed the plane to the hangar and began various inspection tasks, then reattached the missile. Since it was powered by a cold fusion engine, there was no need to refuel. During the waiting period, the two men began to inquire about some details of the recent battle. And Li Junchuan provided a detailed account of the situation at the time, from spotting the enemy aircraft to hiding, following, warning, and shooting it down, explaining everything in great detail. Although he wanted to ask about the specific measures taken domestically regarding the Indo-Myanmar operation, Li Junchuan thought better of it and abandoned the idea. After all, specific actions would have to be adapted to real-time situations, and asking now would be of no use, as the battlefield changes rapidly. However, he also believed that the military had the capability to respond to any actions from the other side. About an hour later, his plane was rearmed with missiles and had completed all checks, being towed out of the hangar. After greeting the two men, Li Junchuan climbed up using the ladder provided by the ground crew, donned his equipment, and completed various device checks. Under the guidance of the ground crew, he slid onto the runway and, after a brief acceleration, took off successfully with a quick vertical climb. Ding Ping, watching Li Junchuan's operation, smiled helplessly. What a character. I like it. As soon as Zhang Xiang said this, he noticed his old comrade looking at him warily. What's wrong? Can't I praise such an outstanding young man? Zhang Xiang said somewhat helplessly, Don't look at me like that. Do I look like someone who pulls in good talent just because I see it? Ding Ping secretly scoffed. You said the same thing when you were poaching people before. Li Junchuan climbed to a higher altitude, rolled over to adjust his direction, and pushed the joystick all the way to fly toward the border. Everything seemed the same as before, except for the 5 solid pentagrams added to the fuselage. Soon, he arrived again in the airspace of India 3, where the Indian 3 Army had already approached the border and was quietly preparing to cause trouble. Little did they know that their movements had long been clearly displayed in our military's command room, with video footage from all angles captured by Li Junchuan's satellite through the Sheikh Light intrusion. The terrain of the entire area was laid bare, and a certain elite regiment from the Western Theater had already arrived in the area, having prepared camouflage and various deployments. Now just waiting for these Indian 3 monkeys to walk into their trap. At this moment, with clear skies, Li Junchuan could see the ground situation clearly without relying on the images projected by Sheikh Light, except for a few areas where he needed to adjust his angle due to terrain. At this time, Sheikh Light directly played the radio communication content of the Indian 3 soldiers. Chapter 200. When poor, tactical infiltration. When rich, firepower coverage. Once we get there, we can say a few soldiers are missing and suspect they've been captured by Hua country. With this excuse, we can fire on Hua country. Okay, Commander Ahar. Hearing the internal communication of the Indian soldiers through the helmet's built-in headset, Li Junchuan frowned. Is this reason an insult to us? If so, then we can't let it slide. At this moment, he also discovered from the information provided by Sheikh Light that the 4 planes he saw earlier, the 20s and 11s, were also in the nearby airspace, albeit at a slightly lower altitude. He didn't deliberately hide his stealth anymore, as everyone present was on his side. Thus, the comrades piloting the other fighter jets were aware of his presence, but evidently received some instructions and did not disturb him. Seeing those fighter jets, and recalling the army equipment he had seen earlier, he realized that the country's approach to such matters had changed. In the past, our country rarely intervened in the affairs of other nations, let alone go to war. We had always sought development and peace, wholeheartedly focusing on economic development and improving people's livelihoods. The leaders had repeatedly emphasized that our military development was for defense and counterattack, and we mostly remained calm and restrained in the face of provocations. Therefore, from the perspective of other countries, we had always been seen as the benevolent big brother of the East. Undeniably, such a foreign attitude, combined with some prudent and excellent policies, allowed a country that started from scratch to develop rapidly and rise again. At that time, as a young man filled with youthful indignation, Li Junchuan could not see or imagine the profound significance behind this series of measures. When he saw such events on the news back then, he only felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger. Now, however, it was different. The country's leap in economic and military strength, coupled with the high-precision technologies he provided, gave the nation the confidence to take up arms and take the initiative. At this moment, through the visuals in his helmet, Li Junchuan saw that just over 10 kilometers outside our border, the soldiers of India 3 had stopped at a temporary camp, clearly premeditated. On the army side, there were only these troops for now, and no air force had appeared, leaving him unsure whether they had already learned about our country's bombing opportunity and were preparing to assist. He then saw the Indian 3 army that had just stopped at the temporary base set off again, heading straight for the border. Soon, he witnessed a conflict erupt between the Indian 3 soldiers and our border soldiers, starting with shouting and pushing, followed by an attempt to forcefully breach the checkpoint and cross the border. As for the excuse, Li Junchuan had already learned from the earlier communication, and his expression began to darken. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, fired by a soldier from the Indian 3 team. Of course, he didn't hit anyone. Others might not have been aware, but high above, Li Junchuan saw the soldier's clumsy performance. Furthermore, Sheikh Light informed him that the individual was currently serving in the military. Great. Now there's another piece of evidence. That gunshot seemed to act like a fuse, instantly igniting the tense situation. Just as Li Junchuan was preparing to take action, he noticed the soldiers confronting the Indian 3 soldiers raising their guns to shoot. Our hidden army nearby seemed to have received some command in an instant and opened fire on the heavy firepower within the Indian 3 ranks. In an instant, the smoothbore guns of the Type 99 main battle tanks, armor-piercing shells, the machine guns of the Type 04 and 09 infantry fighting vehicles, the Red Arrow missiles equipped on both sides, the Red Arrow 10 anti-tank missiles, Red Flag 17 surface-to-air missiles, and various howitzers and rocket launchers all launched a barrage at the Indian 3 forces. In an instant, the tanks, armored vehicles, missile launchers, and the purchased American Apache attack helicopters of the opposing side were all destroyed in a flash. The deafening explosions continued for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. The people on the Indian 3 side clearly did not expect that the usually gentle Hua country would open fire immediately upon hearing the gunshot, so they were caught off guard. Even more surprising to them was that Hua country seemed to have received news in advance and had already deployed heavy firepower around. Unlike before when they would engage in prolonged verbal negotiations first, the initial gunshots seemed to trigger the sensitive nerves of Hua country's soldiers, resulting in a heavy firepower coverage directed at their heavy firepower units. Survivor Ahar was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief, as besides a few lucky survivors, the tanks, armored vehicles, attack helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, and missile vehicles of his fellow comrades were blown to pieces in an instant. The flying metal fragments caused secondary injuries to their own infantry, with those who were closer being shredded into pieces. Just as he began to react and prepare to take action, he felt a loud slap, followed by intense pain on his face, as a burly Hua soldier knocked him to the ground, followed by a ruthless takedown, disarming and binding him in a single swift motion. The surviving soldiers around him were already stunned by the scenes they had just witnessed, as the charging soldiers from Huagua knocked them down to the ground, being trampled underfoot. Just as they were about to raise their guns in resistance, bullets instantly pierced through their heads. On the other side, the command center of the Indian Army discovered that the soldiers heading to the border had lost all contact and quickly reached out to the Special Forces team sent by their country. Soon, the call was connected. "Mike, what happened at the border? Why has our army regiment lost all contact?" asked Alessandro, the highest commander far away at the Indian Army Command Center. Just as Mike, the leader of the Special Forces team, was about to respond, he heard a loud explosion near his ear, and then there was nothing. The entire Special Forces team sent by their country was wiped out, blown to pieces by a missile at close range, leaving not even a single intact piece of flesh. This was entirely thanks to our country's powerful electronic reconnaissance system. If he had used communication tools just now, he might have had a chance to escape, but at the moment he received the signal, the weak wireless signal he exposed was detected by our advanced electronic reconnaissance equipment, and then 2 missiles flew directly over, with a massive kill radius that left no nearby team members alive. This is the terror of having full map hacks. Li Junchuan assessed through the helmet's display that only a few of our soldiers were hit by stray bullets. But because they had put on bulletproof gear in advance, they only sustained minor injuries at most. Of course, there were 2 unlucky ones who were grazed by bullets in unprotected areas, and the medic was bandaging them. They were still smiling, and after the bandaging was done, they began to help their comrades clean up the battlefield. At this moment, a message from Yao Guang came in again. The reconnaissance aircraft from India 3 is heading towards the border. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up once again. Chapter 201. Inquiry from the Air Force commander. He was thinking about whether destroying the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft would earn him more stars. This felt a bit like playing a game. Once you reach a certain rank, you want to get a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th star. The reconnaissance aircraft sent by India 3 was a 30 fighter jet, equipped with reconnaissance pods, flying straight towards the border area to conduct reconnaissance. They wanted to find out what had happened at the border previously due to radar and satellite interference. The entire India 3 country had no idea what was going on at the front line, and the entire elite army regiment had gone completely silent. Even the special forces team sent by their country was now unreachable, so they had to send reconnaissance aircraft again to check the situation. Yagwang, keep a close eye on the 30 situation. If it shows any tendency to cross the border, implement electronic interference immediately, Li Junchuan said into his headset. Yes, sir. Yao Guang replied satisfactorily. At this moment, Li Junchuan noticed that the 35 of India 3 had arrived at the border area and was beginning its reconnaissance. At that moment, the 35 pilot, after using the reconnaissance system to take pictures and see the situation at the border, was completely stunned. What the hell? What happened here? From the reconnaissance system, he saw that the ground near the border looked as if it had been plowed several times, with potholes everywhere. Tanks, armored vehicle debris, wreckage of armed helicopters, and splatters of blood and pieces of flesh were scattered everywhere, with large areas where not even a complete body could be pieced together. The crew on the 35, seeing the horrific scene below, felt their stomachs churn, something rising in their throats, and they struggled to swallow it down, forcing themselves to endure the intense discomfort both physically and psychologically, preparing to continue the reconnaissance. Just then, that 35 over there, you are about to enter our airspace. Turn back immediately. Turn back now. The sudden voice startled the crew on the 35, as their reconnaissance aircraft had not detected any fighter jets nearby. However, the voice on the public channel constantly reminded them they had been targeted, and any rash actions might end up with them becoming like their comrades below, reduced to pieces. They believed that only 5th-generation stealth fighters could evade detection from their reconnaissance aircraft, and as a specialized reconnaissance aircraft, they dared not engage, especially since they had no idea where the threat was. Thus, they did not respond on the public channel, hurriedly turned around, and fled back in the direction they came from, fearing that if they were too slow, they would be locked onto by fire control radars and shot down. Watching the 35 make a hasty retreat, Li Junchuan shook his head regretfully. You could have been bolder if you had gone a little further. I could have earned another star. He reluctantly moved his finger away from the number 15 on the screen, clearly dissatisfied with the 35's retreat without a fight. At this moment, the army soldiers who had just participated in the battle in the Western Theater were returning one after another, but they did not go far. Instead, they set up camp in a nearby concealed area. It seemed they were wary of India 3's desperate actions. Looks like there's nothing for me to do here. Li Junchuan checked the time and prepared to return to the capital Air Force Base. However, before leaving, he still needed to inform the tower. 666 calling Tower 9. Tower 9 received. 666 please speak. The voice that responded was still Dingping, and Zhang Xiong, who was standing next to him, perked up his ears. The battle has ended. A 35 from India 3 came over to check the situation and was scared away. Li Junchuan's tone still couldn't hide his regret. Tower 9 received. Is there anything else? Dingping clearly had already learned about everything that happened at the border through other channels. No, I'm heading back to the capital. 666, come visit often. The voice this time belonged to Zhang Xiong. Welcome to the Western Air Force for a visit. Dingping, who had his communicator taken away, was somewhat speechless but said nothing, only giving a light hum. Okay, goodbye, gentlemen. I'm off. After Li Junchuan ended the call, he executed a roll to adjust his direction, pushed the left throttle joystick to the max, and the 20 once again donned its wedding dress. Flying towards the capital's Air Force Base. Feeling a bit hungry, he increased his speed to Mach 5, so half an hour later, he arrived over the capital Air Force Base. 666 calling Tower 1. Tower 1 received. 666 please speak. 666 requests to land. 666 may land, runway 06. Report blind landing point. 666 understands, runway 06 may land. 666 reports blind landing point, request to land. 666 may land, runway 06, ground comm, field height 30, report touchdown. Tower. 666 understands, may land, 666 touchdown. 666 runway in left taxiway exit. Parking spot at will. Tower. 666 understands, in left taxiway exit, parking spot at will. 666 has taxi to parking spot, request to shut down. 666 may shut down. 666 understands, shutting down. Lee Junchuan shut down the aircraft, opened the cockpit, gently exhaled, and walked down the 20 via the ladder brought over by the ground crew. At this moment, Meng Fei and Du Fei walked over together, both looking at the 20, which they had seen just this morning, now adorned with 5 additional solid 5-pointed stars, in a daze. However, the two who understood the meaning of the stars, along with the ground crew, saluted Lee Junchuan, who held his helmet in one hand and returned the salute with the other. At this moment, applause erupted, followed by a series of enthusiastic claps. Welcome back, our hero. An elderly man with 3 stars on his shoulder, carrying ears of wheat, walked towards Lee Junchuan while clapping. Damn, this is a real big shot. Just now, Lee Junchuan was on the plane and had Yao Guang send him the information of the current leaders of each military department. The person in front of him is the current commander of the Air Force of Hua Country, Lan Hang. Hello, sir. Lee Junchuan saluted this big shot. He was a bit curious about why this commander appeared here. Xiao Chuan, can I call you that? Lan Hang patted his shoulder. Lee Junchuan nodded. Don't be nervous. I'm actually here to consult you about some questions, Lan Hang paused. You are now the first pilot to conduct a real combat mission with the new Type 20. Can you share your feelings about this combat experience? Chapter 202, Vertical Takeoff and New Inspirations Feelings? Lee Junchuan was a bit confused. What feelings? The driving experience? Just say whatever comes to mind? Lan Hang nodded. Driving experience, combat experience, improvement suggestions are all fine. The driving experience is okay, Lee Junchuan thought for a moment. The speed has greatly improved compared to before, but it lacks vertical takeoff and landing. If it had vertical takeoff and landing, we wouldn't have to rely on runways. And? Also, the payload is a bit small. I only fired 6 series missiles and then I ran out, and I had to go back to the base to replenish ammunition. Which is a bit troublesome, Lee Junchuan said with some regret. This delays time. It would be great if we could increase the bomb base size or reduce the missile size while increasing its power. Lan Hang's eyelids twitched. He had heard the reports from his subordinates. Goodness, shooting down 5 planes wasn't enough. Are you trying to take on several at once? At this moment, Lee Junchuan spoke again. As for the combat experience, there wasn't much to experience. The opponent didn't react at all. Our beta system and electronic interference are quite effective. But I still suggest we can launch more quantum communication satellites. Fill up low Earth orbit and high Earth orbit with quantum communication satellites. And combined with my new navigation system, we can ensure navigation accuracy even in magical cities like Bayou. After saying this, Lee Junchuan shook his head. At that time, whether it's reconnaissance or anything else, it will be more convenient and precise. I can't think of anything else for now. Lan Hang's eyes flickered. Aren't you able to shield against those invading satellites and radars? Can't we continue to use them? Lee Junchuan was taken aback. I almost forgot about that. He then remembered the style of action of those big shots back home, recalled various statements made by the bureau chief he saw in the news, and thought of those military magazine photographers. These people could downplay big issues and dismiss small ones. Just like aircraft carriers and destroyers being photographed as tiny fishing boats. In short, they hide all the good stuff because a lot of the data is paper archived. So Yao Guang's understanding is still limited. All right, there's nothing else. You can go ahead and get busy, Lan Hang thought for a moment and said. Leave a contact method. And if there's anything important, you can contact me directly. Lee Junchuan nodded, understanding the implications of his words, and the two exchanged contact information. After bidding farewell to Commander Lan, he first changed back into his regular clothes and then found Meng Fei. Brother Meng, come to my house for dinner tonight. It's rare to see you. Lee Junchuan invited. Meng Fei shook his head. I'd rather not. I have to fly your plane back. It's not vacation time yet. Let's contact each other when the vacation starts. Okay, then we'll talk later. Thanks for today, Brother Meng. Don't mention it. I'm also preparing to head back. See you. After driving out of the Air Force Base in his Hummer, Li Junchuan took out his phone and called Li Yun. "Hey, Xiao Chuan, where are you? I've been unable to reach you by phone." Li Yun's tone was clearly a bit anxious. "Hey, I had a sudden mission, so I put my phone away. I'm driving home now. I'll come over to the store to find you after I change clothes." He almost forgot about having dinner with the store staff that night. "Okay. Be safe on the road." Li Yun understood and didn't ask further. He returned home smoothly with all green lights, casually took a shower, changed into a new outfit, and drove out in his Bentley Continental. After having dinner with Li Yun and the store staff, Li Junchuan drove back home with Li Yun. After a round of intimacy, Li Junchuan finished his shower, came out of the bathroom, and looked at the peacefully sleeping Li Yun, scratching his head. He had originally planned to discuss with his girlfriend about having Xiao Lan and Xine work at the store. He thought these two parrots were so smart that they should get a job, but who knew Li Yun was so easily exhausted? Could it be that my attacking speed is too fast? Oh no, the recent attack speed runes and penetration runes configuration is a bit unreasonable. He walked out of the bedroom somewhat disgruntled and sat down at the computer. After pressing the power button, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, blew out a smoke ring, and began to think about the afternoon's events. It wasn't about the Type 20's missile load, but about the vertical takeoff and landing of fighter jets. Although he didn't know why the country hadn't continued in-depth research in this area. If fighter jets could take off and land vertically like helicopters, the benefits would be undeniable. After all, at that point, no runways would be needed. Fighter jets on aircraft carriers could take off directly from the deck, and when landing, they wouldn't have to circle around looking for an angle or use arrestor wires. They could just drop straight down at a 90-degree angle to any open space. In this case, the requirements for fighter jet pilots wouldn't be so strict. As the takeoff and landing of carrier-based aircraft are the most prone to issues, and there's only so much runway space on an aircraft carrier. Li Junchuan had seen quite a few educational videos about carrier-based aircraft while scrolling through short videos, so he thought about whether to bring this technology out. After all, he had the complete set of technology for the aerospace carrier, which could rise to high altitudes and even space using antimatter engines, let alone a small Type 20. Thinking of this, he started organizing the relevant data on antimatter engines. As mentioned earlier, one huge benefit of using antimatter engines is that antimatter annihilation can occur spontaneously. Unlike the nuclear reactors and nuclear engines, which require many conditions. Therefore, there's no need for a large reactor, which can greatly reduce weight, Li Junchuan thought. If this thing is installed on a fighter jet, the saved weight and space could allow for more missiles to be carried. Missiles? He suddenly thought. If he could come up with more powerful and smaller missiles, next time he goes out in a fighter jet, he wouldn't have to worry about returning to base to reload in the middle of the mission. At this time, he remembered the nanomissiles and the special forces. He recalled the White Ghost holding the launcher and firing the nanoweapons, with images of nanobots rapidly consuming the Eiffel Tower. This is the most terrifying missile on the future battlefield, dissolving a tank in 10 seconds and devouring the Eiffel Tower in 100 seconds. With each warhead containing 7 million nanobots. Once launched, the nanobots will never stop quickly dissolving any object they come into contact with, if not stopped by the controller. They will infinitely replicate and consume everything. It may not seem as powerful as those commonly seen in wars, like nuclear bombs or tungsten rods, but please note, what is being described here is the ability to consume everything. Chapter 203, New Aircraft. Moreover, he has external attachments. So he doesn't have to spend 13 billion euros like the weapons manufacturer McCollin in the movies to create 4 nanobombs. What does he want? He can directly materialize it from the game, but he's a bit unsure about whether to hand this technology over to the state. After all, this thing is truly terrifying. If something goes wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he was willing to believe that the leaders were all dedicated to the country, who could really say for sure about people's hearts? Therefore, he decided it was better to keep this thing in his own hands. Soon, his sandboat city would materialize. And by then he could set up a skydome system. However, while the technology for the nano warheads wasn't something he wanted to hand over to the state, the aircraft from the movie could definitely be brought out. It was a type of jet attack aircraft capable of hovering, with vertical takeoff and landing, high-speed flight capabilities, and both visual and radar invisibility. Equipped with a powerful pulse cannon. This thing practically combined all his ideas into one. There was no need to painstakingly mask radar signals or satellite imagery. It directly had 2 forms of invisibility. Who could resist that? Furthermore, these 2 technologies were not particularly outrageous, so he decided to materialize this thing. Thinking of it, he began editing the module on his computer, and with the help of Yao Guang, he didn't spend much time creating the module. After adding it to the GameStar city that Yao Guang had made, he clicked on materialization. I have to say, the feeling of hacking is really exhilarating. Li Junchuan smiled as he clicked confirm, choosing the materialization location to be on an island base in the South China Sea, and then he heard the familiar ding sound. Materialization successful. It had been a long time since he heard the system's voice, and it felt quite nostalgic. Li Junchuan thought to himself. Hey, you really are disgusting. Saying such cheesy things for a big man. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Haha, Brother Tongzi is still awake? Hearing the system speak. Li Junchuan quickly greeted it. What time is it? Why are you sleeping? All right, I'm going back to binge watch my shows. You keep busy. After saying that, it was as if it had gone offline, completely silent. Li Junchuan didn't mind. He first picked up the phone and called Price, who was far away at the island base in the South China Sea. Hello. Good evening. Any instructions? Price's voice came through. Good evening, Price. No instructions. Just got you some new toys. In a bit, take your team to check out that big warehouse on the island. Li Junchuan said straightforwardly. All right. Price's tone was a bit excited. He hadn't had enough fun with the new toys given to him recently, and now there were more. All right. Nothing else. Just familiarize yourself with the new toys with your team, and I'll give you a mission in a while. After ending the call with Price, Li Junchuan roughly calculated the number of crew members that one aircraft could carry, then materialized several more and began reading the manual and detailed information. Of course, related data and production technology also automatically appeared in his mind. The aircraft that materialized was even more powerful than in the movie. Not only did it have the pulse cannon capable of directly destroying enemy fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles, but its attack range was also further extended. Moreover, the system thoughtfully prepared a small onboard electromagnetic pulse weapon for him. Although it was small, one shot could instantly burn out all electronic equipment in a large military base from a distance. Combined with the two forms of invisibility, this thing was simply a massive weapon. For a moment, Li Junchuan recalled a series of plans he had previously formulated for the country. He wouldn't even need to take action himself or have Yao Guang do it. He could just let the members of Team 141 pilot the aircraft to various power stations within the borders and take a shot. TSK. That feeling would be simply delightful. This technology already existed domestically and had long been in production. The country had even put it to use early on. However, as far as he knew, there were no countries that could directly install this thing on stealth fighter jets. If there are any mistakes, please let me know. Thank you. And with the electromagnetic pulse weapon already installed on an advanced stealth aircraft, it meant that this stealth aircraft was equipped with new anti-electromagnetic pulse black technology. Soon, he retrieved this technology from his mind, chuckling as he compiled the information he had. Family, who understands? He felt he was straying further down the path of being the underdog, clearly possessing powerful capabilities for direct combat, but he preferred to hide and strike, just for fun. Next, Li Junchuan didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he worked hard with Yao Guang to organize the relevant materials. Of course, the technologies he brought out were not too far beyond existing technology, but were very practical and could be used immediately. After storing these technologies in his homemade cloud drive, he finally extinguished his cigarette, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. Shaolin, do you think you should bring the two parrots to the store while you work? The next morning, during breakfast, Li Junchuan asked, Is that okay? Would it cause you any trouble? Li Yun was a bit tempted. She really liked the two exceptionally intelligent parrots with very different personalities. Now that she could bring them to work, she would definitely be very happy. However, as far as she knew, keeping such pets was currently prohibited in the country, and she was worried about bringing unnecessary trouble to her boyfriend. It's fine. There won't be any trouble, Li Junchuan said, thinking for a moment. How about this? Later we'll make a copy of the donation agreement and stick it nearby. So we won't have to worry about any trouble since we have legal paperwork. Okay, thank you, Svaochuan. Li Yun's face immediately lit up with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Junchuan. In her mind, it was definitely her boyfriend who was worried that he wouldn't have time to accompany her when things got busy. So he specially got two talking and good-looking parrots to keep her company, which made her very touched. After finishing breakfast, Li Junchuan used the equipment in his study to make a copy of the donation agreement and handed it to Li Yun. If you want to improve the store's business, you can have the two parrots help out more, Li Junchuan suggested. Maybe let them greet customers or teach them to do a live stream and promote products. With their intelligence, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I got it. Li Yun nodded in agreement and began to change clothes in her room. At this moment, Li Junchuan took out 2 secret serums from his spatial ring and gave them to Xiaolan and the 2 parrots to drink, ensuring that their learning abilities would become stronger and that they could even become 2 great helpers to protect Li Yun in the future. With that in mind, Li Junchuan started thinking about when he could find an opportunity to properly enhance the 2 parrots. After Li Yun left for work with the 2 parrots, Li Junchuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Seeing the fathers here urging for updates and rewards, please support the free updates of this novel. It all relies on your support. The platform isn't giving traffic, making it difficult to survive. Chapter 204, A Lesson for the Big Shots on the Other Side. At the capital's Air Force Base where Lan Hang was hosting a meeting, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. It was the special phone he used to receive important calls. He raised his hand to silence the room, and when it quieted down, he picked up his phone. Looking at the caller ID, Lan Hang raised an eyebrow and pressed to answer. Stouchuan? Calling at this time? Is there something important? His voice was soft. So the big shots in the meeting room all perked up their ears. After all, a call that made the superior pause the meeting was undoubtedly very important. The superior didn't avoid the crowd, so they didn't feel the need to hide either. Meanwhile, Ding Ping, who was sitting in the meeting room, heard the name Xiao Chuan and immediately thought of something, so he also perked up his ears. However, the excellent performance of the special phone allowed them to only hear the superior's words. All right, then you can come directly to the Air Force Base now. I'll have someone pick you up at the entrance. After hanging up the phone, Lan Hang raised his eyebrows and said to the people below, the meeting is temporarily paused. On Li Junchuan's side, after hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment, changed his clothes, and drove his Hummer towards the Air Force Base. 40 minutes later, at the security check at the Air Force Base entrance, a soldier saluted him. Hello, sir. I'm here to pick you up on Commander Lan's orders. Li Junchuan nodded. After completing the security check, he followed the soldier as they drove in the direction indicated. Soon, they parked in front of an inconspicuous small building, and the soldier led Li Junchuan upstairs to the 2nd floor. They stopped in front of a conference room door, and the soldier knocked. Upon hearing a please come in, he stepped aside and gestured for Li Junchuan to enter. Walking into the conference room and taking a glance around, Li Junchuan raised his eyebrows. Wow, the room is full of generals. It seems that all the big shots from various Air Force military districts are here. Xiao Chuan. Everyone here are the top Air Force leaders from our country's major military districts. Please talk about the idea you mentioned on the phone. After saying this, he actually stood up, vacated his seat, and sat down below, appearing to be a good listener. This made Li Junchuan a bit nervous, but his mental fortitude was exceptional, and he quickly calmed down. He looked at the projector in the conference room, then operated the computer connected to it to pull up the materials he had organized the night before. This operation caused the group of big shots below to widen their eyes. The computers here were not connected to the internet, as all military internal information security was maintained by an independent network system. Through the projection screen, they saw this young Major General effortlessly connecting to other networks and downloading data through a cloud drive. Just as a Lieutenant General was about to speak, Lan Hang pressed his hand down. Others might not know, but as the top leader of the Hua Country Air Force, he was well aware of Li Junchuan's capabilities in networking, so he was not at all worried about any network security issues. Soon, a series of data appeared on the projection screen. Li Junchuan stood up, picked up the remote control on the table, and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take a look at this vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that I designed. This aircraft adopts. He began to elaborate on his design plan enthusiastically. Among those present were several big shots with technical backgrounds, and even some who were still working on certain projects and research institutes. Initially indifferent, they gradually started to focus on listening, their eyes brightening. Some began to take out their glasses and notebooks to take notes and perform calculations. After Li Junchuan finished explaining his design plan, he leaned on the table. This is my general design plan. Does anyone have any questions? As soon as he finished speaking, a lieutenant general from the Northern Theater Command, who graduated from Harbin Institute of Technology, stood up first to ask questions. The two engaged in an all-around discussion on aspects such as the engine of the new vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, radar stealth coatings, visual stealth materials, and weapon systems. One asked, the other answered, with a bunch of professional terminology that made some generals frown, while others with technical research backgrounds listened intently, writing notes. This situation continued for about 2 hours before they finally stopped. Is there anything else you want to ask? Li Junchuan asked. Your design is very comprehensive, and the level of mastery of the relevant technologies is astonishing. The lieutenant general shook his head. I even feel that the materials you provided could serve as production standards and be directly used for test production. Li Junchuan nodded. All right. Does anyone have any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. The lieutenant general who had just asked questions was an expert in the relevant field among them. And the questions he raised along with Li Junchuan's answers had essentially addressed all their doubts. Then today's meeting will end here. It's dismissed. Xiaochuan, please stay. Lan Hang stood up and said, one of the important topics they came to discuss today was about fighter jets' vertical takeoff and landing. Now that this topic was resolved directly, there was nothing else to discuss, so everyone started to leave. However, a few technical experts asked for Li Junchuan's contact information due to confidentiality issues regarding his identity. Many people were even unaware of his existence. When only the two of them were left in the conference room, Lan Hang pointed to the seat next to him. Sit down, let's talk. Li Junchuan pulled out a chair and sat down. Were you designing this thing only after you got back last night? Lan Hang asked curiously. Li Junchuan wanted to say, you guessed it right. But the words that came out were, not really. I had some ideas when I saw that movie before, and I've been consciously learning related knowledge whenever I had time. It wasn't until I got back last night that I organized everything and completed the design. Many of the knowledge in this area were things he had no formal way to learn, and as Lan Hang was about to ask further, he recalled the terrifying hacking skills he had learned about Li Junchuan, so he stopped his question. Li Junchuan understood Lan Hang's thoughts and directly said, my learning situation and life trajectory have long been investigated by you. Actually, I attempted to quietly hack into other countries' computer networks, including military and civilian ones, since middle school, so I learned a lot of miscellaneous knowledge. Then why didn't you think about entering university for deeper studies and directly joining relevant research departments later? Lan Hang was a bit curious. Li Junchuan quickly thought of a plausible excuse, because that wouldn't benefit me in acquiring other knowledge. At this moment, Lan Hang began to wildly speculate. No wonder the previous investigative data showed that this young man had an extraordinary memory as a child, always ranking first in exams. But by middle school, he was climbing walls every night to go to internet cafes. I used to think he couldn't resist the temptation of online games. After being admitted to the county's top high school with closed management, he still found a way to get a permit from the school to go to an off-campus internet CAF every day. It turns out he had been making so many efforts all these years, and now everything makes sense. Realizing this, Lan Hang's eyes became a bit moist, and he patted Li Junchuan. Good kid. They had thought this young man was some sort of inheritor of extraterrestrial civilization. At first, they were worried and suspicious. But slowly they found out this child had a pure heart, which relieved them. They then had Song Jiang try to make contact. I really should have known better. Such a good kid, and we doubted him. He must have endured a lot of hardship to learn this knowledge. Lan Hang continued to speculate in his heart. And all the previously unreasonable aspects suddenly felt reasonable. Sometimes, one cannot deny that there are geniuses in this world, just like those recruited young geniuses. Or the little C brother who was recruited into a military academy at the age of 8. Let's go. It's noon. Let's have lunch first. And then we can chat properly. After saying this, he kindly led Li Junchuan to the little cafeteria where he usually ate, even enthusiastically helping to serve food, which made the other people in the cafeteria stare in surprise. For an entire afternoon, Lan Hang was asking him about his experiences over the years. Li Junchuan's frenzied operations explained a series of unusual aspects about himself. Fortunately, he had rehearsed this situation with Yao Guang beforehand, so he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Before saying goodbye, Li Junchuan specifically asked Lan Hang for a lot of top-secret technical documents, both domestic and foreign, which were only recorded in paper form. His eagerness to learn kept a smile on Lan Hang's face. After sending Li Junchuan off, Lan Hang called in a general from Harbin Institute of Technology. What do you want me for at this time? The general, Su Ho, asked curiously as he approached. Lan Hang then briefly recounted his conversation with Li Junchuan, including some of his own speculations. The reason he shared this with Su Ho was to verify whether his own judgments, speculations, had any issues. Su Ho rolled his eyes. What do you think of my knowledge? Lan Hang nodded affirmatively. You have profound knowledge and draw on a wide range of sources. This was not an exaggeration. His old comrade's life seemed to have been on a fast track, relying entirely on his solid knowledge to reach this point, contributing immeasurably to the country's national defense and cultivating a generation of talents. Moreover, he was proficient in several disciplines and fluent in over a dozen languages. Do you have any doubts? Su Ho puffed out his chest proudly. In this world, if there is a prodigy like me, what's so strange about having another one? Our generation of scholars has endured countless hardships for education. Others may not know, but don't you understand? He paused and added, according to what you said. That kid has such an abnormal memory and computer skills. Acquiring knowledge must be much easier than it was for us back then. You should be grateful that this child hasn't gone astray. I suspect he may have already created a serum to enhance his body and only started to reveal it once he had some self-defense capability. Even his contact with that kid from the Song family might have been initiated by him. Lan Hang thought carefully and nodded. You make a lot of sense. Indeed. As an intellectual, your mind works quickly. Suho stroked his chin. Let's not interfere with his life for now. As long as we ensure he has enough sense of security, let others do as they please. You should inform the higher-ups and make sure some people don't create situations where friends are pained and enemies rejoice. Okay, I understand. Lan Hang took this matter to heart. What do you think of that aircraft from this morning? Is there anything that needs to be changed? Suho shook his head. No, not at all. Just take the materials and let our aircraft manufacturing company produce it. Still give it to Chanfei? Lan Hang asked. Yes, but we can also involve Hongfei, Hongdu Aircraft Manufacturing Company. That kid's girlfriend is from Hongdu. So we should send a little favor over and ask them to take care of us. Suho added after some thought. All right, it's settled then. Lan Hang made a direct decision, and after a moment, he thought of something. Since the kid made such a big contribution this time, what reward should he get? Suho paused for a moment, then turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. You're the boss. You decide. I have things to do. So I'm leaving now. Before he finished speaking, he had already walked a dozen meters away. Li Junchuan found his parked car, started it, and drove straight home. Once home, he went directly to his room and opened his computer. Yao Guang, come on, let's review today, and you report on any intelligence you've gathered afterward. Okay, sir. The two began to carefully review and recap today's events. When Li Junchuan learned of the conversation between Lan Hang and Suho, he let out a sigh of relief. I don't have to worry about this anymore, he said softly. Sir, I will protect you. Yao Guang's tone was very serious. Good. Good. Yao Guang is great. Li Junchuan smiled as he lit a cigarette. What is the current reaction from India and the three countries? Their foreign minister visited our country early this morning. After their reconnaissance aircraft reported the situation yesterday, they held an emergency meeting. Judging by the general content of the meeting, they seem a bit frightened and are looking for ways to make reparations, Yao Guang said. Li Junchuan nodded regretfully. It seems they have deeply realized our determination to maintain territorial integrity and sovereignty, as well as the military's strong capabilities. Originally, he thought that if India and the three countries continued to act out, he would have an excuse to take action against them. At that moment, Yao Guang suddenly spoke up. Sir, breaking news. Our two countries have reached a consensus on efforts to maintain border peace and exchange some opinions. What specifically were those opinions? Li Junchuan wondered, thinking it should involve some reparations for his country. Reluctantly, he moved the cursor away from the words new module on the computer screen. The new module was called nanomissile. The data is bleak, but still working hard to update in the middle of the night. Cheering for myself. Chapter 206. The Southern Theater captures the big blackfish. Forget it. Let's give India and the three countries a break for now. Hopefully, they will understand. He stared at the new module on the computer screen, feeling eager to try it out. This thing is a major weapon at a critical moment. It could potentially wipe out a country. Just as he was deep in thought, Yao Guang suddenly said, Sir, there has been an incident in the South China Sea. What incident? Li Junchuan noticed that Yao Guang's tone wasn't urgent, so he didn't pay much attention and casually asked. Our nuclear submarine quietly entered our waters and was discovered by our anti-submarine aircraft's reconnaissance system. While evading attack, it got entangled in the super seaweed planted by you, sir, and has now been captured and salvaged. Yao Guang's tone was a bit strange. Li Junchuan had previously seen an internet meme about smog preventing lasers and seaweed entangling submarines. At the time, he thought it was a bit exaggerated and considered it a low probability event. He never expected that even such an advanced nuclear submarine would fall for it. He immediately instructed Yu Guang to find all related documents and news and began to read carefully. The official media hadn't released exact information but had only posted a video of an aircraft, saying it would go out to fish. At this moment, Yao Guang captured a screenshot from the video, circled it, and labeled the position just below the aircraft's nose. Sir, this is an anti-submarine aircraft, specifically for dealing with submarines. The marked position is where it conducts underwater scanning with radar, Yao Guang explained. Li Junchuan nodded and flipped to the second video released by the official media after the fishing announcement. It's a cooking tutorial. specifically for grilled fish, blackfish. In his view, given the official media's rigorous style, such a video must have profound meaning. However, the lack of an official announcement made him a bit restless. Since he hadn't instructed Yao Guang to monitor domestic military facilities before, he felt like calling Zhang Liang to ask. He acted on his thought and directly took out his phone to dial Zhang Liang's number. Hello, Xiao Chuan. What's up? Zhang Liang was a bit curious to receive a call from Li Junchuan at this time. Ahem, is it true that we've caught fish over in the Southern Theater? Li Junchuan thought his question should be clear enough. If you think there is, then there is. Do you want to come over for some fish? It's on me. Zhang Liang seemed to have missed the point. Hearing this, Li Junchuan understood Zhang Liang's meaning and said, I'm in the capital right now. Let's talk about it when I return to Yongqing. After hanging up, he chuckled and began to browse the comments from netizens. It must be said that today's internet users have a keen sense of observation and a great imagination, as they managed to deduce the truth of the matter from two seemingly unrelated videos. However, why is the country sending its submarines over at this time? Li Junchuan began to frown and thought. Could it be that these people have learned about the situation between India and Huagua and are getting a bit restless? Are they preparing to start a war? With this thought, he felt a bit excited. With the power he currently possesses, he has the ability to annihilate any country, whether militarily or economically, or even more dramatically, to wipe them out completely. Therefore, he was not worried at all about any actions from the country, especially since he had a powerful homeland backing him up. Thinking of this, he directly called Price at the base in the South China Sea. Price, we have a mission. Please speak. Price replied, a bit excited. Have the large batch of yuan that was printed recently all been prepared for market release? Li Junchuan asked straightforwardly. Everything has been prepared. Hundreds of thousands of small target yuan have been fully readied for market release through various channels. Price's tone was full of confidence. All right, I got it. Li Junchuan paused. I'm contacting you this time because I hope you can lead your team to thoroughly investigate the terrain around the country's various power plants, using any methods necessary. Understood, sir. Price thought of the new toys he had just received and felt eager to try them out. As the most professional task force, they were confident in completing any mission, especially since he and all team members had undergone enhancements and had the most advanced weaponry at their disposal. Not only were they going to probe the conditions of some power plants, but he was even confident he could lead his team to gather basic information on the country's various military bases. After ending the call with Li Junchuan, Price notified his team members to assemble, assigning them tasks one by one, instructing them to bring all the latest equipment, including the new type of aircraft they had mastered operating in just one day. Li Junchuan thought about it, and, feeling there were no oversights, put his mind at ease. This time, he did not provide the members of Team 141 with a teleportation array, since it was merely reconnaissance and not direct action. The new type of aircraft, capable of evading radar and visual detection, was more than sufficient, thanks to the intermittent operation of the super weather control device by Yao Guang during this time. The continuous strikes on the country's agriculture meant that this year, it was almost certain that the country would reap no harvest. Li Junchuan could even envision the scene of angry farmers protesting in major cities of the country, as well as the government being in a state of turmoil. Coupled with the heavy losses in maritime military power and widespread power outages across the nation, Li Junchuan even secretly considered whether to interfere with or destroy their satellites entirely. By that time, the whole country would suddenly find itself not only without electricity to watch television but also unable to connect to the internet on their phones and computers. At that point, it was likely that neither Li Junchuan nor anyone from within the country would need to take action. The country would descend into chaos on its own. At this moment, he also began to ask Yao Guang for assistance and if there was anything else that needed to be added. Thus, the two began discussing the potential oversights in the plan. After a while, Yao Guang felt that Li Junchuan wasn't decisive enough. He hoped Li Junchuan could acquire a super powerful electromagnetic pulse weapon. Then, when they attacked the country, even having backup power at home would be useless. Mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices would be directly burned out, unable to start up, and even single-player games would be unplayable. This idea made Li Junchuan's eyes light up. He recalled that many experts had recently claimed that a super strong magnetic storm would occur. If he timed the attack just right or simply had Yao Guang use the super weather control device to assist, then no one would suspect that it was an attack caused by weapons, conveniently providing him with cover. Shamelessly asking for updates, let's go. Yinzu, Yifei, and others. Chapter 207. The emergence of quantum computers. Recently, a newly established semiconductor company in Huagua has risen like a dazzling new star. It is filled with innovative vitality and infinite potential, dedicated to achieving breakthroughs in the semiconductor field. Its name is Junchuan. And this semiconductor company is located in the Chaoyang district of the capital, housed in an 18-story office building. If someone were to investigate, they would find that there is a shadow of the state behind it. The office on the top floor, the 18th floor, is spacious and bright, modern in design. The employees are passionate. They are elites in the semiconductor field, possessing rich experience and expertise. Here, they work together to tackle technical challenges. In addition to the 18 floors above ground, the company also has 3 underground levels, primarily consisting of laboratories equipped with the world's most advanced equipment, where scientists focus on research, continuously exploring new frontiers in semiconductor technology. The establishment of this company represents confidence and determination for the future. They will drive the development of the semiconductor industry, bringing more convenience and change to people's lives. The establishment of this company is due to the quantum chip technology provided by Li Junchuan, along with various related production and preparation technologies, spearheaded by the Physical Research Institute. After obtaining a series of technologies from Li Junchuan, when Li and semiconductor experts from the Research Institute gathered their strength and began an urgent attack on the relevant technologies. Fortunately, because the materials provided by Li Junchuan were quite detailed, they didn't have to take any detours, and thus quickly mastered the relevant technologies, which are now fully in the mass production phase. Today, the company's general manager, Zhang Hongtu, is holding a new product launch conference in one of the conference halls of the Great Hall of the People, with invitations sent to renowned media from both domestic and international sources. The content of today's press conference is the epic-making product, the quantum chip. In this technologically advanced hall, people gathered to witness a historic launch event. On stage, the lights flickered, and Zhang Hongtu, dressed in a suit, stepped forward, his voice revealing excitement and anticipation. Dear guests, welcome to our company's first product launch since its establishment. Without further ado, I will introduce a revolutionary technology, the quantum chip. As he spoke, the large screen behind him displayed images of the quantum chip, its exquisite and complex structure leaving the audience in awe. The speaker detailed the advantages of the quantum chip, emphasizing its computational power and speed far surpassing that of traditional chips. The audience below listened intently, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for future technology. Next, Zhang Hongtu showcased some practical application cases, highlighting the enormous potential of quantum chips in fields such as artificial intelligence and encrypted communication, capturing the media's full attention. Although news reports about quantum chips and quantum computers have been around for many years, this press conference was completely different from the past. At the end of the press conference, the speaker invited several experts to the stage for an in-depth technical discussion. They answered questions from the audience, further explaining the working principles of quantum chips and future development directions. Just when the media thought the conference was about to conclude, Zhang Hongtu, standing on stage, pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. The large screen behind him flashed, directly showing a series of production lines that looked extremely futuristic. Continuing to press the remote, the screen displayed the final products from the production line, a small chip that appeared to be a product of the future. And the image paused at this point. Zhang Hongtu took a deep breath and announced loudly, "Now I declare that the first product of Xuanchuan Semiconductor Company, the 5-nanometer quantum chip ZOWU, has officially entered the mass production stage." As soon as he said this, the audience was shocked. It is worth noting that when other semiconductor companies or national media announced quantum chips in the past, they never mentioned mass production. Mass production means that this product has completed all the preparations for market launch and possesses all the supporting mature technologies, which caused an uproar in the entire conference hall. "Quiet down, let me finish." Zhang Hongtu pressed his hands down, and his deep voice came through the microphone. "The next product I announce is the memory chip Jiliang, produced based on quantum storage technology." He continued, "Then there is the third product, the hard drive Qingwang, produced based on quantum technology." The entire conference hall was filled with flashing lights as the media, semiconductor manufacturers, and mobile and computer manufacturers present all widened their eyes, staring unblinkingly at the big screen. Then they heard Zhang Hongtu continue, "Next, I will announce the fourth product, the graphics card Zhulong, independently designed and produced to support the above 3 products. And then there is the fifth product, which is the quantum computer Chaofeng, produced based on the above 4 products and other components." While saying this, he switched the slides to add, "All the production technologies for the above products are domestically sourced, and the related patents are exclusively owned by our country." He stepped aside and saw that the audience was all staring intently at the various data on the big screen. After confirming it multiple times, they all gasped in shock. Foreign media and manufacturers looked skeptical and incredulous, while domestic media and manufacturers had already investigated the background of this newly established semiconductor company, which was backed by the state. The state would never joke about this, so while shocked, they all began to contact their leaders to report the news. After looking at the parameters of the products on the screen, the audience began to compare them with the highest-end products currently on the market, only to find that the products released by Xuanchuan Company were more than 100 times better in performance than those on the market. At this moment, the largest chip manufacturer in the country, Intel, stood up and said, "Since your products are so advanced, I wonder if there are finished products to see. Or perhaps a computer made up of these products." Zhang Hongtu clearly anticipated this situation, so he clapped his hands. Soon, company staff set up a long table on stage and began placing items on it. 5 individual products, a mini host that looked somewhat cyberpunk in style, and a fully transparent display. Now displayed on stage are all the products of this press conference. Is there anyone who would like to come up and take a look? Zhang Hongtu smiled at all the audience, finally choosing a female reporter from the national central media in the front row. The female reporter first asked a few questions and then started to take photos of the products on the table with her photographer, finally sitting down in front of the uniquely designed computer. Under Zhang Hongtu's guidance, she began to turn on the computer. The startup method was no different from that of ordinary computers, but the speed was unexpectedly fast, booting up in 1 second. Looking at the display on the transparent screen, the female reporter was slightly surprised. "Mr. Zhang, is this screen also produced by us?" Zhang Hongtu nodded. "That's right. This is also our company's product." But there was no need for much introduction earlier. The female reporter, with good composure, suppressed the urge to complain. "This resolution exceeds 4, right?" "Yes. It has a resolution of 8, and we have currently designed and produced only this type of screen. This system also seems to be a bit different?" the female reporter asked, looking at the display. "Yes, this is also a system we developed ourselves, called Base." Zhang Hongtu still wore a calm expression, as if this was not a big deal. The female reporter then asked a series of questions, to which Zhang Hongtu answered one by one, giving ample face to the central media, or rather, this was originally a prearranged interview, since both of them had microphones in front of them. The audience in the conference hall could clearly hear their conversation. "What? This memory module is 110,000 megahertz? What? This hard drive has 100? This screen is 8? This computer system is so amazing? It actually supports all software and games on the market for mobile and computer platforms?" The discussions rose and fell, but everyone maintained a level of decorum, so it was relatively quiet. At this moment, a foreign media reporter spoke up. "Does the emergence of these products mean that other countries' technological embargoes against Huawei are completely meaningless?" A nearby Chinese reporter scoffed. "Shouldn't they be praying that Huawei doesn't impose a technology embargo?" Upon hearing this, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Due to the press conference being live-streamed, many netizens, both domestic and international, were paying attention, especially since the promotional campaign was grand and invited global media. Netizens watched the press conference of Xuanchuan Semiconductor Company in its entirety, and the online buzz had already begun. Am I dreaming today? Why does it feel like our country's technology has suddenly jumped to a new era? I think so too. 10086. Meanwhile, one netizen had a completely different focus. "I just want to know when such an amazing computer will be on the market and what the price will be." At this point, many netizens reacted, and the comments exploded, all asking about the price and launch time. Most foreign netizens remained skeptical, leaving comments that unless they saw the actual product, Huawei was just trying to attract attention and fool the public. At this moment, Zhang Hongtu had already called several representatives to the stage for a close look and to personally experience the quantum computer. After receiving a reminder from his assistant secretary, Zhang Hongtu concluded the experience, stood up, and said, "At this point, I believe everyone has confirmed the performance of the products. My assistant secretary told me that many netizens from various countries are asking about the price and launch time of the computer, and now I will tell everyone." He stood straight, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Currently, due to certain reasons, our products only have the Chowphone computer ready for market sale, which will be launched today. Netizens can directly place orders in the live broadcast room. And as for the price, it is only 10,000 yuan. As soon as this was said, both the media and manufacturers present at the scene were left dumbfounded. The media was shocked because the price was far lower than their estimates, while the manufacturers all looked ashen. Domestic manufacturers seemed to have received some prior news, but the foreign manufacturers, after confirming the product parameters and the computer's actual performance, had originally thought that such a groundbreaking product would definitely have an outrageous price, allowing their products to survive in the market. However, ever since the man on stage stated the selling price, their faces turned as if they had just lost their parents, looking terrible. Meanwhile, netizens in the live broadcast room, after being shocked for a while, began to roll up their sleeves, ready to buy as soon as possible. Those with money started contacting people to help buy, and some even directly found scalpers. Zhang Hongtu on stage did not concern himself with the crowd's reactions, but instructed the company staff to prepare the links for purchasing. After everything was ready, he spoke again. Due to production capacity, the first batch of computers released today is limited to 10 units, and for now, only domestic customers are allowed to purchase. When the device is powered on, it will undergo a series of verifications, and if the identity verification fails, we can only say sorry. At this point, he paused. A friendly reminder, the computers sold by our company this time do not support disassembly. Otherwise, we will not be responsible for any issues that arise. Of course, if any problems occur without disassembly, we will take full responsibility. The right to explain everything belongs to our company. After that, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly announced, the sales channel is officially open. 3, 2, 1. The link is live. Many netizens waiting in the mobile live stream clicked the purchase button, and at this moment, the originally red purchase button turned gray. What the heck? Is this for real? Sold out in a second? Seriously, not a single person in our entire class got one? Forget about a class, bro. Look at the number of online viewers in the live stream. Wow, when did the online viewer count exceed 50 million? And it's still increasing. Haha. After being single for 20 years, my speed is indeed extraordinary. I got one. Haha. Guys, follow me for my review video. Your house upstairs just exploded one. 10,086. Those who didn't get one started leaving messages asking about the next sale time. After understanding the questions from the vast majority of netizens, Zhang Hongtu chuckled. Those who didn't get one need not worry. The next sale will be in half a month, with the same quantity of 100,000 units. After receiving the answer, the netizens were no longer anxious, but foreign netizens were unhappy. Why can only you Chinese buy? This is discrimination against us. Soon, a flood of similar comments inundated the comment section. Zhang Hongtu remained calm. Foreign netizens, please don't be anxious. Our production capacity is continuously expanding. For the specific time of when overseas sales will be opened, please pay attention to our official website. Now, I hereby announce that this press conference is concluded. After the content of this press conference spread, the world was shocked, and leaders from various countries held emergency meetings. At this time, Li Junchen also received a notification from Yao Guang. Hearing that the company named after him was a bit amusing, just then, his phone rang. Please give good reviews, urge updates, and power up for love. Love you all. Chapter 209, Temporary Military Exercise of the Three Kingdoms. Dinwen? Li Junchen was a bit curious why this person had time to call. Xiao Chuan, did you see the news? When Li's tone was particularly excited, from today, the domestic semiconductor industry will truly stand at the top of the world. I'm watching it, but he hesitated about the company's name, unsure how to continue. It's named after you. By the way, you hold 20 of this company's net profit. Don't refuse, it's a decision made by the higher-ups. I'm just here to notify you. When Li's words stopped Li Junchen, who was about to refuse, okay, I understand, please thank the leaders above for me. Although he wasn't particularly interested in money now, he knew the immense profits this would bring. Especially since the semiconductor industry in Huagua would remain in a monopolistic position for a long time. It would continuously bring him huge wealth and save him from having to make money from gaming. After hanging up, Li Junchen was a bit curious about the country's reaction. So he asked Yao Guang, is there any movement from the country? They must have already seen this press conference, right? Their military and political leaders are holding an emergency meeting. It seems they are preparing for significant actions. I'll keep a close watch. After the meeting, I should be able to make some judgments based on their subsequent actions. Hearing Yao Guang's reply, Li Junchen nodded. Anyway, the main members of Team 141 are already fully armed and have infiltrated various places within the country. So if there is any reaction from them, he can respond immediately, not to mention he has a big weapon. A bit bored, he started scrolling through short videos on his phone and found that the short video platform had trending topics about updates from the Western Theater Command. We will defend our territorial integrity at all costs. Western Theater Command. Review concluded. Good night, everyone. Western Theater Command. Looking at the tens of thousands of comments displayed in the comment section, Li Junchen instinctively clicked to check. The fewer the words, the bigger the matter. What happened? Big News 1. Big News 10,086. Ahem, since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. A few days ago, there was suddenly gunfire at the southwestern border we share with India, lasting about 20 minutes. For details, check my homepage. I just happen to live not far from there. Big news. Wow, just got back. And our country is doing big things again? I just got back too, bro. Don't talk nonsense. This is just a minor issue. Dealing with a bunch of clowns. Enough talk. I'm going to the convenience store downstairs to buy cigarettes. Smoking to build aircraft carriers for the country. It's time to buy cigarettes. I quit for 2 years, and it looks like I'll have to pick it up again. Watching the comments from these lovely netizens. Lee Junshin couldn't help but leave a comment. It is said that several planes in the country also went missing on the same day and at the same location. Think about it. Think deeply. Watching the likes and comments rapidly increase, he chuckled and turned off the phone screen, completely unconcerned about the comments flooding in below. He realized he had become the riddle person he hated the most. No longer caring about the online matters, he put on his Bluetooth headphones, played a song called Good Days, and went to the yard to play with his 2 dogs. Haida has now fully developed. And unlike the slender figure of the Belgian Manhwa usually seen, Haida now appears a bit muscular. Aside from the face, he looks somewhat like an adult Doberman. As for Haifeng, he is also growing rapidly. Still in the growth phase, his daily food intake is increasing, and together with Haidu, the 2 dogs eat as much as an adult male. After lunch, Lee Junshin initially planned to continue fishing, but unexpectedly received a sudden notification from Yaoguang. Sir, all military bases within the country have shown unusual activity. Fighter jets and aircraft carriers are all undergoing massive resupply, including military bases stationed in some Southeast Asian countries, which are also resupplying large quantities of materials. After Yaoguang's voice sounded, some ultra-clear images and videos appeared on his phone. The content showed various bases and ports where aircraft carriers and warships were urgently resupplying. Lee Junshin raised an eyebrow. Are they planning to make moves in the South China Sea again? Thinking this, Lee Junshin directly sent the received videos and images to Lanhang. After that, he called Li Yun and then went back to his room to contact Price and the others. Hello. Any instructions? Price. You are all distributed at various power stations in the country, right? Lee Junshin asked directly. Yes, sir. All in position. Price's tone carried a hint of anticipation. A restless heart was already eager to try. Then wait for my command. After I give the order, directly destroy all the power stations without considering the consequences. Then retreat immediately. His tone was very calm, but to Price's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. Ensure the mission is completed. After ending the call, he used the portable communication device that Lee Junshin had provided earlier to pull all the members of his team into one channel, then began issuing various commands. Lee Junshin looked at his phone, and Lanhang replied with 2 words, received. He was still thinking about continuing to head out to sea for some fun. But it seemed there wouldn't be any opportunity. However, it doesn't necessarily have to be by plane. He remembered the shark armor that he had been neglecting recently. But before that, he still needed to say hello to Li Yun. Shaoan, I have an urgent matter now. And I might not be able to have dinner with you tonight. You don't have to wait for me when you get off work. He sounded a bit apologetic. It's okay. I might be a bit late returning tonight as well. Since the store got 2 macaws, it has spread online within a day. And now the store is quite busy. Besides Li Yun's voice on the phone, Li Junchuan also heard other mixed conversations, as well as Xiao Lan and Xine attending to customers while promoting products. All right, if you're too busy, hire some more staff. Don't tire yourself out. Yes, I've already posted a job ad, and new employees will come for interviews tomorrow. Okay, then I'll get back to work. Be safe. Although Li Yun didn't know exactly what her boyfriend was helping the country with. When she helped Li Junchuan pack his clothes and saw the stars on the military uniform, she somewhat understood, so she didn't ask further. But she couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. That's it. I'll get back to work. After hanging up, Li Junchuan directly arrived at the South China Sea military base through the teleportation array. After greeting the remaining team members, he went straight to the beach to change into his shark armor and swiftly moved towards the direction of the National Aircraft Carrier Fleet. Sir, the country suddenly announced a joint military exercise, and the joint fleet of the 3 countries is gathering in the South China Sea. Looking at the images projected on the visor of his armor, Li Junchuan emitted a dangerous aura, and various nearby fish seemed to sense something and fled in all directions. USA, Japan, Australia, hehe. Chapter 210. You come to the door to provoke. I'm ready to steal home. Thanks to his super speed, he quickly reached their path ahead of the 3-country joint fleet. Looking at the dense ultimate seaweed in the nearby waters, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems this stuff is quite effective, thanks to the environmental detection system built into the armor. He could already confirm that the seawater in our territorial waters has obviously rid itself of the threat of nuclear pollution. Sir, our joint fleet and submarines have arrived in the nearby waters and are prepared for battle at any moment. The southern and eastern battle zones have entered a state of heightened alert. The voice of Yao Guang sounded. Got it. Li Junchuan didn't show any particular reaction. He was quite confident in the current strength of the national military, especially with him and Yao Guang as support. At this moment, residents in the southeastern coastal area received a special alert on their phones. The southeastern coast has entered a state of heightened readiness. At the same time, at the ports in the southeastern coastal area, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Fishing boats were returning to shore, and the port was bustling with activity. Fishermen hurriedly packed up their fishing gear and secured their boats. Soldiers on the shore were highly alert, patrolling closely to ensure the safety of the port. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness and tension. The state of heightened readiness had put everyone on edge. The sea was turbulent, and the sea breeze howled. As if echoing the tense situation, fishing boats swayed in the waves, filled with uncertainty on the way back. But the fishermen were undaunted. They understood their responsibility and resolutely responded to the nation's call. In the command center of the port, officials were busy directing the return of fishing boats. They maintained close contact with the fishermen to ensure that every fishing boat could return safely to port. At the same time, they were also actively preparing to respond to any potential situations to ensure the safety of the coastal areas. This was a critical moment. The southeastern coast had entered a state of readiness, and all forces were gathering together to jointly protect this sea area and the safety of the people. The return of the fishermen was not just the return of boats, but also a guardianship of their homeland and a sense of responsibility. In this tense atmosphere, people displayed unity and firm faith. They would face possible challenges together and defend their homeland. At this urgent moment, an emergency order spread across the country. All veterans were to be recalled. Soldiers who once wore uniforms put down their work and lives without hesitation and returned to the army. On the streets of cities, on the paths of villages, figures in military uniforms were everywhere. They walked with firm steps, their eyes showing determination and resolve. Some were already gray-haired, but their chests still stood tall. Some had just left the barracks, but their fighting spirit had never faded. In the barracks, the military flags fluttered and slogans echoed. The veterans quickly integrated into the ranks, skillfully operating weapons and equipment, demonstrating strong military qualities. On the training grounds, they sweat profusely, challenging their limits with resilience and determination. These veterans are the guardians of the nation, the soldiers of the people. No matter how the years pass, their loyalty and sense of responsibility remain unchanged. When the country needs them, they step forward without hesitation, embodying the duties and missions of soldiers through their actions. Li Junchuan naturally received the message, which was personally sent by Lan Hang. Yao Guang, help me reply. Just say that I have arrived in the South China Sea and am ready at all times. From the various images and videos provided by Yao Guang, he saw many people from various professions putting down their work and returning home to change into military uniforms, then returning to their old units by various means. In an instant, his eyes became a bit moist. This is the spirit of Huagua soldiers when there is war. They are called back. Don't worry, I guarantee that no matter what happens, it won't be your turn to rush to the front lines, he silently thought. At this moment, fighter jets from all major battle zones across the country took off. The 3 aircraft carrier groups were mobilized. Dongfeng Express was ready to launch at any moment. The military had taken over law enforcement, and civilian enterprises were urgently converting to military products. At this moment, no one complained. Many citizens began to actively cooperate with various military measures. And some business owners quickly used their connections to urgently purchase large quantities of various supplies and deliver them to the soldiers patrolling nearby. They said not a word, turned, and left. Even the various vehicles delivering supplies were left standing there without care. The patrolling soldiers felt a bit of sting in their eyes as they saw a note stuck to the truck, which simply read a few sentences. We cannot take your place on the battlefield, but we can be your solid support. In the rear, we will do our utmost to provide support and assistance, contributing our strength to your battle. Good luck. Everyone stay safe. The people in the inland areas did not receive any notifications, but after understanding what was happening, they also began to contribute their part. At this moment, the entire nation was united as one. At this time, Li Junchuan already knew that the commanders of the 3 major fleets had all arrived in the South China Sea to command, deploying over 300 warships. and Dongfeng 21 had all locked onto the aircraft carriers of the three-country joint fleet, with a major battle imminent. At this moment, the joint fleet of the three countries had also arrived nearby, and both sides began to confront each other. Our 815 electronic reconnaissance ship quietly appeared in the formation. It seems that the small-scale border conflict a few days ago and the mass production of quantum computers have made the country unable to sit still. As Li Junchuan was reflecting, Yao Guang spoke again. Our side has discovered that they have entered a state of heightened readiness, yet they still show no signs of retreat. There has also been movement near their nuclear missile silos. Hearing this, Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. Yao Guang. The super weather control device and the space-based weapons on the moon are all under your control. You know what to do, right? Understood, sir. Leave it to me. Yao Guang replied confidently. At this moment, Li Junchuan once again issued commands through the communication system on his armor. And these commands were directed to the stealth space mothership hovering above the White Palace. Next, he thought for a moment and once again instructed Yu Guang, once the battle begins, directly awaken the deep-sea behemoth from our side and let it attack the supply ships over there. Although he thought it might not be necessary, it was still essential to prepare just in case, as who knew if the enemy had any powerful weapons hidden away. He wanted to ensure that once both sides showed signs of engaging in combat, he would unleash all the weapons he could command for a full-scale saturation strike. After making these preparations, he activated the shark armor and quietly made his way toward the joint fleet of the three countries. Chapter 211. You want to cause trouble. And I want you all to die. As he approached the joint fleet of the three countries, Li Junchuan had a thought and switched to the super nano armor he obtained when he manifested Ake. He became invisible and, as he neared the Ford-class aircraft carrier of the enemy, a layer of fine fluff quickly appeared on the nano armor covering his body. Next, he began to stealthily climb onto the deck like Spider-Man in the movies, but unlike Spider-Man, he remained invisible the entire time. Soon, he reached the top of the Ford-class aircraft carrier, held his breath, and started listening intently. He quickly determined the exact number of soldiers on the aircraft carrier and their real-time positions. Then he released the small flying insect robot he obtained from manifesting by Li Shouyue. Under his control, the tiny insect flew to various locations on the aircraft carrier, and its small size went unnoticed by the soldiers. Soon after, images began appearing on his armor. Oh, there are big fish too. Li Junchuan saw 3 figures appear in the video. These 3 figures were the commanders of the enemy navy, with the lowest rank being a major general. At this moment, he felt his heart start racing, and a bold idea took root in his mind. Yao Guang. Share the video footage from my armor with General Zhang Liang in the Southern Theater. Understood, sir. After receiving the order, Yao Guang quickly complied. And Li Junchuan quietly found a corner to stop and wait for Zhang Liang's response. Meanwhile, on the newly commissioned Baman ship, Zhang Liang felt his phone vibrate suddenly. Curious about who was messaging him at this moment, he took out his phone. Xiaochuan? What message could he be sending me now? He opened the message from Li Junchuan with curiosity, which contained no words, just a link. After clicking to see the content, his breath began to quicken. Old Zhang? What's wrong? Another commander nearby leaned in curiously. Hearing the commotion, another commander also leaned over. When the two saw the video content on the phone, they gasped in shock. Wow, old Zhang, you have this up your sleeve? It appeared to be real-time surveillance footage from the enemy's leading aircraft carrier, the Ford class. The 3 figures, TCH, truly shameless. At that moment, Zhang Liang ignored his 2 comrades' comments and directly replied to the message. Xiaochuan, what do you plan to do this time? Just after sending the message, he received a reply. You aim all the electromagnetic cannons on our warships at the joint fleet of the 3 countries, including those big black fish underwater. I will coordinate from here, and you don't need to worry about the homeland. I will handle it. Zhang Liang looked at the message on his phone, and his face began to flush. After showing the message to his 2 old comrades, he sought their opinions with his eyes. Soon, the 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their eyes back to Zhang Liang. The 3 of them nodded firmly together and bumped fists. Let's do it. Thus, Zhang Liang no longer hesitated and replied to Li Junchuan, while the other 2 began issuing orders. Soon, the warships equipped with electromagnetic cannons were ready to attack. On the other side, upon receiving Zhang Liang's message, Li Junchuan's eyes flashed with cold light. Yao Guang, you know what to do, right? He asked softly. The special device in his armor allowed him to communicate freely with Yao Guang without worrying about his voice being heard outside. Sir, I have made all the preparations. We can proceed with the combat plan. Yao Guang had grown step by step alongside Li Junchuan, so their tacit understanding needed no further explanation. At this moment, Lines of subtitles appeared on his screen, all sent by Yao Guang. All satellites have been taken over. Radar jamming is ready. Super weather control device is ready. Airborne mothership is ready. Team 141 is ready. Deep-sea behemoth is ready. Submersible motherships and water-powered cannons near the South China Sea are ready. Sir, we can leave now. Leave the rest to me, Yao Guang announced. Li Junchuan thought for a moment, found no oversights, and quietly left the Ford-class aircraft carrier. However, before leaving, he casually opened a few thermos cups filled with ultra-micro Firefly drones. After entering the water, he sent another message to Zhang Liang. After completing these tasks, he silently changed back into the shark armor and began to return to his base. Due to the short distance, it didn't take much time. At this time, Zhang Liang checked his phone for the received message and replied to Li Junchuan. He then issued a new order for the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship to attack the joint fleet of the three countries at full power when the electromagnetic cannons were fired. Of course, this was just an extra precaution. Li Junchuan did not want his comrades to take any risks or suffer any mishaps. Back on the island, Li Junchuan used the holographic communication device manifested from Atlantis technology to view the scene over the South China Sea projected by Yao Guang. He called Zhang Liang's phone. The two exchanged no unnecessary words, only counting off numbers together. 10, 10, 9, 9, 8, 8, 1, 1, fire. Fire. Both shouted simultaneously. It was as if they were shouting out all the grievances the country and its people had suffered over the years, their saliva spraying out in the process. On the other side, aboard the leading Ford-class aircraft carrier of the Joint Fleet, the commander of the enemy navy picked up the intercom, preparing to speak with Huagua. He had already pressed the call button, his face tense as he opened his mouth. I am the commander of the enemy navy, before he could finish. The entire cabin around him suddenly lit up with countless tiny glimmers, almost invisible under the sunlight. Then came a series of explosions. And the entire cabin was instantly filled with blinding flames. On our fleet, just as Zhang Liang's voice fell. He saw in the video the cabin of the Ford-class aircraft carrier, where 3 enemy navy commanders and a number of officers and soldiers were surrounded by explosions. Immediately after, the warships equipped with electromagnetic cannons launched their attack simultaneously, and the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship also activated full power mode to engage. Yao Guang had, in an instant, cut off all satellite feeds from countries other than Huagua and simultaneously disrupted all radar and other detection systems. Meanwhile, all power plants on the enemy's homeland exploded violently at the same time. Of course, Yao Guang's actions didn't stop there. Chapter 212. The three-nation fleet is captured in one net. The joint strike of the electromagnetic cannons aboard our warships in the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship caused all electronic communications and detection radars on the three-nation fleet, which was in confrontation not far away, to be instantly destroyed. All soldiers aboard the enemy ships felt a wave of nausea in their heads at that moment. And before they could react, the supermagnetic storm that experts had been discussing recently suddenly descended. However, as if the impact range had been deliberately defined, people and various devices within Huagua were unaffected. However, the country seemed to be under special care, with the entire magnetic field across the nation affected, causing a large number of electrical and electronic devices to be burned out, and even explosions occurred. The situation was not over. Suddenly, heavy dark clouds gathered in the airspace above the 3 fleets, and a large number of wandering silver snakes flashed, as if the apocalypse was approaching. The soldiers from the 3 countries, still reeling from the effects of the electromagnetic cannons and magnetic storms, suddenly saw countless colorful ball lightning appearing on their ship decks and in their cabins. Then, in their faces filled with despair, the colorful ball lightning around them erupted violently at the same time. In an instant, the officers and soldiers on the 3 fleets were carbonized by the high temperatures produced by the explosions, and then shattered by the violent shock waves. The sea breeze blew by, carrying the blackened debris into the ocean, where nearby fish rushed to feast on it. On the bombed ship, the 3 commanders and PLA officers observing the situation through various reconnaissance devices and telescopes stood frozen in place. And this was not the end. Under the sea, various submarines from the 3 countries seemed to sense something was wrong and prepared to launch an attack. But when they operated their weapon launch systems, they suddenly found that all their systems were unresponsive. Undeterred, they continued to press buttons, but still received no response. At this moment, the soldiers from the 3 countries realized the severity of the situation, just as they were about to take other measures. In the makeshift command room on the upper half of the submarine, the officer in charge of the operation suddenly saw blue light flashing outside. What the hell? Amidst a chorus of desperate screams, their submarines were struck by the blue light, instantly exploding and killing all the soldiers inside, who were then crushed to powder by the immense pressure of the deep sea. Next, the tectonic plates on the nearby seabed suddenly fractured, and the gravitational pull between the Earth and the Moon changed in an instant. Then, the fleets on the surface of the South China Sea witnessed a familiar scene. Not far ahead, all aircraft carriers and other warships of the three fleets were thrown into the air in an instant, beginning to sustain damage and disintegrate mid-air, before crashing heavily back into the sea, creating massive splashes. Suddenly, amidst the wreckage of the warships, a super-huge and rare vortex appeared, sweeping all the debris into the ocean, followed by a rise in sea level. Undersea earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, plate collisions, underwater landslides, and other factors stacked together, creating an unprecedented ultimate tsunami that had not been recorded in nearly a century. Accompanying this ultimate tsunami was an increasingly large super thunderstorm cloud forming above the sea surface. In this breathtaking moment, it seemed as if the sky was stirred by an invisible force, and the seawater began to flow back wildly. A massive torrent formed a towering wall of water, surging forward with overwhelming force. Within the water wall, giant waves churned, and whirlpools rampaged, as if countless giant dragons were struggling madly. The super tsunami, accompanied by deafening roars, swept away in the distance like a stampede of thousands of horses. Their speed was as fast as lightning, forming a 20-meter water curtain in the blink of an eye, as it moved further away from our fleet. This originally 20-meter water curtain grew taller and thicker, surging with might, like the Milky Way rolling back, as if the ancient water god was enraged. Calculate the trajectory of the super thunderstorm and super tsunami, Zhang Liang commanded. Yes, sir. An officer beside him took the order. Thanks to the computing power of the new super quantum computer and the assistance of quantum satellites, he quickly arrived at a result. His face a mix of bizarre amusement that he dared not express. What's wrong? Speak up. Another commander lightly kicked him. Report, sir. After advancing a distance, the super thunderstorm and super tsunami began to split into three streams, sweeping towards the countries, and their intensity is continuously increasing. The officer desperately pinched his thigh, but could not suppress the smile on his face. Moments later, the bomb-in aircraft carrier's cabin erupted with uncontrollable laughter. At this moment, Li Junchuan on the island also witnessed these scenes, unable to suppress his joy. Sir, Price and the others have perfectly completed their mission. They are already on their way back. The voice of Yao Guang sounded, filled with uncontainable joy, not knowing who to share his joy with. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and had Yu Guang edit and compile a video, directly sending it to Air Force Commander Lan Hang. Lan Hang, who was closely monitoring the maritime situation with several bigwigs in the capital, opened Li Junchuan's message, watched the video, and then had it projected onto the big screen. Moments later, the special hall was filled with bursts of laughter, followed by uncontrollable sobs. Great. I've waited my whole life for this day. An elderly man with hair already graying had tears streaming down his joyful face. In an instant, several other elderly leaders with similar expressions tightly embraced each other, feeling that they had no regrets in life at that moment. The other younger leaders also had tears mixed with their smiles, saying, Hua Gua, it's not easy. Suppressing their stirring emotions, the bigwigs began to discuss the next plan. Sometime later, along the coast of the three countries, doomsday had arrived. The super thunderstorm cloud and super tsunami, carrying the power to move mountains and fill seas, charged toward the coastline with destructive force. Wherever they went, houses, trees, vehicles, and buildings were swallowed without resistance. People panicked and fled in all directions, trying to find higher ground to take refuge. But the power of the tsunami was too strong, and many were swept into the surging floodwaters, disappearing in an instant. The entire coastline of the three countries was engulfed by this terrifying supernatural force, presenting a scene of apocalypse. Is our home going to be gone? Faced with the overwhelming natural disaster, many gave up struggling. Chapter 213, Chaos in the Three Kingdoms. Order collapses. Li Junchuan, watching the apocalyptic scene through the holographic image, felt a pang of compassion. Am I being too cruel by doing this? Ever since he mastered antimatter energy, Li Junchuan had quietly changed the energy core of the super weather control device at the South China Sea base from cold fusion to antimatter, providing significantly more energy than before, which is why Yao Guang was able to wield such terrifying power this time. Suddenly, all the lights in the cities within the country went out, plunging everything into darkness, and traffic lights stopped working, causing vehicles to jam on the roads, leading to paralysis in traffic. People, confused, took out their phones, only to find there was no signal, the network was down, and they could not contact the outside world. Stores and offices were forced to close, computer systems ceased operation, and work and life fell into chaos. Hospitals lost power, severely affecting medical services and threatening patients' lives. Without electricity and the internet, social order gradually collapsed, plunging people into panic and helplessness. In an instant, the country seemed to revert decades back. As technological progress was put on hold, and the infrastructure of modern civilization fell into paralysis. This was just the short-term impact caused by the destruction of all power plants and the loss of control over communication satellites. Accompanying this was a supermagnetic storm sweeping in like surging waves. The sky was illuminated by strange lights, displaying dazzling colors, as if the universe was holding a carnival. Electronic devices malfunctioned, signals disappeared, and the city lights instantly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Vehicles lost control, traffic was paralyzed, and people were thrown into panic. The magnetic storm also triggered severe geomagnetic phenomena, with compasses spinning wildly, unable to indicate direction. Metal objects were attracted by a powerful magnetic field, colliding with each other and producing crisp sounds. Suddenly, various super disasters appeared near the locations of several major military bases in the country. In some base locations, large-scale collapses occurred, with entire bases seemingly swallowed by a giant beast-gaping maw. In other locations, extremely strong earthquakes struck, turning the entire base upside down in an instant, making it seem as if there had never been anything there. Just like before, the military forces within the country faced targeted attacks from super disasters, resulting in a wave of devastating saturation strikes. Politicians in the White Palace and surviving military leaders realized that in an instant, their noses, eyes, and ears had all malfunctioned, and they had lost control over the country. Looking through the window at the dark sky and torrential rain, their hearts felt cold. It seemed that things had gone awry. They had underestimated the strength of Manhwa, and now they would pay a painful price, murmured the acting president, Mark. The joint fleet of the three countries was something he had pushed for after becoming acting president, originally intended to test the attitude of the Eastern superpower across the ocean, and to secure his position. Unexpectedly, it had backfired. Now, all military forces in the country had completely lost contact. Not to mention the three-country fleet gathered in the South China Sea, which was certainly in grave danger. Before this, they had been joyfully boasting in the conference room, even preparing to celebrate with champagne. But at that moment, they all looked as if they had lost their loved ones, as if dead. In the dark conference room, computers, phones, satellite communication terminals, and even landlines had all ceased to function, occasionally sparking. Could it be due to the recent supermagnetic storms? An Air Force general with 3 stars on his shoulder remarked, logically, Manhwa shouldn't be able to develop such terrifying weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those in the dark conference room improved slightly, but only a bit. Only the Army Commander Richardson's expression showed little change, after all. He had been prepared with a dedicated heart, having received instructions from Li Junchuan early on, and had provided considerable assistance for Team 141's operations. Looks like the operation was successful. Now it's my turn, Richardson thought to himself. The trusted troops under his command had left their posts early due to Li Junchuan's prior warnings, so they had not suffered the strike. Now, they were the only military force left in the country. Having reached this position, he naturally had his own loyal forces. Besides being the only military force left, his family members held important positions in various states, controlling considerable police power, including many personnel from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This country frequently changes its leaders. So now it should be my turn, right? Richardson recalled his secret conversation with Li Junchuan, feeling a fire in his heart, and with the help of Team 141. He was filled with confidence. At this time, the usually overlooked men with darker skin began to divide areas, starting zero-cost purchases, looting, and committing all sorts of crimes in the prosperous streets within their territory. The citizens, sensing that something big was happening, began hoarding various supplies using their connections, retreating to their homes while gripping firearms in anxiety. As for cities near the coastline, they were even worse off, thrown into chaos by super tsunamis, with order completely collapsing. The police, who usually maintained order, fled for their lives like stray dogs, rapidly escaping inland. The situation within the country's borders wasn't too much better, originally. Due to the destruction of various nuclear power plants, they had been forced to bow to Manhwa, trading various technologies and resources for electrical aid. However, the domestic leaders discovered that this ungrateful white-eyed wolf was once again stirring up trouble behind them and immediately cut off the electricity supply. With the power plants not yet rebuilt, there was no way to guarantee sufficient electricity supply. Moreover, the plants under reconstruction had been particularly targeted and lost power supply. Compounded by the sudden super tsunami and the effects of the supermagnetic storm, the country was not in a better situation than Huagua, once again falling into chaos. The same treatment also befell Gua, the four-character name you understand, right? The entire country's power system was completely destroyed, satellite communications, radar equipment, and even household electronics like televisions and computers were mostly burned out. The power of nature was terrifying. Deeply understanding the situation in the three countries, Li Junchuan took a deep breath, picked up his phone, and called Richardson. Chapter 214. Gua, Communication Paralysis, Apologizing at the Huagua Embassy. In the conference room of the White Palace, Richardson lit a cigarette for himself, casually walked to the restroom, exchanged a glance with his guard, and then answered the phone. Hello. Is the operation about to start? He obviously understood the meaning of Li Junchuan's call at this moment. Yes. The money that was previously transported to Gua can be released now. I want the yuan to become worthless, and you know what to do next, right? Listening to his boss's calm tone on the phone, Richardson's heart raced. Yes, I understand what to do. Just watch me perform. But right now the communications in the country are paralyzed, and I need a bit of your help. Richardson said. Now within the borders. You are the only one who can use communication devices. Is that enough? That is enough. Thank you. I won't let you down, Richardson assured him. With such favorable conditions, he felt no pressure at all. I'll have Price and them stay to help you, so your actions can be quicker. Thanks. Give me a week. And I promise to deliver. After ending the call with Richardson, Li Junchuan thought for a moment and called Song Jiang. Hello, Xiao Chuan. Is there good news for calling me at this time? Song Jiang was clearly in a good mood. Yes, Uncle Song. The latest news is that the order in Gua is already starting to collapse due to various influences. He paused for emphasis. Also, remember that large batch of yuan from some time ago? They are now ready to officially enter the market. Okay, I understand. The country has long been prepared for this. Song Jiang's breathing became slightly rapid. Additionally, I will lift the communication blockade at our embassy in Gua, Li Junchuan added. Please pay attention to the information I send over. And contact me if you need any further assistance. After hanging up, Song Jiang curiously opened the information received on his phone, and after a brief scan, his hands trembled. Excitement flooding his face, and he directly dialed the red landline beside him. Many countries had received news about the joint fleet of the three countries. But just as they were preparing to watch the show with a detached attitude, they suddenly realized that their satellite signals had been cut off. Those who had been eagerly watching the live broadcast were shocked, and at that moment, they remembered the Eastern superpower that had just held a world-shocking press conference. Mr. President, the latest news is that communications across our country have been completely cut off. The president of the Great Mao country furrowed his brow slightly and said, Immediately organize personnel to restore communications. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that the communication signal had suddenly returned. But the large screen still displayed a snowy image of the South China Sea. It seemed our neighbors were a bit angry. Well, everything is fine now. He began to look forward to the developments of the situation. Other countries closely monitoring the situation in the Pacific also faced the same predicament as the Great Mao country and subsequently issued orders after communication was restored, temporarily abandon attention to the South China Sea. However, in the country, the leadership did not enjoy such good treatment. Their high-level leaders issued various commands and measures, but found them completely ineffective, leaving them staring at each other in confusion. This was the first time they realized the significant gap between them and Huagua. Although it seemed that this incident was caused by a strong geomagnetic storm on Earth, could such a coincidence really exist? Huh? Our fleet just arrived in the South China Sea, and then various blows struck the country? Now we've lost contact with the entire world? Who would believe such a story? The citizens of both countries flooded the streets, inquiring about the situation from each other and trying to find a solution. The government quickly took action to organize emergency communications. But the network disruption made information dissemination difficult. Anxiety and unease spread across both nations. People had long become accustomed to the conveniences brought by electricity and communication networks. And now it felt as if they had suddenly returned to the last century. The network outage not only affected personal lives but also brought a huge shock to the economy and society. Business transactions were forced to halt, financial markets fell into chaos, and international communications were obstructed. This was an unprecedented severe challenge, and both countries, from top to bottom, desperately wanted to restore networks and communications to reconnect with the world. But they had no idea what to do, so the leadership of both countries actively gathered at the center of national power to hold an emergency meeting. The conclusion they reached was to proactively find Huagua's embassy, apologize, propose compensation, and do everything possible to obtain Huagua's forgiveness. As for resistance, they had thought about it. But now they couldn't even issue orders. How could they resist? Were they supposed to send soldiers racing to various units to convey orders? By the time the orders reached their destination, the country might have already been destroyed. After determining that it was Huagua's doing, they could only helplessly prepare about a Huagua. Li Junchuan listened to the real-time reports from Yao Guang and suddenly burst out laughing. Now back at his home in the capital, he began to play with his two dogs. The leadership of these two countries wasn't stupid enough to not find Huagua's local embassy, unexpectedly. They had stumbled upon part of the truth. Soon, the domestic leadership received news from the embassy in the neighboring country, and they all burst into laughter. After laughing, they began to discuss specific countermeasures. They quickly reached a conclusion and sent notifications to the embassies of both countries. The top leaders naturally knew whose masterpiece it was and praised in their hearts. Our Huagua has such a prodigy. It is truly a great fortune for the nation. After feeding the two dogs, Li Junchuan washed his hands and asked the butler to prepare some fresh ingredients. In a good mood, he decided to cook something delicious himself. He called Li Yun and asked her to finish work early. After that, Li Junchuan put on an apron, hummed a tune, and started cooking. By 5 p.m., Li Yun returned home, changed her clothes, and looked at Li Junchuan serving dishes on the dining table with curiosity. Xiaochuan, have you finished your work? You seem to be in a good mood. She also helped arrange the dishes. Yes, the work is done. I haven't cooked in a long time. I'm in a good mood today, hee. After quickly setting the table, Li Junchuan pulled Li Yun to sit down and gave her a kiss. Meanwhile, various bloggers online had begun to update their videos. Many recorded unboxing reviews of the newly acquired quantum computers, while others recorded content related to the South China Sea situation. This time, the state had surprisingly not restricted the spread of public opinion domestically. Chapter 215. The emergence of Shazhou City after finishing dinner with Li Yun, since it was still early. The two decided to go out for a stroll. Xiaochuan, we haven't gone shopping together in a long time. Li Yun took her boyfriend's hand. In the evening, the breeze by the river gently brushed their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. The river's surface rippled in the breeze, sparkling with light. The lotus flowers in the water silently bloomed, exuding a faint fragrance. The small taverns on the streets emitted warm light, attracting passers-by to stop. The wooden signboards of the tavern swayed slightly, as if beckoning to people. Pushing open the door, a rich aroma of wine mixed with a faint scent of tobacco wafted out. The wooden tables and chairs were arranged in an orderly fashion, with vintage photos and artworks hanging on the walls. People conversed quietly here, sharing their stories with each other. Outside the window, the lights across the river gradually lit up, forming a tranquil scene in contrast to the warmth inside the tavern. The evening breeze brought distant songs and laughter. In this bustling city, the small tavern became a refuge for people to relax and forget their troubles, enjoying moments of tranquility and beauty. They ordered a couple's set meal and began to relish the rare moment of leisure. Compared to the turbulent situation abroad, the domestic scene was calm and prosperous. Clinking their glasses, Li Junchuan took a sip of the specially mixed cocktail and began to pay attention to the conversations of the surrounding guests. I saw you got a computer from Junchuan's company in your social media? A young woman at the adjacent table asked softly. Yeah, I was lucky. It arrived this afternoon. The young woman's companion replied proudly. That's great luck. I didn't manage to get one. Is it fun? How's the performance? To be honest, it crushes all the computers on the market right now. How about it? Want to come to my place to try it out later? Sure. I'll tell my dorm mates that I'm not going back tonight. Xiaoyun, what do you think will happen if our country unifies the world one day? Li Junchuan suddenly asked. Li Yun thought for a moment. I don't know the specifics, but I suppose by then, our country's overall strength will definitely be at the pinnacle of the world, and our lives should be happier. Although her body had undergone enhancements, she was still essentially an ordinary woman and didn't usually think about such long-term matters. Do you think that would be good? Li Junchuan asked again. The two chatted about various topics until after 9 p.m. when they walked home. After washing off the smell of smoke and alcohol, Li Junchuan suddenly took out a set of clothes and handed them to Li Yun. Curious, she unfolded it and blushed a little. Why does this outfit look a bit familiar? Li Junchuan chuckled. This is specially prepared for you. The outfit of Angela from the Game King of Glory. Hurry and change. I'll help you style a double ponytail. After skillfully completing the hairstyle, Li Junchuan put a pair of glasses on his girlfriend, and they began to engage in role-playing. The different experience brought them a unique joy. Looking at his girlfriend's messy hair, Li Junchuan decided to create a few more outfits in the future. That night, Li Junchuan did not get up to play on the computer. He let his tense nerves relax for the first time all day and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the two exercised together before getting up for breakfast. After Li Yin left for work, Yao Guang began to report to Li Junchuan about the series of compensations and promises that the neighboring country had made to Huagua, especially in her country. They're genuinely panicking this time. Their top leaders are only now realizing that their neighbors have long since changed. Even if they have a powerful backer, they no longer dare to play any tricks. A whole day has passed, and the joint fleet of the three countries has not made any noise, while their homeland is in chaos. Meanwhile, after Song Jiang reported the information he received from Li Junchuan, the higher-ups began to implement a plan that had long been prepared. Ding! The desert city has successfully materialized. Please name your city. The sudden voice in his mind startled Li Junchuan, who was playing with his dog. Please ignore the time issue, hehe. Let's call it Shazhou City. He quickly regained his composure. The city has been successfully named, and Shazhou City has materialized. With the map updated, the system's voice rang out again, and then there was silence. Li Junchuan took out his phone and opened the downloaded map app, and indeed found a new city named Shazhou in the original location of the northwest desert of Huagua. A pile of detailed information also appeared beside him, and his phone added an app called My City. This app is a smart city control terminal provided by the system. Since various buildings for the city had already been planned before materialization, this city belonging to him can basically operate now. He couldn't wait to see this long-anticipated city. He opened the Shenwu game, created a new manor, and after choosing a location, he directly clicked to materialize. Immediately, he entered the basement and used the teleportation array to arrive at Shazhou City, appearing outside the manor he had just prepared. The figure that came into view was his new butler, Li Kai. Now he has gathered Fulu Shoshi Kai. Hello, sir. Li Kai put down the watering can in his hand and slightly bowed to Li Junchuan. Hello, Kaibo. You go ahead with your work. I'll handle some matters in my room first. After greeting the butler, Li Junchuan familiarized himself with the path to his room and started taking out documents from his spatial ring to read carefully. Now, Shazhou City already has an airport, train station, hospital, police station, court, government, residential areas, schools, and other buildings, but the population is still small, making it sparsely populated. So he needed to prepare to fill the city with people. The top priority is definitely the upper echelons of the city. At this moment, he recalled some previous plans and figures. What he was most envious of wasn't scientists like Banner, Howard, or Mr. Fantastic, but the charismatic villain from Call of Duty, Heinz. The CEO of the Titan Corporation, who dares to challenge the National Defense Department and bring the UN Security Council to the negotiation table. Of course, he initially wanted to materialize Heinz before he turned dark, although it wouldn't be a problem to materialize him after he turned dark. After all, the characters he materializes will be under his will and absolutely loyal. After pondering for a moment, he abandoned his previous idea and decided to directly materialize the entire Titan Corporation. Of course, he would make some modifications during materialization since it was indeed somewhat dark inside. As for Heinz, it was simple. He could just bring out his sun, and with his sun around, he wouldn't turn completely dark like in the game. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan opened his computer, consulted with Yao Guang for reference, and began to add some of his own ideas into the newly created module. The Titan Corporation must be retained due to its powerful research capabilities and private army. However, he needed to modify some data so that he could hand over the military aspect of Shazhou City to Heinz in the future. With Yao Guang's help, he spent about an hour completing the modifications to the new module. After finishing, he directly added it to his Star City game and clicked to materialize. Next, he began to select a location on the map. After some consideration, he chose a spot near the depths of the desert and clicked to materialize. Ding! Materialization successful. Then he saw a new company, Atlas, appear on his city map. Oh, it can even be hidden? He saw this special option on his city map and chose to hide it without hesitation. After all, the joy of being the sixth wheel is something those who understand will know. The second materialization was a person, the one who discovered Pym particles, Hank Pym. After watching the first Ant-Man movie, Li Junchuan had been looking forward to the second one for a long time. The black technology that allows entry into the quantum realm. The ability to shrink humans or objects was something Li Junchuan coveted greatly. Just think about it. In the movie, he could shrink an entire multi-story company and take it away. TSK, Li Junchuan thought of his spatial equipment, which would allow him to store anything he wanted. Just imagine, carrying a stealth fighter that can take off and land vertically, along with various missile weapons. He could deal with any country he didn't like. He then hurriedly materialized Hank Pym. Ding. Materialization successful. After materializing Hank Pym, he continued working. This time, he created a module for Mr. Fantastic. Known in Marvel as Reed Richards, the smartest man on Earth. This research giant, who holds numerous doctoral degrees, can independently research, design, and produce spaceships and various black technologies. With him, Lee Junchuan felt he wouldn't have to struggle to create modules by himself. Just propose ideas and provide equipment, funds, and materials. And he could have whatever he wanted. It's important to note that characters materialized in the game will have a survival trajectory in reality. So when he takes out something outrageous later, there will be a source. He planned to designate a piece of land in Shazhou City for a dedicated research base for Reed. Ding. Materialization successful. After Reed materialized, he turned his attention to Tony Stark and his father, Howard Stark. Tony goes without saying, but his father Howard discovered rare elements early on and founded Stark Industries. He decided to materialize these two to directly oversee the industrial sector. Thus, he edited the module again and materialized Howard and Tony. Ding. Materialization successful. In the following time, he kept busy, materializing Bruce Banner, Bill Foster, Nimsala, Abraham Erskine, and Zhao Hailuan. Of course, the people he materialized did not have superpowers. According to his speculation, materializing someone with superpowers might require raising the current world's civilization level by several levels, or perhaps it could only happen in another civilized universe outside of Earth. After all, some abilities of characters in films and games are simply outrageous. After these characters materialized, Lee Junchuan's phone automatically obtained their contact information. He thought for a moment and decided to find Ain's contact information and made a call. After all, Ain's and the Titan group were materialized in Shazhou City, which was closest to him, while others were still in other countries. Hello. The familiar voice from the game rang out. It was Ain's. I have a task for you. Come to my place, Lee Junchuan said and hung up the phone, sending his location. Then he sat down and waited for Ain's to arrive. Soon he sensed some movement near his home. He walked to the yard and looked in the direction of the sound, but he couldn't see anything with the naked eye. Thinking of the black technology from the Titan company, he immediately realized that Ain's had arrived. He chuckled softly and waved in the direction of the air. Soon, Ain's, having released his optical invisibility, appeared before him riding a hovering motorcycle. I'm here. Ain's got off the motorcycle and extended his hand to him. Welcome, Kaibo. Brew us 2 cups of tea. After a brief handshake with Ain's, Lee Junchuan instructed the butler. He then led Ain's to the study. After the butler, Li Kai set down the tea, he left. Ain's curiously asked, Did you call me over for a task? Lee Junchuan handed him a teacup and then left the study. He went to get the information on those people he had just manifested, organized it a bit, and returned to the study, handing over the documents. I want you to dispatch team members to secretly bring these people over. He took a sip of tea. Most of these people are in the U.S. And now communications, networks, etc. have been blocked for me. Airlines cannot operate, and the internal situation is chaotic. Ain's glanced over the documents in his hand. No problem. I'll have them set off right away to pick them up. Is there any other task? Lee Junchuan rubbed his chin with his right hand, slightly furrowing his brow, staring ahead as if contemplating something important. After a while, his expression became resolute, as if he had found the answer in his heart. He straightened up and issued the command in a steady and firm voice, in addition to picking them up. I want you to send people fully armed into the country to help Major General Richardson secretly take control of the nation. He had no worries about Ain's and the Titan Group's strength. Given the current situation of the country, with Ain's and the Titan Group's help, it could be said that Richardson taking control was a done deal. The country would certainly be chaotic for a while, but well, violent suppression it is. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. After standing up and taking a couple of steps, he slightly turned his head. Is that all right? As you wish. Ain's finished the tea in his cup in one gulp and raised an eyebrow.